His name was Lu Chongqing, just an ordinary eldest senior brother. However, breaking through the qi refining stage triggered anomalies in heaven and earth, making everyone believe he had ascended on the spot. Casually reciting a few lines of poetry shook the world, establishing him as the teacher of emperors and the literary saint of the age. Simply speaking, a bit of logic caused the Buddha to manifest. Trying his hand at alchemy for fun triggered terrifying anomalies, and a peerless immortal pill was formed just like that. Preaching to disciples summoned auspicious clouds of merit, blessing all living beings with supreme merit as soon as he drew his sword. A peerless sword immortal emerged, severing the worldly path of the sword with a single sentence. Others are considered geniuses seen once in a millennium if they display just one anomaly, but Lu Chongqing alone manifested over a dozen. That is why they say he is just an ordinary eldest senior brother. The story begins in the sacred land of the central state. As the bell tolled, the waterfalls here flowed like galaxies, and the mountains, sun and moon revealed an immortal atmosphere. Gazing from afar, peak after peak emitted strange lights. Inside the Deluo Immortal Palace, a young disciple of about 20 slowly appeared, leading hundreds of people. Junior brothers and sisters, this is the Deluo Immortal Bridge. Whether you are inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, you must cross this immortal bridge every morning at the hour of Mao to attend lectures by the elders or other senior brothers at the Deluo Palace. You must remember this, do not forget. Unless there is a special reason, failure to attend will result in punishment. The junior disciples understood and thanked the senior brother for the explanation. Among the new disciples, some were royal nobles, others from cultivation families, but in the Deluo sacred land there was no distinction between commoners and princes. The immortal gate represents the supreme. Junior brothers and sisters, these are the 108 immortal peaks, the residences of the 108 true disciples of my Deluo. Each one is a renowned figure in the cultivation world, and every peak holds a different significance. That peak shining with golden light for 3,000 miles is the residence of senior brother Jingguang, ranked 10th in the sect. That peak shrouded in purple qi with immortal cranes is the residence of senior brother Qingxia, ranked 8th. And that peak with purple qi coming from the east for 3,000 miles is the residence of senior sister Xian, ranked 2nd. The young guide introduced the true disciples, his eyes revealing envy and anticipation. Walking straight to the immortal bridge, a voice emerged from the crowd. Senior brother, where is the peak of the number 1 ranked true disciple? Why do not we see it? Yes, why is there no first peak? I heard the 32nd sect master of Deluo once said that the highest state of cultivation is like water. If one is competitive, obsession will arise. Therefore, the Deluo sacred land does not have the first that everyone talks about. This junior brother speaks well. Deluo's sacred land indeed has no first peak. However, barring any accidents, the first peak may be appearing in these coming days. Senior brother, what does that mean? Has a rare prodigy appeared in the Deluo sacred land? I heard that when senior sister Xian was born, purple qi stretched for 3,000 miles, and she was considered the reincarnation of a Taoist immortal. Yet even she could not become Deluo's number 1. Why is there suddenly a first peak? The title of first is too extraordinary. In the mortal world, countless struggles for royal power, even fratricide and patricide, occur just to fight for the top spot. Disciples of the Deluo sacred land, even if slightly inferior, could become feudal lords and make a name for themselves in such places. They are already considered very talented if one could rank first. That implies incredible strength. The crowd was curious and some even looked unconvinced. The guide spoke slowly, mentioning that person was a marvel. 3 years ago, when our sect master was roaming the mortal dust, he and the masters of other holy lands encountered a peerless genius. The masters called him a Qilin's son. The sect master of the Heavenly Mystery sect predicted that this person would be the number 1 genius in the immortal way in 50,000 years. Therefore, the sect master overcame all difficulties to accept this extraordinary genius as his closed-door eldest disciple. If nothing goes wrong, the sect master will break the sect rules and establish that senior brother as the eldest senior brother, and establish the first peak. As soon as the words fell, everyone clicked their tongues, feeling it was incredible. A peerless genius, a Qilin's son, the number 1 genius in the immortal way in 100,000 years. I heard senior sister Xian has already tacitly agreed. So where is that senior brother? The guide pointed ahead. Look everyone, that peak full of red leaves is that senior brother's residence. However, since that senior brother arrived, I have gone back and forth hundreds of times and have never seen him once. Perhaps we can only wait until the sect master confers the position of eldest senior brother. Truly witness his elegance, he spoke, his words full of curiosity, while his gaze involuntarily fixed on that spot. At this very moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly vibrated, and clusters of golden clouds gathered within the red peak. Golden light bathed the entire red peak. In this instant, the light was dazzling and terrifying. Spiritual energy swept across 10,000 miles. All cultivators in the Deluo sacred land sensed it. This spectacle was too terrifying. Spiritual energy from 10,000 miles gathered at the red peak. The color of the sky changed and clusters of golden clouds revealed supreme auspicious signs. The crowd was shocked, but soon a knowledgeable person said, "Could this marvelous anomaly be a breakthrough in realm? That senior brother has broken through? To trigger such a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth, he must be at least in the nascent soul realm. It is rumored that ancient sages would attract phenomena when breaking through. I thought it was just a rumor, but today I am fortunate enough to witness it with my own eyes, that Qilin's son is heard to be under 18. If he really is in the nascent soul realm, it is truly unimaginable. Could it be that this senior brother is breaking through to the golden core realm? Impossible. It must be at least the forming infant realm. If it were just the golden core realm, what kind of scene would be triggered by future breakthroughs? The crowd could not help but discuss, feeling shaken. Meanwhile, peaks flashed with blazing light and pairs of eyes fixed upon the red peak. Some were shocked, some clicked their tongues, and some did not know what to say. This anomaly was indeed too terrifying. And just then a voice broke the silence. "Look everyone, he appeared. Senior brother has appeared," the voice rang out, and countless eyes involuntarily looked towards the top of the red peak. And at that moment a white shadow slowly appeared. The maple trees rustled and shook in this instant. Looking out, red leaves drifted and scattered. A scene incredibly beautiful. A peerless youth walked out slowly. He was 8 feet tall, wearing a Qingyun brocade robe, handsome and spirited, with an unparalleled temperament. The youth was like a banished immortal who had walked out of a painting. He was too extraordinary. If speaking of appearance, there are countless handsome men in the Shenxia world. The most extraordinary thing was not his looks but his temperament, an indescribable temperament. As soon as he appeared, he attracted countless gazes. Everything seemed to lose its luster in front of him. The sky full of red leaves falling on Red Peak was an intoxicating scene, yet his appearance made even such scenery pale in comparison. At this moment there were no screams or clamor below the Red Peak. Everything seemed extremely quiet. No one dared to raise their voice and destroy such a beautiful scene. Everyone quietly watched all of this, quietly gazing at this banished immortal. On the Red Peak, Lu Chongqing stood beneath a maple tree, quietly gazing into the distance. His temperament was too extraordinary. Even spacing out like this gave people an indescribable sense of profundity, as if he were pondering some great Tao. What was even more amazing was that inexplicable purple light flowed around him, surrounded by yin and yang qi, giving people a feeling of enlightenment. However, only Lu Chongqing knew that this was all an illusion. That is right, it was all fake. 3 years ago, Lu Chongqing was just an honest salesman, rushing about every day for a living. However, on a stormy night 3 years ago, he turned into a shooting star and traveled across, transmigrating to this vast and boundless Shenxia world. When Lu Chongqing woke up, he suddenly found that his hair had turned snow white. This hair volume, damn it, I really transmigrated. What's wrong with these animals? They seem to like me very much, so it is not that kind of annulment of engagement opening. Did I transmigrate into a... Lu Chongqing felt awkward seeing the animals surrounding him. Speak slowly if you have something to say, do not get touchy-feely. Ah brother, these claws are too sharp. In the distance, several elders rushed over and asked, "May I ask this little friend?" The wind and clouds just changed suddenly and anomalies descended from the sky. Does little friend know anything? Lu Chongqing turned his head. I do not know. The crowd was instantly melted by this backward glance. Listen, what sound is this? It is the sound of heartbeats. He then pushed away the animals beside him. Lu Chongqing thought to himself, I am in big trouble this time. It seems my appearance is extraordinary and my physique is unparalleled. In other words, my charisma stats are maxed out. Qingyun grasped his hand. Let me take you as my disciple. The crowd gathered around to argue. Qingyun, you cannot do this. What, taking a disciple? Someone shouted. I saw him first. None of you can snatch him from me. You, a sect master, how can you be so unreasonable? What? Not convinced? Let us go over there and spar. Spar then spar. Lu Chongqing was speechless. Are you guys arguing over me? One stick of incense later, Qingyun defeated the 3 elders. Obedient disciple, follow your master back to the Deluo's sacred land. Based on this appearance alone, your life is destined to be extraordinary. 80% chance he is a genius among geniuses. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, but tragedy struck a bit quickly. His master was not stingy at all, directly taking out Deluo's strongest mental cultivation method for me to comprehend. He personally taught me cultivation and brought out countless heavenly treasures to cleanse my marrow and consolidate my foundation. But the result was that I could not learn it. This knowledge just would not enter my brain. After eating a 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, Lu Chongqing hurriedly ran into the toilet. Qingyun warned, hold it in for me, you are not allowed to come out. 3 years later, even like this, Lu Chongqing still broke the record of the Deluo's sacred land and became a qi refining cultivator. At this moment, Lu Chongqing finally thoroughly understood that he wasn't a cultivation waste. He could not touch the edge of being a genius either. He belonged to the ordinary category. Absolutely not good, but not too bad either. Breaking through to the qi refining realm in 3 years was considered the worst in the Deluo sacred land. But in the world, breaking through to the qi refining realm in 3 years could also rank in the middle. But what made Lu Chongqing want to vomit blood was that he merely broke through to the early stage of qi refining, yet it triggered such a terrifying anomaly. If he did not know his own capabilities, to be honest, he would have almost been tricked by himself. And my biggest cheat is my appearance. After 3 years of careful research, I found that no matter what I do, it brings some special effects different from ordinary people. It looks very scary, but in reality it is useless. Moreover, every time I break through a realm, a passive skill is derived. The passive skill of the qi refining realm is the halo of the great Tao. Even if I am not thinking about anything, unaware people will think I am comprehending the Tao. This is a Shenxia world where the weak are prey to the strong. I possess a protagonist face but lack a protagonist talent. How am I supposed to survive? Do I rely on eating soft rice? junior sisters cheered. Eldest senior brother, rest assured senior brother, the Lu fans will always accompany you. Look here, Lu Chongsheng's master, Taoist Qingyun, was sitting and sipping tea. Chongsheng, do not drink wine, drink more tea. Drinking wine does not fit your temperament. Chongsheng hesitated. Can drinking tea or drinking wine change anything? Qingyun frowned. In the entire Dalua sacred land only you dare to speak to me so casually. Lu Chongsheng glanced at Qingyun. How about this disciple becomes a bit more respectful? Qingyun immediately became happy. No need anyway, whatever you drink it is beautiful. Lu Chongsheng nodded. You flatter me. He did not know if he had mental problems from cultivating for a few years or if he had returned to simplicity too much. But his mindset was still very young and he did not speak with so many rules, which gave Lu Chongsheng less pressure. Qingyun stood up and reminded him, Chongsheng, I have already arranged everything. When the Daluo grand ceremony is held, I will establish you as the eldest senior brother of the Daluo sacred land. You must perform well. Chongsheng was surprised. Master, I might let you down. Your disciple is fundamentally not that kind of genius. Of course, Lu Chongsheng was also very clear that doing so might bring him other negative influences, which was why he said he would let Taoist Qingyun down, unexpectedly. Qingyun was not surprised at all. Just that I already knew. Now, Chongsheng was the one surprised. In these 3 years, Master taught me personally, and has long been clear about my level. But should not the script be being disappointed in me, then expelling me from the sect, followed by me awakening a system and slapping faces? Qingyun laughed. Seeing so many question marks from you, Master will explain to you. I ask you, what was the name of the dynasty you were in 3 years ago? Chongsheng answered. The state of Yan, Qingyun asked again. How many commoners were in the state of Yan? Chongsheng said. About 100 million commoners, Qingyun continued. How many countries like the state of Yan are there? Chongsheng replied. There are more than thousands upon thousands of races in this world. Qingyun asked again. Chongsheng, I ask you, does this world lack talent? Chongsheng shook his head. It does not. Qingyun explained. In the Dalua sacred land, even the lowest servant disciples are 1 in 100. Pick one at random and they are relatives of the imperial family of some dynasty. As for those inner sect disciples, they are all overflowing with talent. As your master, I was also a peerless great genius in the cultivation world back then. Otherwise, I could not have become the Dalua sect master, but I have never seen anyone like you. Chongsheng hesitated. Someone like me? What about me? Qingyun said with a face full of pride. You are too special, you only need to stand there, and it will make others involuntarily believe that you are a genius. And a peerless genius at that? Is the reason sufficient? Chongsheng thought to himself. After all, this is a cultivation world where the weak are prey to the strong, and strength is the foundation of everything. Without strength, everything is empty talk, he said, adding, relying on looks will eventually be exposed. Qingyun shook his head. Wrong. The world only believes what they see with their own eyes. They get blinded by false anomalies so they cannot see through it, nor do they want to. Those who can see through it will not expose it. Most importantly, your Grand Master, my master, once told me a golden rule that benefited me for life. I am telling you now, listen carefully. Chongsheng looked solemn. Your disciple is all ears. Qingyun spat out a phrase. Being handsome means having good luck. Hearing this, Chongsheng was so shocked he could not speak. Qingyun laughed. I have passed the true teaching to you. Comprehend it yourself. Master is leaving first. Chongsheng nodded. Yes. He respectfully saw his master off, but thought to himself, so master came here today just to make me inherit the position of eldest senior brother, inherit my ass. Can good looks be eaten as food? Best, I am just a good-looking flower vase. In web novels, characters like this usually have tragic endings. Moreover, looking this excellent will only attract jealousy. Master and the others have profound realms, but others might not. If someone bumps into me, I cannot even block a single move. For 3 years I have practiced diligently every day, using all the mental sutras, cultivation methods, and spiritual medicines Master gave me. Yet I still have not shown any outstanding performance. Fine things have come to this. I can only brace myself and go for it. I must prove myself. Although I am a bit lacking, I cannot stay a waste forever. Following the old tropes, this certainly does not fit a protagonist image. Since ancient times, alchemists have ascended to immortality like the Grand Master. Artifact refiners can leave a lasting name, and array masters are famous throughout the ages. Let us try alchemy. Maybe there will be an unexpected harvest. Just then, Taoist Xian arrived. Senior brother Chongsheng. Chongsheng turned his head. The second-ranked true disciple of the Daluo sacred land, a 9 heavens fairy, descended to the mortal world with a beautiful face and a killer body. Her combat power was astonishing, her beauty peerless and country-toppling, her temperament noble. Chongsheng remained humble yet dignified, respectfully greeting Taoist Xian. Xian blushed. Senior brother Chongsheng, I have said it so many times, you are the sect master's closed-door disciple, which makes you my senior brother. And I heard from Master that the sect master, my senior uncle, has appointed you as eldest senior brother, so I am your junior sister. If senior brother Chongsheng does not mind calling me junior sister, Xian is fine. The word Taoist seems too distant. Chongsheng smiled bitterly. Junior sister Xian, oh my god, if you wanted, I would even call you grandma. Do you never care about your own combat power? Although known as one of the 10 beauties of the Central State, you are most famous for your guts. Someone once went to the East Sea to subdue a purple flood dragon as a mount. That means possess heaven-reaching means. The cultivation world asked me to call you old senior. Calling you sister really sticks in my throat. To relieve the awkwardness, Chongsheng resorted to the tea-pouring tactic. I heard the Langya sacred realm is about to open. Should not junior sister be preparing? Xian replied, the Langya sacred realm is indeed a major event, but it does not depend on just a day or two of cultivation. And precisely because the Langya sacred realm is extremely dangerous, I came to see senior brother. If I do not return, would not I regret it for a lifetime? Changsheng waved his hand. Do not talk nonsense. Junior sister has high mana and heaven helps the worthy. How could you not return? Xian asked. Senior brother Changsheng, if I really do not return, will you miss me? Changsheng thought, fine, another one of these clichés. Luckily I read a lot of books, he said. If such a thing truly happened, senior brother would plant a Xian tree for you, chanting sutras and praying for blessings, seeking not the afterlife but only this life, not to become an immortal but only to wait for your return. Xian blushed. What a line, not to become an immortal but only to wait for your return in the red dust. The world only seeks immortality, yet he, my beloved, would rather not become an immortal just to wait for me. What deep affection! Changsheng felt proud of himself. The ancients did not deceive me. Knowledge as power. Although I have been single since birth, I win by reading all kinds of books. Spouting this kind of romantic talk comes easily. The effect should be good, right? Xian conjured a 5-colored lotus flower. I want to entrust my most precious possession to you. The legendary holy medicine, the 5-colored golden lotus. Even the Deluo's sacred land cannot produce this. Seeing Xian hand him the 5-colored golden lotus, Changsheng was puzzled. What does this mean? Junior sister Xian is too capable. She can even get her hands on a legendary holy object like the 5-colored golden lotus. Awesome. Is this something I can take for free? Giving me such a precious item, does she want something in exchange? Her body? What does she mean? Is she humiliating me? Does she think I, Lu Changsheng, am a man who eats soft rice? Great, I have no shame. I must take this good deal. We'll talk after the deed is done. Giving it to me so casually? Truly, with high looks, even an iceberg can turn into a flaming mountain. Changsheng hesitated. Junior sister, this item, Xian said. I obtained this by chance. It happens to be suitable for senior brother to cleanse the marrow and consolidate the foundation. Changsheng was greatly shocked. Taking this thing out would trigger a reign of terror. Mommy, I found a treasure, but taking it directly might lose my dignity as eldest senior brother. I still need to use some technique. It is time to show my real skills. He then refused. Junior sister, senior brother cannot accept this item. Xian was puzzled. Why does senior brother dislike it? Changsheng said calmly. Over these years, senior brother has also heard rumors about junior sister. Although junior sister is a woman, your ability surpasses men, becoming the second true disciple of my Deluo immortal palace. But in recent years you broke into forbidden danger zones, subdued flood dragons in the eastern wasteland and conquered devils in the western desert. Junior sister speaks lightly of it being obtained by chance, but it must have been fraught with danger. Although senior brother does not know the full picture, I can guess a thing or two. Therefore senior brother absolutely cannot accept it. Outsiders see me accompanied by anomalies since childhood, and the Langya secret realm is about to open. This item is more important for junior sister. Hearing these sincere words from Changsheng, Xian was deeply moved. How many life and death trials had she experienced? How much suffering unbearable to ordinary people had she endured? He understands me too well. What is rarest in the world? A soulmate is hardest to find. I have thought it through. She turned to Changsheng and said, Senior brother Xian understands. I will take my leave then. Changsheng felt baffled. Thought what through? Leaving just like that? Will not you sit a bit longer? Xian turned around and said, Wait until I seize good fortune. I will definitely bring senior brother the legendary 9-colored golden lotus. Only then did Changsheng regret it. Boo-hoo, junior sister, why do not you play by the book? Leaving just because you said so? I have not finished speaking yet. Leave the flower before you go, the 5-colored golden lotus, a peerless holy medicine for consolidating the foundation. I'll never pretend to be noble again. Come back, a clown is actually me. My blood pressure has shot up to 180, forget it. The most important thing right now was inheriting the position of eldest senior brother. In the future, as the leading figure of the entire Deluo sacred land, relying solely on showing off definitely will not work. I must show some real skill to convince the masses. Cultivation is out of the question, so I can only win by surprise. That is alchemy. If I have certain attainments in alchemy, I will not disgrace the title of eldest senior brother. An alchemist must possess 3 things: medicinal ingredients, a pill furnace, and pill formulas. It just so happened that the Deluo sacred land had all 3. About an hour later, watching a paper crane deliver the items to him, Changsheng sighed. It is really convenient. Folding a paper crane can deliver the needed items. Whoa, this much? The content is great, but the author's naming sense is terrible. Reading makes one happy. Alchemy has a lot of knowledge. It is a bit like chemistry. I definitely cannot learn it in a short time. For the same medicinal ingredients, different heat control could produce different effects. There were countless medicinal ingredients under the heavens, yet fewer than 500,000 pill formulas. This meant there were still many pills waiting to be discovered. If a blind cat runs into a dead mouse and I accidentally refine some top-grade pill, I'll surely be famous for generations. Then the position of eldest senior brother will be secure. Not long after, the day of the Deluo Grand Ceremony arrived. Someone came to call out, Eldest senior brother, the Deluo Grand Ceremony opens tomorrow. The sect master invites you to the Deluo Palace to prepare. Changsheng stopped his brush. I know. After opening the door, that person stole a glance at Changsheng, their face turning completely red. I cannot handle it. I cannot handle it. It was as if he had been electrocuted by Chongqing's gaze. Chongqing thought, although it is all scribbling, there are quite a few pill formulas. Medicinal ingredients are divided into the 5 elements. Reasonable combinations form a pill formula. And if I want to refine a pill formula different from ordinary people, I must modify it to meet requirements. As for the effect, it still needs verification. Inside the Deluo Immortal Palace, the atmosphere was incredibly lively and filled with joy. Chongqing was a bit worried. "It is too lively," the person behind him said. "Yes, everyone is preparing for tomorrow's Deluo Grand Ceremony," Chongqing probed. "Were outsiders invited to this ceremony?" the person replied. Replying to eldest senior brother, "This is mainly to invest you as eldest senior brother, so no invitations were sent." Chongqing fell silent. Something was wrong. Logically speaking, the ceremony to invest the eldest senior brother should invite the righteous path of the world to witness it. At that time there would be many young talents, among whom a few arrogant ones would jump out to humiliate him. At that moment, the system inside his body would probably activate. Even if the system did not activate, the portable grandpa should at least be more conspicuous than now, right? The person respectfully said, "Eldest senior brother need not mind, you are so outstanding it will not be long before you are named the Deluo Saint Sun. At that time the sacred land will definitely invite all major sects under heaven to attend the Saint Sun ceremony." Chongqing thought he seemed to have forgotten something, then suddenly remembered. Right, almost forgot. He turned and handed a piece of paper to the junior brother. "Junior brother, I am giving this pill formula to you. Seeing that you are an inner sect disciple, the road ahead is long. Do not give up easily." Chongqing thought secretly, "I do not know how to handle these few pill formulas in my hand anyway. This junior brother in front of me is a decent choice. Let him try practicing with them. If he refines a good pill, everything is great. If he cannot, I am sorry junior brother, we are strangers. Why force a connection to frame me? Where is he? Drag him out to face the wall for 10 years. This was Chongqing's clearance plan. The junior brother bowed. "Many thanks to senior brother for bestowing the formula. Junior brother will definitely not disgrace senior brother's reputation." Outside the Deluo Palace, from bottom to top, there was a ladder to heaven made of supreme jasper. This kind of incredibly precious spirit jade, ordinary cultivators could not even get a single piece, yet only the Deluo sacred land dared to use this jade to make 999 steps. Chongqing's face turned green. 10 steps make 1 zhang. 999 steps is equivalent to 100 zhang. That is 300 meters high. The heavenly ladder has formations restricting mana. One must climb up step by step. When I become sect master, I must abolish this trash rule. Half an hour later, Chongqing finally climbed to the top of the Deluo Palace. He was half dead from exhaustion. "I finally climbed up. I really want to kill someone right now." Above, Martial Uncle Liuyun, Martial Uncle Beiyun and Taoist Qingyun were waiting. Chongqing bowed. Chongqing pays respects to master and pays respects to Martial Uncles Liuyun and Beiyun. The Martial Uncles were grinning from ear to ear. Liuyun patted his shoulder. "Senior brother Qingyun, your disciple is truly nice. Do not know how many times better he is than that disciple you accepted a few years ago. It is just a pity such a piece of beautiful jade was snatched by you." Qingyun said angrily, "Do not talk nonsense. If that disciple of yours hears this, he'll be sad again. And how is it a pity? Did Chongqing lose out by taking me as his master?" Then he turned to instruct Chongqing, "Tomorrow is the grand ceremony. At that time, master will appoint you as eldest senior brother in front of everyone in the sect. Do not make any mistakes." Qingyun called someone from afar. "Qingfeng, come over and pay respects to eldest senior brother." Qingfeng walked over excitedly. Qingfeng pays respects to senior brother Chongqing. Chongqing touched his hand. This person looked handsome and his cultivation was not low. Wearing a white treasure qilin, he was a core disciple of Deluo. Such a young backbone disciple is obviously a second-generation immortal. I have to be polite. Qingfeng was startled. "Eldest senior brother touched my hand." Qingyun laughed. "Qingfeng is your junior brother. His father is the hall master of the sword control hall. He is still young. Qingfeng will tell you about the various arrangements for tomorrow's grand ceremony. You just need to follow him." Qingfeng looked at Chongqing with sparkling eyes. "Eldest senior brother is truly handsome and strong," Chongqing thought with a smile. "Build a good relationship with him and learning sword control will be convenient later." "Excellent, excellent." Qingyun stroked his beard and said, "Qingfeng, you must cherish this opportunity and learn well, do you know? Do not throw your childish tantrums anymore, understand?" Chongqing asked Qingfeng, "Junior brother, did you do something before?" Liuyun laughed loudly. "You do not know, a few days ago the vice sect master of the Sun and Moon Sword sect went to his father to discuss a marriage engagement. As a result, Qingfeng met the girl once and left her hanging. After going back, that girl told her father that she would not marry him even if she had to marry a block of wood." "Ha ha ha," Qingfeng said awkwardly. "Martial uncle, it was just a personality clash." Qingyun waved his hand. "All right, go with senior brother. There must absolutely be no mistakes in the grand ceremony's arrangements." Chongqing asked, "Master, is there anything else?" Qingyun smiled. "No, that is all." Chongqing thought angrily. "Just to introduce a junior brother to me, you made me climb over 900 steps and then turned around to lecture me. Disciple is dull. Why did not you let junior brother Qingfeng come directly to find me?" Only then did Qingyun suddenly realize, "Oh right, see that, as expected of my disciple, smarter than master." The crowd also echoed in agreement. "That is right, truly intelligent. Chongqing will surely comprehend the great Tao and ascend to the immortal world in the future." Lu Chongqing burned with rage, hardened. My fists have hardened. Then this disciple will take his leave. Qingfeng glanced at Lu Chongqing. As expected of eldest senior brother remaining so indifferent even when praised by the martial uncles. My cultivation is still far from enough. I am impressed, truly impressed. It is the fortune of 3 lifetimes to stay by the side of such a powerful figure. I must learn well from eldest senior brother, Lu Chongqing said. Qingfeng, there is something senior brother does not understand regarding your blind date with that young lady. Was she unwilling or were you? Qingfeng answered honestly. Not at all. A blind date is just meeting once. Perhaps our personalities clashed. She did not like me, Lu Chongqing asked, and what did you think of her? Qingfeng replied. She was alright, I just do not understand why she had no good impression of me. Lu Chongqing added, did you mention that your father is the hall master of the sword control hall? Qingfeng shook his head. No, why mention parents in such matters? Lu Chongqing pressed. Then did she ask how many houses your family has? Qingfeng shook his head in surprise. No, does senior brother know the reason she does not like me? Lu Chongqing pondered. He understood a bit but not completely. Qingfeng said respectfully, please senior brother enlighten me. Lu Chongqing thought to himself, silly boy, for a blind date you must first declare your family background. Compete with fathers, compete with real estate. People only look forward to living a life with you. You, on the other hand, did not say a single useful sentence. Of course she was angry. But he still comforted Qingfeng. You are too young. You would not understand even if I told you, and even if you understood you would not get it. It is better not to say. Suddenly pausing, Lu Chongqing gazed at the mountains ahead. So, how many houses does your family have? Qingfeng was indeed baffled by this question. On the red peak, Qingfeng said, eldest senior brother, let me tell you about tomorrow's proceedings. Tomorrow at this time you must begin bathing and changing clothes. Offer incense and pray for blessings at the hour of Cho. At the hours of Yin and Mao, you must cultivate your mind in the Deluo Palace. By the hour of Chen, eldest senior brother, you must leave the Deluo Immortal Palace to worship heaven and earth. At the hour of Si, a sect master will invest senior brother as the first eldest senior brother of my Deluo sacred land in front of the sect gate. Finally, at the hour of Wu, senior brother, you will receive various rewards, discussing the Tao heart, and finally the grand ceremony concludes. Discussing the Tao heart means talking about senior brother's views on the Tao, which is to speak about cultivation insights. Cultivation insights, discussing Taoist magic. Lu Chongqing pondered in his heart. Cultivation insights, discussing Taoist magic. I have only reached the Qi refining realm after 3 years of cultivation. What damn insights do I have? I cannot just say it is a public execution. It is truly humiliating. So he asked Qingfeng, Qingfeng, what realm are you in now? Qingfeng said embarrassedly, replying to senior brother, this junior brother is untalented. I only just formed my golden core a few days ago. It is all because I wasn't diligent enough. Hearing these words, Lu Chongqing felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart because he was at Qi refining, not even golden core. He thought angrily. You are so young and formed a golden core without even working hard? Do you know how eldest senior brother has lived these 3 years just to reach the Qi refining realm? Lu Qingfeng, you are capable, are not you? Humble bragging to me. Lu Chongqing laughed. Junior brother Qingfeng is too modest. Even senior brother is not as good as you. Qingfeng shook his head. Eldest senior brother is the one being too modest. Eldest senior brother has only been in my Deluo sacred land for 3 years, yet your cultivation is so profound and unfathomable. Junior brother finds it hard to pry into senior brother's realm. I fear the golden core realm is my limit. It is junior brother who is inferior to senior brother. Lu Chongqing was surprised. You cannot pry into my realm. Qingfeng replied, yes senior brother, your realm is profound. Seeing senior brother for the first time today, I hoped to see clearly, but I found that no matter what I could not see through senior brother's realm. I only saw 3 flowers gathering at the top above senior brother's head with destiny added to your body. Even if senior brother has already reached the nascent soul realm, junior brother would not be surprised. Lu Chongqing calculated. Looking at him, he did not seem to be flattering or deceiving. Could it be that the mental method master gave has a miraculous effect, preventing others from seeing through my cultivation realm? If others cannot see through my realm, is not this playing the pig to eat the tiger? Oh no, it is playing the tiger to eat the pig, Qingfeng asked in confusion. Senior brother, junior brother boldly asked, what realm has senior brother reached now? Lu Chongqing admonished. It is fine for you to know, but junior brother, do not go speaking nonsense, understand? Qingfeng responded. Senior brother, I, Qingfeng, am famous for keeping my mouth shut. Lu Chongqing began to brab. Actually, senior brother has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Anyway, there is no tax on bragging. Hearing this, Qingfeng jumped in fright. Nas, nascent soul? I, Lu Qingfeng, began cultivating at 7 and formed a golden core in 10 years. It sounds easy, but in reality, how much of a price was paid? Soaking in spiritual medicine since birth, practicing bitterly every day, it took 10 years just to form a golden core. Yet this eldest senior brother before me only cultivated for 3 years and broke through to the nascent soul realm. What is this? Too dazzling, right? Is this the halo of a genius? I kneel, bowing down before a big shot. Lu Chongqing helped Qingfeng up. Little junior brother, do not lose heart. Seeing senior brother's cultivation so high, are you proud? The world is vast. There are many more talented than us. There are plenty of people with higher talent than senior brother. At all times we must have a humble heart to go further, understand? Qingfeng nodded repeatedly. Many thanks for senior brother's teachings, he thought to himself. Although eldest senior brother is a recognized peerless great genius, and what he says makes sense, but I am so angry. What's going on? Lu Chongqing laughed secretly. Oh my, looks like Qingfeng is not too happy. Crushing a genius's confidence is truly fun. Qingfeng took his leave. Senior brother, I still have some matters to handle. Junior brother will leave first. After handling the trivial matters, I will come find senior brother again. Qingfeng walked away, feeling indignant. Lu Qingfeng, I considered my cultivation aptitude quite good, even ranking in the top 5 of the entire Deluo sacred land. But I never expected my eldest senior brother to be so terrifying. 3 years to nascent soul, 3 years and it is nascent soul. Li Zhang appeared from nowhere and called out to Qingfeng. Qingfeng, what's up? Is not this Li Zhang who always takes first place in our Deluo my strong rival? Li Zhang, the son of the alchemy hall master, I heard from my father that you are now studying Taoist methods with that eldest senior brother. Congratulations. I heard that eldest senior brother has been in the sect for less than 3 years and his cultivation is not high. What can you learn by following him? I am telling you, although I formed my golden core half a year later than you, my father refined a 3-aperture golden pill. Envious, barring accidents, I will definitely step into the golden core realm within 10 years. Qingfeng looked at him with contempt. HMPH, ignorant. I'll tell you this, but you must guarantee not to spread it. Today I went to the Deluo Palace and heard the sect master and others discussing that although eldest senior brother has only been initiated for 3 years, his cultivation has already reached the deity transformation great realm, and it is very likely he will ascend to the immortal world within 100 years. Li Zhang jumped in fright. No, impossible. Deity transformation ascending to the immortal world. That is too ridiculous, Qingfeng said firmly. Use your brain and think. Senior sister Xian is strong enough, right? Why does she specifically like eldest senior brother? Because of his looks in the cultivation world. Strength is respected. Would a peerless woman like senior sister Xian look at a mortal? You savor that. Li Zhang stammered. Absolutely do not spread rumors. My dad will definitely beat me to death if he knows. Li Zhang felt Lu Chongqing's image was too dazzling. Lu Chongqing's invisible posturing is the most deadly. Damn it, how can there be such a powerful person in this day and age? Too dazzling. Qingfeng felt refreshed. Crushing the confidence of a little genius or a little love rival is just too happy. In a great mood he turned and left. All right, I have other matters to handle, leaving first. Li Zhang was furious. The blow was too big, especially that look on Qingfeng's face which made him so angry. I cannot be the only one jealous. At the Deluo Academy, the upper academy, Li Zhang shouted, colleagues, big news, big news. Do you know what realm that eldest senior brother is in? The crowd was in an uproar. Eldest senior brother? Which eldest senior brother? What realm? Quick, tell us what realm. What realm? He has only been initiated for 3 years. What realm can he have? 3 years of initiation, no matter how powerful. At most he has formed a pill, right? One person asked. The sect master of the Heavenly Mystery Sect once said that our eldest senior brother is the person with the strongest aptitude in the history of the cultivation world. Forming a pill is not certain yet. He must be in the golden core realm, right? Li Zhang frowned. HMPH, you shallow people. Others pressed. What realm is it exactly? Speak up, do not keep us in suspense. Li Zhang had a big mouth. I'll tell you, but you must keep it a secret, understand? Otherwise my dad will definitely make trouble for me. The crowd said in unison. Rest assured, we absolutely will not tell. Li Zhang spread the news. Let me analyze it for you. First, the sect master's power participates in creation. He has witnessed the changing of seas into mulberry fields and experienced countless storms. Why did he accept eldest senior brother as a disciple on Red Peak? There are always anomalies on Red Peak. A few days ago, eldest senior brother broke through a realm. Golden lotuses filled the sky and light shone for 10,000 miles. I ask you, when reading ancient texts, was it mentioned that peerless prodigies trigger phenomena of heaven and earth when crossing tribulations to ascend? Let me tell you, eldest senior brother is in the spirit severing realm. The crowd listened, dumbfounded and envious. Rumors continued to spread. Have you heard? The Supreme Elder said personally that the eldest senior brother on Red Peak has power participating in creation, and has long since crossed his tribulation. His cultivation has reached the Mahayana realm. I heard he will ascend in the next 2 days, completing the unprecedented feat of ascending in 3 years. Heavens, does that mean eldest senior brother will ascend tomorrow? No wonder senior sister Xian likes eldest senior brother. And the sect master accepted senior brother as a closed-door eldest disciple. It turns out eldest senior brother has already become an immortal. Spies hearing this hurried to report to their sects. Secret report, Deluo sacred land. Sect master Qingyan's closed-door disciple Lu Chongqing has profound cultivation. Preliminary judgment is the tribulation crossing realm. Please be careful, sect. At the alchemy hall, the artifact refining hall master True Lord Huo Lian was surprised. Ascending in daylight might be a bit exaggerated, but judging by the anomalies these days, I can affirm that the disciple the sect master accepted is at least a nascent soul, conservatively estimated to be in the body integration realm. And thinking boldly, perhaps the spirit severing realm. Alchemy hall master Li Xian listened, sweating cold sweat. Is the news reliable? Artifact refining hall master Huo Lian analyzed. The sect master senior brother is about to ascend. Why would he accept a disciple at this critical juncture? If he wasn't a talented person, why accept him? And would the sect master of the Heavenly Mystery Sect make a mistake? I saw that person once. I have to say that temperament is superb. What do you mean reliable or not? Think about it yourself. Then why are not you going quickly? Now all the senior brothers and junior brothers are going to find the sect master senior brother. Even a supreme elder has personally stepped forward wanting his descendant to follow Lu Chongqing. If you do not hurry, you will not even get to drink the soup. Alchemy Hallmaster Li Xian also vowed solemnly. I was saying, why did Lu Qing fight tooth and nail to let his son follow that Lu Chongqing? It turns out it was to catch some immortal energy. I am going right now. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Deluo Immortal Palace, Qingyun watched the elders before him sweating cold sweat. The elders were all furious. Sect Master Senior Brother, just give us a straight answer, okay or not? Qingyun waved his hand. Junior brothers and sisters, calm down first, do not rush. Regarding following Chongqing to study, I hope you all think thrice, he thought to himself. What's wrong with this group of people? Did they take the wrong medicine? Why do they want to follow a kid who is still in the Qi refining realm after 3 years of cultivation? Learn what? Learn how to regress quickly. Truly baffling. An elder pointed at Qingyun's nose. Senior brother, do you remember when we went to the ancient kingdom of Lulan together back then? I took a blade from the blood fiend earth demon for you. Look, the scar is still here. In this life I have not begged you for anything. I only beg you to let my son follow your disciple to learn immortal magic. If you do not agree, I will not leave today. Others also scrambled to claim credit. 1,500 years ago, not long after we paid respects to our master and entered the sect, you moved your mortal heart and went to the 10,000 sword pavilion, almost getting caught by master. Who covered for you? It was me, your 7th junior brother. I do not ask for anything else, just let my son follow Chongqing to learn Taoist methods. If you do not agree even to this, I will announce what you did back then to the world before I die. Sect Master Senior Brother, say something. Sect Master Junior Brother, you do not need to say much. Have not you always liked my ancient jade chessboard? I'll give it to you along with the chess pieces, just one condition. Let my son follow Chongqing even if it is just serving tea and water. Sect Master Senior Brother, did not you also really like the Deluo Ancient Mirror Master gave me? I'll give it to you. You just need to arrange for my son to follow Chongqing. I agree, even if it is sweeping floors and doing chores. Exactly, will you accept or not? At this moment, Qingyun had the heart to die yet could not die. Weak, helpless, and pitiful, Qingyun waved his hand. Everyone calm down. First, tell me what on earth happened. Everyone fought to speak again. Sect Master Senior Brother, stop hiding it from us. That disciple of yours is a born peerless prodigy, entered the sect 3 years ago, and his cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Heard he has already reached the spirit-severing great realm. Our intention is simple. We just want our juniors to follow Chongqing to cultivate immortality. No other requests. Right, asking for nothing else as long as Chongqing is willing to tutor my son. Senior Brother, actually you are not being authentic at all. When Master passed the position to you back then, we weren't angry, but you accepted a peerless prodigy who is already in the spirit-severing realm, yet you actually hid it and tucked it away. Are you planning to tell us the truth only after he ascends? Qingyun looked like he was mourning. Stop scolding. Why are you getting anxious again? Too fierce. Stop, do not argue anymore. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? The crowd pointed straight at Qingyun, still pretending quite well. Sect Master Senior Brother, I treat you as a senior brother, but you treat me as a fool. HMPH, Junior Brother Qingyun. When Master transmitted the Deluo Sect Master position to you back then, I saw you were honest and unparalleled in loyalty. I did not expect that not only would you hide it from us, but you would even hide it from me, your senior brother. Stop pretending. Now in the entire Deluo Sacred Land, who does not know that Chongqing has already reached spirit severing? Anyway, if you do not let my son follow Chongqing, we'll settle new scores and old grudges together. Qingyun became increasingly panicked. Who told you Chongqing has already reached spirit severing? The crowd raged. Need I say more? I can tell at a glance. Could he really have crossed his tribulation? Seeing this expression on Senior Brother's face, it might actually be possible. Qingyun could not help but doubt himself. Since I cannot see through Chongqing's cultivation, does not that mean his realm is whatever he says it is? Then he shouted aggressively. Fine, he even dares to deceive his master. Truly treasonous. This Lu Chongqing actually dares to deceive even me. Senior brothers and junior brothers, wait a moment, I will go find that disciple of mine right now. At Red Peak, Qingyun pushed open the door and shouted, Chongqing, tell me the truth. Seeing Chongqing's calm and composed appearance and hearing that sentence, Master, why such a rush? The anger in Qingyun's heart instantly dissipated by half. Oh my, this child Chongqing really looks like an immortal and is so handsome. This damn charisma. To be able to accept such a disciple who boosts my reputation, this life is worth it. Then he lowered his voice. Chongqing, tell Master the truth. What realm are you exactly? Chongqing looked surprised. Qi refining Master, can it be that you cannot see through your disciple's realm? He thought to himself. Even Qingyun cannot see through my realm. It must be because the realm is too low. I heard Master has already crossed his tribulation. How could he not see through my realm? Qingyun kept a straight face. Chongqing, one must be humble. Master understands all of this, but are not you being too humble? Stop lying to Master. What realm are you exactly? Body integration or spirit severing? Did you really cross your tribulation? Chongqing's eyes widened. What? Cross tribulation? I did not. I am just an ordinary Qi refining cultivator, who is spreading rumors. Then he angrily thought of Qingfeng. I know I guessed right, but no prize. It must be that brat Lu Qingfeng. It does not matter with others, but there is no need to lie to Master here. If Master believes it is true and sends me out for experience training, would not I be done for? he said awkwardly. Master, I really am at Qi refining. If you do not believe me, check my body, Qingyun said angrily. I do not believe it. Oh, I understand, Changsheng, I understand your nature is cautious, yet your talent is extraordinary. You have only been in the Deluo sacred land for 3 years, yet you have reached a realm unimaginable to ordinary people. Although Master does not know what realm you have reached, Master understands you do not want to show off too much. And at the same time, you do not want to blow the confidence of your peer disciples, especially since you are about to assume the position of eldest senior brother, so you want to avoid the limelight even more. Changsheng, you have already reached the state of highest excellence is like water. Your master I have cultivated for 1,800 years and have never reached the state of highest excellence is like water, yet you reached it in just 3 years. Good, very good, the master felt ashamed. Changsheng listened until his face turned green. I do not understand. What did you understand? Just as he wanted to speak up to explain, he was interrupted by Qingyun. I understand, Changsheng, you are right to do this. Master supports you too. The cultivation world is dangerous and terrifying. Not letting others know your background and letting enemies always underestimate you is indeed a brilliant move. Since you are so excellent, naturally many people will be jealous and envious. Master will also help you cover it up. Later, Master will tell those martial uncles of yours that you are only a nascent soul. Changsheng's features twisted. Nascent soul, only? Stop blowing it up. This really is not true. My expression is about to lose control. If I were a nascent soul, I would have gone out to slaughter in all directions long ago. Would I still be cowering submissively in the sect? Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Qingyun asked. Changsheng, what's wrong? You are sweating so much? By the way, there is something I need your help with. Those martial uncles of yours all want their descendants to follow you to cultivate. Although Master blocked them, they are anxious as if they were on fire. Plus, my Deluo's purpose is unity without division. So Master thought just let them follow you, that way you'll also have some manpower available. Doing everything yourself does not look like an eldest senior brother. What do you think? Changsheng was startled. This really cannot happen, thinking to himself, absolutely not. With my meager cultivation, if they follow me, I'll be exposed sooner or later. But Qingyun's attitude was firm. This matter must be done. Changsheng, Master is not scaring you. If you do not agree, they will charge directly from the Deluo Heavenly Palace to this red peak. Master has a good temper, but those martial uncles of yours are all quite fierce. It is unavoidable that, Changsheng said awkwardly. But I do not know what to teach them either, Qingyun said. No need to deliberately teach anything. They just want to stay by your side and absorb some immortal energy. When the time comes, just order them around casually. Then his eyes became meaningful. By the way, regarding the descendants of the 2 martial uncles from the Array Hall and the Virtue Hall, make them work a bit more. When Master was young, I was pranked miserably by these 2 martial uncles several times. Do not feel bad for them. Let them suffer a bit. Understand? Does Disciple catch my drift? Disciple, work them to death for me. Changsheng nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes. Then Qingyun turned and left. All right, Master will not stay here much longer. When tomorrow's grand ceremony ends, Master will arrange for these people to enter your courtyard. Prepare well for the grand ceremony. Master has already prepared tomorrow's Taoist text for you. When the time comes, just read from it, Changsheng said respectfully. Many thanks, Master. Farewell, Master. When only one person remained, Changsheng felt as if his soul had left his body. Indeed, the old saying is good, one must be honest. Lying is like rolling a snowball. It gets bigger and bigger until it is melted by the sun. There is no point in blaming Lu Qingfeng either. After all, I was the one who lied first. The only thing I can do now is brace myself and hold on to the end, maintaining an unfathomable appearance. I just hope nothing goes wrong at tomorrow's Deluo Grand Ceremony. Hour of Z, Deluo Immortal Pool. Changsheng was soaking in the pool water to relax. He squinted and asked Qingfeng, let me ask you, were the rumors outside spread by you? Qingfeng said in surprise. Rumors? What rumors? Changsheng frowned. Now the entire sect is spreading that I am going to ascend in broad daylight today. Did you not know? Qingfeng's eyes darted around. Screwed up, total failure. But I did not spread it as exaggeratedly as ascension, absolutely cannot admit it. Then he lowered his head and said, Eldest senior brother, I am wrongly accused, my mouth is very tight. Really? But in his heart he thought, without evidence I absolutely cannot admit it. Admitting it would be a huge loss, he said awkwardly. I hope eldest senior brother examines this clearly. Changsheng stared at Qingfeng for a good while, finally shaking his head. Forget it, it is not a big deal anyway. Let them spread it. I will not lose a piece of flesh anyway. So what did you come for? Qingfeng placed a set of clothes by the pool. Oh, reporting to eldest senior brother, I am delivering clothes to senior brother by the sect master's order. Then junior brother will not disturb senior brother's bath. Excuse me, Deluo Qingyun Qilin robe, including the Qilin cape. Daylight Qingyun boots and cloud gold belt. This configuration was quite good. Changsheng picked up the Qilin cape and the clothes emitted light. This really broadened my horizons. The craftsmanship of the Deluo sacred land cannot be underestimated. Half an hour later, Qingfeng thought while walking, the time is about right. Eldest senior brother should be coming out soon, right? Suddenly, his face turned completely red and he turned to look at Changsheng. The Deluo Grand Gathering investiture ceremony officially began. He lowered his head. Qingfeng pays respects to eldest senior brother. Changsheng walked over to offer incense and pray for blessings. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and noisy. The crowd discussed animatedly. Do you guys think eldest senior brother will ascend in broad daylight today? Definitely. being lucky enough to witness such a miracle as daylight ascension, this life has not been in vain. Not necessarily. What if eldest senior brother lingers in the mortal world and does not want to ascend? No way. If he can ascend, why would not he? Ascending in 3 years, this is an unprecedented miracle. If it were me, I would definitely ascend, the junior sisters also discussed. That is your thought. Eldest senior brother is different from others, how can you compare? Besides, eldest senior brother loves eldest senior sister deeply. How could he bear to leave senior sister alone in the mortal world? Right. Eldest senior brother is a sentimental seed, he definitely will not leave senior sister behind. How do you know eldest senior brother is a sentimental seed? It is written in the book. Handsome ones are all sentimental. What book? The Peerless Prodigy Lu Chongqing, written by senior sister Xian's handmaiden. Qingyun walked in and asked, "How are Chongqing's preparations?" "Oh, my disciple is as dazzling as ever. I can tell at a glance you did not prepare," Chongqing stammered. Master, what magical artifact is this sunglasses?" Qingyun showed off. "What sunglasses? This is a glazed tile painted with black ink. Is not it because my obedient disciple is too blinding every time he appears?" "All right, stop talking. Quickly look at the manifesto Master wrote for you." After reading the manifesto, Chongqing hesitated. "Master, oh Master, if I take out this manifesto, I am afraid I'll instantly make countless enemies." Chongqing hurriedly closed it. This manifesto wasn't a matter of being easy to understand, it was simply shameless. Qingyun laughed. "As expected of Master, the literary talent is superb, right? Finally it is time." Chongqing walked forward. At the heaven altar, the Deluo Grand Gathering investiture ceremony officially began. The Deluo Grand Gathering investiture ceremony officially opened. A magnificent voice resounded, followed by celestial music playing and countless flower petals falling from the sky. Lu Chongqing stepped onto a rainbow, his transcendental temperament instantly becoming the focus of the entire venue. Countless gazes projected over. Every gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. Many had never seen Lu Chongqing before. Seeing him today, they were shocked as if seeing a heavenly being. At this moment, all rumors became true. No one questioned Lu Chongqing anymore. Because he looked too much like an immortal. On the heaven temple, Lu Chongqing walked down from the rainbow. Following the ritual, he lit 3 sticks of incense, then bowed to heaven and earth above and the patriarchs below. After a series of cumbersome etiquettes, half an hour later, the sect master's voice rang out. "I am the Deluo sect master, Taoist Qingyun. Today I invest Lu Chongqing as the eldest senior brother of the Deluo sacred land. He is the model of Deluo, the example for all disciples. I bestow upon him the first peak, the role of supervising the 7 halls, and grant him 1 Deluo ancient token, with which he can mobilize all Deluo disciples." Taoist Qingyun's voice rang out. These words made many people involuntarily start in surprise. The Deluo ancient token, Heaven's senior brother, elaborate please. You young ones do not understand this Deluo ancient token. There are only 3 in the entire sect. 1 is in the hands of the Supreme Elder, 1 in the hands of the sect master, and the remaining 1 should originally be in the hands of the Saint Sun. The ancient token represents the highest level of Deluo. Conveying decrees like the sect master's edict is the highest authority. Execute first and report later. Possessing absolute power, this ancient token is usually only bestowed upon the Deluo Saint Sun. But now the investiture of the eldest senior brother has given this ancient token to Lu Chongqing, which implies that when the sect master is absent, he is the sect master. This ancient token should have only been bestowed upon the Deluo Saint Sun, yet now the investiture of the eldest senior brother handed this token to Lu Chongqing. This proves 2 points. First, if Lu Chongqing does not commit a major mistake in the future, he is the successor to the position of the next Saint Son of the Deluo sacred land. Second, Lu Chongqing has already obtained the approval of all high-level members including the Supreme Elder, meaning Lu Chongqing has conquered everyone with his looks. As the sect master's voice fell in an instant, 100,000 disciples spoke in unison. Disciples pay respects to eldest senior brother. Lu Chongqing also sighed deeply, lowered his head and said, "Lu Chongqing greets all junior brothers and junior sisters." Once these words were spoken, the disciples instantly boiled over with excitement. From now on, Lu Chongqing, as the Deluo eldest senior brother, holds supreme power. However, in the distance, sect master Qingyun looked at Lu Chongqing with full anticipation. On the heaven temple, Lu Chongqing finished sighing. He raised his head to look at the 100,000 Deluo disciples. For a moment there was an indescribable feeling. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting for Lu Chongqing's investiture declaration. Soon, Lu Chongqing's voice rang out. 15,000 years ago, the Deluo patriarch founded the Deluo sacred land with a frail body. 12,000 years ago, demon calamities raged in the south and devils ran rampant in the east. Darkness shrouded that era, however. The patriarch took action, wielding the Deluo immortal sword to pacify the world and sweep away the demons of the world, making the Deluo sacred land famous throughout the world. 10,000 years ago, the patriarch ascended to the immortal world, leaving 4 words for my Deluo sacred land: strive unremittingly. Lu Chongqing spoke, his voice like a great bell allowing every disciple to hear. This was boosted by a formation. When Taoist Qingyun heard these words, his expression could not help but change slightly. Because he discovered that Lu Chongqing did not seem to be following his script. However, all the disciples listened with rapt attention. Lu Chongqing spoke these 4 words: Today, as the Deluo eldest senior brother, I, Lu Chongqing, also leave a few words. Heaven rewards the diligent. The world says cultivating immortality is harder than ascending to the blue sky, however, I believe. Thus, when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering and his sinews and bones with toil. It exposes his body to hunger and subjects him to extreme poverty. It confounds his undertakings. By all these methods it stimulates his mind, tempers his nature, and supplies his incompetencies. As the saying goes, heaven has made us talents, we must be useful. The sharp edge of a sword comes from grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. You all, as long as you are diligent and hardworking, will one day be able to bravely climb the highest peak. The sages say the way of the immortals is ethereal and vague, but I say act according to one's capability, and it is said where there is a will there is a way. Heaven does not let down the painstaking person. Lu Chongqing loudly cited a famous quote from Mencius to inspire the disciples. The so-called oath-taking was in essence mostly to demonstrate his own extraordinariness while simultaneously encouraging the disciples to unite. Borrowing this famous quote from Mencius seemed simply perfect, at least 10,000 times better than the cringy manifesto Taoist Qingyun gave him the other day. However, at this very moment, Lu Chongqing did not notice the anomaly occurring between heaven and earth. Clusters of golden clouds appeared above his head. These were auspicious clouds of merit, which would only appear if one had performed an act of immense merit. The 100,000 disciples looked at the anomaly behind Lu Chongqing with incomparable astonishment, finding it incredible. Those are auspicious clouds of merit. They are actually auspicious clouds of merit. On the elders' platform, the high-level members of Deluo revealed gazes of utter shock one by one. They looked at the clusters of auspicious clouds of merit, shocked again and again. Sect Master, are these auspicious clouds of merit? What happened? Why would Martial Nephew Lu attract auspicious clouds of merit? Senior brother Qingyun, you have accepted a good disciple. Hee, you flatter me. Meanwhile, on the Heaven Temple, Lu Chongqing was completely unaware that his words had already triggered a phenomenon of heaven and earth. He only noticed everyone looking at him with shocked gazes and instantly could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It seemed he had successfully bluffed them. Thinking of this, Lu Chongqing continued his oath. Since everyone loved listening to it, he would say a few more sentences. It was just a few lines of poetry. For a liberal arts student like us, what did this amount to? If you love listening, I'll say a few more. Lu Chongqing pointed a finger at the sky and began to brag. The great Peng rises with the wind in one day, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Seeking immortals in the 5 great mountains, I do not fear the distance. All my life I have loved to visit famous mountains. Lu Chongqing had quite a few of these poems in his mind, and at this moment they came to him completely effortlessly. One by one, famous philosophical maxims poured from Lu Chongqing's mouth. At this moment, the golden auspicious clouds of merit obscured the entire Deluo sacred land. Lu Chongqing remained completely unaware, and as he spoke towards the end, Lu Chongqing became increasingly impassioned, not caring if they were words of encouragement or not. As long as it rolled off the tongue, he recited it directly. I desire to ride the wind and travel north. Snow falls on Xuanyuan like great mats. I desire to borrow a boat and travel east. Graceful fairies stand greeting the wind. I desire to tread the clouds for 10 million miles. What can the dragons roar in the temple do to me? Bathing in the morning sun atop Kunlun, seeing green mountains at the end of the azure sea. The long wind of 10,000 miles sees the swallow return. I do not see the person at the horizon return. Wearing golden armor through 100 battles in yellow sand, I will not return until Lulin is broken. The great Peng rises with the wind in one day, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Today a servant, tomorrow a sect master. Do not bully the youth for being poor, enthusiastically dropping the pen to shake the 5 great mountains. The completed poem laughs proudly, rising above the azure sea. Various verses poured from Lu Chongqing's mouth, causing the statues of past great Confucians to run with snot and tears. At this moment, inside the sage manor, a living great Confucian of the current age revealed a look of shock upon hearing such a voice. These are sage's words. Who is it that can speak such sage's words? Could it be that my human race is about to produce another literary saint? He was shocked endlessly. Not only the sage manor but the entire central state felt as if an earthquake had occurred. Such a terrifying anomaly of heaven and earth naturally attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. Inside the imperial palace of the Sun and Moon dynasty in the central state, a middle-aged man surrounded by purple qi gazed toward the northwest. Sage's famous quotes, is the human race about to produce a literary saint? At the same time in the central state, the Tianji Heavenly Mystery Sect Master looked toward the northwest, pinched his fingers to calculate, and then his face filled with regret as he said, calculated wrong. How is this person just a cultivation prodigy? This person is the reincarnation of a sage, inner sage and outer king. He is both a cultivation genius and a future literary saint. At this moment the central state surged and clouds moved in all directions, yet inside the Deluo sacred land, Lu Chongqing remained completely unaware, not even noticing that 9 halos of light had appeared behind his head. At this time on the Heaven Temple, Lu Chongqing gradually felt that things had changed subtly. I have been talking until my mouth is dry for so long, there should be some reaction, right? Looking at these wise faces and this atmosphere that was quiet as mice. Logically speaking, every time he spouted nonsense in the past, should not everyone be mesmerized and suddenly enlightened? They should at least praise him a few times. Why was it so quiet now? Was this scientific? As for the surrounding anomalies, Lu Chongqing was already too familiar with them. Even breaking through to the qi refining realm could trigger anomalies. Having said so many philosophical maxims, it would be unscientific if no anomalies appeared. However, what Lu Chongqing simply did not expect was that what appeared this time were not special effects, but true anomalies. Boom boom boom. Clusters of golden auspicious clouds of merit appeared in the sky above. 9 clusters of merit clouds descended, and 9 beams of golden merit light shone upon Lu Chongqing's body, and at the same time 9 halos of merit appeared behind Lu Chongqing's head, which was the truly shocking part. These merit halos represented supreme destiny. Only by subduing demons and devils, eliminating harm for the people, and enlightening a race could one obtain merit. And once merit was obtained and reached a certain level, it would form a merit halo. Since ancient times, even when Buddhist powerhouses ascended, they had never cultivated 2 merit halos. The abbot of the majestic little thunderclap temple of the current age, the divine monk Jiakong, single-handedly suppressed the black dragon of the East Sea 3,000 years ago, using great fearless spirit to influence the black dragon king, finally averting the disaster of the East Sea. Yet he only condensed 6 merit halos. 9 merit halos. If one checked ancient texts carefully, there really had not been many people in the cultivation world since ancient times. Every one of them was an existence that shocked the past and present, leaving a name that would last for 100 generations. And today, Lu Chongqing spoke the truth of the great Tao, enlightening 10,000 races possessing great merit. Condensing behind his head were 9 merit halos. Once 9 merit halos were condensed, it meant Lu Chongqing's destiny was unparalleled. If someone wanted to harm Chongqing, leaving aside whether they could succeed, even if they truly succeeded, that person would be cursed by the heavens. Even their entire clan would be cursed by the heavens for millions of years. It was precisely because of this that everyone present was so shocked. Just at this moment, an incomparably magnificent voice resounded outside the Deluo sacred land. "Student Li Zheng comes to pay respects to the human race half-saint," the voice rang out, and instantly the entire venue was in an uproar. Even Taoist Qingyun and the others were somewhat moved. Li Zheng, wasn't this the head of the Central State Sage Manor? This was a great Confucian of the current age, hailed as an existence extremely likely to become a half-saint. Li Zheng actually referred to himself as a student. The crowd marveled, some finding it unbelievable. However, the next moment another voice rang out. "Student Kun Qi, Student Zhao Chun, Student Li Zhou, Student Hua Zhang. Coming to pay respects to the human race half-saint," they bowed in unison, performing the rite of kneeling and worshipping Lu Chongqing. This was a grand rite, the rite of a student kowtowing to a teacher. The crowd discussed animatedly. Great Confucians whom even the crown prince could not invite. Unexpectedly, even the #1 chess saint of the central state had come. Meeting just one was already a great fortune. They never expected to have the luck to see them gathered together at this moment. It was Lu Chongqing's turn to be a bit confused. How did he perfectly well suddenly turn into a half-saint again? Wasn't this a Shenxia world? How did it turn into a Confucian Tao world? But soon Lu Chongqing suddenly realized he remembered. In these 3 years he had read many books, among which the literary Tao was mentioned. The Shenxia world was vast and boundless with a long history, and every kind of great Tao shone brilliantly. Painting Tao, talisman Tao, pill Tao, beast Tao. Ultimately, the cultivation great Tao was still the main focus. Scholars cultivated literary qi, condensing noble spirit. As long as one had literary qi, one's words could become law, beheading enemies. A mere great Confucian with a mortal body of flesh and blood could nevertheless behead a tribulation-crossing realm great devil. The literary Tao represented the supreme yang and supreme firmness. The stronger the demonic qi, the more the literary Tao could restrain it. It was just that this path was too difficult. Ultimately, the 7 emotions and 6 desires would cause one to lose oneself in many places. Once lost, everything would dissipate. It was admirable, deserving of respect. Just as Lu Chongqing suddenly realized this, abruptly, in the void a star blossomed with immeasurable light, transforming into a divine beam rushing toward Lu Chongqing. "Where did this thing come from? It is even trying to slap my face. Do you have any manners? And you with your 5 corners, one corner is already sharp." Outside the Deluo sacred land, Li Zheng revealed a gaze of incomparable astonishment and shouted, "That is the Wenku star descending to the mortal world." Purple starlight descended from the sky, landing on Lu Chongqing. Instantly, a purple star manifested above Lu Chongqing's head, evolving into various divine objects: writing brushes, books, jade scrolls, ancient zithers, pippas, chessboards, and so on. The divine objects emitted terrifying literary qi. The Wenku star vibrated, the sound resonating for 1,000,000 miles. The entire great region heard it. And the Wenku star was precisely the star that tested the aptitude of scholars. If a great Confucian was born in the world, the Wenku star would fluctuate to give approval, representing the status of a great Confucian. But if it moved 6 times, it signified the birth of a half-saint, destined to be a half-saint in the future, fundamentally unchangeable. Li Zheng said with incomparable astonishment, "Wenku star moving 6 times, the aptitude of a half-saint." Just as Li Zheng's voice fell in an instant, the Wenku star vibrated again. 7 times, quasi-saint? Zhao Chun cried out in alarm. The Wenku star moving 7 times meant a quasi-saint with half a foot stepping into the realm of the literary saint, the teacher of the world's literati. However, a scene that made countless people stare tongue-tied appeared. Another sound rang out. This sound was accompanied by purple chi filling the sky, encircling the Deluo sacred land. Simultaneously, the sound spread throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands, leaving countless people not knowing what to say. Just at the other end, the purple light of heaven and earth drowned the central state. Between heaven and earth there was silence. The Wenku star moved 9 times, something that had hardly ever happened throughout history. Only when a scholar truly became a saint could the Wenku star move 9 times. The Wenku star moving 9 times was already the aptitude of a saint, and at this moment terrifying purple light poured into Lu Chongqing's body. One by one phantoms appeared behind Lu Chongqing. Some of these phantoms held scriptures, some gazed at the stars, and some watched over the common people. Kan Chi spoke with a choked voice. He looked at all this in disbelief. Wenku star moving 9 times, the aptitude of a saint. This person is the teacher of emperors of the world. The final sound was like a thunderclap, resounding through the entire Shenxia world and all factions. In this instant they were thoroughly and utterly shocked. Not yet a saint, yet already causing the Wenku star to move 9 times. If he became a saint, what would happen then? At this moment an incomparably magnificent voice came from the Sun and Moon dynasty. I am Zhou Zan. On behalf of the Sun and Moon dynasty I pay respects to the literary saint. Henceforth you are honored as the Sun and Moon teacher of emperors. I am Zhou Yuan. On behalf of the great Zhou dynasty, I pay respects to the literary saint. Henceforth you are honored as the great Zhou teacher of emperors. I am Qian Qing. On behalf of the great Qian dynasty I pay respects to the literary saint. Henceforth you are honored as the great Qian teacher of emperors. All subjects pay respects to the literary saint. All subjects pay respects to the teacher of emperors. The 3 great dynasties of the central state paid respects to the literary saint Lu Chongqing at the same moment, simultaneously honoring Lu Chongqing directly as the teacher of emperors. The teacher of emperors and kings, the literary saint of the world, this glory could be said to be supreme. Meanwhile on the Heaven Temple, Lu Chongqing was a bit confused. Even the emperors came. Playing so big it was just acting cool, yet it reached this level, but I do not feel inflated at all. Presumably because I really have no ability. Master, no special effects today. Can class be dismissed? Lu Chongqing placed his gaze on Taoist Qingyun. Taoist Qingyun made an okay hand gesture and nodded to signal. Taoist Qingyun immediately replied to Lu Chongqing, then opened his mouth and said, "The investiture ceremony concludes." The voice rang out and Lu Chongqing turned to leave. Finally done. Going back to refine pills as soon as possible is the proper business. These vain titles will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, however. Just as Lu Chongqing turned to leave, Li Zheng's voice rang out again. "Teacher, please stay." The voice rang out, and Lu Chongqing turned his head. He could not see Li Zheng but could hear his voice. Li Zheng, however, could see Lu Chongqing turning back and immediately knelt on the ground, incomparably pious. Teacher, student Li Zheng has had countless difficulties confusing his mind recently, preventing the student from stepping into the great Confucian realm. I implore teacher to bestow the Dharma. The student will definitely erect a Chongqing stele for teacher and worship it for generations. Li Zheng said while kneeling on the ground, voicing his confusion and begging Lu Chongqing to bestow the Dharma. However, Lu Chongqing himself was a bit confused. I am not even clear about cultivation matters myself. How do I teach you? Can you great Confucians be a bit more sober? Lu Chongqing asked. What doubts do you have? The student cannot truly set foot in the realm of the great Confucian. This is the confusion. The student does not know where the Dharma lies. Li Zheng asked in this way, incomparably pious. Where is the Dharma? Lu Chongqing answered. He did not know where the Dharma was either, so he just casually made something up, saying the Dharma is everywhere. Li Zheng frowned even deeper, lost in solitary contemplation, and asked again, if the Dharma is everywhere, then who is the teacher? Lu Chongqing frowned slightly. He felt this person was really annoying. Bro, I am scared of you, please stop. But to maintain his posture as the eldest senior brother, he could only answer calmly. All things are teachers. If you ask again, I really cannot make anything else up. That is about it. All things are teachers. In an instant, Li Zheng was stunned. He sat there, falling into deep contemplation. One stick of incense later, suddenly, streams of literary chi permeated the air. Majestic purple chi surrounded Li Zheng. Boom, boom, boom. The Wenku star vibrated 5 times, and terrifying purple literary chi descended upon Li Zheng. Seeing this scene, bystanders revealed looks of astonishment one after another. Heaven and earth great Confucian, heaven and earth great Confucian. Li Zheng has broken through to become a heaven and earth great Confucian. At this moment, Li Zheng revealed a look of joy, revealing a joy as if relieved of a heavy burden. I understand, the Dharma is in all places. All things are teachers. Many thanks to teacher for bestowing the Dharma. Many thanks to teacher for bestowing the Dharma. Li Zheng laughed loudly. Ha, many thanks to teacher for bestowing the Dharma. At this moment countless people were shocked, and the Deluo disciples were also shocked one by one. A heaven and earth great Confucian, one step further, is a quasi-saint, he understood. He obtained the approval of heaven and earth as expected of eldest senior brother. With just 8 words he allowed Li Zheng to successfully comprehend the Dharma. Meanwhile Lu Chongqing had a face full of question marks. Who am I? Where is this? What did I just do? A day passed, and 2 events shook the entire Shenxia world. First, during the investiture of the eldest senior brother, the Wenku star moved 9 times, and the literary saint of the current age bestowed the Dharma upon Li Zheng, helping him undergo a rebirth and become a heaven and earth great Confucian. Second, the little thunderclap temple in the western desert proclaimed that Master Xuanxin is the reincarnation of a Buddha. To strengthen the Buddhist Dharma, he wanted to debate the Dharma with the Taoist sects of the world. Now, in just one short day, Master Xuanqin visited the three great sacred lands of the Central State, winning them all, shaking the Central State. One is a literary saint of the current age and a Taoist banished immortal. The other is a holy monk of the current age and a reincarnation of a Buddha. This debate on Dharma is not just a simple debate but a struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. The stakes are significant, naturally attracting the attention of the world. Therefore, the renowned sects and sacred lands of the world have already set off for Deluo, waiting for this struggle between the dragon and the tiger. And at this moment in the Deluo sacred land, outside the main hall of the Deluo main peak, 20 or 30 disciples, standing quietly at the door waiting for Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing opened the door and everyone cupped their hands and said in unison, "The disciples pay respects to eldest senior brother." Glancing at the second-generation disciples outside the hall, Lu Chongqing could not help but sigh slowly. He felt a bit uncomfortable. What must come cannot be avoided. Recalling Master's words, "Chongqing, Master is not scaring you. If you do not agree, they might charge directly from the Deluo Immortal Palace to your Red Peak." Looking at these high-spirited faces, every one of them a famous second-generation immortal. Why seek me out of everyone? If these people's fathers knew I was only at the Qi refining realm, what would they think? After thinking about it, Lu Chongqing spoke. "Since the martial uncles sent everyone here to follow me in cultivating Taoist methods, there are a few words senior brother must say up front. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Haste makes waste. Senior brother will not use traditional methods to teach you but will change to a different method. If you cannot stand it, you can automatically withdraw. If you can stand it, then take things as they come and listen to my arrangements." Lu Chongqing knew that every one of these people was a dragon or phoenix among men. Their intention in coming to the main peak was also to cultivate and attain the Tao, to catch some so-called immortal energy. But regarding the matter of teaching people to cultivate immortality, Lu Chongqing really did not know how, so he could only rely on his skill of bluffing his way to immortality. If they believed it, that would be best. If they did not believe it and were sent away directly, it would also be peaceful. He looked at the first disciple and asked slowly, "This junior brother, how many years have you cultivated? What realm are you in? What are you good at? Who is your honored father? How much real estate and land?" Wang Yi answered seriously, reporting to eldest senior brother. Junior brother Wang Yi has cultivated for 12 years and is at the great perfection of foundation establishment. "I am truly ashamed. My father is Wang Chang, the hall master of the Deluo Sacred Lands Recording Hall, skilled in saber techniques. I am not clear about the real estate and land," Lu Chongqing spoke, setting a small goal for the other party. "Good, and go to Chang Mountain every day to chop 100 caddies of firewood. You must walk when walking back. You are not allowed to use any Taoist magic halfway. Keep at it until the day you bring back 5,000 caddies of dry firewood. Then senior brother will teach you Taoist methods." Wang Yi was moved to tears. Next one. Reporting to eldest senior brother, junior brother Zhang, he has cultivated for 14 years, early stage of core formation. "My father is Zhang Ning, the hall master of the Deluo Sacred Lands Punishment Hall, skilled in tracking and patrolling. There is no land or property at home," Chongqing continued. "You stay at the mountainside every day to watch the gate and record the detailed information of visitors. Until you have recorded 9,999 guests, I will teach you Taoist methods again, remember. Do not show off or call friends. Everything must follow the natural course." Next one, briefly state your resume. Yes, every day you sweep the fallen leaves outside the main hall clean. You cannot use mana before sunset when there is not a single leaf outside the main hall. I will teach you the Dharma. Every day you can only use 1 bucket of water to wipe the main hall clean, leaving no dust inside. When the water is still clear after wiping, I will teach you Taoist methods. You go incognito, enter the world of servant disciples and pretend to have your engagement annulled. You cannot rely on any power or influence, nor can you use mana to ascend to the inner sect. Then I will teach you Taoist methods. Lu Chongqing assigned many tasks to everyone one after another. Every task was very strange, and while seemingly simple, they were incomparably difficult. "Eldest senior brother, forgive junior brother's dullness. I said my specialty is saber technique. Senior brother, are you asking me to watch the gate? These fallen leaves can never be swept clean. Junior brother cannot do it. You asked me to chop wood. This is not reasonable, right? Are not we here to cultivate? Why does it feel like doing chores?" A group of people looked at Lu Chongqing somewhat aggrievedly. Lu Chongqing answered with 4 words, "If you disagree, go back." The group of second-generation immortals wailed in their hearts. Agreed, guaranteed to complete the mission. Right, senior brother, watch us." Every task Chongqing gave them seemed simple but was very hard. Wiping the main hall clean with 1 bucket of water, but the water in the bucket must remain clear. No mana allowed. Sweep the fallen leaves clean before sunset. This was simply impossible. The disciples felt it was unreasonable but dared not ask more, thinking that if they were driven away, thunderous rage and loving words of their masters would echo in their ears. "You unfilial son, if you are expelled from the main peak, do not come back." Just thinking about it made them shiver. Better to keep silent. The disciples responded in unison, "We obey eldest senior brother's orders." Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was done. Suddenly shouting came from outside. Senior brother, I succeeded." The disciples were confused. Who was making a racket outside the hall? Eldest senior brother, do you need us to go out and teach him a lesson? Chongqing waved his hand. No need. Senior brother, we'll just go take a look. You all practice with peace of mind. Chongqing walked out of the hall and saw a junior brother who had been waiting there for a long time. Junior brother Li Chun pays respects to eldest senior brother. Chongqing tried hard to recall memories about this person and finally remembered. Li Chun. Senior brother, at that time I had just finished writing a pill formula and was worrying about how to refine it. This cute junior brother happened to be there, so I grabbed him to help test the pill formula. He asked coldly, the pill, is it refined? Li Chun, this tool man in Chongqing's eyes, answered excitedly, yes, please take a look, eldest senior brother. Chongqing was somewhat surprised when he saw the pill. This faint fragrance even emitted a trace of spiritual energy. What is the efficacy of this pill? I cannot ask directly. Ah, got it. He picked up the pill and asked Li Chun with a smile, senior brother will test you. What is the efficacy of this pill? Li Chun answered respectfully, reporting to eldest senior brother, after taking this pill it will increase strength. Hearing it increase strength, Chongqing felt bored, thinking, is not this just a strength pill? Thought he refined some good stuff in this cultivation world. What use is a strength pill? Miscalculation, miscalculation. Li Chun continued embarrassedly, forgive junior brother's dullness, this pill indeed has not been fully refined yet. Taking it can only increase strength by 10 times. Chongqing was startled upon hearing this, then continued to ask with a cold face, applicable to what realm? Li Chun answered, do not know, but at least the foundation establishment stage can increase 10 times. Truly incredible. Chongqing thought to himself, foundation establishment stage can increase 10 times. What more could one ask for? The strength of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator is about 10,000 caddies. 10 times is 100,000 caddies. 100,000 caddies. Eat it and turn directly into the Hulk. Truly a treasure. He continued to ask, how long can it last? Li Chun answered, a day and a night. The casting time is cruel. Chongqing was secretly proud in his heart. Ordinary pills lasting for a stick of incense was already good. Eating this turns one into a macho man. Not bad, not bad. I really am a little genius. Chongqing continued to ask, then are there any side effects? The junior brother said blankly, ah, does having a larger appetite count? Can eat 10 bowls a meal. He thought 10 bowls wasn't really a problem. Another question from the eldest senior brother's position. Then how many pills did you refine? The junior brother answered, materials were limited, only refined 3. There is one more at home. Hearing that materials were limited, Chongqing fumbled on his body, took out a token and threw it to the junior brother. This token is for you. Go to the pill hall yourself for whatever you want. Refine another batch as soon as possible. Eldest senior brother has important use for it. Li Chun asked back, then senior brother, what name is good for this pill? Chongqing pondered. This naturally requires deep consideration. Li Chun answered, senior brother. Junior brother thought of a name. Chongqing glanced at him. Oh, let us hear it, he said to himself. Why not just call it, this is my life's first pill? Must give it a transcendent name. Li Chun's eyes shone. How about the great strength Vajra pill? Chongqing was speechless, cursing in his heart with annoyance. What garbage name, no immortal atmosphere at all. He rested his chin in his hand between the lines, pondering deeply. He felt the cultural level of this world was generally unacceptable, probably because they cultivated from a young age and had no time to read. Naming still relied on himself. Finally he thought of one. Chongqing held the pill and said, let us call it the Vajra glazed pill. The junior brother beside him immediately exclaimed, wow, this name is too imposing, as expected of eldest senior brother. Chongqing looked at him. Junior brother flatters me, I am just an ordinary eldest senior brother. Facing that peerless and country-toppling face, Li Chun almost fainted. Cannot handle it. I am going to be suffocated by senior brother's handsomeness. He instructed junior brother Li, junior brother, go back and refine pills well. If anyone asks, say you researched it yourself, understand? The junior brother nodded repeatedly with shining eyes. Little devil in Chongqing's heart smiled smugly. He, now is not the time to be famous. The effects and side effects of this pill are not yet clear. Good junior brother, you take the blame for senior brother for a while. After giving instructions, Li Chun took his leave. Then junior brother will go back to continue refining pills, he smiled. Good, junior brother has worked hard. Go. Chongqing whistled happily, not noticing a group of disciples hiding behind the grass. Who is that person? Do not know, do not recognize him. What are they saying? Too far, could not hear clearly. Chongqing turned around and saw this group of kids, and asked in surprise, why did you all come down? The disciples said awkwardly. We saw eldest senior brother had not returned for a long time and were a bit worried, so we came down to check the situation. Chongqing was amused. Worried about me? It is getting dark, and you all came down. Who will cook? One person answered naively. Cook? We do not know how to cook. Chongqing instantly felt something was wrong. Done for, totally done for, going to starve today. Early the next morning the junior brothers and sisters performed their respective duties, sweeping the courtyard, wiping the floor, pulling weeds. The Deluo main peak was truly well ordered. Chongqing was all smiles. The junior brothers and sisters radiated the blinding light of labor. It was truly dazzling, truly a beautiful day. Suddenly a junior brother came shouting, eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. Chongqing looked at him. Is not this junior brother Li Chun? Have not seen you for a few days. How come you have lost weight? Li Chun looked haggard but reported with a face full of smiles. Junior brother remembered senior brother's instructions and worked day and night to refine. Finally, the junior brothers and sisters cast curious glances one after another. Chongqing had to say, "Let us go back to the room to talk." Li Chun took out a small bottle. "Senior brother, inside this bottle are 100 great strength." "Ah no, it is Vajra glazed pills." Chongqing accepted the bottle in surprise. 100? Junior brother is indeed clever. You have merit in refining pills for senior brother. Senior brother will write a decree to promote you to a core disciple. Li Chun's eyes shone, incomparably excited. "Many thanks, eldest senior brother. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. Many thanks, eldest senior brother." He smiled and thought, helping me so much, naturally I have to give some benefits. Chongqing instructed him. "However, junior brother, the same saying applies, do not reveal any flaws." He called Li Chun. "Regarding the matter of you helping senior brother refine pills for now, heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know. Do you understand?" Li Chun asked curiously. Junior brother is puzzled about one thing. Senior brother clearly refined such a pill, why not say it? Senior brother is so outstanding, not only is your cultivation extraordinary but even your alchemy is so transcendent, why not say it? Chongqing thought to himself, "Silly child, I cannot possibly tell you the truth that you are the scapegoat." Lu Chongqing turned to look at him. "Senior brother is naturally outstanding, but one must understand a principle. There is always a mountain higher than another, and among the strong there are always stronger hands. One must know how to be humble, understand?" The temperament of a banished immortal descending to the mortal world combined with these words of wisdom moved Li Chun to the point of tears. "Eldest senior brother, you are truly my role model," Chongqing urged him. "Go back and cultivate normally and send Qingfeng over when you go out." The junior brother bowed his head and took his leave. Yes, Li Chun will definitely not let down eldest senior brother's cultivation. A moment later, Qingfeng walked in. "Eldest senior brother, I heard you were looking for me," Lu Chongqing said to him seriously. "Qingfeng, senior brother is entrusting you with a task." Qingfeng responded, rejoicing in his heart. It seemed his worries were superfluous. "Senior brother indeed trusts me the most." "What, Li Chun? He is just a passerby in eldest senior brother's life." HMPH, Lu Chongqing intimidated him first in secret. "If you do it well, senior brother will teach you a Taoist method. If you do not do it well, do not blame senior brother for going to find Martial Uncle Lu." Then he took out the bottle that held the pills earlier. "This bottle contains top-grade spiritual pills. Later, after they finish their daily chores, have each of them take one. Carefully observe their behavioral changes as well as their physical and mental feelings." "Do you know what to do?" Qingfeng asked hesitantly. "Eldest senior brother." "Senior brother, who are you trying to harm?" Chongqing was speechless. "What are you saying?" Qingfeng took the bottle and responded. "Senior brother, rest assured I will definitely get it done." Yet his face was full of worry and unease. "There will not be any problems with this pill, right?" Chongqing looked at him and said, "Go do it. Remember, just do not say it is mine." Qingfeng immediately responded happily. "All right," he thought to himself. That eldest senior brother's face truly made anything he said convincing. Then he suddenly became serious. "By the way, eldest senior brother, junior brother has one more thing to report." The sky outside was gloomy and thunder rolled. It was mixed with Qingfeng's voice. "Has senior brother heard of the Little Thunderclap Temple? Master Xuanqin is arriving in the central state soon." Little Thunderclap Temple. Master Xuanqin sat upright on a lotus platform, surrounded by the ceaseless sound of chanting. "Amitabha, Amitabha." A bolt of lightning tore through the vast sky, illuminating the room. Qingfeng worriedly said, "The sky of the central state is about to change." Chongqing responded calmly. "I know, the weather does indeed change at the drop of a hat. Senior brother needs to go bring in the clothes later. Is there anything else?" Qingfeng froze on the spot. Something's wrong. "The weather changing does not literally mean the weather changed, right?" Then he spoke up. "Senior brother, you have been in seclusion, so you do not know. A few days ago, Master Xuanqin of the Little Thunderclap Temple arrived in our central state. Although nominally discussing the Tao with Buddhist concepts, he actually wants to use the rhetoric of debate to propagate the Buddha Dharma. But this Master Xuanqin is truly too formidable. He seems to be sweeping through everything in his path. Of our central state's 10 great sacred lands, he has already challenged 5 consecutive sacred lands and won them all. There was even a rumor today that this Master Xuanqin was humiliated by a supreme elder of the Qingyun sacred land, subsequently vomiting blood and leaving in miserable defeat. From then on he became famous in one stroke, and this matter has already exploded in the central state." Chongqing said calmly. "But what does this have to do with me?" Qingfeng shouted in terror. "It does have something to do with you, senior brother. At this rate, barring any accidents, he will arrive at our Deluo's sacred land in 10 days at the fastest, or a month at the slowest. Once the struggle begins, the devil sects will exploit the void to enter, which is absolutely not a good thing for the living beings of the world," Chongqing thought gloomily. "You are looking for me to fight a duel, to compete on whose cultivation is lower, who dies faster, or compare high blood pressure. Does that count?" Then he thought of a few excuses to deal with Qingfeng. "Senior brother has never liked fighting with others. Deluo is full of talents. Is not there still Xian? I remember there is also one called Jinyang. His strength is very formidable." Qingfeng answered with a bitter face. "Senior brother Jinyang has already fought, but he lost miserably. Defeated in a single move." Lu Chongqing sweated cold sweat. "Defeated in a single move?" He tried to salvage the situation. The Jinyang you mentioned, is it the one with an extremely extraordinary golden sun behind his head and whose swordsmanship is even more transcendent? Qingfeng confirmed with absolute certainty. That is right, so Deluo's hope lies on you, senior brother. No, the hope of the entire central state is pinned on you, senior brother. These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Lu Chongqing to freeze on the spot, wailing in his heart. Do not talk nonsense, I did not, he asked back in panic. No, on what basis is it pinned on me? Qingfeng then answered. Senior brother does not know. Those fellow cultivators defeated by Master Xuanqin after failing would all say one sentence. Although I lost because I am too weak, if you met my sect's eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing, you would know that there is a sky beyond the sky and people beyond people. After hearing this, Chongqing was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. Silently greeting the 18 generations of ancestors of these junior brothers in his heart, he continued to ask, Will losing be very unlucky? Qingfeng answered. More than unlucky, it would be a disaster. If Master Xuanqin chooses the Deluo sacred land as the final place of challenge once we fail, many people will resent us. The impact will be huge. It might be a stain for a lifetime. Lu Chongqing's eyes emitted murderous intent. Since he embarrassed the Taoist sect so much, why did not anyone intercept and kill him halfway? Qingfeng hurriedly stopped him. That cannot be done. That Xuanqin is a reincarnation of a Buddha, born with destiny. Who dares to kill him? Even the devil sects dare not make a move. He has experts protecting his path. Moreover, if something really happened to him, the Buddhist sect would definitely settle this account on our Taoist sect's head. The matter is significant. If it triggers a war between Buddhism and Taoism, it will definitely plunge the people into misery. Lu Chongqing sighed and turned to walk out the door. Since it was so, he had to accept it. In his heart, however, he was wailing and complaining. What else can I say? What else can I say? Is saying I surrender okay? Is admitting I am a coward okay? Is running away okay? I can only take it one step at a time. He turned his back to Qingfeng, shedding tears in pain. A moment later, Qingfeng took his leave. A mere little Xuanqin, not worth mentioning. Eldest senior brother, rest well for now. Qingfeng withdrew. Lu Chongqing, this time you are finished. When Qingfeng went out, he greeted the disciples he met. Fellow senior brothers and junior brothers resting, one person shouted. Is not this Qingfeng? Qingfeng then distributed a pill to everyone. Everyone has worked hard. Come, one for each person. One person was curious. What is it? He answered. Of course it is good stuff. Then he said mysteriously, let me tell you something. Everyone absolutely must keep it a secret. Understood. The crowd was curious. What is it? Speak quickly, speak quickly. Qingfeng said with a serious face, is not Master Xuanqin debating the Dharma in the central state? Just now I told senior brother about this. Upon hearing this, the fellow disciples discussed animatedly, that Xuanqin has an impressive background. My father cannot eat or sleep because of this every day. Who says otherwise? Oh, do not interrupt. Qingfeng, speak quickly. Qingfeng cleared his throat. According to senior brother's words, let his Buddha Dharma be boundless. I am naturally invincible in this age. The crowd instantly had faces full of worship. Wow, too domineering, Qingfeng thought proudly. Originally this sentence was saved for his own use, but thinking about it, it was more suitable for eldest senior brother to use. It indeed perfectly interpreted eldest senior brother's meaning, as expected of me. The disciples praised one sentence after another. Heavens, did not expect eldest senior brother to say that. Eldest senior brother is indeed extraordinary. Still wanting to encroach on the central state? Luckily we have eldest senior brother to beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. Chongqing sneezed countless times in his room. Thus, on the second day, good news does not leave the gate, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Up and down Deluo circulated Lu Chongqing's bold words, becoming the topic of all conversations. Hey, have you guys heard? Eldest senior brother's 12-word mantra. Let his Buddha Dharma be boundless. I am naturally invincible in this age. Eldest senior brother is mighty, as expected of my Deluo chief disciple. This sentence is truly unparalleled in dominance, as expected of eldest senior brother. Lu Chongqing sat in his room, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. He felt his whole body trembling like sitting on pins and needles. He felt like 10,000 people were pointing at his back. Like the last time that grandson Lu Qingfeng gave him the name Blowhard, he had a bad premonition. To explain to everyone, the matter of Master Xuanqin debating the Dharma in the central state with no one being his match had already reached the level of attracting worldwide attention. Since ancient times, the dispute between Buddhism and Taoism has been immense. Even in certain extreme eras, both sides regarded each other as enemies. Large-scale wars had occurred with countless casualties, but ultimately, the Taoist sect occupied the central state, and the Buddhist sect occupied the western desert, each developing their sects. However, the central state had abundant spiritual energy and a large population. The powers of the world naturally all vied for the rights and interests in the central state, but the central state was the world of Taoism. How could they allow a foreign religion to pass through? The Buddhist sect often proposed propagating the Buddha Dharma in the central state, but they were all rejected by the Taoist sect. Master Xuanqin lost several matches in a row at the 5 great sacred lands. The younger generation of some ancient families also came out to debate the Dharma, and the result was failure. Not only debating the Dharma, but they also lost in fighting techniques at Xuanqin's hands. It could be said that he made the Taoist sect lose all face. In the Deluo Palace, Qingfeng was with the various elders. Qingfeng pays respects to the sect master and pays respects to various martial uncles and martial aunts. Sect master Qingyun opened his mouth. No need for ceremony, just now you went to find Chongqing, did you find out any news? Qingfeng answered exaggeratedly. Reporting to the sect master, just now the disciple asked senior brother for his views on Master Xuanqin and even boldly asked a question, was he afraid of Master Xuanqin? Subsequently, senior brother looked at junior brother confidently and only said one sentence. Do you think senior brother would be afraid? Senior brother turned to leave, and said profoundly, let his Buddha Dharma be boundless, I am naturally invincible in this age. The elders then laughed ceaselessly with joy. Wow, so much spirit, he as expected of Chongqing. Qingyun is truly too lucky. You flatter me, indeed a talent, raising my Deluo's momentum, Sect Master Qingyun then said. Qingfeng, you go back, do not disturb your eldest senior brother's cultivation to avoid errors at the critical moment, do you know that? Hearing this, Qingfeng obediently took his leave. Seeing his master Qingyun turn around in deep thought, one person said, is the sect master worried that something will go wrong? Rest assured, martial nephew Chongqing will not lose, Master Qingyun said with a serious face. I also believe Chongqing will not lose, but what if he loses? The others shook their heads in silence. A moment later, one person shouted angrily, if he really loses, even if we do not want this face anymore, we absolutely cannot let the Buddhist sect come to my central state to propagate the Buddha Dharma. Others responded, lose is lose. Even if we are laughed at by the people of the world, we absolutely cannot let the Buddhist sect invade. If the Buddhist sect enters my central state, within 1,000 years, they will be able to gain a firm foothold in my central state. We absolutely cannot let this kind of thing happen. Sect Master Qingyun made up his mind and announced, good. Since it is so, fellow senior brothers and junior brothers must prepare for a bloody battle. If Chongqing is defeated, the sky of the central state will change completely. But if he can win, everything is easy to discuss. If he loses, I hope fellow senior brothers and junior brothers will follow this sect master to fight a bloody battle to the end, the crowd responded in unison. We obey the sect master's Dharma decree. At the Deluo main peak, Lu Chongqing was secretly anxious. What if Xuanqin really came to the door? What excuse should be used to refuse the other party? Caught a cold, diarrhea, a bit weak recently. Obviously none were suitable. Chongqing suddenly hatched a plan in his mind. Right, speaking so many classic famous quotes at the Deluo Grand Ceremony earlier, triggered anomalies of heaven and earth. Some things learned on earth could also shine and heat up in this world. For example, the Tao Te Ching belonged to the supreme scripture of Taoism. It should also be able to shine brilliantly in this world. The main thing was that no matter what he did, it would trigger anomalies of heaven and earth at that time. With his chaotic fabrication and embellishment to bluff, even if he lost, it would not be too ugly. Lu Chongqing flipped through book after book in his mind. If the Tao Te Ching is too powerful, still have the Huang Ting Jing. If the Huang Ting Jing does not work, then the Manhwa True Scripture, the Jade Emperor Scripture, the Changshu True Scripture, HMPH. I do not believe so many scriptures cannot outtalk a monk. Brothers, remember to read more books. It is only useful when you transmigrate. Lu Chongqing suddenly thought, what if the Xuanqin is versed in both civil and military arts and rushes over to hit me? At that time I am afraid he'll have to kneel and beg me not to die too fast. Who can tell him that I am just a useless snack relying on my mouth for output? Please do not lower yourself to my level. Just consider it a slip of the tongue from the wind. Vomiting when drinking too much and pooping when eating too much, Chongqing clutched his heart, wanting to cry but having no tears. Outside the mountain gate of the Deluo main peak, a group of junior brothers shouted inside. Junior brother Jinyang, junior brother Xianyang. Yesterday we heard senior brother's bold words, and today we specially come to visit, wishing senior brother victory in the first battle, raising my mysterious Dharma, raising my Taoist prestige, wishing senior brother victory in the first battle, forging an invincible heart and leading Deluo towards glory. Every word and sentence was like a knife stabbing into Chongqing, making him vomit blood. What glory? Life is impermanent. The large intestine wraps the small intestine. Words of praise were as high as mountains and as heavy as elephants pressing on the tiny Lu Chongqing. He complained angrily. This is great. Now the entire Deluo knows I am laning against Xuanqin. The junior brothers and sisters are smiling and hee-heeing, but actually they all look forward to my death. Is not this just killing me with praise? He suddenly felt something was wrong. No, how did Jinyang and the others know? There must be a party involved going out to blow the trumpet. Thinking with my big toe, I know it is you, Lu Qingfeng. He thought of that smiling face and the promise to keep his mouth shut, and he went crazy with anger. His fists also hardened. Suddenly a voice came from outside. Urgent report, urgent report. Master Xuanqin has already defeated the 6th Great Sacred Land and has released word that in 7 days he will personally visit my Deluo Sacred Land to debate the Dharma with eldest senior brother. Inside the Deluo Taoist Hall of the Deluo Sacred Land, people from various sects gathered together. The Taoist disciples discussed animatedly. Did you see? Even the heretics are here. Of course. Say, will our eldest senior brother win? Definitely. In this battle, if the Taoist sect wins, the Buddhist sect declines. If the Taoist sect loses, the Buddhist sect flourishes. The impact is immense, even involving the struggle for destiny between the two great sects. It is enough to affect the entire cultivation world. The slightest mistake could invite a great catastrophe, which would be far more than just plunging living beings into misery. The hour of Chen arrived. A person came treading on the wind, the crowd shouted. Look quickly, he is here. Master Xuanqin is here. Xuanqin held a staff in one hand, smiling as he spoke. This poor monk is Xuanqin. I come today to visit the Deluo sacred land to debate the Dharma with Lu Chongqing. Please. Suddenly a beam of light descended from the sky, accompanied by words that thundered like lightning. The Tao that can be trodden is not the enduring and unchanging Tao. The name that can be named is not the enduring and unchanging name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Master Xuanqin and everyone present were stunned, dumbfounded. These were great Tao proverbs at the little thunderclap temple in the western desert. A little monk asked his master, Master Yinji, Master, is that eldest senior brother of Deluo really that formidable? The master answered, speaking great Tao proverbs right off the bat, is not that formidable? In Deluo, Lu Chongqing made his entrance accompanied by light descending from the sky and imposing momentum. The crowd looked up and sighed with emotion. Purple Qi came from the east for 3,000 miles. His feet stepped to a rhythm, giving birth to golden lotuses with every step. Anomalies occurred one after another. His destiny was actually this strong. Truly extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Master Xuanqin and Lu Chongqing looked at each other, then greeted one another. This poor monk pays respects to the benefactor. Pays respects to Master Xuanqin, one person shouted. Silence, the Dharma debate begins. The so-called Dharma debate consisted of 10 questions and 10 answers. One side asks and the other answers. The questioner can perform as they please, and the answerer must answer correctly to win. If the answer is wrong, the other side must answer. If the other side also cannot answer, it is considered a draw, if it is hard to distinguish the winner or loser. Continue the question and answer until one side is thoroughly defeated for it to end. Lu Chongqing asked the first question, Dare I ask Xuanqin, what is a Buddha? The Taoist disciples exclaimed in admiration. Wow, this question is so sharp, amazing. Is he formidable? Definitely. The sect masters on the viewing platform also nodded secretly. Master Xuanqin answered, He who enlightens the people of the world is a Buddha. Chongqing smiled slightly, then answered with momentum like a rainbow. Wrong. The disciples were in an uproar. How wrong? Where is it wrong? Do not know. Master Xuanqin then said, Please, benefactor, enlighten me. Lu Chongqing answered, Buddha originally has no form. Living beings are his form. The disciples exclaimed in admiration. So that is how it is. That makes sense. Lu Chongqing laughed secretly. Of course it makes sense. In my past life I read all kinds of Buddhist debate books. Regarding nitpicking words I have it down pat. Please strictly introduce the king of books, Lu Chongqing. Xuanqin smiled slightly. What the benefactor says is extremely true. Benefactor Lu, this poor monk would like to ask, what is the Tao? Lu Chongqing thought to himself. This question is very sharp. If I answer with the same reasoning, I would be disguisedly admitting that Buddhism and Taoism are originally one family. This is absolutely not allowed, he smiled and answered, I am the Tao. Master Xuanqin was greatly shocked. The Taoist disciples were endlessly envious. Eldest senior brother is too domineering. I suddenly feel we can win. The various sect masters were full of praise. Oh my, this kid Chongqing really has a future. Who says otherwise? Master Xuanqin spoke. This round this poor monk has lost. In the little thunderclap temple, Master Yinji's eyes widened upon hearing Chongqing's words. This child is too smart. Xuanqin pressed his palms together and bowed to Chongqing. Too smart, this small monk has been taught. A moment later, the second round of Dharma debate began. It was Xuanqin's turn to ask. First question. Life has 8 sufferings: birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hatred, and separation. My Buddha has supreme scriptures that can allow people to escape the sea of suffering and achieve rebirth in nirvana. What method does the Taoist sect have to allow people to escape the sea of suffering? Chongqing answered flatly, natural law. Xuanqin asked back, what is natural law? He answered, letting nature take its course. Xuanqin was relentless. What is letting nature take its course? Chongqing looked at a butterfly beside him and answered, when alive, enjoy life to the fullest. When old, care for one's remaining years. When sick, mourn amidst longing. When dying, return to one's roots like a fallen leaf. When loving, love intensely. When hating, learn to let go. When separating, learn to cherish. When resentful, learn to be calm. When desiring but not obtaining, learn to look forward. When the 5 skandhas are flourishing, know how to be sober. The Buddhist Dharma guides people to forget the 8 sufferings, but the Taoist Dharma is different. It does not make people forget the 8 sufferings, but to know the 8 sufferings, to pick them up and put them down. This is the profound method of Taoism. To explain the first round of the Dharma debate slightly, the central state prodigies lost to Xuanqin one after another. Because he built an invincible heart, every victory was an enhancement of his own self-belief and confidence. And debating the Dharma requires shattering the opponent's confidence, making the enemy doubt their own faith. Only this is called winning. First, one must point directly to the core, then use one's own Dharma to explain the opponent's Dharma. The question Xuanqin asked Lu Chongqing seemed like discussing the Tao, but in reality it set a trap. Who knew Lu Chongqing would actually answer, I am the Tao, which not only established Lu Chongqing's invincible heart but also perfectly broke this setup. Understand, even from the very beginning, Lu Chongqing had set a trap. He was just waiting for Xuanqin to take the bait. As a result, Xuanqin really took the bait. Not only did he take the bait, but he also helped Lu Chongqing establish confidence. Back to the present, Lu Chongqing's answer in the second round continued. If love, then be intense. If hate, then learn to let go. If resentful, then work hard to move forward. If separated, then understand preciousness. The 8 sufferings of life are a heart sutra. Rather than deliberately letting go, why not pick them up and try to experience birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hatred, and separation? Only facing them bravely is the truth. Young people, have you realized it? Everyone present opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Master Xuanqin also began to sweat. He bowed and said, Amitabha, the benefactor is truly wise. This small monk has been taught. He thought secretly, I have indeed been taught. The realms are different. His wisdom is far above mine. I am convinced in heart and oral admission. Changxing spoke. Second question. A fishmonger and a high monk were neighbors. The fishmonger killed fish every day. His sins were heavy. The high monk chanted scriptures every day to pray for the blessings of all living beings. One day the fishmonger and the high monk agreed to wake up early. The high monk woke up early every day to chant scriptures and pray for the blessings of all living beings. The fishmonger woke up early every day to kill fish, covered in fresh blood. Dare I ask the master, after the two die, who can go to the pure land of ultimate bliss? The Taoist disciples discussed, this is simple. Surely the high monk goes to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Does eldest senior brother not want Xuanqin to lose too badly and is intentionally letting him win? Is this really a giveaway question? Xuanqin answered, the fishmonger goes to the western pure land of ultimate bliss. This answer instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. What? What's wrong with Xuanqin? Is Xuanqin confused with anger? Did he say it backwards? How could the fishmonger go to the pure land? Changxing asked him why. Xuanqin answered, I guessed it but dare not say. He reminded him that not answering meant losing. Xuanqin said flatly, it is only the second round. The crowd was endlessly surprised. What's going on? He lost just like that? Why did he lose? Do not know. You ask me. I do not know either. The announcement sounded. Second round. Xuanqin does not answer. Deemed as a loss. Lu Changxing will provide the explanation. Changxing thought secretly, this Xuanqin is also quite formidable. Not only did he guess the answer, but he also wanted to know what I would do next. Amazing little baby. However, the Tao is 1 foot high. The devil is 10 feet high. I, Lu Changxing, have roamed the Jianghu for many years, relying entirely on the 3 words, big bluffer. He opened his mouth to answer. The answer to this question is that the fishmonger goes to the pure land. The fishmonger woke the high monk every day to chant scriptures, while the high monk woke the fishmonger every day to kill fish. Thus the high monk's sins grew heavier day by day, while the fishmonger's merit grew higher day by day. Therefore the fishmonger goes to the pure land of ultimate bliss while the high monk enters hell. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. So that is how it is. Too smart, too smart. Got it, got it. Silence. Lu Changxing smiled slightly. Since that is so, then I will open your eyes to what a surprise is. Third question. Another voice sounded and the crowd calmed their minds again. At this time the third question began. Lu Changxing asked, third question, dare I ask the master, are there people the Buddhist Dharma cannot save? Master Xuanqin answered, the Buddha saves all living beings, regardless of status, high or low. Can a killer also be saved? Xuanqin immediately answered, saved. Why not save? Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Naturally they are also saved. If putting down the butcher's knife allows one to become a Buddha, then why does Buddhism still have 84,000 Dharma gates? Where are they used? 84,000 Dharma gates to save sentient beings. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces, 1,000 people have 1,000 Dharmas, 1,000 Dharmas have 1,000 Buddhas. At this very moment, Lu Changxing and Master Xuanqin debated the Dharma fiercely, exchanging words with incomparable intensity. Lu Changxing's eyes were cold. In an instant, dark clouds rolled, thunder rumbled, and streaks of thunder swords condensed, as if with just one command from Lu Changxing, Xuanqin would be doomed eternally. Then if I kill a Buddha today and then put down the butcher's knife, can I become a Buddha? Under this terrifying pressure, Xuanqin pressed his palms together and said, Amitabha, as long as the benefactor puts down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha. Even if sacrificing this small monk allows the benefactor to realize this small monk is also willing. Absurd. Lu Changxing's voice was like a great bell with this loud shout. Xuanqin did not understand. Where does the absurdity come from? Lu Changxing asked. The butcher's knife is not in my hand. How can I put it down? Then where is the butcher's knife? In your hand. This poor monk has no knife. In your hand. This poor monk has no knife. The next moment Lu Changxing looked at Xuanqin, his gaze firm as he said, in your hand. Xuanqin said incomparably firmly, this poor monk has no knife. However, at this very moment Lu Changxing chuckled softly and said, it wasn't there before, now it is. Look down. The voice sounded. Xuanqin looked again. He still wanted to continue answering, but suddenly he froze. All the words were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. At this moment, Xuanqin remained silent, looking at his empty palm, and finally smiled bitterly again and again. Many thanks to the Wise One for resolving the confusion, allowing this lowly one to see the butcher's knife in his heart. Lu Changxing and Xuanqin debated the Dharma. Every sentence was full of Zen meaning, every sentence incomparably profound. They could neither read nor understand it. Among the cultivators watching in the Taoist hall, an old man suddenly realized something. Ah, I understand. Senior, have you penetrated some profound mystery? Can you tell us about it? Fine, then I will show you a thing or two and open your eyes. This fellow Taoist looks like a villain. The old man took a deep breath, then answered. Changxing asked Xuanqin, does the Buddha have people he cannot save? Xuanqin had to answer no, otherwise it would violate the original intention of the Buddha Dharma. Subsequently, Changxing seized on this point and asked if a killer could be saved. Xuanqin still answered yes. But Chongqing refuted Xuanqin. If putting down the butcher's knife allows one to become a Buddha, then why does the Buddhist sect need 84,000 methods? If everyone put down the butcher's knife, would not everyone become a Buddha? Xuanqin answered. 1,000 people have 1,000 appearances, 1,000 people have 1,000 Buddhas, 1,000 people have 1,000 Dharmas, each person has each person's Dharma, each person has each person's Buddha. Therefore putting down the butcher's knife allows one to become a Buddha, but not everyone possesses a butcher's knife. But at this time Chongqing asked Xuanqin again, if he held a knife and killed you if he put it down, did he become a Buddha? Xuanqin was steadfast in the Buddhist Dharma he learned, willing to sacrifice himself to save Chongqing and let him become a Buddha. But precisely because Xuanqin was stubborn about his self, a butcher's knife had already appeared in Xuanqin's heart, but the person involved is confused while the bystander sees clearly. Xuanqin did not know that a butcher's knife had been born in his own heart. Chongqing said he had a knife in his hand actually to draw out the butcher's knife in Xuanqin's heart, and at this very moment the butcher's knife was already in Xuanqin's hand, so finally Chongqing said a sentence, it wasn't there before. Now it is, everything is clear. This is the true great wisdom. This poor Taoist has cultivated for 1,000 years and has never possessed such wisdom, immeasurable supreme one. Chongqing should be the number one person in my Taoist sect. This old Taoist spoke in this way, constantly sighing with emotion at Lu Chongqing's great wisdom. But the disciples still could not understand. What is it? I still did not understand. What butcher's knife? Where is the knife? I understand, I also understand. What did you understand? I understand what a butcher's knife is, then what did you understand? Actually, I am not very clear either, but I saw everyone saying they were clear, so I also followed along saying I was clear. The crowd discussed animatedly, while that old Taoist took a deep breath, then opened his mouth to say, the so-called butcher's knife is actually just obsession. Xuanqin was too obsessed, he came with a butcher's knife, but he did not know. Senior brother Chongqing knew from the very beginning, so he answered whatever was asked, improvising on the topic. High realm indeed. A third question and answer for Xuanqin was almost a fatal blow. Completely correct at this moment. After performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows, Xuanqin stood up and gazed into the distance, his eyes calm. After a full hour passed, Xuanqin finally spoke slowly. I lost. 3 words stirred up storming waves. The 10 questions and 10 answers were only halfway through, yet Xuanqin had admitted defeat. Xuanqin spoke thus, he admitted defeat, failed the Dharma debate, lost completely, and lost miserably. However, he remained unconvinced, his obsession was too deep, so the confrontation continued at this moment. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the red maple leaves, which swept through the air one by one. Xuanqin spoke to inquire, voicing the doubts within his heart. Xuanqin did not understand. Since the Buddha Dharma guides people toward goodness and the Taoist Dharma also guides people toward goodness, why can the two not be compatible? Clearly both are the righteous paths of the world, so why are they as incompatible as fire and water? In reality this question seemed simple, but it was fraught with danger. The incompatibility of Buddhism and Taoism was not truly because of differences in legal principles, it was mixed more with personal desires. Just as every country hopes its people will live and work in peace and contentment, why not unify them all? Why? Because of their own selfish desires. The methods are different. Buddhism has 84,000 methods to universally save all living beings, whether good or bad, beautiful or ugly. As long as one sincerely turns to the Buddha, the Buddhist sect will provide guidance. This is a supreme act of kindness. The Buddha Dharma says to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. But the Taoist Dharma says if one's sins are heavy, they will be punished by heaven and destroyed by earth. Buddhism cultivates the afterlife, focusing on karma. Taoism cultivates the present life, focusing on destiny. This is the point of incompatibility, and also where the root lies. Xuanqin continued to ask, what is destiny? Lu Chongqing appeared extremely calm. He did not answer Xuanqin but gently waved his hand, catching a red leaf. His gaze was very calm, filled with wisdom. Various laws flickered and shone around him, making him appear transcendental like a banished immortal, full of immortal atmosphere. Lu Chongqing answered slowly, destiny comes. When destiny gathers, it scatters. When destiny rises, it is born. When destiny falls, it is extinguished. All things born of affinity are destiny. Destiny coming is destined by heaven. Destiny leaving depends on man seizing it. Planting such a cause, reaping such a result. Everything is created by the heart. Lu Chongqing spoke one word at a time in his heart, every word filled with Zen meaning. Xuanqin's face was full of bitterness. He still did not understand. This small monk still does not understand. Lu Chongqing sighed. It is not that you do not understand, but that you do not want to understand. You are unwilling to understand. No, this small monk truly does not understand. Please, wise one, tell this small monk, why can the Buddha Dharma not flourish in the world? Is it because of personal selfish desires, because of power and influence? As Xuanqin reached this point, the Buddha light around his body shot into the sky. Within his eyes was obsession, madness, arrogance, confusion, and also the omen of falling into the devil's path. The swastika Buddhist seal had gradually turned black, and terrifying Buddhist Dharma transformed into ferocious and terrifying Buddhas, suppressing toward Lu Chongqing. The wind began to rise in the sky of the Delua sacred land, and Taoist Qingyun sensed it. Chongqing, be careful. I fear Xuanqin has fallen into the devil's path at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lu Chongqing could not help but sigh. He stood up, gazing into the distance. He wasn't afraid of the impending blackened Xuanqin at all. It was just that perhaps he was moved by compassion. Lu Chongqing finally opened his mouth and said, Xuanqin, do you want to know why Buddhism and Taoism are incompatible? Xuanqin wants to know, please wise one bestow the Dharma. Because the Buddha Dharma you learned is Hinayana Buddhism. Lu Chongqing spoke slowly, yet this single sentence stirred up storming waves. No, you cannot speak carelessly. These words cannot be spoken. Countless powerhouses blurted out at the same time. What is eldest senior brother saying? This Lu Chongqing is too. At this time in the western desert voices boomed out. Arrogant, daring to say what we learned is Hinayana Buddhism? Nonsense, this person is too arrogant. The so-called debating Dharma attacks viewpoints and attacks Buddhist Dharma, but one absolutely cannot attack the most important things. Lu Chongqing could say a certain scripture was wrong, but he absolutely could not say the Buddha Dharma was wrong. Moreover, Lu Chongqing now actually said that what Xuanqin learned was Hinayana Buddhism. This kind of remark was simply exposing shortcomings. One must know that the Buddhist sect is the second largest religious sect in the world, incomparably terrifying, possessing extremely fearsome foundations. It could trigger a war between Buddhism and Taoism. Countless Buddhist powerhouses flew into a rage. Truly laughable, truly laughable. A disciple who is cultivated for 3 years is actually so arrogant, daring to say we are Hinayana Buddhism. Inside the little thunderclap temple, 33,000 novice monks also revealed looks of anger, and arrogant voices rang out one after another, yet Abbot Puji said nothing. Instead, he quietly watched the image broadcast to the Deluo's sacred land. Taoist Qingyun's expression became somewhat ugly, because Lu Chongqing's words involved too much. If a perfect explanation could not be given, it would invite a heavenly disaster. Someone opened his mouth and looked at Taoist Qingyun. Divine sense transmitted the voice, I am the punishment hall master. Pass my order to activate all protective arrays. Deluo's sacred land enters a state of combat readiness. If there is any rash action, kill without pardon. At the same time, do everything possible to protect Chongqing. Lu Chongqing quietly looked at Xuanqin. He pondered for a moment, then spoke, Destiny rises and destiny extinguishes. When destiny comes, it must gather. Since destiny has arrived, today I will teach you Mahayana Buddhism. The voice rang out. Shocking the people of the world, Xuanqin bowed on the ground, incomparably pious. This small monk begs the wise one to bestow Mahayana Buddhism. But Lu Chongqing did not speak, he just quietly gazed toward the west, his mind unknown. But a moment later, Lu Chongqing's voice rang out. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was practicing the deep prajna paramita, he illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and he crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself is form. So too are feeling, cognition, formation, and consciousness. Shariputra, all dharmas are empty of characteristics. They are not produced, not destroyed, not defiled, not pure, and they neither increase nor decrease. Therefore in emptiness there is no form, no feeling, cognition, formation, or consciousness, no eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no sight, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, or dharmas, no field of the eyes up to and including no field of mind consciousness, and no ignorance or the ending of ignorance, up to and including no old age and death or the ending of old age and death. There is no suffering, no accumulating, no extinction, and no way, and no understanding, and no attaining, because nothing is attained. Lu Chongqing's voice rang out. This was the Prajna Sutra, the highest heart sutra of Mahayana Buddhism, filled with supreme profound meanings, and just as Lu Chongqing finished speaking, golden light obscured everything. Layers of Buddha light appeared behind Lu Chongqing's head. There were 18 layers. Even more terrifying anomalies appeared. Vast and boundless ancient temples erupted with immeasurable golden Buddha light. Phantoms appeared, following along and chanting scriptures. Inside the little thunderclap temple, all the people of the Buddhist sect were completely and utterly stunned. Those who had cursed Lu Chongqing before were completely and utterly stunned at this moment. The entire little thunderclap temple vibrated endlessly. A swastika Buddhist seal formed, obscuring the entire western desert. Buddha light illuminated the world. In this moment, the demon-subduing pestle manifested a phantom of a Buddha, seemingly reflecting the heavens, blooming with immeasurable Buddha light. It was visible for hundreds of millions of miles. This phantom. In the entire western desert, countless mortals saw this scene. They did not know what had happened. Instead, they thought the Buddha had manifested and knelt directly on the ground. Kowtowing piously, however, this phantom chanted scriptures from its mouth. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was practicing the deep prajna paramita, he illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and he crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. Shariputra, at this moment, Abbot Puji's body trembled even more. Buddha, the Buddha has manifested. This person is the teacher of the Buddha Son. The scene shifted to the heavenly mystery sect. The sect master sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, tears streaming down his face, gazing at the Deluo sacred land. Master, why are you crying? Is it because a brilliant genius has appeared in my Taoist sect? Bullshit, I regret it, I regret it. Why did I give up on this child back then? I calculated everything in the world, but only calculated that this child was a peerless immortal cultivator. How could I know that not only is he the literary saint of the world, but he is also the teacher of the Buddha Son of the current age? So I am jealous to the point of dying, right? Damn it, do you see that master regrets it to the point of dying? The teacher of the Buddha Son of the current age. Then would not this senior brother joining my Taoist sect mess everything up? Who says the teacher of the Buddha Sun cannot cultivate the Tao? Being the teacher of the Buddha Sun does not mean he is a member of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, Changsheng has already joined my Taoist sect and is the Taoist son of my Taoist sect. Furthermore, so what if he is the Buddha Sun? If I did not guess wrong, do you know what his identity is? What identity? Son of the common people, son of the great Tao. He is an existence that gathers everything in one body. He can no longer be described by common logic. He is the variable of the world. The heavenly mystery sect master said with incomparable seriousness, "Pass my order." Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to divine anything regarding Lu Changsheng, and absolutely no one is allowed to be his enemy. Whoever becomes his enemy will be directly expelled from the sect, no exceptions. At this time in the northern polar mountains, within an abyss 1,000,000 miles deep, a roar of anger rang out. Why does such an existence exist in this age? Taoism and Buddhism have flourished for thousands of years. Why has it not yet been my sacred race's turn to flourish? The heavenly Tao is unfair. The heavenly Tao is unfair. On Mount Kunlun in the eastern land, an old Taoist opened his eyes. He pinched his fingers to calculate, then could not help but laugh loudly. Emerged. The person I have waited bitterly for 1,000 years has finally emerged. In the 100,000 mountains of the southern wilderness, demonic energy soared to the sky here, shrouding 10,000 miles. But as the terrifying Buddha sounds and Taoist sounds spread, countless demons let out heart-rending screams. Why would a son of the heavenly Tao appear at this time? Since it is so, I will act against the heavens. Pass my order to accelerate the implementation of the plan and hatch my demon race's holy son as soon as possible. At this moment, the world shook. Inside the Daluo sacred land, Lu Changsheng continued to chant scriptures, like the truth of the great Tao, like the holy words of Buddhism, like a warning bell, like being anointed with pure wisdom. Xuanqin wailed loudly. Being able to learn Mahayana Buddhism, all confusion in his heart was fully comprehended. The butcher's knife in his heart completely dissipated at this moment. Various Buddha light surged into Xuanqin's body, and the ferocious Buddhas also became kind and benevolent. Streaks of black energy were expelled from his body, then vanished into smoke. The Prajna Sutra. Every word transformed into a golden Buddhist seal. At this moment 9 layers of Buddha light appeared behind Xuanqin's head. He entered a state of great wisdom, completely and utterly awakening, completely and utterly achieving great enlightenment. Lu Changsheng also sighed. Whoa, Xuanqin's special effects are pretty handsome too. He should be satisfied now, huh? Satisfied? Can I clock off? Boom boom boom. Clusters of Buddha light appeared on Lu Changsheng and Xuanqin's bodies. This was the reward given by the will of the Buddha, simply because Xuanqin had thoroughly awakened and comprehended Mahayana Buddhism. As for Lu Changsheng, bathed in Buddha light, his physical body was actually transforming, condensing a Buddhist glazed perfect body. But in an instant, 30,000 miles of purple chi also surged into Lu Changsheng's body. Yin and yang harmonized. Buddha light and Tao light condensed together, forming a Taiji Bagua. Lu Changsheng's physical body underwent a complete and utter great transformation. A powerhouse of the Yin-Yang sacred land shouted in a lost voice, "This is the legendary innate supreme Yin-Yang body." As the voice rang out, many people cast their gazes over, only to see a golden lotus platform slowly appearing beneath Lu Changsheng's feet. At this moment, the green lotus beneath Lu Changsheng's feet actually had 12 grades. This meant that Lu Changsheng possessed great awakening, great wisdom, great perseverance, and great divine abilities. In the eyes of Buddhist disciples, he belonged to the most extraordinary existence. The old Taoist who had brainwashed the disciples before popped out again to brainwash everyone. This is one of the strongest physiques in history. Hailed as the body of the great Tao, it ranks third on the divine body leaderboard. It is infinitely close to the Tao in its affinity with yin and yang. If Changsheng goes a step further in the future, he can condense the legendary chaos body and become the great Tao body. This person is destined to shake the world and leave a name for the ages. Immeasurable Supreme One. My righteous path has Changsheng. We can flourish for 100,000 years. This matter was very magical. Logically speaking, if a stunningly brilliant genius appeared, they would naturally attract the jealousy of many people, but Lu Changsheng did not attract any at all, as if it were only right and proper for him to possess all this. This is the value of looks that represent the truth. Indeed, the more handsome, the stronger. At the same time, a lotus platform also rose beneath Xuanqin's feet, but it was only 9 grades, a 9-grade golden lotus. At this moment an ancient voice rang out from the western desert. Xuanqin, you have awakened and attained Mahayana Buddhism. In the future, serve as the Buddha son of the current age to universally save all living beings and propagate the Buddha Dharma to the myriad people of the world. Changsheng, you are the great awakened one. Great wisdom, great perseverance, great supreme. You are the teacher of the Buddha Sun. From now on, Buddhist disciples must perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows upon seeing Changsheng. Using this as a grand gift, directly investing Lu Changsheng as the teacher of the Buddha Sun, bestowing upon him supreme glory. Xuanqin knelt on the ground kowtowing to Lu Changsheng. Xuanqin pays respects to teacher. All the monks of the western desert knelt on the ground at the same moment as if telepathically connected. The disciples of Little Thunderclap Temple pay respects to the teacher of my Buddha. Since you have comprehended the Dharma, then go back. Lu Changsheng spoke, his tone flat, but in reality he was quite anxious inside. After all, the debate was over. What if this Xuanqin still wanted to fight? Really do not have a single drop left. Before he remembers the matter of fighting, I must hurry and send him away. Xuanqin spoke, voicing his own thoughts. Teacher, the student wishes to follow by teacher's side to continue listening to Mahayana Buddhism. Lu Changxing immediately shook his head, then looked at Xuanqin and said, The Dharma is not on me. What is the use of following me to cultivate the Dharma? Xuanqin was instantly curious. Then where is the Dharma? The Dharma is on the road. Where is the road? Alas, foolish child, foolish child. The road is beneath your feet. To make Xuanqin leave quickly, Lu Changxing feigned a look of exasperation, as if disappointed that iron had not turned into steel. He walked up to Xuanqin and patted Xuanqin's head, but after finding it a bit prickly he withdrew his hand, speaking softly like this. Xuanqin froze, then suddenly realized the truth. Many thanks to teacher for bestowing the Dharma. The student understands. Xuanqin was very happy. He stood up directly, then looked at everyone in the Taoist hall. Subsequently he pressed his palms together and performed a grand salute. This small monk Xuanqin, due to obsession in the heart, manifested a butcher's knife to harm people. Entangled by karma along this journey, blessed by cause and effect. Today I have attained enlightenment and know my faults. I hope you all will forgive me. This small monk will perform 100 good deeds daily to repay this karma. Xuanqin spoke, apologizing to these people. Instantly, many young generation cultivators pressed their palms together and shouted in unison, Eldest senior brother is mighty. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Suddenly, a tactless guy remembered, why are not they fighting anymore? Hearing this, the person beside him immediately saved Lu Changxing. Are not you afraid Xuanqin will be beaten to death if they fight? If eldest senior brother strikes with one palm, his life will be gone. That is right, I heard eldest senior brother Changxing is about to ascend. Even Xuanqin's father would not dare to fight. Right. What senior brothers say is extremely true. What are you guys still muttering about there? Shout with me. Eldest senior brother is mighty. The crowd's shouts shook the heavens while Lu Changxing breathed a sigh of relief. It is over, finally over. In the Daluo sacred land, after debating and comprehending the Tao, the profound and beautiful words made us as readers also realize many truths about life. Our male protagonist was currently paralyzed, sitting in his room wanting to pass away on the spot. The price of acting cool and showing off just now had been paid in full. At least he came back alive. It was really too difficult. But as the saying goes, diligence is the path up the mountain of books. That is why people advise young folks to read more books. Although there was no danger in this matter, his lifespan was shortened by 10 years. This hurdle was passed entirely by relying on scriptures to muddle through. As for debating the Dharma or not, when all is said and done, it is just lip service. Xuanqin came to the Daluo sacred land to debate the Dharma. Wanting him to give up was impossible. If I had not used my ultimate move at the end, I am afraid this matter would not be over yet. But luckily I left him a way out. I only spoke half of the Prajna Sutra. No matter how high Xuanqin's talent is, wanting to comprehend the other half will calculate to take some time. Now I count as his teacher. Even if the Buddhist sect wants to send him out to propagate the Buddha Dharma again, I am afraid it will not work. Thinking of this, Lu Changxing felt incomparably proud. Neither emotion nor reason would allow it, but the karma here is hard to escape. So teaching Mahayana Buddhism, all of this had a reason. Everything is under control. After Lu Changxing recovered his energy, he began to read. Lu Changxing thought, will I be blinded by the fame and fortune before my eyes? But the answer was obviously negative. No matter how good luck is, there are times when it runs out. Only true skill can allow one to survive. Alchemy is the proper business. Since I already have 100 pill formulas, it is time to start refining pills. At this moment, those old fellows in the Daluo inner palace were rejoicing, celebrating that the Daluo sacred land had produced such a disciple who could bring prosperity for 100,000 years. Fellow Taoist Qingyun, you really accepted a good disciple. Taoist Qingyun's face was glowing red at this moment, smiling proudly. Haha, you flatter me. Being praised by you all really makes me overwhelmed with favor. A man with a scar at the corner of his eye named Wang Liang huffed coldly. I get angry as soon as this matter is mentioned. Back then, Qingyun and I both took a fancy to this disciple simultaneously. Who knew you would actually play dirty, causing me to miss out on this disciple? Thinking about it, it is truly hateful. Qingyun responded with a face full of joy. Laughable, wasn't it because your skills were inferior and you could not beat me? Changxing was originally the one I saw first. You look ugly but you dream beautifully. The elders standing aside watching the two argue could not be bothered to persuade them. Do we need to remind fellow Taoist Qingyun his inner thoughts and the dialogue feel like a bit of a contrast? No need. Do we think the drama is not big enough while watching the excitement? Wang Liang was provoked, flying into a rage. Fellow Taoist Qingyun, I have an idea. I do not know if I should say it. Qingyun said with smiling eyes, no need to say it, just shut up. But in his heart he thought, Wang Liang, go ahead and say it, it is fine. Wang Liang, after all, had known him for many years and knew his habit of saying one thing but meaning another. He said, since Changxing is so excellent, why not let Changxing be the eldest senior brother of my Taoist sect of the world? Hearing this, Qingyun immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to refuse. After all, who would be willing to share a glittering treasure with you old fellows? I will not listen and I will not give anything. But how could the elders let it go? They applied pressure. Fellow Taoist Qingyun, you are going too far. Want to keep him all to yourself? I think what this fellow Taoist said is correct. Only the Taoist eldest senior brother is worthy of his status. The Buddhist sect has bestowed upon him the title of teacher of the Buddha Son. If we do not invest him as the Taoist eldest senior brother, would not we lose face? Qingyun remained stubborn under the pressure, not wanting to listen to this group chanting like frogs. He said to his old friends, "Oh, my elders, do not be so anxious. I did not mean that. Is letting my beloved disciple be the eldest senior brother of the entire Taoist sect bad? What if the disciples of your sects do not accept it? That would hurt our harmony." Hearing this excuse, the elders immediately criticized, "Bullshit, who dares not accept, I'll break his legs." "What else do you have to say, fellow Taoist Qingyun? I advise you to think thrice before acting." Qingyun's smile froze awkwardly on his face as he said, "Everyone is an elder, do not be so irritable. Is it really good for us to be so arbitrary? Moreover, the Taoist sect is full of talents. I am afraid Chongqing will find it hard to convince the masses." Wang Liang retorted upon hearing this. "What's difficult about this? We can let Marshal Nephew Chongqing make a trip to the Central State and visit our sacred lands. I believe that with his extraordinary temperament he will definitely make the disciples of our sects convinced wholeheartedly. If there really is someone unconvinced, then let him compete with Chongqing. This way it will be natural and justifiable. What do you all think?" The elders also nodded, expressing strong agreement with this idea. "Very secure. That would be great." Wang Liang decisively pointed at Qingyun and questioned, "Since the problems are all solved, be quick about it, yes or no?" Qingyun was forced into a corner with no retreat, saying helplessly, "Dare I say no, but what if Chongqing is not willing? After all, we still have to ask the child's opinion first." Hearing this, the elders immediately sent someone to call him. On the other side, Chongqing suddenly had an ominous premonition, wondering what it was this time. Dragging his body as he climbed over the 900 steps of the magic restricting platform, he maintained his image while walking but cursed in his heart, "This broken staircase again. I remember you. When I become sect master, the first thing I'll do is tear down these damn stairs. But is there anything that cannot be done via WeChat or flying pigeon post? You insist on making me run over personally. I must eat 2 large nourishing kidneys today to make up for it." As soon as he appeared, the elders welcomed him enthusiastically. "Chongqing is here." Chongqing also quickly entered the role of someone else's child, and bowed. Chongqing pays respects to master and pays respects to various martial uncles and martial aunts. Looking at this country-toppling appearance, the elders could not help but sigh with emotion. Graceful manner, elegant and amiable. Truly a flower boy, indeed worthy of being my disciple. You give your master so much face. After exchanging pleasantries, Qingyun took the initiative to speak. "Chongqing, it is like this. These martial uncles and martial aunts of yours want to invest you as the eldest senior brother of the Taoist sect of the world. Do not know what you think." After listening, Chongqing frowned slightly and clicked his tongue. "Tisk. Suddenly feel something is wrong." It seemed he was about to get another one of those golden titles. It looked good to outsiders, but the higher the title, the heavier the responsibility. Moreover, I really have no ability. He hurriedly said to the elders, "The seniors are flattering me too much. The disciple has little talent and learning. I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility." He refused with his mouth, but his heart was panicked. Relying solely on this face wasn't a solution. What if I get exposed later? How will I live? I just have a small wish to live an ordinary casual life in this cultivation world. Seeing him refuse, the elders patted his back and laughed loudly. "Oh, my little Chongqing need not be so self-effacing. If your cultivation is shallow, would not that mean my bunch are all trash? So you do not need to be modest. This is our unanimous opinion, so do not decline." Hearing his master's voice, he felt as if struck by lightning and glanced at Qingyun. "Master, what are you saying?" The elders stood together in harmony and added insult to injury. No wonder fellow Taoist Qingyun could cultivate such a fine talent. Indeed, he does not go for vain reputations. This old fellow really makes one envious. Qingyun laughed proudly. "That is right, I spent a lot of effort, so Chongqing, hurry up and agree." Chongqing looked at the scene that followed and could not help but want to curse. Truly, seeing a ghost master has been brainwashed by those flattering words. "Wake up quickly." Subsequently, he sat aside in despair, pondering life, although it was just a title for conversation. "Hope nothing else goes wrong. Since I am so highly regarded by the martial uncles and martial aunts, Chongqing has no choice but to accept." The elders in front were delighted upon hearing this. "Senior brother Qingyun," Chongqing agreed, "so we will go back to prepare. This is a great happy event for my Taoist sect. I also have to return to the sect to celebrate and to not lose the sect's face." Listening to the gossip in front, Chongqing suddenly felt panic in his heart. Wait, is not it just a title? Why are they making it look like a wedding, and making such a big fanfare? Qingyun suddenly turned around and looked at Chongqing seriously, saying, "Chongqing, since you agreed to be the Taoist eldest senior brother, then you must go down the mountain for a trip to make the cultivators of the Central State wholeheartedly convinced. Moreover, you must go personally on this trip before you can be invested as the Taoist eldest senior brother." Chongqing wanted to vomit blood after hearing this. "Personally go to the major sacred lands? The outside world is dangerous. A chi refining waste like me going on a trip? That really would be going directly to meet the patriarch, master. It is fine if others do not know, but you are actually fooling around with them. Is this because you think I have lived too long?" Thus Chongqing said with a crying tone. "Martial uncles and martial aunts, Chongqing plans to concentrate on cultivation recently, so it is not very convenient to travel far. but the elders patted his back and said, "Changsheng, you are already half-step to ascension. What do you still need to concentrate on cultivating? This trip takes less than half a year. It will not delay your practice." After speaking. A while later, after sending the elders away, Changsheng, looking ashen, said to Qingyun, "Master, you are deliberately pranking me, right? It is fine if they do not know." "Master, can you not know what level 1 am?" Only then did Qingyun wake up from the elders' flattery, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. "No need to say more. Did not you easily defeat Xuanqin? No need to be modest." Hearing this, Changsheng felt inexplicably guilty. Listening to Qingyun continue, "Anyway, Master has already agreed. I cannot break my word, right?" Qingyun hurriedly turned back to pat his shoulder and smile. "Changsheng, you have always been indisputable, but this is a great thing for our Taoist sect. Master wasn't praised by them to the point of losing his bearings. Actually, it is hard to refuse such great kindness. Think about it, how could Master pit you, right? Since it is so, I can only let you suffer a trip. Just treat it as traveling down the mountain." He looked despairingly at Qingyun in front of him. "It will not work. With my meager cultivation, are not you afraid I'll be caught by monsters and taken back to their cave? I am originally super weak." But Qingyun held his hand, eyes twinkling as he said, "Rest assured, you are good in everything, just lacking a bit of confidence. You are the literary saint of the current age, the teacher of the Buddha's son. Under this sky, how many dare to trouble you? Even a peerless great devil would not dare to casually touch a single hair on your body." In the blink of an eye, his tone changed. "I'll be honest with you. If you want to go, you have to go. If you do not want to go, you still have to go. Understood? Master's word is final. Figure out a way yourself." Changsheng bit the corner of his clothes, aggrieved and teary-eyed. "What way can I figure out? Truly an unreliable master, I regret it to death. My little life seems difficult to preserve." Qingyun stroked his beard behind him and said seriously, "You can rest assured. Master has already arranged for several elders to protect your safety nearby. Is this acceptable?" Changsheng, though unconvinced, could only accept. He thought to himself, "No matter what, this is the only sensible thing I have heard today." "Then many thanks, Master. Your disciple is a bit tired and will return first." Back in his room, Changsheng downed several cups of tea with a frown, his worry only deepening. "Changsheng, oh Changsheng, why are you so handsome? Why are you this handsome yet your cultivation is so poor? Why are those crooked melons and cracked dates so high in cultivation? I hate it. I hate this world that only looks at appearances. By the way, why cannot this tea make one drunk? Why is this plain water so tasteless? Should I just set off today, maybe run away on the road? No, that will not work. If I run, they will definitely chase and I cannot outrun them. In that case, fake a serious illness also will not work. What illness cannot be cured by a single pill? If I try to escape, I might end up meeting the patriarch ahead of schedule. Telling the truth will not work either. With these special effects, no one believes it at all." Just as Changsheng was pondering with a frown, Qingfeng ran in like a gust of wind. Upon entering, Qingfeng grinned and said, "Eldest senior brother, I have good news for you. I heard you are going to be invested as the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Tao sect. Is not this fantastic news?" Changsheng, who was already worried to death, felt anger rise upon hearing this. Not allowing Qingfeng to say more, he punched Qingfeng directly out the door. "Get lost." The matter of being invested as the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother was settled. After discussion by the high-level members, the route was also planned. Lasting 3 to 6 months, departing from the Deluo sacred land, the journey would pass through the 10 great sacred lands and the 4 great sacred prefectures. This could be considered a tour of the central state. The central state is so vast that a cultivator flying on a sword probably could not cover 1/10,000th of it in a lifetime. Fortunately, there are teleportation arrays in several ancient cities to traverse the major continents. Along the way, there will be protection from the major sacred lands to ensure safety. This is the only thing that offers some peace of mind. However, this seemingly impeccable plan appeared full of loopholes to Changsheng. To save his little life, he secretly made up his mind to formulate a meticulous plan. Changsheng began to imagine various situations that might occur on the road. Thinking of refining some pills to give as gifts when arriving at other sects, treating them as meeting gifts should prevent them from making things difficult for him. If he was unlucky enough to encounter wild monsters or bandits, using these gifts to save his life was also a method. Thinking of this, Changsheng decided to act. He brought Qingfeng to the pill furnace room. Qingfeng followed behind, looking at the eldest senior brother before him with immense pride. "Eldest senior brother even takes me along for alchemy. It seems senior brother values me highly. That vixen Li Chun indeed did not catch eldest senior brother's eye. I must seize this opportunity." The two walked into the alchemy room. Looking at the glittering pill furnace before him, Qingfeng could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this flowing gold phoenix furnace is truly amazing." As expected of eldest senior brother, even the pill furnace is one of the best in Deluo. Changsheng slowly closed the door, looking at Qingfeng with a smile. "As long as you like it." Suddenly, Qingfeng felt a chill down his spine. Turning his head, he realized there were only the two of them in the room. Moreover, Changsheng had closed the door and was slowly approaching him. "Eldest senior brother, in broad daylight, we are just refining pills. Why close the door tightly?" Changsheng stared intently at Qingfeng and chuckled softly. "You guess." Qingfeng instantly blushed to his ears. "Is senior brother afraid of the pill qi leaking? This pressure is too strong. Eldest senior brother is really scary like this, and now there are only 2 people in the room." Surely senior brother is not going to throw me into the furnace as a medicinal ingredient to be refined? Qingfeng retreated step by step until his back was against the pill furnace, looking at the approaching Chongsheng with increasing panic. Impossible, right? Eldest senior brother would not treat me like this, right? Eldest senior brother values me very much. Why does eldest senior brother value me? Clearly, senior sister Xian is much more powerful than I am. Facing the beautiful and strong senior sister Xian, he does not value her. On what basis does he only value me? After some wild imagination, Qingfeng's thoughts diverged to indescribable scenes of bromance between the two. At this moment, Chongsheng had arrived in front of Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, time is tight, no one will come to disturb us today, so let us begin." But to Chongsheng's surprise, Qingfeng knelt on the ground and shouted, "It cannot be done. I am very happy to receive eldest senior brother's misplaced love. But we will not have a result." Chongsheng's face was full of question marks. What are you saying? Why would there be no result from you refining pills? Hearing these words, Qingfeng scratched his head and laughed foolishly in embarrassment. Sigh of false alarm, surely I thought too much. So it is refining pills? Wait, is not it eldest senior brother refining pills? How did it become me refining? After his CPU processed for a while, Qingfeng said in panic, "But eldest senior brother, I am not good at alchemy, and although alchemy looks simple, it is actually incomparably dangerous. A wasted pill is a small matter, but if the furnace explodes, that is big trouble," Chongsheng explained. Junior brother Qingfeng, senior brother will not criticize you on this point. If you do not understand, you must learn. One is never too old to learn. Follow the steps of the pill formula, be careful, and there will be no problem. But Chongsheng was also afraid in his heart. HMPH, this idiot. Of course I know it is dangerous. Otherwise, why would I call you here? Qingfeng knelt on the ground, scared to the point of wanting to cry. Eldest senior brother, I cannot do it. If the furnace explodes, my old dad will beat me to death. Please spare me. Chongsheng sighed, that peerlessly handsome face revealing a trace of regret. Qingfeng, you have disappointed me too much. Although your aptitude is average, have you ever thought that you might be a genius in other aspects? When I first saw you, I knew you were a peerless alchemy prodigy. Under this sky, perhaps only you, Qingfeng, can be superior. Qingfeng, do you want to be mediocre for a lifetime or become a respected alchemy grandmaster? The opportunity comes only once. If you do not try once, how do you know you cannot? Hearing these touching words, Qingfeng was instantly filled with strength. Eldest senior brother, I understand. I want to be an alchemist under one person and above 10,000. Seeing the other party fall into the trap, Chongsheng smiled with satisfaction. Good, done. Receiving Chongsheng's carefully composed full-score essay, every word piercing the heart, helping Qingfeng turn from fearing alchemy to boiling with blood to refine pills. At this moment he stood calmly in front of the pill furnace. Chongsheng observed Qingfeng refining pills, having long calculated the distance and standing far away. This position can prolong life. Once there is danger, I can immediately open the door and flee. Of course, if Qingfeng is injured because of this, whether it is broken bones or flesh wounds, as the eldest senior brother I will stay by his side, take good care of him, and incidentally, will not have to go down the mountain. 1,000 mistakes, 10,000 mistakes are all my fault. It was all me being too reckless, causing Qingfeng to become like this. As long as Qingfeng is not well for a day, I will not go down the mountain for a day because my conscience is uneasy. Suddenly the pill furnace reacted violently. Both rookies were startled. Is it really going to explode? Chongsheng saw Qingfeng was scared silly and did not react, and Qingfeng's position was extremely dangerous. If the furnace exploded, would this kid standing there still have a life? Why are not you running? Seeing Qingfeng frozen on the spot, not knowing how to react to danger, the previous calculations were instantly thrown to the back of his mind. He instinctively rushed over to block in front of Qingfeng and shouted, "You run quickly." This action was deeply imprinted in Qingfeng's heart. He looked with emotion at Chongsheng's broad back shielding him from wind and rain. But Chongsheng, who had rushed over subconsciously, knew none of this, knowing that at this distance an explosion would undoubtedly mean death. But as the eldest senior brother, I could not do as I had previously imagined. Fortunately, after the smoke dissipated, seeing the pill furnace shining with golden light, Qingfeng said with joy, "Eldest senior brother, the pill is formed. It wasn't going to explode." Subsequently, the two opened the furnace to check. Qingfeng's first time refining pills actually yielded an unexpected surprise. He excitedly handed it to Chongsheng to see. "Senior brother, look at this quality. It is absolutely top grade." Chongsheng looked at the 4 freshly baked pills. The quality was indeed good. What efficacy does this pill have? Thinking of this, he smiled and applied the old rhetoric. "Qingfeng, I ask you, what pill is this?" Qingfeng's gaze was burning. "Senior brother, can this stump me? There are 3 kinds of blood-replenishing medicinal ingredients and 18 kinds of qi-replenishing auxiliary medicines inside, so this should be the 10 perfect blood and qi supplementing pill, right?" Looking at Qingfeng's innocent appearance, Chongsheng pretended to be profound, wanting to verify the efficacy. So he said, "Qingfeng, then you go try the effect of this pill." Seeing eldest senior brother waiting, Qingfeng instantly became nervous. Sweat poured down like rain, just like a student who had not reviewed facing a teacher's question. Qingfeng looked at the pill in his hand uneasily, and asked Chongsheng, "Senior brother, what effect does this pill have?" Hearing Chongsheng say the effect was great, he panicked even more. Chongsheng had a smile on his face, but inwardly he just wanted to see the pill's efficacy. The prescription wasn't written randomly either. It was improved based on the original Vajra blood qi pill. Theoretically speaking, it should be a blood and chi supplementing pill. It probably will not kill anyone, nor should it send someone to reincarnate. Looking at the untested pill in his hand, Qing Feng immediately thought of a scapegoat. Senior brother, I see the fellow brothers outside are working very hard and are tired. Why not let them try it? Chongqing readily agreed. That is good too, then go quickly. What are you waiting for? I'll wait for you to come back. In his heart, he secretly evaluated Qingfeng. Truly, thank you, Qingfeng. Pitting people is pitting people as long as the pill's effect can be tested. Half an hour later, Qingfeng ran in with a mournful face. Something bad happened, eldest senior brother. Something big happened. Looking at the weeping Qingfeng, Chongqing comforted gently. Do not be afraid, baby. Tell me what happened. In his heart, however, he secretly said, Qingfeng, you carry this blame well. When eldest senior brother becomes the sect master, I will definitely compensate you well. Qingfeng cried while saying, this is a blood and chi supplementing pill, but the problem is that after drinking it he lost his memory. Really lost his memory. After I gave it to that person to drink, his whole body was entangled with chi and blood, looking quite abnormal. But soon he seemed to have forgotten many things and even asked me who I was and where this was. Eldest senior brother, what should I do? Listening to Qingfeng's description, Chongqing probably understood, sighing in his heart, good heavens, this is not even recognizing himself anymore. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. Facing the sudden situation, Chongqing said calmly, do not panic first. I ask you, who was the disciple who tested the medicine? When he heard Qingfeng say it was Zhao Yang, a true disciple of the Purple Azure Sacred Land, waves of shock rose in Chongqing's heart. What? If a Deluo disciple lost their memory, it would be fine. At worst, let Qingfeng take the blame, but if this harmed a disciple of another sect, that would be no small matter. But on the surface, Chongqing asked without batting an eyelid. I ask you, who else was present at the time? Qingfeng hurriedly answered. At that time there was only me. I happened to meet him when I went down the mountain. Chongqing asked him what he was doing down the mountain. Qingfeng answered that he was there to absorb immortal energy. Senior brother may not know, but because of being stained with your immortal energy, many people have gathered at the foot of our mountain. There are a few senior brothers who are particularly persistent, cultivating desperately, not even returning to their cave abodes, just sitting quietly at the foot of our mountain. Over time, there are rumors that someone had an epiphany and then broke through their realm. It is really because eldest senior brother is too formidable. Getting a bit of immortal energy beside eldest senior brother is of great benefit to breaking through realms. Chongqing listened until his head was big. I think it is this group of people directing and acting themselves, right? Although thank you for thinking so highly of me, these people are really sick. I am also speechless. Chongqing asked Qingfeng back, are you sure you weren't seen by anyone? Seeing Qingfeng shake his head, he continued. Since that is the case, no matter what, you cannot say you have seen him. You have been refining pills with me here the whole time. No matter what happens, you must bite the bullet and deny it, do you know? Qingfeng said worriedly, does senior brother mean that since no one knows we should just flatly deny it, right? But there is no wall in this world that does not let wine through. Chongqing chuckled softly. Do not say anymore. In short, do not admit it. If something really happens, senior brother will carry it. This matter has nothing to do with you. Qingfeng was moved endlessly upon hearing these words. Eldest senior brother is simply my god. Subsequently, he asked Chongqing, then what do we do now? Chongqing gently stroked the pill furnace and said, continue refining pills, no need to pay attention, just pretend this interlude never happened. Qingfeng said uneasily behind him, it is just what if senior brother. What if that person recovers his memory? Qingfeng heard Chongqing say they could only take a risk, so he lifted his sword with killing intent and said, eldest senior brother, I understand your meaning. Do it or do not do it at all. Kill people to silence them and incidentally let him shut up forever. Hearing this, Chongqing was petrified on the spot. You understand my ass, Qingfeng, we are a decent and upright sect after all. Do not be so extreme in everything. If he recovers his memory, would not feeding him another amnesia pill solve it? The first pill formula is called the Vajra Glazed pill. It can increase the strength of the nascent soul realm by 10 times. The side effect is a greatly increased appetite. The second pill formula is called the Fire Phoenix True Blood pill. It can heal all injuries, stop bleeding and nourish chi. The side effect is memory loss. Chongqing took out a talisman paper and pasted it on the alchemy furnace. This time, senior brother will refine the pills personally. The main effect of this third pill formula is to refresh the mind, but senior brother has made some slight modifications. It is not as simple as a mind-refreshing pill. Calling it a Dao comprehension pill would be more apt. After taking it, one can enter a state of sudden enlightenment, doubling their learning ability. The properties of the required medicinal ingredients are stable, so the furnace basically will not explode. Otherwise, I would not dare to do it myself. Qingfeng, standing aside, looked at Chongqing refining pills with a mesmerized expression. As expected of eldest senior brother, he actually threw all the medicinal ingredients into the furnace at once. Even the strongest alchemists would not dare to do this. A slight carelessness would lead to a furnace explosion. Eldest senior brother is indeed bold due to his high skill. Truly too domineering. I admire him. However, Qingfeng could not see at all that Chongqing actually did not understand alchemy, and he knew absolutely nothing about the problems Chongqing was thinking about just now. Suddenly, the pill furnace shook violently, then erupted with a beam of light. looking as if it were about to explode. The entire sect was immersed in peace and harmony when suddenly a loud bang was heard from the pill refining room, followed by a pillar of light rushing into the sky. The disciples at the foot of the mountain looked up toward where Changsheng was. They saw the light transform into a fire phoenix, dazzling and resplendent, spreading its wings as if ready to fly, seeming as if it wanted to take the mountain peak where Changsheng was along with it to ascend. Seeing this, the disciples at the foot of the mountain felt excitement, but even more pride. "Everyone look, I heard Elda's senior brother is refining pills on Red Peak." The light shone all the way to the Deluo Palace. The various big shots looked at the pulsating light inside the room and could not help but be surprised. "What is this? What is this fragrance spreading for 1,000 miles? Unknown when the hall master of the pill hall had already appeared. He looked at the flickering light and smelled the fragrance permeating the air, incomparably excited. "Cannot be wrong. This fragrance means a peerless immortal pill has been born." A disciple ran in from outside to reporting to the hall master, an anomaly has appeared on Red Peak again. It is Elda's senior brother refining pills. Hearing this, the elders had long anticipated it and were not surprised, merely nodding with proud laughter. "So it was Changsheng, then let us go over and have a look." At this moment, inside the pill refining room, seeing that the furnace had not exploded and accompanied by super dazzling light and fragrance curling around the room, Changsheng approached the pill furnace excitedly. He was half believing and half doubting in his heart. "I succeeded. This smell is quite special, and the light looks quite mysterious. Could it be that it really worked?" Harboring expectations and desires, the image of a top-grade pill had already emerged in his mind. Sure enough, heaven pays off the painstaking person. Where there is a will, there is a way. Although my cultivation is low and my constitution is poor, I have read extensively and put in hard work on alchemy. Could it be that I am not just a waste who relies on his looks to eat? Maybe I really am an alchemy genius. After all, my looks are considered quite good. And I am the kind eldest senior brother in everyone's heart. Combining these factors, how could I be a waste? Harboring many ambitions and hopes, however, what responded to him was a cute pill lying in the furnace emitting light. Looking at this pill refined by his own hands, condensing the essence of all his painstaking efforts, it turned out not to be round. Looking at this interface that was completely different from ordinary pills, Changsheng was silent and speechless. He just silently turned around, not looking at it one more time. How could it be this ugly? Am I really a waste? Clearly I was full of confidence a second ago, harboring hope, feeling I might be an alchemy genius. Why does my shame nerve stop working when I am confident? Qingfeng did not understand the situation. He only cared about looking forward to his eldest senior brother's pill. So he also asked excitedly, "Senior brother, how did the pill turn out?" Hearing this question, Changsheng held back his tears, his heart feeling as bitter as a fart. "Did not you see I am in sorrow and pain, truly mentioning the pot that does not boil? You even had to lift the whole pot up." Qingfeng leaned in next to Changsheng with high interest. "Wow, so fragrant. One sniff and I know it is a peerless immortal pill. Taking another sniff, I feel like I am about to ascend. All right, cannot wait anymore. I must see the true face of the immortal pill." Seeing this pill shape, the likes of which he had only seen in his life, Qingfeng unconsciously froze just like Changsheng did before. He just stood quietly, speaking no more. The entire space fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that Changsheng felt deeply inferior. "See, now that you have seen it, stop fantasizing. Reality is too cruel. Do not always mythologize me. Do not think just because I have some good looks I am omnipotent. Look, what use is it that I am this handsome? How could I refine any pill? I cannot do anything. Everything is just a joke," he said painfully. "Senior brother is very dissatisfied this time. Next time I will definitely do better." But this deathly silence did not last too long. To Changsheng's surprise, Qingfeng behind him said excitedly, "As expected of eldest senior brother, it really is a peerless immortal medicine." These words sounded even more harsh to Changsheng. "Yo, still blowing? Speaking nonsense with your eyes closed, right? Lu Qingfeng, your flattery is overdone." But when Changsheng turned around, he discovered that Qingfeng was looking at him with a face full of worship, every word coming from the bottom of his heart. "First time in my life seeing a peerless immortal pill. Did not expect it to look like this. As expected of eldest senior brother." Facing Qingfeng's blind worship, Changsheng was petrified on the spot, speechless. "Good job, Qingfeng. You can even brainwash yourself, creating concepts and forcing them to fit. Creating this kind of mud monster is not my fault. The fault lies with this world." After paying homage to Changsheng's work of the century, that century pill, Qingfeng suddenly began writing furiously with excitement, starting to learn. When he heard Changsheng ask, "What are you doing?" Qingfeng turned back with an excited face and answered, "You were right, one is never too old to learn. I have to record it seriously. I am serious. Eldest senior brother, you are too strict with yourself. You refined a peerless immortal pill and you are still unhappy." Changsheng rubbed his forehead upon hearing this. "It is not that I am unhappy, it is just that this shape is a bit— How are you sure this is a peerless immortal pill?" Hearing this, Qingfeng said to Changsheng with slight panic, "But eldest senior brother, how are you sure this is not a peerless immortal pill?" Listening to Qingfeng's explanation, Changsheng fell into deep thought, actually feeling these words made unexpected sense, thinking about it carefully. This explanation really holds water. Who stipulated that a peerless immortal pill must be round? Cannot it be any shape, for example, like a pile of mud? Chongqing looked at Qingfeng and decided to give himself a chance, letting him get that pile of Peerless Immortal Pill out. Qingfeng received the order and quickly ran over to scrape that so-called Peerless Immortal Pill completely clean. Chongqing looked at that Peerless Immortal Pill, which was like a pile of mud and fully the size of a serving tray, and commented secretly, "Wow, it is even more disgusting up close." Holding the immortal medicine, Qingfeng observed with focused eyes, "My dad said the great principles contained in true immortal pills are extremely simple. The more ordinary the appearance, the more extraordinary. Look at this pill. It looks black and ugly, but in reality it is also black and ugly. Maybe it really has miraculous effects." Speaking of this, Qingfeng did not hesitate to pick off a small piece and taste it. Subsequently, his cultivation power, strength, and luck index rose in a straight line over time. Qingfeng held the immortal medicine, his eyes full of the happiness of promotion and worship. "This immortal medicine is sweet and sour. Eldest senior brother, what variety is this? I feel my mind is much clearer." Seeing that the thing he refined wasn't that useless, Chongqing was incomparably happy. Speaking, he put down the immortal medicine and said to Qingfeng, "I'll tell you later. Come roll the pills first." Seeing this, Qingfeng also hurriedly went over to help while the two were working hard rolling pills outside the door. 4 elders were standing outside at some point. Chongqing suspected in his heart, was the matter of Zhao Yang discovered by Master, so they came to punish me? Facing the elders' imposing manner, Chongqing greeted them softly, but felt a bit guilty inside. Looking so aggressive, should I just confess to be lenient? Do I also have to fulfill the responsibility of the eldest senior brother? Suddenly, the hall master of the pill hall, who could wait no longer, said to him, "Chongqing, this old man has refined pills all his life but has never seen a Peerless Immortal Pill. Quickly take me to see what the Peerless Immortal Pill looks like." "Alright, stop talking nonsense, let us go quickly." Saying this, the old fellows elegantly ignored Chongqing, paying no attention to him stammering outside the door, and pushed the door directly to enter. When the door suddenly opened, Qingfeng, who was still rolling pills, knew nothing about the current situation. He looked at the various old people with a dumbfounded face, traces of eating the immortal medicine still on the corner of his mouth, and his hands still diligently rolling pills of different sizes. At this moment, because his old dad came in, he was shocked into forgetting his mother tongue for a moment. After his brain processed the information for a while, he asked in panic, "Father, why are you here?" Lu Qing looked at the silly son in front of him and scolded, "You do not follow senior brother to study well, what are you messing around here for? Get out from me." No matter how he explained, Lu Qing still cursed and drove him to scram. Seeing his father so agitated, although he did not understand why, Qingfeng still left. He held back his anger and dropped a sentence, "Scram then scram, what are you shouting for?" Hearing this, Lu Qing was even more furious, turned around and beat his precious son a few times, roaring, "You brat, your wings have hardened grown up, have not they? Actually dare to speak to your old dad like this?" Qingfeng, sporting a large bump on his head, looked confused. "Dad, can you hear my inner monologue?" Seeing the situation about to get out of control, the various elders hurriedly persuaded, "Do not be angry, Qingfeng is still a child, but Qingfeng, where is the Peerless Immortal Pill your eldest senior brother refined?" Qingfeng pointed to the thing like a pile of mud on the ground and said to the elders, "That is the immortal pill right there." The old fellows formed a circle, quietly looking at that pile of burnt yellow mud. An old man pointed at Qingfeng and opened his mouth. "How about you beat this kid again? I think he is playing us." Qingfeng, a few steps away, cried out in justice upon hearing this. "Dad, it really is that. I did not lie to you." But Lu Qing was already burning with anger at this point and beat his son a few more times. Qingfeng cried out weakly, shedding 2 lines of clear tears, "What I said is all true. If you do not believe me, why ask me?" Lu Qing cursed while beating. "I am not blind, you unfilial son, tell the truth quickly." Looking at the chaotic scene inside, Chongqing outside the door could only give up. His eyes were hollow, silently wishing Qingfeng good luck in his heart. After a bout of noise, although they did not see the immortal pill, the fragrance filling the room was truly intoxicating. Everyone surrounded the pill furnace, trying to find the immortal pill. "This fragrance is definitely a Peerless Immortal Pill, indeed fresh and sweet, just smelling it makes one feel like floating as an immortal. You guys look carefully, if it is inside, move aside, let me look." Subsequently, the old fellows came to Chongqing again, asking him to reveal the whereabouts of the Peerless Immortal Pill. "Chongqing, where is the Peerless Immortal Pill you refined? You can say it with peace of mind. This old man will only look, will not swallow yours," Chongqing said to the various elders with both guilt and heartache. "Martial uncles, the pill disciple refined is indeed the one everyone saw in Qingfeng's hand," but like Qingfeng, no one believed Chongqing when he said this. Qingyun stepped out from the crowd, blocking in front of Chongqing to protect him. "Stop quarreling, you are all big shots in the cultivation world anyway. What do you look like behaving like this?" Since Chongqing does not take it out, he must have his unspeakable difficulties. "Why must you force him so bitterly like this?" Only then did the elders realize they had been impatient and lost their composure. Subsequently, they exchanged a few awkward pleasantries and left. Chongqing looked at the back of his master Qingyun protecting him, tears filling his eyes. Although master is usually unreliable, he is still protective of his calf disciple at critical moments. Qingyun said to him with a serious face, "Chongqing, although the route for this trip out has been planned, as a teacher I have thought deeply. The mortal world is dangerous, so I prepared some things for you. All inside this ring." Chongqing looked at his master with emotion. "Is this not the universe Ruyi ring that master cherishes daily and never lets leave his side in life or death?" This ring had a great background. It was a half-immortal artifact worn by the founding ancestor of the Daluo sacred land, passed down from generation to generation. Besides the storage function, it could also condense a Daluo true soul to protect oneself. More importantly, this ring was the symbol of the Daluo sacred master. Subsequently, he handed the ring to Chongqing, entrusting it to him with a face full of cherish. Come Chongqing, take it. Chongqing, for us cultivators, offspring are difficult. The higher the realm, the less you can think about having children. Plus, Master has always been a solitary man with no cares. The only one I cannot let go of is you. Although it has only been a short 3 years, Master already views you as my own. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Putting it plainly, parents worry most when children wander the Jianghu. With you going this time, Master is also truly worried. In case of any unfortunate accidents or sickness and injury, how can Master live? Considering your safety, Master has secretly paved the road for you. Put this map away safely. This can help you get things done, but I cannot guarantee it is foolproof. So we must have a backup plan. Master has arranged manpower to protect you, at that time with 20 Green Lotus guards plus this ring. Unless you encounter a tribulation-crossing realm powerhouse, no one can even think of harming a single hair on your body. After Qingyun gave Chongqing a ring and a map, he said with imposing momentum, Master has already lit the Chongqing lamp for you. You must return within 10 days. If you encounter any danger, Master will definitely give his all, even if it means overturning the entire Daluo sacred land to renew your Chongqing lamp. Hearing these heartfelt words, Lu Chongqing was deeply moved, memories of the past flooding his mind. From the moment Master held his hand to enter the sect, to the bits and pieces of being invested as the sect's eldest senior brother, under Qingyun's surprised gaze, Lu Chongqing knelt before his master, moved to tears. Once a teacher, always a father, Master treats me like a son, arranging everything properly for me, even going so far as to give up his beloved possession. Whether it is the affection between master and disciple or the love between father and son, Master deserves this bow from his disciple. Qingyun hurriedly helped Lu Chongqing up. Oh my Chongqing, my disciple, no need for this. Quickly, please rise, do not be like this. In this moment of deep master-disciple affection and touching sentiment, Qingyun put on the appearance of a cute old urchin and looked at Lu Chongqing. Chongqing, look how good Master is to you. Just let Master have one look at the peerless immortal pill. As soon as these words fell, all the beautiful memories and touching chapters shattered instantly. Lu Chongqing froze on the spot. At this moment, Lu Chongqing redefined anger. His face turned pale with rage, and the thousands of words in his heart, even if unspoken, were full of sarcasm. A father and also a teacher. You really are my biological master, Lu Chongqing. Under the coercion of Taoist Qingyun, Lu Chongqing could only lie, claiming he had already eaten the immortal pill to end this topic, even though he himself felt deeply regretful. Qingyun finally sighed helplessly, stroking his beard with a powerless look. This child, you should have let me see it first, but it does not matter. Since you ate it, let it be, Chongqing said with a frowning face beside him. Many thanks, Master. This disciple will definitely pay attention next time. But thinking that his beloved disciple had eaten the immortal pill, Taoist Qingyun did not feel too unhappy, and left the main peak with a smile as bright as the morning sun on his face. At this time, those old fellows outside the door were eavesdropping. Seeing Qingyun come out, they asked, Senior brother, you finally came out. How was it? Did you see the immortal pill? Why do I smell a strange fragrance on you? Senior brother, tell me quickly, what does the immortal pill look like? Qingyun pretended to be profound, stroking his beard proudly. My, what's the rush? Do not you think about it. In front of outsiders, could Chongqing casually take out the immortal pill? Of course not, right? Are everyone present outsiders? The elders nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The sect master is right. Quickly tell us what the immortal pill looks like. Qingyun pretended to be mysterious and said to his old friends, I can tell you, but you must keep it a secret. If you can guarantee this, I will tell you. Lu Qing eagerly guaranteed. Others might not dare to say, but who am I, Lu Qing? Asking me to keep my mouth shut is insulting me. After receiving the guarantees from these old fellows, though not quite reliable, Qingyun stroked his beard and slowly recited the nonsense he had made up. Speaking of this immortal pill, it is the size of a longan, crystal clear with a pungent exotic fragrance, but what makes it extraordinary is that this pill has 9 exquisite apertures, and there is a layer of faint golden patterns on the surface. If you listen carefully, you can even hear ancient chanting sounds. It is indeed accompanied by auspicious signs. The most terrifying thing is that once the immortal pill appears, the 5 divine beasts surround it, with the dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry. I cannot describe it either. Being lucky enough to witness the peerless immortal pill, this old man will have no regrets even if I go into the earth. Looking at the old friends with longing faces before him, Qingyun slowly added a finishing blow. Do not think about seeing it. At senior brother's strong request, Chongqing has already swallowed the immortal pill. You will not be able to see it. Hearing this, the elders lay on the ground in heartbreak, crying with regret. Actually ate it? Gone, what a pity. This old man will regret this for a lifetime. Qingyun suddenly spoke, his voice loud and clear, his eyes firm and profound. Truly extremely stupid, short-sighted. Chongqing is a disciple of my Daluo sacred land. The days ahead are long. Are you still afraid Chongqing will not be able to refine a peerless immortal pill? When the time comes, let Chongqing give you each a bottle. Would not that be beautiful? Smelling the scent of benefits, the elders instantly beamed with joy, looking at Qingyun with starry eyes. Really? Many thanks, senior brother, this is too blissful. Qingyun smiled contemptuously, looking at this group of people who believed him deeply. Although not all of it was false, 99% was unreliable. He was secretly proud. As expected of me, these old fellows must have all been hoodwinked by me, right? Gazing at the distant horizon, the elders fell into silence. All right, junior brothers, stop thinking about the immortal pill. Let us continue discussing the major event of investing the Saint's son after Chongqing returns. This is the proper business. The scene shifts to Deluo. As everyone knows, Qingfeng is famous for his tight-mouthed sarcasm, but this excellent tradition was obviously inherited from his father. The word confidentiality did not exist in Lu Qing's dictionary either. As soon as he got home, he immediately recounted the secret Qingyun had told earlier. I saw it with my own eyes. That peerless immortal pill is truly earth-shattering and ghost-weeping. That immortal pill seemed to have gained spiritual intelligence and could even speak, surrounded by 10 divine beasts and bearing great Tao scripture rune imprints, not to mention eating it. Just smelling it can make a golden core cultivator break through directly to the nascent soul realm. Remember, do not spread it. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know about this matter. If it spreads, we are done for. Be careful with your words. The mouths of the masses are the hardest to stop. The news of Chongqing refining a divine pill spread through every street and alley of the cultivation world. From merely breaking through to golden core to being able to ascend, the rumors became more and more outrageous. The next day, Deluo Main Peak. The subject of the rumors knew nothing about this. Lu Chongqing was discussing yesterday's immortal pill with Qingfeng. You mean this pill has a very strong healing effect, but the side effect is that one will instinctively speak the truth? Qingfeng nodded in confirmation and described the side effects in detail. That is right, I only ate a tiny bit at the time and felt a sudden enlightenment. It was as if the difficult problems before my eyes were not worth mentioning, but I would instinctively speak the thoughts in my heart. Hearing this result, Chongqing was relatively satisfied. He calculated in his heart, then let us call it the Tao Comprehension Truth Pill. Although speaking the truth is a bit troublesome, being able to make people have an epiphany is very good. Zhao Yang's matter has not been completely exposed yet. If I continue refining pills, I will be suspected sooner or later. Put the matter of refining pills aside for now. Let other disciples refine according to the pill formula. I am about to go down the mountain soon. I must learn a few Taoist methods to protect myself. Others being strong is their business. I still have to figure out a way myself. After pondering for a moment, he said to Qingfeng, Qingfeng, you stay here and continue refining pills. I am going out for a bit and will return. Subsequently, Chongqing steered the lotus platform, the 9 halos behind his head shining brightly, flying high above. Seeing him fly by, the disciples below shouted his name frantically with happiness as if seeing a big shot. The halo of the Son of Destiny simply blinds people's eyes. But at this moment, Lu Chongqing, sitting upright on the lotus platform, was different. Looking down caused his blood pressure to soar. It turned out he had acrophobia. Although his heart was panicked to the point of wanting to faint, to maintain his image in front of his junior brothers and sisters, he could only force himself to pretend to be calm. After flying for a while, he arrived in front of a magnificent tall tower, the Myriad Book Pavilion. The Myriad Book Pavilion was a high tower hiding thousands of treasures, with a total of 9 floors. Ordinary disciples could only enter the first 3 floors. Inner sect disciples could enter the first 6 floors, core disciples could enter the 7th floor, and personal disciples could enter the 8th floor. And to enter the 9th floor, only the sect master, Saint Sun, supreme elders, and various hall masters were allowed. Arriving in front of the Myriad Book Pavilion, Chongqing's eyes became anxious. That was the thirst for knowledge. True disciples wanting to read books also needed to hold the corresponding token to enter. Although Chongqing was not the Saint's son, he was the Deluo eldest senior brother. In fact, he was the Deluo Saint's son, just not officially invested yet. If following strict regulations, Lu Chongqing could not go in, but holding the Deluo ancient token, he was naturally unimpeded. After all, everyone knew what this meant throughout history. Facing this token, who dared to block? Seeing the token, the gatekeeper immediately invited him in respectfully. Welcoming Deluo eldest senior brother Chongqing, please enter. Entering the Myriad Book Pavilion, Lu Chongqing went straight to the 9th floor. That was the highest floor with only 13 Taoist methods. Looking at the materials on the table, he casually picked up a scroll. Opening it to look, the text inside made Chongqing, who was well read, feel like he was reading a heavenly book. Changing to another one he still could not understand. The minimum threshold for the 9th floor is the deity transformation realm. Even if ordinary disciples came, they would not understand. I actually want to understand, but this realm barrier is truly hateful. Even if I understood, I could not learn it. Truly infuriating. Subsequently, Chongqing decided to go to the lower floors. Every floor he reached caused a commotion. The disciples outside looked at him enviously. Wow, look everyone, the way eldest senior brother reads has such intellectual beauty. Chongqing picked up a book scroll and tried to read, but ultimately still did not understand. Really interesting. If I had the pill formation realm, why would I still study Taoist methods? Bullying too much, disliking my low cultivation, right? Discriminating against underachievers, right? Fine, then I'll go directly to the 2nd floor. but holding the books on the second floor. Sure enough, he still did not understand anything. Holding the book, Changsheng trembled with anger, simply unable to believe it. Understanding this book requires the foundation establishment realm. Who did I, a chi refining realm cultivator, offend? Is not this blatantly discriminating against me? I wake up earlier than a chicken and sleep later than a dog. Finally, he could only swallow his anger and had to drag his body down to the first floor. When he stepped onto the first floor, that extraordinary temperament caused the disciples to discuss animatedly. Changsheng turned a deaf ear to these discussions, his heart set only on reading. In the Delua sacred land, the chi refining realm was just a transitional realm for many new cultivators. There was basically no need to cultivate any Taoist methods. Watching the book scrolls flying on the table as if picking vegetables in a market, looking at the neatly arranged books, Changsheng's heart beat faster. Calming his mood, I must make us chi refining realm cultivators proud, although these book titles sounded discouraging. Seeing him on this floor, the disciples discussed animatedly. But Changsheng only sighed in his heart. Alas, what do you understand? Guess all you want anyway. I did not intend to hide it. True is not fake, fake cannot be true. I see this matter will be exposed sooner or later. To cover one lie, countless lies must be used. Forget it. Do as you please. Suddenly, an old man walked out from the crowd, blocking in front of him to defend him. What do you understand? The so-called Taoist methods have no distinction between strong and weak, nor high and low. In Changsheng's eyes, 10,000 methods all have their extraordinary aspects. You only see the power, but do not see the core. This is the reason you are inferior to eldest senior brother. There are no strongest Taoist methods in the world, only the weakest cultivators. Looking at the old man before them, everyone hurried to greet him respectfully. He looked at the students before him and gently reasoned, Immortals. A single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Mortals, even obtaining an immortal artifact is hard to accomplish anything with. This is the supreme realm, only Changsheng can understand. Lu Changsheng stood there, dumbfounded by what he heard. Elder, I am just a frog in the well. I really do not understand. According to what you say, am I an otherworldly know-it-all? Although I do not understand what this old man says makes so much sense, I seem to have realized something. After resolving the students' criticisms, Lu Changsheng stepped forward to give thanks. The old man liked him more the more he looked at him. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to keep him, asking if he was willing to stay in the Myriad Book Pavilion, saying he could guide him daily. Changsheng felt he did not love reading that much, so he politely declined. Many thanks for the elder's favor. I will come often to disturb you. That night, Changsheng immersed himself in the borrowed books. Although there weren't many chi refining Taoist methods, the elder was right. There are no strongest Taoist methods, only the weakest cultivators. Although I am no good at cultivation, I read fast. Believe in myself, I will definitely find a cultivation method suitable for me. Persistence is victory. Come on. On a sunny and breezy day, Changsheng gazed at the green mountains and clear waters before him, calmly finished reading the Taoist methods and selected 2 sword techniques. After all, a sword immortal fits my temperament best. The first book, Golden Sun Sword Technique, Weak Power. This sword technique is suitable for the chi refining realm, but the drawback is that the power is not great. Although it is a metal attribute sword technique at most, it can penetrate hard rocks. Roughly, it involves mobilizing a small amount of spiritual energy in the body, converting it into metal attribute spiritual energy, condensing it into a flying sword, which is sword chi, and then releasing it. Simple and easy to understand, although I cultivate slowly. Maybe the same Taoist method practiced by me is stronger than others. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. According to the Jade Scrolls records, one needs to mobilize 1/3 of the mana in the body for the sword chi's power to be maximized. Mobilizing only 1/3 of the mana presumably would not be that strong. Changsheng followed the book's instructions while thinking. He originally thought it would be just an ordinary strike, but who knew that as soon as the sword was drawn, a huge move impressively appeared. Even the perpetrator himself could not help but be surprised when seeing this scene. Holy crap, what is this situation? Did not the book say the power was very small? This is called small. Meanwhile, on a certain mountain peak 10 miles away, the light from Changsheng's move swept past, drawing exclamations from countless people. Is not that the golden sword glow of a powerhouse? One of the disciples immediately recognized this overbearing power. This aura belonged to senior brother Changsheng. Was senior brother cultivating the golden sun sword art? Hearing this, other disciples also responded enthusiastically. Eldest senior brother is cultivating the golden sun sword art. Is not that a chi refining realm Taoist method? Did not they say condensing a 3-inch sword chi was already pretty good? Is not eldest senior brother's golden sun sword art a bit too terrifying? The youth who first recognized this sword technique was Wang Jinyang. Looking at the sword chi that was still dazzling in the sky, cold sweat streamed down his face. I major in metal attribute sword techniques. I absolutely would not mistake it. Moreover, I used my spiritual eye to observe just now. Eldest senior brother indeed only used the mana of the chi refining realm to cast this spell. Look, only the mana of the chi refining realm would be so gentle. Meanwhile, Changsheng was preparing for the next attempt, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, ready to unleash a big move. While operating, he recalled the knowledge learned in the book. Reducing the mana in the body by 1/3 would allow him to launch it. It is now. Changxing immediately accumulated the qi energy on the blade, then swung the sword cleanly and crisply. That streak of sword qi flew into the void and ruthlessly kissed the mountain opposite, triggering a massive impact. The mountain kissed by Changxing's sword technique was left with a scar difficult to heal. It was directly blasted into a huge hollow. Changxing gripped the sword in his hand, his heart trembling incessantly. What the hell, this is ordinary power? Stop joking. The huge vibration triggered a minor earthquake affecting the entire sect. On the other side, Wang Jinyang witnessed this shocking scene. Unable to even hold the sword in his hand steadily, he collapsed on the ground in dead silence, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. Little punk trying to steal the sky, you really do not know your own weight, your head is spinning. At this time, over at the main hall, after experiencing the vibration just now, everyone was frantically searching for the source. Meanwhile, the elders were also sitting on pins and needles. After a while, someone ran into the main hall from outside to report, "Elders, it has been investigated clearly. Someone was practicing blade techniques and blasted a small mountain to pieces." Hearing this report, the elders instantly flew into a rage, anger rushing to the sky, cursing loudly. Truly too arrogant. How can practicing Taoist methods shatter a mountain? Is there no designated place for practice? Must capture him and punish him heavily, make him remember it until he is old. Which guy is so lawless? Each one is getting more and more excessive. None of those disciples are law-abiding and obedient to the rules. Now they are actually so arrogant. After the punishment hall's punishment ends, bring the person to our law enforcement hall. Let them taste the flavor of the law enforcement hall. However, this chest full of anger was like a small flame blown by a breeze. Upon hearing that the person blasting the mountain was Changxing, the entire space instantly fell into a deathly silence, and everyone's expression became incomparably stiff. But immediately after, the elders laughed loudly again, as if this was not a big deal at all. So it was our family's Changxing, then it is fine. I said it before, why be so fierce? Changxing has not been with us for many years, so he is not clear about many rules. It is normal for this kind of thing to happen. Look how diligent this child is. It is truly great. Indeed worthy of being the future saint son of our Deluo sacred land. It is just a small mountain. What are you all making a fuss about? Meanwhile, at Vajra Peak, the disciples were still discussing the slash that flew past. Senior brother, is this news accurate? I can use it to brag. Are you sure this is the Qi refining realm? I feel that even if my foundation establishment cultivation is perfect, I cannot compare to that slash. Wang Jinyang fell into silence. Although he did not want to admit it in his heart, in reality, the sword Qi released by eldest senior brother's Qi refining realm was stronger than the Golden Core realm. This power was already comparable to the Golden Core realm. If a Golden Core cultivator took such a streak of sword Qi, assuming the patriarchs could not withstand it, they would directly collect a ticket to see the patriarch. If they withstood it, they would likely be crippled too. On this side, Changxing was staring blankly at the mountain peak he had just blasted apart, a string of questions popping up in his mind, beginning to doubt his life and path of cultivation. Is the Qi refining realm this terrifying? The mountain shattered. Is this called weak in your eyes? But soon his expression relaxed, seemingly accepting this blow. In the current Shenxiao world, true powerhouses hold the sun and moon and pick the stars. Burning mountains and boiling seas are small matters. I only shattered a small mountain. Although the combat power is considered high standard in the Qi refining realm, looking at the entire Shenxiao world, I am still dregs. So start cultivating the second technique now, Deluo Fist Seal. The Deluo Fist Seal was complex to cultivate, focusing on spiritual energy supplemented by the physical body, condensing mana, combining supreme spiritual power, chanting the Changxing scripture while circulating Qi. Pose ready. Then he threw a gentle punch named Deluo Fist Seal. Instantly, a giant man condensed from fist Qi appeared, his figure as massive as a mansion, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent that made even the mountains tremble. Changxing watched this scene with cold sweat streaming down, thinking, who is this guy in front of me? Seeing this guy tucking in his abdomen, raising his buttocks and clenching his fist, an ominous premonition instantly struck, alarm bells ringing loudly. You are not for real, are you? Can we talk this out nicely? Do not get physical. Amidst Changxing's hopeless pleading, the fist Qi avatar pierced through 3 distant mountains with one punch. The flowers, trees, birds and beasts were also displaced. The vibration this time seemed even larger than the last, making the elders jump with anger once again. What is it now? Quickly send someone to investigate the cause. Meanwhile, at Vajra Peak, the disciples here almost wept with joy. Paralyzed on the ground, faces full of satisfaction. Eldest senior brother is the strongest, convinced in heart and mouth. He is forever a god in my eyes. Everyone may or may not know, but in the immortal path, one realm is one heaven. The gap between upper and lower is difficult to bridge. No matter how strong the Qi refining realm is, it cannot beat the foundation establishment realm. And no matter how strong the foundation establishment realm is, it cannot beat the core formation realm. The two are like a heavenly moat. Crossing it is slaying an immortal. Since ancient times, if one could defeat foundation establishment with Qi refining, they were a dragon among men. If one could defeat Golden Core with foundation establishment, they could be said to be an extraordinary monster. And if one could defeat Golden Core with core formation, they were a peerless genius. Without Lu Changxing knowing it, the moment he was born he was already in existence like a peerless genius. Changxing did not know any of this, nor did he have time to think about this question. He had crashed now because he accidentally punched 3 mountaintops away and another mountain lost its tip. This was already the 4th one. How much is the fine for destroying public property usually? I have no money. If I say the mountain shattered itself, will they believe it? At this time doting laughter came from the Deluo palace again. 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts fatherly. Haha, it is nothing if this child wants to demolish a few mountains. So it was, dear Changsheng. It is just a few mountain tops, nothing big. The sun set in the west and Changsheng was lying in front of new materials, although it does not look very high level. It will have unexpected effects when saving one's life. I have tried the Deluo fist seal, and I also tried the escape technique and transformation technique along the way, only now I am done for, tired to death. In his days a book caught his attention. The title was How to Refine Pills to Reduce Furnace Explosions. Just looking at the title felt very interesting. Soon he opened the pages to study, although he verbally complained that the content was full of nonsense and unintelligible as he read. Why did this content remind him of hand grenades? Changsheng got interested and began to think, if I bring a few hundred when going out to cultivate, casually throwing a few hand grenades, who cares what mythological devil you are, what demons, ghosts and monsters, all will have to go sell salted duck eggs. If so, then the name will be Rebirth Bliss Demon Subduing Pill. This matter brooked no delay. The matter of going down the mountain was imminent. I must make a quick decision. After all, one person's strength is ultimately meager. At this time, several disciples walked up behind Changsheng to greet him. Seeing them, he waved for them to come closer, saying he had a favor to ask. You guys take these pill formulas. I am counting on you, junior brothers and junior sisters. Let Li Chun find 20 senior alchemists. Let them experiment together. There is strength in numbers after all. 3 months had passed since that mountain cosmetic surgery incident. Li Chun held a bottle of pills, his face haggard but wearing a proud and happy smile. Finally succeeded. Hope eldest senior brother has not waited anxiously. Whether anxious or not was unknown. But Changsheng was currently leisurely eating leek and egg buns. When biting into a bun he suddenly broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Watching the golden light shoot far, the melon-eating crowd outside had already prepared sunglasses to prevent being blinded by the sudden strong light. Li Chun came to the room and greeted politely. Paying respects to eldest senior brother, congratulating eldest senior brother on breaking through the realm. Changsheng gently pushed open the door inside the room and said to Li Chun, Li Chun, you have worked hard. How is your pill refining going? Asked about the pills, Li Chun took out a round, smooth and beautiful pill that even emitted a fragrance to show Changsheng. Looking at the beautiful pill before him, Changsheng felt a bit creeped out inside. This pill was not only pale red but also emitted a strange fragrance. It seemed to be a blood supplementing pill. After displaying the pill, Li Chun explained, Senior brother, it is like this. Junior brother had a sudden flash of inspiration while refining pills. Since this pill is thrown out to bomb people, why not add some blood chi grass? This way it can confuse the enemy. Suppose we are in battle. Suddenly halfway through I take out this kind of pill. Would senior brother think that this guy is definitely going to swallow the pill to heal injuries? Therefore, senior brother would definitely rush over to interrupt me swallowing the pill, but just at this moment I throw the pill directly over. Boom, does senior brother think this is very spectacular? Is junior brother being a bit presumptuous? Please forgive me, senior brother. Changsheng was listening with relish. Suddenly hearing the junior brother say this, he comforted. What is junior brother saying? This idea is very good, reasonable and fair, very good. In his heart, however, he worried because he saw another side of this obedient junior brother. This Li Chun is truly not simple, looking honest and naive, but actually full of bad water. I better watch out for him. Li Chun asked at this time, does senior brother need me to test the medicine? Junior brother has not tested it yet because the alchemy elder said the spiritual energy inside is too violent. Putting just a little spiritual energy will cause it to explode immediately. Moreover, the power produced is huge, so he said we cannot test it recklessly. Changsheng nodded upon hearing this, and soon took Li Chun to an open space, asking him if this place would do. After speaking, Changsheng quickly hid behind a big rock and said, Li Chun, you try it. I have faith in you. Li Chun held the pill in his hand, looking at the senior brother who had already hidden behind the rock. Eldest senior brother really trusts me, but I do not know why I feel so uncomfortable. Subsequently, Li Chun did not think much, gently throwing the pill toward a mountain peak that looked still intact in the distance, while also gently activating that exploding pill. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, the explosion sound shaking heaven and earth. Li Chun stared blankly at the destructive power before him. Changsheng, hiding behind the rock, covered his ears tightly, not surprised by this result. Because he had long been trained to be numb, that sky-soaring explosion was both high and large. Many places could see it very clearly. The disciples watched and sighed with emotion. What a big mushroom cloud! Is it even more exciting than the previous 2 times? Our eldest senior brother's cultivation is becoming more and more powerful. The elders were no longer surprised but looked at this masterpiece and clicked their tongues in praise. Is that child Changsheng experimenting again? Need I ask? This child has improved. After the explosion ended, the 2 went down to inspect. A large and deep pit appeared on the ground. Although not surprised by the big explosion, looking at the destructive power left by the explosion, Changsheng also sweated cold sweat. Can this power directly blast a golden core cultivator to death? Li Chun's soul was still trembling as he said, not just a golden core cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator could not withstand it. Eldest senior brother, you are truly strong. Although Chongqing looked calm on the outside, inwardly he was already planning how to use this exploding pill. Even a nascent soul cannot withstand it, then I must bring a huge pile when going out. Encountering a strong enemy, I'll throw one. If one is not enough, then 10, or directly send him 100. Care not if you are a god or immortal, I will physically super-salve you. Li Chun continued timidly. Although this pill has great power, the materials are very precious. I am afraid it cannot be mass-produced. However, if eldest senior brother wants it, it is not impossible. Just that the quantity cannot be too large. At most can only refine 500. Chongqing pondered upon hearing this. 100 is also fine. One can physically super-salve a nascent soul cultivator. Use 10 for a strong enemy. Throw 100 for a stronger one. This should be able to cause a little damage. Thinking this, he took out a token and said to Li Chun, Junior brother Li, this is the Deluo token. Before senior brother goes out, try to refine 1000. If this matter is done well, senior brother will reward you heavily. Li Chun took the token and guaranteed junior brother will definitely do his utmost. Many thanks for eldest senior brother's deep love. After a while, hearing Li Chun ask what this exploding pill was called, Chongqing proudly spoke the name he had thought of for a long time, Rebirth Bliss Demon Subduing Pill. But after listening, Li Chun suggested, this name is too awkward to read, it sounds better to call it Bomb Pill. Chongqing was a bit angry upon hearing this, leaning in close and saying, this is not something you should worry about, hurry up and scram, it is truly scary to have no culture. What the hell is Bomb Pill? Why not Hand Grenade, East Wind Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Pill, Junior Brother Ah? Are you Chu Gao always going against me? Just then, as if it were a timely salvation, Qingfeng came walking from the distance shouting loudly. Hearing someone call out, Chongqing turned around, is that Qingfeng? What's the matter? Qingfeng approached and said, Senior brother, the sect master has passed down a decree saying you are to go to the academy to impart Taoist methods to the disciples. Senior brother, the sect master's decree ensures you go to the Deluo Academy to teach Taoist methods to all the disciples. Hearing Qingfeng say this, Lu Chongqing could not help but be somewhat surprised. Imparting Taoist methods? Just with my level of qi refining, who gave me the courage? Even if I have read a lot of books, spouting nonsense is fine, but when it comes to truly explaining Taoist methods, I do not understand half a word. Lu Chongqing replied coldly, reporting back to the sect master, just say I have been in secluded cultivation recently and cannot go. However, Qingfeng's voice continued to ring out. The sect master said you must go down the mountain to travel. All the disciples of the sacred land are waiting for you to go over and impart the Dharma. If you do not go, I am afraid the image of the eldest senior brother will be damaged. That also makes sense. It has been more than 3 years since coming to the Deluo sacred land, and several months since being invested as the eldest senior brother, yet I have never ascended the platform to preach the Tao. If this continues, if I have to go to other sects to preach in the future, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Easier said than done. It sounds harsh. Lu Chongqing opened his mouth and said, since that is the case, then at noon tomorrow, I will go to the Deluo Academy to impart Taoist methods, strictly obeying the Deluo eldest senior brother's decree. At noon at the Deluo main peak, Lu Chongqing rose and sat upright on the 12-grade green lotus, his whole person surrounded by azure light. He possessed an indescribable ethereal quality. At this moment, there were 3,000 disciples in the entire Deluo Academy, and every disciple appeared extremely excited and expectant. Especially after seeing Lu Chongqing appear, the crowd shouted in unison, the disciples pay respects to eldest senior brother. Lu Chongqing looked around, only seeing 3,000 white-robed disciples, and could not help but frown slightly. Why only 3,000 people, reporting to eldest senior brother? These are all Deluo's core disciples. This teaching session has a quota. Hearing these words, Lu Chongqing shook his head and said, the Dharma has no high or low, the Tao has no nobility or lowliness. The Dharma makes no distinction between superior and inferior. The Tao makes no distinction between noble and humble. Pass my order, all Deluo disciples may receive instruction. Since I am to impart Taoist methods, let us get it done once and for all. Do not do this wave today and that wave tomorrow. I'll explain it once and be done with it. If you understand, you understand. If you do not understand, you cannot blame me. Soon a disciple stood up, then bowed toward Lu Chongqing, saying with a face full of admiration, Senior brother is indeed of a profound realm, and his state of mind is outstanding. Eldest senior brother treats us equally. He is truly a role model for our generation. Tisk tisk, look at this child's boldness. Truly the waves behind the Yangtze River drive on those before. It really makes us elders feel ashamed. Meanwhile, hearing the crowd's discussion, Lu Chongqing could not help but be a bit confused. I just wanted to slack off. Is this a high realm? Is this great wisdom? Is this great boldness? Fine, I accept it. Soon voices rang out one after another. We are outer sect disciples. Usually we do those menial chores. Although we cannot understand all the Taoist methods, the fact that eldest senior brother allowed us to listen this time is truly too touching. Fellow junior brothers, if you have any doubts during the cultivation process, senior brother will answer them one by one today. Regarding teaching Taoism, senior brother's level is still very sparse, so I will not bring it out to make a fool of myself. The Huang Ting Jing is not impossible, but if some understand and some do not, the questions asked back and forth will just be those same ones. Better to change it to a QA session. This is easier to handle. Senior brother, junior brother has a question, imploring senior brother to answer. A disciple immediately stood up, seizing the opportunity, causing many disciples to be endlessly envious. Lu Chongqing opened his mouth, appearing extremely extraordinary, and said, "Senior brother, recently when junior brother was cultivating the great flame fire dragon, I found the power was not strong, unable to unleash 30 or 40% of its power. I implore senior brother for guidance. Great flame fire dragon, what Taoist method? Sounds quite fierce." Lu Chongqing had absolutely no idea. He had forgotten whether the Jade Scroll was called 5,000 Years of Taoist Methods or Origin of Taoist Methods, but he understood a little bit roughly. Immediately, Lu Chongqing answered slowly, "Everyone has different methods if the power is weak. It may be a constitution problem. Some are suitable for fire attribute Taoist methods while some are not. Have you tried changing to a different Taoist method to see? I seem to have heard this explanation when I first arrived at the Deluo sacred land. Presumably the principle is no different, right?" "Senior brother," the disciple boldly asked, "how should one cultivate?" Lu Chongqing thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, "Cultivation is not fighting and killing. Cultivation is worldly wisdom. We who cultivate must not let those floating clouds obscure our own eyes. Whether it is fame or profit, whether it is Tao or Dharma, one must look lightly upon them and put down those obsessions. Experience the myriad states of the mortal world more to stabilize the Tao heart. For example, if a cultivator values fame and profit too much, how is he different from a mortal? But the ancients believed that cultivators should struggle for the pure and high great Tao. I implore senior brother to answer." Lu Chongqing answered, "The words of the ancients are not wrong. It is just that you only saw the surface but did not see the essence. Struggle with heaven. Struggle for a glimmer of survival. Struggle with people. Struggle for self-confidence, not to struggle in ruthlessness and ferocity. If you must struggle, struggle with yourself. If you take others as your goal, will there ever be an end?" The disciples nodded one after another. Some were deep in thought. Some suddenly realized the truth. Some were mesmerized. The disciple understands. I can bluff them like this without any real skill. As long as one dares to speak, someone dares to believe. It is just a bit strange this time, every time. Basically just bullshit. Halfway through, the author would add those special effects of ghosts wailing, wolves howling, lightning flashing, and thunder rolling. Why is it suddenly so quiet this time? Could it be the manuscript fee has not been settled? Could it be true, or is the system poisoned? Could it be the side effect of blowing too much hot air? This is also good. Pride leads to loss. He who speaks too much is bound to slip up. The more radical, the faster one dies. This is just fine. An hour later, the discussion on the Tao ended. Just at this moment, a disciple stood up. This was a true disciple. Looking toward Lu Chongqing, "Eldest senior brother, junior brother has a matter to ask." This person was very extraordinary. Purple lightning surrounded his body. Just standing there gave birth to a very terrifying, imposing manner. Aha, this person comes with special effects. Definitely not simple. Although we cultivators struggle with heaven, with earth, and with people, sacrificing much for the immortal path, since ancient times, those who can become immortals are few and far between. Junior brother is untalented. My cultivation has stagnated at the mid-stage of nascent soul for more than 200 years. Continuing like this, looking glorious, but in reality, it will be difficult to become an immortal in this lifetime. And those core junior brothers, inner sect junior brothers, outer sect junior brothers, and even those living beings wandering outside, where is their path to the immortal Tao? The sages say there are countless great Taos, but only one exit. I implore senior brother to tell me where exactly is the only path. The other party's meaning was simple. I am a Deluo true disciple, reaching the mid-stage of nascent soul in less than 100 years of cultivation, but as the realm gets higher, progress has gradually slowed down. After 200 years I still have not broken through to the next realm. As a true disciple, yet unable to become an immortal, then how should the others deal with it? The path to immortality is so difficult to walk. What should the disciples do? This question was surprisingly sharp and incisive, but it is not hard. I know this one. Lu Chongqing did not answer immediately but thought carefully for a moment. Yes, if even strong true disciples despair of the immortal path, then what about those core disciples, inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples? All day long saying heaven rewards diligence, all day long saying hard work brings hope, but where is the hope? Where is the immortal path? Where is the road beneath the feet? Anyone can speak great principles, but who can know the bitterness in each person's heart? How many cultivators despair on the immortal path? How many cultivators get lost on the immortal path? Where exactly is the road? This question was extremely profound. Usually when busy, many people would not think about this question, but once there is nothing to do, they would let their imagination run wild. This kind of question seemed a bit messy, but in reality, many cultivators would go astray because of this. When you cultivate painstakingly, when you struggle painstakingly, yet you find that you can never achieve the goal in this life, what would you do? Abandon oneself to despair, give up, or even cultivate demonic arts, even harming the human world, just to satisfy the various desires in the heart? This is entering the devil's path, becoming obsessed. Major sacred lands often hold a lecture ceremony every year just to persuade hearts toward goodness. Because once a cultivator enters the devil's path, it is very terrifying. In a dynasty, a 7th-rank official falling into a demonic barrier can harm the people of a region. What about a cultivator? What if this cultivator's cultivation is profound? The disaster brought would be incomparably terrifying. Lu Chongqing thought for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Heaven's movement is ever vigorous. Heaven's movement is ever vigorous. The superior man uses this to ceaselessly self-improve. The universe revolves without stopping. The superior man should emulate the heavenly Tao and strive unceasingly." But just as Lu Chongqing finished saying this sentence, the anomalies that seemed to have been brewing for a long time appeared directly at this moment. Stars manifested one by one, obscuring the entire earth. Looking up, billions of stars emitted incomparably dazzling light above the 9 heavens. The light was piercing. Ah, here it comes, here it comes. The special effects team is here with the special effects. Truly, although they may be late, they will never be absent. And at this moment, it was not only the central state, but the entire Shenxia world that shook. The central state, the eastern land, the Daluo sacred land. In this instant, countless voices rang out, "Heaven's movement is ever vigorous. The superior man uses this to ceaselessly self-improve." This sentence had only 10 words in the original. Yet it was filled with endless wisdom. What is heaven's movement is ever vigorous? The superior man uses this to ceaselessly self-improve. The operation of the heavenly Tao is strong and vigorous, and we cultivators and literati should also be like the heavens, striving for progress ourselves, working hard with determination, being resolute and steadfast, striving for strength, and must not be lazy by nature. Although the road ahead is difficult, as long as the heart is firm, then everything will eventually have a return. The yin-yang sacred land, purple azure sacred land, absolute beginning sacred land, and other sacred lands were also alarmed together. Terrifying anomalies swept through the entire central state. Above the sky, everyone saw a dragon appear. This was a true dragon, manifesting in the sky above the Daluo sacred land, 1,000,000 feet huge, making one's mind tremble. Lu Chongqing continued to speak. "Hidden dragon, do not act. The yang is in the lower position. See the dragon in the field. Virtue is universally bestowed. The superior man is active all day long, returning to the Tao again and again, or leaping in the abyss. No blame in advancing, flying dragon in the heavens. It profits to see the great man. Arrogant dragon will have cause to repent. Fullness cannot last long, using 9s. Heavenly virtue cannot be the head." At this moment, the central state resounded with countless voices of noble spirit, obscuring the entire central state. Simultaneously, the immeasurable spiritual energy erupted from the billions of stars also blessed the central state. As Lu Chongqing spoke, instantly, rolling voices rang out. Phantoms of 100 literary saints chanted scriptures in unison. In an instant, terrifying literary chi and the power of stars surrounded Lu Chongqing. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have let Chongqing teach me a couple of sentences casually. At least I could have left a good name for a few thousand years. That is right, that is right. Could it be the legendary supreme spiritual energy? Peerless articles persuading people toward goodness, moving the heavenly Tao to send down blessings. Lu Chongqing, by his own strength, allowed the central state to flourish for 10,000 years. Just then, Lu Chongqing's voice rang out again. Earth's condition is receptive virtue. The superior man supports all things with thick virtue. As the voice rang out, billions of stars illuminated the entire central state, and the Wenku star vibrated endlessly. At this very moment, phantoms appeared behind Lu Chongqing one by one. Some held books, some held swords and spears, some held writing brushes, and some held painting scrolls. All the high-level members of the Daluo sacred land were dumbstruck. Look quickly, the 100 schools of philosophers. It is the 100 schools of philosophers. Okay, is that enough? Can I just casually wrap it up? After Lu Chongqing finished reciting the Qian hexagram and Kun hexagram, he was silent for a moment. Immediately after, his voice spread throughout the entire cultivation world like the sound of the great Tao. I, Lu Chongqing, wish that the common people of the world be like dragons soaring into the sky. Wish that the common people of the world be like dragons soaring into the sky. As these words fell, the people of the world were thoroughly stunned. In an instant, the world was filled with black and yellow qi, xuanwang qi, and the supreme auspicious clouds of merit appeared once again. Wish that the common people of the world be like dragons, soaring into the sky. Wish that the sentient beings of the world, everyone, be like a dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. This was an oath that shook the world. Regardless of whether it could be realized, Chongqing's grand aspiration was truly too extraordinary. In the cultivation world, apart from the human race, spirit beasts could all transform into dragons, but they needed to undergo various tribulations. The difficulty is probably harder than becoming an immortal. Lu Chongqing's grand vow that everyone in the world be like a dragon is indeed admirable. Consequently, countless clouds of merit appeared. Falling upon Lu Chongqing in an instant, a pagoda condensed. The pagoda appeared black and yellow, with a total of 9 levels surrounded by wind, thunder, water, and electricity. Amidst the stars and the universe, the pagoda stood 10,000 feet high, looking extremely terrifying. Wisps of black and yellow chi cascaded down, shocking people to the point of breathlessness. Good guy, which bro sent this big pagoda? Could this be the legendary merit magic treasure? The innate Xuanwang pagoda? A single wisp of ordinary black and yellow chi is already a priceless treasure. Let alone innate black and yellow chi. What's even more terrifying is that this pagoda is surrounded by countless divine beasts. True dragon, true phoenix, Qilin, white tiger, black tortoise, Teoti, Bai Zi, Bai Fang. Various divine beasts that only exist in ancient records circled the pagoda body, appearing extremely magnificent and making one feel trembling fear. The innate Xuanwang pagoda is a merit immortal artifact, possessing 3 supreme divine effects. The first divine effect untouched by karma. The second divine effect, supreme destiny. The third divine effect is innate invincible defense, combining both offense and defense, capable of swallowing all things. Such an immortal object is rare in the world. The Xuanwang Pagoda is cast from innate black and yellow qi and is hailed as a supreme treasure. The value of this item is estimated to be greater than 3 sacred lands combined. A wisp of black and yellow qi is as heavy as Mount Tai, while a wisp of innate black and yellow qi is as heavy as 100 Mount Tais, with the innate Xuanwang Pagoda above Lu Chongqing's head. If he attacked with full force, he could probably sink the entire central state, right? Lu Chongqing was currently loading. He had seen this thing in ancient records. It seemed to be called the Heaven and Earth Xuanwang Pagoda. This pagoda can undergo further transformation, but it requires a massive amount of heaven and earth merit. As long as there is enough heaven and earth merit, it can transform into an invincible divine artifact in the future. Although its power is invincible, it is not something that can urge my realm forward. Wanting to revitalize the entire pagoda seems impossible for now. This principle is not hard to understand. According to the law of conservation of energy, however much power is released, a corresponding amount of energy must be absorbed. But this pagoda can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby achieving the effect of protecting its master. In other words, if I can win, I fight. If I cannot, I just hide inside the tower. Absolutely brilliant. What karma or no karma, it is still much more accurate to understand things using the mindset of a modern person. Transmigrating to the Shenxia world, living for 3,000 or 5,000 years at the drop of a hat. I have enjoyed what I should enjoy, so karma be it. I do not care. Damn, I am blind, suddenly so bright. What does God want to do? All anomalies retracted at this moment, and the heaven and earth Xuanwang Pagoda also shrank and landed in Lu Chongqing's hand. Oh, so it can grow big or small according to one's will. Is it the golden cudgel? It is not bad. Very convenient. It should be about it, right? Alright, the teaching of Taoist methods ends here today. I am going blind. Many thanks to eldest senior brother for the instruction. The ultimate moves are all used up. Out of stock, slipping away. The disciples respectfully bid farewell to senior brother. Do not mention it, bye-bye. I have no time to waste. I got a new prop this time. I have to go back and research it. After all, time is short. I must prepare fully. Taoist Qingyun spoke slowly, the smile on his face unconcealable. Oh my, this obedient disciple of mine looks like he has the bearing of becoming an immortal at first glance, as expected of me. My eye is truly good. At the Deluo main peak, Lu Chongqing sat in deep contemplation. This heaven and earth Xuanwang Pagoda needs 1 month to automatically absorb enough heaven and earth spiritual energy to activate part of its power. That is to say, it can release 1 ultimate move a month. Although I have not tried it, the power is definitely strong. For me, it is simply picking up a treasure. What more could I ask for? He looked happily at the magic treasure in his hand. Defense is already very good. After all, for offensive magic treasures, given his mana, he could not bring out any effect anyway, so it would be useless. A magic treasure whose size fits oneself is the best. This big pagoda's material is excellent. Hiding inside means safety. Who would not like this? A shout came from outside. Eldest senior brother, a guest has arrived. He answered. Oh, please enter. The person who entered called out, Senior brother Chongqing. Lu Chongqing recognized this voice. It was junior sister Xian. She opened her mouth and said, Long time no see. I have been in secluded cultivation during this period, so I did not come to visit senior brother Chongqing, but after coming out of seclusion and hearing about senior brother's affairs, I came specially to congratulate you. Chongqing blushed and stammered, Junior sister Xian, hard work in cultivation. It seems the results are quite impressive. Not bad, girl, she answered shyly. Senior brother, I heard you are going down the mountain tomorrow. This time I am going to the Langya's secret realm, so I cannot accompany senior brother. I hope senior brother will not blame junior sister. Chongqing thought to himself, Lu Chongqing, you must respond calmly. This is Xian, the big rich lady who is generous. Do not slip up, do not slip up. Take whatever is given. This time I absolutely cannot lose out again, the ancient said. If a person is shameless, they are invincible in the world. After thinking, he said gently, How could I blame you going to the Langya's secret realm this time? You must be extra careful. You must be cautious and cautious again. After all, the Langya's secret realm is extremely dangerous. Your safety also affects senior brother. Senior brother only hopes you can return safely. Xian responded with a flushed and shy face. Xian will definitely be careful and not let down senior brother's intentions. It is just a pity that junior sister's aptitude is dull. Having cultivated for 12 years, I am only at the deity transformation realm. I heard senior brother is fortunate enough to have reached the tribulation crossing stage. If Xian does not venture out, how can I catch up to senior brother? Chongqing sweated profusely. 12 years, deity transformation realm. I knew you were fierce, but I did not expect you to be fierce to this extent. You could super salve me with a single finger. Is this called dull? He answered her. Junior sister, do not be anxious. One must know that haste makes waste. Xian answered. The Langya Secret Realm is a dojo opened by Langya Zhenren in ancient times. It is full of crises only cultivators of the deity transformation realm can enter. Moreover, there are a total of 9 passes and every pass is a life and death pass. It is rumored that no one has yet been able to pass the 9th pass and obtain the final Langya treasure. Furthermore, tens of thousands of people enter the Langya Secret Realm each time, but fewer than 100 come out alive. I heard that some strange things happened in the Langya Secret Realm this time. At least hundreds of thousands of cultivators received the Langya token, so the competition this time is even more dangerous, Changsheng said worriedly. Since that is the case, you must take even better care of yourself. Alas, it is senior brother who is useless and cannot accompany junior sister to the Langya Secret Realm. If senior brother were there, you would also be safer. Xian rejoiced in her heart. Aha, he is truly warm, truly cares about me. I like it so much, but I myself must work even harder. Xian responded, many thanks for senior brother's concern, however, junior sister must leave now. The Langya Secret Realm is about to open and I cannot delay. Changsheng transformed into a confused cat. Meow, 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 leaving just like that? You're already here. Are not you going to give something? Junior sister, do not be afraid. If you dare to give, I dare to accept. I absolutely will not decline. He tried to detain her. Will not junior sister sit a while longer? But she left decisively without looking back. Senior brother, stay here. Xian will work hard, Changsheng wailed in his heart. Junior sister, give something before you go. Leaving so decisively, not even turning your head once? Sure enough, mist is mist. She is too ruthless. Do I have no charm? Finally, he could only sigh. Alas, sister Xian is beautiful and capable. I believe she can definitely turn bad luck into good and achieve instant success. Unlike me who only knows how to brag, I would better worry about myself. A person values self-knowledge. A moment later, someone announced, eldest senior brother, the sect master wants you to go over. He answered, going immediately, asking inwardly, what does master want with me? Could it be he wants to give me some good stuff? In the Daluo sacred land, sect master Qingyun was looking at him with tears in his eyes. Changsheng, you are leaving tomorrow as a teacher. I really cannot bear to part with you, he answered sorrowfully. Then the disciple will not leave. I'll stay to accompany master. The sect master immediately stopped him. Do not. That was polite talk. Do not take it seriously. He clicked his tongue. Changsheng, although master cannot bear it, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first suffer their will and toil their muscles and bones. Your root bone is born extraordinary. Some paths are destined for you to walk alone. Master feels for you, but for the sake of the common people of the world, master can only endure this pain. After speaking, he let out a long sigh. Changsheng gave a perfunctory, oh, believe in your ghost, you bad old man. He opened his mouth to ask, since that is the case, master, the disciple has only one request. I wonder if master can agree to it, he responded enthusiastically. Do not say 1. Even if it is 10, master agrees. Changsheng looked at his master pitifully with teary eyes. The disciple is worried about you and the junior brothers and sisters. I want to wait another 10 or 8 years before going down the mountain. Is that okay? Master immediately refused. Except for this, Changsheng cursed inwardly. Smelly old man, you just said anything was okay. Sect master Qingyun stroked his beard and instructed, Changsheng, your nature is indeed a bit cautious, but the path to becoming an immortal is cruel. Being cautious is good, but after all, one must have an invincible heart. If you are too prudent, you will become inferior. If you were golden core or nascent soul, master could still understand, but you should already be at the deity transformation stage now, right? Changsheng, give master the bottom line. What realm are you exactly? Changsheng answered. Master, the disciple is really only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering was heard. Oh, so it was master's hope. He sighed and turned around. Changsheng, master really did not expect that after pouring my heart out to you, you still would not be willing to tell master the truth. Changsheng explained awkwardly. Master, the disciple is really only at the mid-stage of qi refining. The words fell on deaf ears. Sect master Qingyun sighed with heartache. Alas, you need not say more. Master understands everything. Changsheng was equally annoyed. Playing this game with me, right? Starting again. What can one do with one's own master? Pretend to be deaf and dumb. After sighing, he spoke up. Fine, actually, I have already undergone the tribulation. Sect master Qingyun immediately turned around, looking at him with shining eyes and joy. Sure enough, I knew you had already undergone the tribulation. As expected of my beloved disciple. Good, master has a successor. Master has a successor. He heartily put his arm around his beloved disciple's shoulder. Since time is of the essence, hurry back and pack your luggage. Master will go arrange the itinerary right now. Changsheng sneered, cursing inwardly. Hey, this damn face-judging world. At the Daluo main peak, Changsheng was contemplating while looking at a pile of things. Vajra glazed pill, Fire Phoenix True Blood pill, Tao Comprehension pill, Rebirth Bliss Demon Subduing pill. Very good, they are all here. This day has come after all. Since things have come to this, I only hope I will not die too ugly after going down the mountain. Damn, this damn face. Outside, someone reported, eldest senior brother, the sect master sent me to pass a message saying everything is ready. You can go to the back mountain once you pack up, he responded. I know, I'll go in a while. Changsheng made up his mind. Is not it just going down the mountain? What's there to be afraid of? If I really cannot beat them, I still have the 12th-grade green lotus. Let us set off. Come on. At the Daluo back mountain, Changsheng brought Qingfeng to pay respects to sect master Qingyun. Master urged, Changsheng, after going down the mountain, you must be careful. Absolutely do not strive for victory. Sometimes it does not matter if you suffer a small loss. At worst, when you come back, Master will take you to seek justice. If you encounter an emergency, activate the Delua universe immediately. Master will immediately mobilize all the elders of the Delua sacred land to save you. Changxing bowed and answered. Master, rest assured, the disciple will definitely keep it in mind, he continued to urge. However, there is one point you absolutely must remember. If you encounter a person named Zhu Wushuang, you must stay far away. She has a deep hatred for Master. The two disciples looked confused. What deep hatred? Sect Master Qingyun answered with a sigh. You also know that Master was elegant and talented back then. In terms of temperament, I did not even lose to you, therefore countless female cultivators were infatuated back then. This Zhu Wushuang was someone who admired Master. Later, for the sake of the immortal Tao, Master let her down. So if you meet her, she will definitely trouble you. Remember to stay far away from this person. Changxing thought, wrong, he is definitely lying. He asked back, Master, if you have any other enemies, say them all. The sect master clicked his tongue. Tisk, what is this child saying? You must remember not to be confused by female charms. Do not repeat Master's mistakes. After speaking, he glanced at Qingfeng, who was eager to try. In the back, he called out, Qingfeng. Qingfeng answered with shining eyes, Present, sect master, I am here. Not letting down Qingfeng's expectations. The sect master urged, on this trip you must take good care of your senior brother, no matter how hard or tired. Absolutely do not let any mishaps happen to your senior brother. Also, at the critical moment, if your senior brother really encounters any danger, you must sacrifice yourself to save him. At that time, I will definitely erect a Changsheng monument for you. Remember, if anything untoward happens to your senior brother, you do not need to come back either. Did you hear clearly? The purpose of letting you go with senior brother this time is this. If you really sacrifice yourself, unfortunately, do not be sad. Your dad is planning to have another one. Every word and sentence stabbed into Qingfeng like a knife. Truly too cruel. Qingfeng could only accept the order with a grievance, screaming frantically in his heart, what does this mean? Am I not a person? Sect master, what do you mean by this? Are you happy? You want me to follow senior brother to send me to my death? Also make another one. I am not dead yet. Changxing spoke up to save the situation. Master, the time has come. We should set off. Do not say any more. You are making the child anxious. Who will block the knife for me then? All right? Sect Master Qingyun gave his final instructions. By the way, Master has already arranged the remaining matters properly. You guys go that way. Remember, Changxing. No matter where you go, the entire Deluo is your backing. Your enemy is the enemy of the entire Deluo. Changxing had mixed feelings and knelt to his master. The peach blossoms on the altar also seemed to smile. One type is the generous ambition to serve the country and show talent. The other is loyalty and righteousness, following in adversity without separation. Life and death unchanged, heaven and earth and the sun and moon increasing my affection. Parting is always unavoidable sadness. Bidding farewell to the master this time, who knows when we will meet again. Thinking of this, his heart felt heavy. The two set off. Changxing glanced at the gloomy Qingfeng behind him and asked, Qingfeng, what's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood. The junior brother answered gloomily. It is still senior brother who cares about me. Say, were the sect master's words true? Changxing did not understand what he meant. Qingfeng said with grievance, just letting me be the scapegoat and sent to die, and then saying not to worry, my dad will make another one. Changxing smiled and patted his head to comfort him. Silly child, do not worry, the sect master has never deceived anyone. Qingfeng, do you hope your dad gives birth to a younger brother or a younger sister? Qingfeng froze completely. Senior brother, did I do something to make you angry? Changxing answered innocently. Ah no, why do you ask? The junior brother could only answer. No, nothing. The two continued walking down the mountain. Qingfeng said exhaustedly, Senior brother, why do not we fly on swords? We will not reach the next location even if we walk for a lifetime. Changxing turned around and answered, Qingfeng, one must understand disguise. This time down the mountain it is just the two of us. If we fly on swords, it is easy to be discovered by other cultivators. At that time, if someone has evil intentions towards us, what do you say we should do? Qingfeng shrank back. But eldest senior brother, at our current speed, going to the Yin-Yang sacred land, I am afraid we will not arrive even in a year. Changxing continued to explain. Qingfeng, think about it. The sect master has already arranged the route for us. A team using a blindfold method has already gone ahead for us. What we need to do now is wait for news with peace of mind. If the team ahead encounters no accidents, we will speed up. We just need to arrive by the estimated time. The process is not important. What's important is the result, he thought to himself. Actually, it is not that I am afraid of bad cultivators, mainly just letting that team scout for danger. If something happens to the main force, I'll turn back immediately, but if the main force is fine, then I'll take my time. Just arriving on time is fine, he urged again, just arrive within the stipulated time. Remember the master's teachings, be careful in everything. Qingfeng looked confused. Although that was true, surely it should not be you carrying the luggage implies Qingfeng thinks he should not be the only one carrying it. Changxing did not hear clearly. Qingfeng, what did you say? He answered. No, nothing, just why not put the luggage in the brocade bag storage bag? That would be lighter, he answered. To act, one must go all the way. Since we have gone down the mountain, we naturally have to disguise ourselves as ordinary commoners to be low-key and not attract attention. Remember to be low-key in everything. Although he said that as soon as they reached the city gate, all eyes turned to Lu Chongqing in unison. This young master is so handsome. How can there be such a handsome person? Too handsome, right? Which family's eldest young master is this? The crowd discussed animatedly. What young master? This must be a high immortal. Which sect's high immortal is this to be so handsome? How can there be such a peerless beauty in the world? What is this sound? It is the sound of heartbeats. Wonder if that young master is married? There must be many girls who like him. Everyone, do not be rude. What if he is a deity? Chongqing asked his junior brother awkwardly. Are they discussing me? Qingfeng looked at him as if it were a matter of course. Need you ask? You are asking what you already know. Chongqing thought depressingly. Wrong, I already tried very hard to cover my temperament. Even used the heaven and earth Xuanwang pagoda to suppress the anomalies. Did not expect that after calculating everything, I failed to calculate that I could not hide this damn handsomeness. Alas, so uncomfortable. He hurriedly took out a bamboo hat to cover his face. Better leave quickly before causing a riot. Suddenly a sweet voice rang out. Eldest senior brother. Chongqing was shocked. What is it? Cursing inwardly. Is this kid Qingfeng crazy? Why call out so disgustingly? Qingfeng pointed at a huge ship in the distance, eyes sparkling. Is that a boat? It is too beautiful. Let us take a big boat once. Chongqing got goosebumps all over. Shut up, taking a rocket is fine too. Qingfeng was overjoyed. Okay, many thanks, senior brother, but what is a rocket? Qingfeng looked at the big ship ahead with shining eyes. Wow, so magnificent. Shall we take the boat? Chongqing was puzzled. Qingfeng, have not you seen a boat? He answered. Seen, yes, but never ridden. Before it was always sword flight. Qingfeng pressed his palms together, looking at his senior brother with teary eyes like two puppies. Senior brother, since we are here, let us ride at once. If he had a dog tail, it would definitely be wagging fast. Chongqing could only sigh. Alas, fine, really cannot do anything with you. Thinking inwardly, this kind of second-generation cultivator basically has rice opened into their mouths. They only know cultivation usually and have no chance to travel. Quite pitiful. Ride if he wants. He waved his hand and called out softly, boat come. The nearby boat saw him and immediately rushed over. Young master, I have one. Young master, sit on my boat. Young master, sit on mine. Chongqing suddenly felt a chill. Did I say something strange just now? Let me get on. What? Words cannot be spoken carelessly. People on the shore, both men and women, stared at him intently. Sister, look quickly at the ferry crossing. Wow, this young master is truly handsome. How can there be such a handsome person? Which family's eldest young master is this? Chongqing was helpless. What is going on? Clearly, I tried hard to suppress my temperament. Better not cause too much trouble when out. Do I have to wear sunglasses when going out in the future? Really annoying. Being too handsome is also a sin. Chongqing asked the nearest boatman. Boatman, please, how much silver to go to Jinling? He answered. Reporting to the young master, 2 taels of silver is enough. He touched his pocket. 2 taels? Not much, not much. Let me look in the universe ring. It was fine before looking, but after looking he panicked immediately. Finished. Something happened. Not only no money, not even spirit stones. Master, one needs money to go out. Killed by you. Can only pin hope on Qingfeng. He turned to ask his junior brother. Qingfeng, do you have silver? He looked blank. What is silver? Can it be eaten? He continued to ask. Then do you have spirit stones? Qingfeng said calmly. No, what do I need that stuff for? Then you quickly conjure some silver. Qingfeng refused. Note, likely implies Chongqing refused. I am a righteous cultivator. How can I do such a thing? This is an insult to me. Chongqing felt it was over. Usually he bestowed magic artifacts and pills. There really were no spirit stones. In the Delua sacred land, food, clothing, housing and transportation were all taken care of. Even if he had spirit stones, there was nowhere to spend them. He pinched Qingfeng's neck. Tell the truth, that child is scared. I do not know. Chongqing angrily pulled Qingfeng into the barrier. Will you tell the truth? I was wrong, senior brother. I will not do it anymore. The people outside looked in and evaluated. In broad daylight, what are they doing? Tisk tisk, is this content I can watch for free? Chongqing was about to go crazy, clamping this damn junior brother's neck. If you have no money, what are you pretending for? Qingfeng cried. I really dare not anymore. Suddenly someone came over and shouted, this young master, my family's young master, saw your extraordinary bearing and wants to make your acquaintance. Chongqing thought, we kept a low profile all the way just to avoid trouble. Better refuse. That person then pointed to their boat. Towering and magnificent, glittering with gold. Qingfeng's eyes immediately shone, his face written with the words, want to sit, staring straight at his senior brother. Chongqing had no choice. Fine, sit enough on it. Subsequently he said to that person, since the young master is so hospitable, it would be too disrespectful if I refused. That person then led the two onto the boat and walked into a wing room. Several people inside, both men and women, blushed upon seeing him. The young master is so beautiful. Is he married? Oh, too handsome. Is this love? 2 young masters immediately bowed. This humble one is Zhu Haiji, paying respects to your excellency. This humble one is Wang Fugi, paying respects to the young master. Chongqing answered softly. This humble one is Lu Wansheng, greetings to everyone. Thinking secretly, better keep a low profile outside, use a fake name. It does not matter if something really happens. Chongqing took off his hat and took a seat. The crowd immediately surrounded him, chattering. Brother Wansheng's demeanor is extraordinary. We are ashamed of our inferiority. Wansheng is a really good name. Wansheng, all things growing good, he responded with a smile. You flatter me. Only Qingfeng stood aside in a daze. Wansheng, is this the legendary fake name? Eldest senior brother is too thoughtful. Someone noticed him. Who is this young master behind? Qingfeng then cleared his throat, asked about me. I also have to think of an elegant good name. Before he had time to report his name, someone answered first. Presumably this must be Brother Wanchung's book boy. Brother Wanchung is so extraordinary, even the book boy's temperament is so superb it truly makes us ashamed. That is right, a mere book boy actually has such temperament, correct. Truly opened our eyes. Every word and sentence turned into flying knives stabbing into Qingfeng. He was really angry. Book boy, how did I become a book boy? And saying mere book boy, I, Lu Qingfeng, am a core disciple of the Deluo Sacred Land. My father Lu Qing is the hall master of the Sword Control Hall. I count as a top-tier second generation in Deluo. Not only young, handsome, and talented, but with a prominent family background and noble birth. I am also one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Deluo. Qingfeng felt aggrieved. Even if I am so excellent, standing beside eldest senior brother I pale in comparison. No matter how excellent, I am ignored in the dark corner. Clearly I am also quite good. Chongqing stood up and said, everyone has misunderstood. This handsome youth is not my book boy but my younger cousin. Qingfeng was instantly moved. Handsome Lu Qingfeng, cousin, eldest senior brother is defending me. Even if the whole world looks down on me in eldest senior brother's heart, I have a place. The crowd said, oh, and ran to entangle Chongqing again. Oh, so it is the younger cousin. No wonder he is so extraordinary. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. Brother Wanchung, please come this way. Sit quickly. Qingfeng felt hopeless. Tired. Destroy it. Hurry up. Chongqing looked at the dishes served and thought, oh, extravagance and waste. Tis cannot be careless. Sitting aside, young Master Wang laughed. Brother Wanchung, although I, Wang Fugi, am a commoner, I love making friends in my life. Just now at the bow of the ship, seeing Brother Wanchung's extraordinary temperament, I took the liberty to want to make your acquaintance. Hope Brother Wanchung does not feel it was abrupt. Chongqing smiled faintly. Hee, Brother Wang flatters me, secretly evaluating. This brother has good temperament and looks. Pity the name is a bit strange. Wang Fugi served tea. Brother Lu, as the saying goes, fate is a bridge. You and I meeting on the bridge, acquaintance is fate. Why do not we drink a cup together? He smiled and raised his cup to invite, continuing to evaluate in his heart. Although it does not rhyme at all, it wins in sincere emotion. Spoke very well. Do not say it next time. Someone asked, Brother Wanchung, what are you going to Jinling City for? He casually found a reason. Traveling to enjoy the landscape and appreciate the beautiful scenery. Young Master Wang responded. Brother Wanchung also has such elegant interest. How long do you plan to stay in Jinling City? Little brother is dull, but I have a few properties in Jinling City. If Brother Wanchung does not mind, you can stay for a few days, Chongqing answered. Many thanks, young Master Wang. We are going to the imperial capital, one person continued. I know, the royal imperial examination of the Chengkan dynasty this year. If Brother Wanchung is not going to participate in the imperial examination, then he must be going to participate in the Lantern Festival, right? Chongqing was puzzled. What is the Lantern Festival? That person answered. It is the grandest festival of the Chengkan imperial capital. On that day, talented scholars from all over the world gather. At the Lantern Festival, one can compose poems and chat and also guess lantern riddles. Moreover, at night one can go release colorful lanterns. Qingfeng beside him said to him, Cousin, the Lantern Festival is so fun. We must go. You're so good at composing poems. We must go. Wang Fugi was surprised. Brother Wanchung also knows how to compose poems, Qingfeng said proudly. In our place, my cousin is known as the poetry saint. Do you think he knows? Chongqing reminded. Qingfeng, do not talk nonsense. Wang Fugi looked with admiration. Poetry saint, little brother is dull and untalented. Just now at the bow of the ship I composed a poem, but if Brother Wanchung is also a poetry lover, then please, Brother Wanchung, compose a poem. Little brother is dull, showing my ugliness by composing a poem for everyone to evaluate. Red Boat Jinling Tour, accompanying sun, accompanying fish, just like you, me, him, gathering is fate. Chongqing was disdainful. What is this? Is this a poem? Is 5 words a sentence called a poem? Are you serious? The expression is still so serious. How to describe this poem? Full of emotion, no technique, of course. This was Chongqing's inner thought. On his lips he praised. Brother Wang's poem, every word contains emotion. The opening sentence, Red Boat Jinling Tour, accompanying sun, accompanying fish, fits the foreshadowing. The last 2 lines were like you, me and him, gathering is fate. It simply captured the essence. Zhu Haiji beside him also praised. Talented, truly talented, praised young Master Wang to the heavens. You flatter me, Chongqing thought to himself. It seems it is not a joke. He really thinks he wrote well. Fine, Wang Fugi said to him. Brother Lu, just pick any one. After all, it is on the spur of the moment. Do not feel pressured. He secretly despised. Pressure? What pressure? I can recite the 300 Tang poems backwards. Picking any random one could scare you all to death. Thinking this, he coldly threw out a few lines of poetry. Black clouds flip ink yet fail to cover the hills. White rain jumps like pearls wildly entering the boat. A ground-sweeping wind comes and suddenly blows it away. Below Lakeview Pavilion the water is like the sky. The 2 young masters widened their eyes, faces full of envy. Chongqing thought to himself, surprised? Definitely surprised. This is the work of the great writer, painter, and gourmet of the Northern Song dynasty, Su Shi Su Dongpo, titled Written While Drunk at Lakeview Pavilion on the 27th of the 6th month. Being surprised is expected. Wang Fugi exclaimed in admiration. Brother Lu, this poem is truly good, describing dark clouds like overturned ink that have not yet covered the mountains, and white rain like jumping pearls wildly entering the boat. Wildly entering the boat cabin, followed by a strong wind rising from the ground blowing away the dark clouds. Finally the rain passes and the sky clears. calmly boarding the boat, leaning on the railing to gaze into the distance, seeing the lake surface reflecting the azure blue like the sky. But this poem does not fit the scene, Changxing said, asking where it did not fit. Secretly angry in his heart, you say Sushi's poem does not fit the scene? I think your skin is itching for a beating, Wang Fugi pondered. Although the verses are exquisite and the wording is excellent, the problem is the poem does not fit the scene. I just feel something is missing. Changxing instantly felt something was wrong. What he said made sense. Damn, I was careless. I have to think of how to smooth this over. He walked to the window and looked at the sky. Is there any cultivation method that can summon wind and rain? Learning it now is too late. The sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lu Changxing was surprised. This works too? Excellent. I am indeed God's biological son. He reached out to catch the rainwater, speaking softly. Rain is not it here, he thought to himself. Since it is raining, I really am in the mood and want to compose a few more lines. Everyone in the room admired endlessly. Too magical. How can there be such a handsome person in the world? Changxing threw out a few more lines of poetry. Red rain drips on flowers, green smoke amidst leaves turns red. Spring water is greener than the sky, sleeping in a painted boat listening to the rain. Spring rain at broken bridge people do not cross. A small boat pulls out from the willow shade. When waking up, eyes full of green mountains, shaking off the green straw raincoat to return. A single leaf-like boat amidst the spray, indulging in the misty rain of Jiangnan, Wang Fugi exclaimed. Spring water is greener than the sky, sleeping in a painted boat listening to the rain. This line is truly beautiful. Brother Lu is truly a genius. Lu Changxing breathed a sigh of relief. Being a copycat this time was really thrilling. Almost got slapped in the face. If not for God giving face and this rain falling just in time, this lie would have been completely exposed. Too dangerous. Act cool and run. This place is not suitable to stay long. Slip away quickly. The two young masters saw Changxing to the main gate. He bid farewell. Many thanks for the hospitality of the young masters and Mrs. Please stay, Wang Fugi said regretfully. Parting this time, I do not know when I will see Brother Lu again, but getting to know Brother Wancheng in this life makes this trip worthwhile. If fate allows us to meet again, I must treat Brother Lu to a drink to our heart's content. Lu Changxing replied. Meeting today is fate. If I can see you all again in the future, I, Lu, will definitely keep you company. He cupped his hands to bid farewell. Everyone see you if fate allows. Subsequently, the two turned and left, sighing with emotion in their hearts. Sometimes traveling is like this, seeing different people, seeing different things, encountering different matters. This is called true traveling. Suddenly Wang Fugi shouted, Brother Lu, wait. Changxing sighed. I know you cannot bear to part with me, but traveling the red dust is like this. Do not look back, move forward. Wang Fugi shouted loudly. I prepared some travel expenses for the brother, hoping Brother Lu can use them on the road. Changxing immediately turned back to accept the money bag. This is so embarrassing. Well, I'll accept it then. Quit while ahead, absolutely no affectation. Changxing walked away hugging the money bag, even turning back to wave. Goodbye, Brother Wang, many thanks, boss. He hugged the money bag like hugging gold, rejoicing in his heart. This favor I, Lu Changxing, will remember in my heart. It is not about the money, I do not care about money, but this kind of life is called true red dust traveling. Feeling the myriad states of life, feeling the great rivers and mountains, experiencing the myriad phenomena of the red dust. Qingfeng asked eldest senior brother, where are we going now? He answered. To the great Qian imperial capital. The two finally arrived at the great Qian imperial palace. Qingfeng exclaimed, too magnificent, too tall and big. The guarding soldiers blocked them. This is the imperial palace, forbidden ground. If your excellency has no business, you may not linger. He then answered, this humble one is Lu Changxing, acting on the orders of the sect to come to the great Qian dynasty to stamp the customs clearance document. The two entered the palace to meet the holy emperor. He cupped his hands in greeting. Lu Changxing pays respects to the great Qian holy emperor. The holy emperor's eyes shone. Oh my, you are the imperial teacher of my great Qian dynasty. According to the rules, you need not bow to me. You are too polite, too polite. Qingfeng muttered. Senior brother, why does this emperor look like a pervert no matter how I look at him? He reminded. Do not talk nonsense, the holy emperor called someone. 7 Knights Kie, why have not you come out quickly to pay respects to your teacher? A young man walked out. Father King, is this my teacher? Lu Changxing looked at Kie and evaluated secretly. This youth is extraordinary, not only handsome in appearance and graceful in demeanor, but his eyes also shine with the light of confidence. He is a rare talent. But I just feel something is weird somewhere. The youth then bowed to him. Disciple Qian Kie pays respects to teacher. Lu Changxing was surprised in his heart. Teacher, what does that mean? Want me to bring a drag-along bottle again? One Lu Qingfeng is enough for Lu Changxing to suffer, and now another one comes. No way, the holy emperor introduced happily. Imperial teacher Kie is the princess whom we dote on the most. She admires you very much. We specially let her meet you. At the same time, we also know that you went down the mountain alone with no one by your side. It just happens that Kie can assist you by your side. Avoiding the long journey with no one to even talk to, would not that be too boring? Qingfeng was angry upon hearing this. How all alone, am I not a person? Are you blind, looking down on me like this? Suddenly the two felt something was wrong. Wait, what did the great Qian Emperor just say? He said Qian Kie is what? Princess, this guy is a woman? Lu Changxing looked at Kie again, feeling it wasn't quite right. Although it is a bit shameless to say this, ordinary girls seeing me do not seem to have this reaction. Even the cold as ice Xian has admiration for me. This girl's look at me is very strange, completely without any improper thoughts. Better not get entangled with her. Avoiding trouble is better. Moreover, this is a princess, more trouble. Furthermore, a woman following me day and night. If this spreads, I cannot wash it clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Too ridiculous. No. Lu Changxing then reported, Your Majesty, I went down the mountain this time mainly for the customs clearance document. Having junior brother Qingfeng by my side is enough. Princess Kie is intelligent and need not follow me to learn. Princess Kie smiled. It seems teacher has heard of my rumors, she boasted. I, Qian Kie, have unparalleled aptitude, just like an immortal reincarnated. Every teacher praises that I will definitely become the #1 female immortal in the world in the future. Imperial teacher does not want to teach me, I also understand. Because Imperial teacher has heard of me and also knows my learning ability. When all is said and done, Imperial teacher is also afraid he cannot teach me anything, and also afraid Kie will surpass Imperial teacher. These words sounded truly harsh. Changxing evaluated secretly. I just politely praised you once and you took it seriously. I have never seen such a brazen person. Qingfeng also whispered angrily. Eldest senior brother, why does this person look a bit deserving of a beating, he reminded. What nonsense are you saying? Kie shook her head and sighed. Alas, I always heard that eldest senior brother Lu Changxing of the Deluo Sacred Land is a proud son of heaven, a banished immortal of the current age, the #1 prodigy in the world. I see he is just so. Lu Changxing was surprised. Qingfeng cursed angrily. Qian Kie, you are too excessive. Are you provoking us? Kie curled her lips. It is the truth anyway. Lu Changxing's mouth corners rose. Here it comes. This moment has finally come. The face-slapping plot is finally going to happen. Oh yeah, some unrealistic hopes. Even if encountering ordinary people, this tone is best. The reason I have not discovered the golden finger for so long is the lack of a face-slapping opportunity. The Holy Emperor cursed angrily. Kie, do not be rude. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from Lu Changxing's body. Qingfeng's mouth corners rose. HMPH blind you all. The Holy Emperor closed his eyes tightly. Ah, we are blind. Behind Changxing, a yin-yang halo emerged. Imposing manner solemn, temperament extraordinary. A moment later, the Holy Emperor awkwardly smoothed things over. Imperial teacher, please forgive her. My daughter has little experience in the world and has been spoiled by us. Hope Imperial teacher does not blame her. Lu Changxing responded softly. Your Majesty. Lu acted carelessly, secretly puzzled in his heart. Hey, what is the situation? How did this special effect activate by itself? Agreed on the face-slapping plot. How did it become the traditional acting cool and manifesting holiness segment again? Qian Kie looked dull, looking at him with flushed cheeks. So amazing. Buzz, the halo disappeared. Changxing spoke. Your Majesty. Lu acted carelessly. The Holy Emperor laughed awkwardly. We understand. It is not Imperial teacher's fault. Anomalies mutually repel each other. It is mainly my daughter's fault for not knowing the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, revealing anomalies in front of Imperial teacher. This matter should be blamed on her, not Imperial teacher, Changxing thought to himself. No wonder my anomalies suddenly went out of control. So it was because anomalies also fight. No wonder. The Holy Emperor turned to his daughter and said, Kie, hurry and apologize to Imperial teacher. Kie stood frozen on the spot, eyes shining. So you really are stronger than me. Qingfeng was so proud his nose was about to tilt to the sky. My eldest senior brother is the true banished immortal descending to the mortal world. Usually he is very low-key and humble, unlike you, always thinking you are #1 in the world. Now you understand the gap between you and my senior brother, right? Kie immediately knelt on the ground to pay respects to the teacher. You are qualified to be my teacher. Master is above, please accept the disciple's bow. Lu Changxing thought in his heart. Learn from me? Stop joking. Learn what? Learn how to act cool. He waved his hand and said to her, Princess Kie, you are intelligent. Following me you really will not learn anything. Kie resolutely said, I understand. Teacher feels my aptitude is dull and does not want to accept me as a disciple, but please rest assured, teacher, I will definitely work hard and absolutely will not lose face for you, old man. Changxing had a headache. Old man, Princess Kie speaks too heavily. Princess Kie then pointed at Qingfeng. Teacher, although my aptitude is dull, at least I am stronger than the one beside you. Why do not you want me? Qingfeng was furious. Oh my, does the little girl know how to speak? If you do not know how to speak, you can shut up, you know. If I do not compete with you today, everyone will think I am easy to bully, right? The Holy Emperor immediately came out to resolve the situation. All right, Kie, stop arguing, he said to Lu Changxing. Imperial teacher, although my daughter speaks a bit bluntly, her heart is kind. Moreover, these few days happen to be the Lantern Festival. We will let Kie accompany Imperial teacher to tour around. If Imperial teacher feels Kie's aptitude is passable, then hit the road together. If you feel it will not work, we will not make it difficult for you either. How about it? Changxing sighed in his heart. They've already said this much. If I still do not agree, it would be too disrespectful. Alas, finally he could only answer, since that is the case, then let it be as your Majesty says. The Holy Emperor then threw a gold medallion to his daughter and instructed, Kie, do not be rude to Imperial Teacher. Behave well. Also, this is the Royal Authority Gold Medallion. If any blind person offends Imperial Teacher on the road, you know how to handle it. Kie took it. Father Emperor, rest assured, the child understands. After speaking, she pulled Lu Chongqing to leave. Let us go, Teacher Chongqing. The Lantern Festival of the Great Qian Dynasty is an annual grand event. People from all over the world will gather here. It is very lively. Qingfeng was left aside, face pale with anger. Here we go again. Alas, why did I say again? He heard Kia's fading voice. And there are also many peerless beauties. Go, 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 teacher, I'll take you there. He immediately chased after them. Hey, wait for me. The Holy Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, eyes shining with light. Hope Imperial Teacher can help we cure Kia's fault of liking women. Princess Kie suddenly stopped. Chongqing asked, what's wrong, Kie? She replied. Oh, I am fine. I just do not know why I suddenly shuddered. At night, the bright moon hung high. The Imperial City night market was bustling with activity. Chongqing mixed into the crowd with Kie and Qingfeng to play. Qingfeng said to him, eldest senior brother, I feel the Lantern Festival is just so, nothing special. He looked back at Qingfeng, who looked silly holding a pinwheel in his hand and could not help but burst into laughter. He secretly wondered in his heart, Qingfeng, how did you become like this? Is the blow along this journey too big? He put his arm around Qingfeng. Qingfeng asked curiously, eldest senior brother, why do you look at me with this kind of eyes? He held back his tears and answered, nothing. Caring for mentally retarded children starts with me. People outside looked and evaluated. Oh, is this the folk custom of Great Qian? Truly open. Tourists, oh, what are they doing so shameful? Oh, my Kie coughed dryly. Brother, what do you know? It is still early. There will be a lantern riddle guessing activity in half an hour. Major shops will bring out various good things as prizes, but the most important thing is giving lanterns. Qingfeng did not understand. Giving lanterns, 7 knights then laughed and explained. Giving lanterns is not really giving you a lantern. Hey, I'll take you guys there when the time comes. It will definitely be fun. Maybe Teacher Chongqing can even find his intended one. Qingfeng immediately got excited. Intended one, can I too? The three continued strolling until Qingfeng pointed at a stall, saying excitedly to Chongqing, senior brother, look quickly, that stone actually changes color. Chongqing was also somewhat surprised upon seeing it. This was presumably not a spirit stone, yet it could automatically change color. Quite interesting. He walked closer and asked, boss, how do you sell this? The stall owner looked up, crashing right into Chongqing's godlike appearance, instantly conquered. I can even give it to you for free. Chongqing refused with embarrassment. No need. The stall owner tsked. This item is not for sale. Young master, this is a lantern festival. These things can only be given to the young master if you solve the lantern riddles. Chongqing pondered about guessing lantern riddles. Was it that type? Looking from afar, it is a dog. Looking up close, it is a dog. Hit it and it does not leave. Scold it and it does not leave. A dead dog, that kind of style. He looked at the riddle plaques hanging there, muttering to himself. But what the hell are these? Are these talisman-like things riddles? Qingfeng walked up smugly. Senior brother, usually you are the one showing off. Today let me show you what the king of riddles is, he answered confidently. Boss, if I am not wrong, the answer is the character Tien Field, right? The boss immediately replied. It really is not. Qingfeng was instantly petrified. Chongqing beside him sighed. Heavens, so embarrassing. Qingfeng persisted stubbornly. It is not, is it really not? It really is not, he guessed in succession. Not the Gu character, not the Wang character, not the Z character, not Zhao, Qian's son or Li. His string of answers was all rejected by the boss. Qingfeng cursed in exasperation. Go to hell, profiteer. Chongqing had to stop him. Qingfeng, do not be angry. Qingfeng was mad. Senior brother, do not stop me. I must guess this character today or I will not leave. Kie behind them laughed loudly. Take a break, you are too embarrassing, haha. Qingfeng then provoked, you go up if you have the ability. The corners of her mouth rose. Go up then, Kie confidently said to the boss. Boss, I am the #1 riddle king of Great Qian. Do not cry when you lose later. The boss bowed and said, since it is a lantern festival. Willing to bet, willing to accept the loss. Please guess, young master, Kie answered. If not unexpected, this should be the character Shen God, right? The boss said coldly. No, Kie continued to guess, not by 100, not X and Nu, not Yi 1. Kie was no better than Qingfeng this time. She was so agitated she wanted to hit someone. Go to hell, profiteer. The boss looked innocent, too unjust. This time Chongqing had to use both hands to stop these two cursing brats. Senior brother, this boss definitely does not want to give the items, deliberately finding a strange character for us to guess. That is right, I have seen plenty of these profiteers. Since you do not want to give it, why display it? The boss said aggrievedly. Young master, I am not that kind of person either. I see young master has a dignified appearance and surpassing intelligence. Why not let the young master try guessing? The two cursed. TCH, who believes your ghost talk? Profiteer, stinking profiteer. Chongqing was speechless. Enough you two. Chongqing felt a headache holding the riddle plaque. Too embarrassing. One Qingfeng was annoying enough, now came another Qian Kie. Annoyance on top of annoyance, just say a random character and slip away quickly. After thinking he answered, it was the character Gone Chase. Answer correct. Chongqing looked blank. This works too. Qingfeng felt unconvinced. Boss, are you bullying people because the two of us look handsome? The boss replied. Do you not have a count in your own hearts? Kie was also unwilling. On what basis is he right as soon as he guesses? The boss said that was because the young master had ability. Chongqing thought to himself that master was indeed right. The more handsome, the better the luck. This is too ridiculous. Let me try again. He looked at the second riddle plaque and then casually made something up. Boss, is the second lantern the Yu Moon character? The answer continued to be correct. Young master indeed has talent. The second lantern is indeed the Moon character, he continued guessing. The third is Ellen Forrest, correct. The fourth is Bao Report. The fifth is Shang Think, correct. Every sentence hit the mark, shocking the two people endlessly. Chongqing held a pile of freebies in his hands unexpectedly. Young master is so smart, guessing them all correctly in one breath. These treasures all belong to you. Please accept them. You are truly too talented. The three left, with Qingfeng and Kie sharing the burden of carrying the things. Looking behind and whispering, say, is master relying on luck or does he truly have strength? Qingfeng curled his lips. How would I know? She replied. Is not that nonsense? He definitely has strength. Do you know what realm eldest senior brother is? Kie was curious. What realm? He then said. Then I'll tell you, but you mustn't go out and speak carelessly. Definitely, definitely. Qingfeng acted mysterious and whispered to Kie. Actually, eldest senior brother is already in the Mahayana realm. The reason he went down the mountain to travel is to refine his heart in the red dust. Otherwise it would be strange if you could even see eldest senior brother. Kie widened her eyes in surprise. So powerful, she muttered to herself. Mahayana realm, seems I was short-sighted. I thought teacher Chongqing was in the Tribulation Crossing realm. Qingfeng froze. You do not suspect it at all, Kie said calmly. What is there to suspect? I am not stupid. From the first glance I saw teacher Chongqing, I found that teacher did not reveal a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation all over his body. For example, in the Imperial Palace, teacher displayed anomalies without any mana fluctuation either. I once read an ancient book. The higher the realm, the steadier the control over mana. You are in the core formation realm. I am in the golden core realm. Usually we might get excited and the mana in our bodies will naturally surge. But teacher Chongqing did not have that feeling of mana surging even when displaying anomalies. Those who can freely control their own mana fluctuations are either of extremely low realm or extremely high realm. So when you say Mahayana realm, of course I do not doubt it. Qingfeng was confused and disoriented. Although he did not understand, he felt it made a lot of sense, answering with his mouth. Correct, you are also quite smart, Kie suddenly exclaimed. Oh, time's up. Teacher Chongqing, the lantern release ceremony will start in another half an hour. Let us go over quickly. Any later and there will be no spots by the river. The two arrived by the river, unable to help but praise the lamp flowers floating on the river. Wow, so beautiful, Qingfeng suddenly asked. Qian Kie, did not you say we could find an intended one? Why are they all men? Kie said coldly. No experience, the intended ones are all upstream. She cupped a flower lantern and explained, the lantern release ceremony is not releasing lanterns directly in front of you, but people are upstream. They will buy some lanterns, then stuff a piece of paper in the lantern, on which will be written a few lines of poetry or a few questions. If you scoop up a lantern, you have to open the paper, then answer the questions on it, and afterwards leave your own name and address. The lantern will automatically return to the original owner. Pay special attention to one point. Red handwriting signifies a man's lantern. Purple handwriting signifies a woman's lantern. Understand? Chongqing sighed. Why did it sound a bit familiar? After all that, is not this just a drift bottle? Kie said excitedly. Teacher Chongqing, then let us start, let us start. The three ran together to scoop up flower lanterns. Chongqing thought to himself, speaking of which, this is also my first time participating in a lantern festival. I am actually a little excited inside. Can I meet an intended one? Chongqing picked a flower lantern, thinking to himself, this is the lantern. Under the hazy moonlight, the river lanterns flickered like the Milky Way, reflecting the maiden's true heart. A yearning youth facing such beautiful scenery, I also cannot help but have some expectations and excitement facing this small and bright lantern. Who will this beautiful and dignified girl be? Opening the note on the lantern, a line of red words came into view. Who are you? Red words meant a man. Chongqing was angry. Who am I? I am your father. Did not they say the girls are all upstream? What are you, a big grown man joining in the fun for? Bad luck, watch my powerful volley shot. He calmed down. Breach of etiquette, breach of etiquette. Could it be that I used up my luck guessing characters just now? Do not get angry, it is just this one. He then scooped up another flower lantern, facing this small and bright lantern. Who will this beautiful and dignified girl be? Opening the note, it was a man. The third and fourth scooped up were also men. Chongqing calmed his mind. I understand, it must be that God does not hope for me to be with those vulgar rouge and powders. Rest assured, I will definitely discard distracting thoughts and not let down God's deep love for me. Qingfeng was in high spirits beside him. Senior brother, I feel my peach blossom luck has come. I scooped 3 in a row, all lanterns sent by women. Chongqing suppressed the anger in his body, turning to look at his junior brother with eyes like searchlights. Oh, then congratulations, junior brother, thinking in his heart. Good you, Lu Qingfeng, you truly fail at everything but are number one at adding fuel to the fire. Qingfeng did not detect anything wrong and smiled shyly. Many thanks, senior brother. Senior brother is truly good, congratulating me too. Then I also wish senior brother gets noticed by a beauty. Chongqing scooped up the 6th flower lantern, thinking to himself, impossible that 6 in a row are men, right? No way, right? He nervously opened the note, read words again. The content was, "What do you think I look like?" Changxing threw the lantern away with grievance roaring in his heart. "Holy crap, I thank you. Too excellent that I even attract the same sex? Forget it. Being scooped by me also counts as fate." Reluctantly replied one. "Then what do you think you look like?" Truly a good question. If scooped by a woman, perhaps she would leave a comment saying the talent is witty. He suddenly heard Qingfeng and Kie laughing and talking happily. "Mine is a girl's. The paper even has the scent of rouge." "Mine is also a girl's. There are even flower petals. Surely a beauty." Changxing felt aggrieved. The joys and sorrows of humans are indeed not connected. He was really angry. Beside that question, "What do you think I look like?" he wrote the answer. "You look like a total moron." Thought for a moment and also left the name Lu Qingfeng. After pinning the black pot on his junior brother, he instantly felt happy. Much more comfortable. Rather than saying happy, "Hee, I am too happy, haha." An hour later, Qingfeng came to call his senior brother, saying it was getting late. Kie spoke. Changxing turned around happily. "Qingfeng, what is it?" The two were made to blush and heart pound by his beauty. So they asked curiously, "Did something good happen?" "Senior brother looks very happy." Changxing laughed happily. "Is it that obvious?" "Haha," Kie continued. "These lanterns will flow downstream, estimated to reach the lower reaches by dawn. At that time, someone will scoop these lanterns up, and the people who release the lanterns will go to retrieve their own lanterns. It is almost time for the grand finale program. Let us go, master. It is over here. Let us go quickly. If we miss it, it will be meaningless." The grand finale program. The final segment of the Lantern Festival is the Poetry Composition Grand Meeting. If one can win the prize, not only can one win glory in front of countless talents of the great Qian imperial capital, but most importantly, one can also obtain some considerable rewards. In the square, the three squeezed through the crowd. Qingfeng said irritably, "Qian Kie, it is not here, right? Too many people. Look, eldest senior brother is squeezed into dried noodles." Changxing glanced at him. "Dried noodles? You really know how to speak?" Kie beside them was also puzzled. "How could it be like this? I reserved a private room at Wangjong Tower long ago. We can enjoy both the beautiful scenery and delicious delicacies. You two carry Changxing up. Fewer people over here. Carry master and follow me, turn left ahead. We'll arrive at Wangjong Tower in a moment." Kie introduced with a smile. "This Wangjong Tower is the most famous restaurant in my great Qian imperial capital. Countless delicious delicacies and the maidservants are all very beautiful." She giggled. "Usually it is very hard to reserve, let alone during the Lantern Festival. When I came to book it before, the owner's attitude was very bad." The two were speechless. "If you could not book it, what are you proud of?" Kie then answered. "Although I am a princess, my father emperor taught me from childhood not to bully others. But do not worry, finally I still booked it." Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Princess does not bully others. Counts as you speaking human language." Changxing asked curiously. "Then how did you book it?" Kie answered proudly. "Very simple. I cannot bully others, but my big brother can. I asked my big brother to take 3,000 elite troops to Wangjong Tower a few days ago. The owner's attitude was very good, saying happened to have someone who had business and had to leave, so an extra private room came out for us." Qingfeng cursed angrily. "Praise too early. So you do not do things that bully others at all, right? Take back what I just said," Kie said happily. "Do not worship me yet, let us go up first." Qingfeng then answered. "Who worships you?" As soon as Changxing stepped in, he attracted everyone's gaze. "Wow, who is that? Is it an immortal? Look quickly, too beautiful." Kie asked in a low voice. "Have the girls all been conquered by eldest senior brother?" Qingfeng said calmly. "Nonsense, otherwise would they be conquered by you? Not a single woman in the Senlua world does not lose her heart upon seeing eldest senior brother. Does your heart not move for eldest senior brother?" Kie instantly black-faced and sent one word, "Scram." Inside the private room, Kie poured tea while asking, "Master, heard you are the human race literary saint. Are you going to participate in this poetry composition grand meeting?" Qingfeng said disdainfully. "Who is my eldest senior brother? How would he join in the fun with this group of mortals?" Kie nodded. "True, although taking first place gets 100,000 caddies of spirit stones. Presumably master will not care." Changxing's eyes lit up upon hearing 100,000 caddies, and he spoke softly. "Qingfeng, those words are wrong. Scholars make no distinction between high and low nobility. Moreover, there is a famous saying in senior brother's hometown. Do you know what it is?" Two big question marks popped up on their foreheads. Sentence. Lu Changxing smiled faintly, his whole person seeming to glow. "Since we are already here," Qingfeng and 7 knights were dazzled by this radiance until they could not open their eyes. Although they did not understand what it meant, they felt it made so much sense. Shouts came from outside, attracting the attention of the three. First came the announcement, "Welcome everyone. The Poetry Conference officially begins." This Lantern Festival Poetry Conference is jointly sponsored by the Great Qian Dynasty, Myriad Treasures Bank, Jufubao Trading Company, and Penguin Trading Company. The topic was drafted by the Imperial Court's Grand Preceptor 1 hour ago. Lu Changxing frowned slightly, looking blank. "Jufubao, Penguin Trading Company. Why do they feel so familiar?" the person outside continued. "Will the talented scholars please listen to the topic? With spring grass, drizzle, spring season, and the imperial capital as the topic, compose a 7-character poem. Time limit is 1 stick of incense. Simply write the poem well and cast it into the lotus box, reviewed by the director of the Hanlin Academy. Finally, the top 3 will be decided within an hour." The crowd below was in an uproar. "Oh, it seems Brother Meng has inspiration. One must deliberate carefully." This is too simple. Inside the private room, the three were also racking their brains in thought. Lu Changxing was struggling to search his memory for those 300 poems to see which one fit the topic. Qingfeng suddenly jumped up. Ha, I have got it. Seven Knights asked. What did you think of? He answered. Composing a poem. Seven Knights immediately sneered. You can compose poems too, Qingfeng said angrily. Why cannot I? Following eldest senior brother, even a pig can compose poems. Seven Knights burst out laughing. Ah, right. Qingfeng felt what he just said was a bit strange and shouted excitedly. Anyway, listen to me read it once first. Seven Knights was speechless. Fine, you read. Qingfeng cleared his throat, stood straight, and read the poem, pretending to be cool. Imperial Capital Lantern Festival. Spring festival is coming soon. Drizzle falls without stopping. Green grass hurriedly turns green. After reading, he asked cheerfully, how was it, good or not? Lu Changxing could not help smiling, thinking this can be called a poem too if you take this out. Definitely do not say I taught you. Is not this just idioms with an extra word added? It is simply like the ocean. It is all water. What's the difference? Seven Knights evaluated. Your poem is not bad, but they asked for a 7-character poem. Yours is a 5-character poem. It will not work. Lu Changxing felt lost. Big sister, are you serious? This is called not bad. Hearing this, Qingfeng said, oh, then what do you think should be added? Seven Knights pondered. Add what? Let me think. Lu Changxing began to doubt life. Does this level even have value for discussion? The cultural level of this world is too poor. He suddenly spoke. Qingfeng, Seven Knights, ink and brush service. Seven Knights immediately spread the paper. Master, paper is here. Qingfeng handed the brush. Senior brother, brush is here. Lu Changxing wielded the brush and splashed ink, finishing the writing in a moment. Qingfeng and Seven Knights exclaimed in admiration as they read. Good poem, good poem. Eldest senior brother's move is indeed extraordinary. You actually even used a metaphor. My poem is probably not even 1/10,000th of senior brother's, but why cannot I understand it? Lu Changxing drank tea leisurely. Send the poem over. An hour later, the host announced, all right, many thanks to all talented scholars for participating. After fierce competition, the top 3 of the poetry conference have been produced. Next I will announce the top 3. Among them, the work that sees the first place this time is incomparably brilliant, unprecedented. Now I will read it aloud to everyone. The crowd below discussed animatedly. Who is so formidable? Definitely us. Spring rain fell. Shush, going to read. The imperial streets, light rain is moist like crisp butter. The grass color is visible from afar but nothing up close. It is precisely the best scenery of the year's spring, absolutely surpassing the smoke willows filling the imperial capital. Seven Knights and Qingfeng were overjoyed. Great master, your poem won first place. Eldest senior brother, first place really is your poem, but why do they have no reaction at all? Lu Changxing answered calmly. Let the bullets fly for a while. A moment later, the great Qian Crown Prince Qian Yiyuan stood angrily in front of the Forbidden Army, confronting Seven Knights. She opened her mouth to ask, Big brother, was it you who mobilized the Forbidden Army? You mobilized the Forbidden Army at the Lantern Festival. Are not you afraid Father Emperor will hold you accountable tomorrow? The Crown Prince said angrily. Saying this, you definitely do not know what happened. Seven Knights was puzzled. What happened? The Crown Prince immediately threw a piece of paper over on which was written AQA. Who are you? I am your father. Seven Knights was blank. He said he is your father, the Crown Prince said with a dark face. Also your father, is this the point? Do you not have a count in your heart about what our dad's job is? Seven Knights was immediately furious. Daring to speak like this is simply treason and heresy, must investigate strictly. Let me see which guy is so ignorant of good and bad. The Crown Prince answered. Lu Qingfeng, Seven Knights was right in the middle of cursing. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground we must find him. Ha hu, Qian Yiyuan answered. Lu Qingfeng. Seeing Seven Knights stunned, he pointed at the name left on the paper. It was written by himself, she exclaimed. Finished? How could it be him? How did things develop to this step? This has to start with Lu Changxing. Back to when the winning poem was just read. After a bout of silence, the crowd boiled over. This poem is too good. The spring rain on the imperial capital streets is fine, smooth, and moist. Looking from afar, the grass color connects into a piece, but looking close up, it is sparse. The most beautiful spring scenery of the year far surpasses the imperial capital filled with green willows. Good poem, good to the bottom of the heart. This is a poem famous for 1,000 ages. Qingfeng came in holding a bag of money. Senior brother, the spirit stones are delivered. Lu Changxing said calmly. You keep it. Seven Knights asked Master, do you want to stroll the night market tonight? He then refused. No need, I want to rest early and play again tomorrow, she answered. That is good. Father Emperor has already prepared a residence for you. I'll take you over later. Suddenly a strange noise came from outside, so Seven Knights ran to the window to see who was making such a big commotion. Unexpectedly, it was actually her big brother, the Grey Qian Crown Prince Qian Yiyuan, bringing the Forbidden Army. Qingfeng asked curiously, what happened? Seven Knights answered. Not clear either. Being able to mobilize the Forbidden Army is obviously not a small matter. After speaking, she ran outside. I'll go out to inquire. You guys eat first. The dining table was unusually quiet. Lu Changxing thought to himself, this atmosphere is not quite right. There is an ominous premonition. Could it be I am overthinking? Qingfeng suddenly called out senior brother, then knelt on the ground, pressed his palms together and cried for help. Senior brother, save me. Back to the dialogue between Seven Knights and Qian Yiyuan, she asked her big brother back. What did you say that person was called? He answered. Sister, you have asked 3 times. Could it be you know this person? She answered. Know him I do, but this person is definitely not that one. Qian Yiyuan was puzzled. Why not? Because he is a Deluo disciple, Qian Yiyuan cursed angrily. So what if he is a Deluo disciple? My dad is still the great Qian emperor, Seven Knights replied. Really interesting. Who does not have a dad who is an emperor? They are upstairs. Go up if you have the guts. Qian Yiyuan walked over furiously. Go up then, go up. Who's afraid of whom? Seven Knights said mysteriously from the side. Do not blame me for not reminding you. Qian Yiyuan instantly felt a bit cowardly, turning to ask, then who is upstairs? Seven Knights answered, Great Qian Imperial Teacher. Like a bolt from the blue, Qian Yiyuan panicked. The Imperial Teacher you speak of, could it be Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing? Imperial Teacher Lu, she asked back. Besides him, what other Imperial Teacher is there? Now do you still think it is that Lu Qingfeng upstairs? The Crown Prince hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely impossible, Seven Knights said. Since Big Brother is already here, go up and meet him once. The Crown Prince pondered. I came with such great fanfare, not going up to meet him once is indeed a bit rude. Meet him I must, it is just. The Crown Prince subsequently stuffed a stack of money bills into his sister's hand. Here, little sister, this is a silver bill for 500,000 caddies of spirit stones, a small token. Later when we go up you must praise me more in front of the Imperial Teacher. Seven Knights curled her lips, shaking those few bills. Only 500,000 caddies of spirit stones, the Crown Prince said with a dark face. Only, little sister, speak with some conscience. I am not your second brother, holding military power. Just casually embezzling a bit makes him filthy rich. These 500,000 caddies of spirit stones were saved by the Queen Mother through frugality for me. Do you want it or not? If not, forget it. She asked back. Really gone, he answered. Not a single drop left. Only then was Seven Knights willing to take Big Brother upstairs. Arriving at the private room, Seven Knights spoke first. Master Chongqing, Big Brother, the great Qian Crown Prince Qian Yiyuan asked for an audience. Lu Chongqing turned around. Please come in. The Crown Prince blushed instantly upon seeing him. Is this the Imperial Teacher? Is this an immortal? Seeing Big Brother dazed for a long time, Seven Knights despised. Big Brother, do not you plan to say something? Only then did the Crown Prince come back to his senses, flusteredly spitting out a string of words. Qian Yiyuan pays respects to the Imperial Teacher. Wishing Imperial Teacher luck as vast as the East Sea, longevity as high as the South Mountain. Safety in coming and going, much luck and longevity, auspiciousness and wish fulfillment. Everything goes according to heart. Fortune and prosperity, double stars, great wealth and nobility, beaming with joy, financial resources flowing in broadly. Dragon horse spirit, Seven Knights sighed. Big Brother, can you not say these nonsense words to everyone you meet? She said to Lu Chongqing. Master, because my big brother could not speak auspicious words when he was little, he was severely taught a lesson by Father Emperor. This led to him habitually saying this when meeting people now. Do not misunderstand, Lu Chongqing smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Then did something happen? Why mobilize the Forbidden Army? The Crown Prince said seriously. Reporting to Imperial Teacher, someone scribbled messily on the lanterns at the Lantern Festival. I was angry for a moment and mobilized the Forbidden Army to investigate thoroughly. Coincidentally, the name of the person who inscribed the words is the same as fellow Taoist Qingfeng. However, fellow Taoist Qingfeng is a Deluo disciple and follows the Imperial Teacher, so naturally it cannot be Brother Qingfeng. It must just be a coincidence of names, but I will not let this matter go easily either. There are formation arrays all around here. Later when I go back I will order my subordinates to activate the formation arrays, and we will be able to see who was scribbling. To restore Brother Qingfeng's innocence, Lu Chongqing forcefully maintained his trademark smile while Qingfeng behind him shook nonstop, muttering continuously, Save me, save me. The Crown Prince suddenly noticed his expression. Fellow Taoist Qingfeng, are you unwell? Qingfeng smiled barely. No, just a bit cold. It is nothing, Lu Chongqing thought to himself. So angry? Seems that writing was really written by me. Fate is truly magical. Luckily I signed Qingfeng's name. Hee. No, wait. Lu Chongqing opened his mouth. Dare I ask the first prince activating the formation array? Will allow one to see who wrote it, the Crown Prince answered. Correct, but it requires a little time, about 3 days or so. Now, it wasn't just Qingfeng shivering alone. Lu Chongqing forced a smile, comforting himself. Wow, so amazing, I need to be calm, he responded. Hee. Since that is the case, I hope the Crown Prince can investigate thoroughly so that Qingfeng will not be wronged for no reason. It is getting late today. This humble one would like to trouble the Crown Prince with a favor. My customs clearance document is still in the Holy Emperor's hands. I wonder if the Crown Prince can run an errand for me? Crown Prince immediately answered, a trivial matter. Imperial Teacher, please rest here. I will send someone to deliver it to Imperial Teacher later. After speaking, he bid farewell. Then I will not disturb Imperial Teacher's rest. 7 Knights will also take her leave first. The two left, and a terrifying silence remained in the room. Lu Chongqing drank a mouthful of tea and turned to ask the trembling Qingfeng. Qingfeng, the people are gone this time. Can you say what you wrote? Qingfeng looked at Lu Chongqing like an innocent puppy. Eldest senior brother, is this the point? Is this the time? The point is if this Crown Prince really activates the formation array and discovers I wrote it, then we are in big trouble. Lu Chongqing said calmly. It is you who are in big trouble. It has nothing to do with me. Secretly delighted in his heart. Oh my, back in Deluo you made me take the blame quite often. Senior brother remembers it all for you. You just take the blame for senior brother this time. Anyway, it will not scare you to death. Ha ha ha. Lu Chongqing gave a slap and then a sweet date. But who made me your senior brother? For the sake of you knowing your mistake, I'll help you this once. Bring your ear over, the two whispered. Does senior brother mean? Qingfeng comprehended the truth. One does not do it. Two does not stop once started, carry it through to the end, kill people ceaselessly to silence them. Lu Chongqing asked softly. Do you dare to kill people? He answered. I do not dare. Lu Chongqing smiled without humor. Then what nonsense are you talking? Qingfeng answered confidently. Senior brother, I do not dare to kill people, but I will keep secrets. All the memories of awe-inspiring prestige flooded Lu Chongqing's mind. He cursed inwardly. You can secretly kill people. I guarantee to keep my mouth shut tightly. Lu Qingfeng, oh Lu Qingfeng, do not I know what your so-called tight mouth is, let alone killing to silence? I reckon if I just knock the great Qian crown prince unconscious once it gets to your mouth, it could turn into me assassinating the holy emperor. Lu Chongqing turned and walked away. Hee hee. Are not you quite smart? Figure out a way yourself. Qingfeng instantly panicked. Senior brother, why are not you talking? Do not. You speak, I will not interrupt anymore. Lu Chongqing wondered in his heart. This kid Lu Qingfeng looks silly on the surface, but he is a righteous sect second-generation disciple after all. Why does he want to kill and silence people at the drop of a hat, looking more like a demonic sect member than a demonic sect member? He rested his chin on his hand and thought. The only way now was to leave without saying goodbye. Qingfeng was surprised. Ah, you mean run away? Lu Chongqing explained. This time we went down the mountain to train. We should do our best. The fewer people know, the better. Bringing 7 knights is somewhat inconvenient. Once we get the customs clearance document, we leave immediately. Qingfeng chimed in with a cheap mouth. Is it that senior brother is afraid that bringing a girl along makes it hard to maintain integrity, so you are running away? You also find her annoying, right? Lu Chongqing cursed annoyedly. Hard to maintain integrity if you cannot speak, just shut up. He turned to explain the plan to Qingfeng. I have looked at the map. 10,000 li away there happens to be an ancient city. We can fly directly to the Yin-Yang Sacred Lands territory. By then, even if Qian Kie wants to find us, she will not be able to. Qingfeng nodded repeatedly, obeying senior brother's arrangement. The crown prince indeed kept his word. In less than half an hour he sent someone to deliver the customs clearance document. Holding the document, everything proceeded according to plan. All was ready. The two packed their valuables and ran away overnight. Chongqing suddenly sighed. Although 7 knights and the crown prince treated him well, leaving without saying goodbye like this, if the emperor blamed them, it would be enough for them to suffer, especially that crown prince, who looked not quite bright. Better leave a letter to avoid misunderstanding. He picked up a brush and wrote, Your Majesty, leaving without saying goodbye today has nothing to do with Crown Prince Qian Yuan. Your Majesty, please do not let your imagination run wild. This matter really has nothing to do with the Crown Prince, nothing to do with the Crown Prince, nothing to do with the Crown Prince. Signed Lu Chongqing, he thought to himself. Important things must be said 3 times. Done. After packing properly, the master and disciple shouldered their bundles and ran for it overnight. Meanwhile, at the great Qian Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince's mansion, Crown Prince Qian Yuan was gathering the officials, showing off beamingly. Let me tell you, I saw the Imperial teacher today. The Imperial teacher indeed has extraordinary temperament, just like a banished immortal. He was full of praise upon seeing me, praising me for a long time. The officials smiled obsequiously. Your Highness actually won over the Imperial teacher? Then your Highness's position as the Crown Prince is much more stable. To receive the Imperial teacher's praise, your Highness is indeed a wizard. I heard this Imperial teacher is a peerless prodigy, being the teacher of the Buddha son, the Deluo eldest senior brother and the future Taoist sect eldest senior brother. With this person's support, your Highness can sit back and relax. The Crown Prince could not close his mouth from listening. The next day, in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the Holy Emperor flew into a thunderous rage. The Crown Prince shivered on the side while 7 knights asked curiously, Father Emperor, what's wrong, constipated? The Holy Emperor threw Chongqing's letter directly at the two. After the siblings finished reading, the Crown Prince sighed, as expected of the Imperial teacher. The handwriting is truly good. 7 knights immediately reported, Father Emperor, it wasn't the trouble I caused yesterday. Big Brother openly mobilized the Forbidden Army at the Lantern Festival with this, disrupting the order of the Lantern Festival, simply lawless. The Holy Emperor pointed at the Crown Prince's nose and cursed. Now the Imperial teacher has left indignantly without saying goodbye. It has simply lost all the face of my great Qian. The Crown Prince hurriedly defended himself. No, Father Emperor, clearly the Imperial teacher is not attached to the red dust and is wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao. Moreover, the Imperial teacher also said his leaving has nothing to do with your son. Do your eyes not work well? The Holy Emperor was even more furious. Do you know how to speak? Unfilial son, I have spoiled you these years. I did not expect you to act so recklessly and anger the Imperial teacher into leaving. The Crown Prince looked dumbfounded. What does it have to do with your son? Father Emperor needs evidence to speak. How was it your son who angered the Imperial teacher into leaving? Besides, when did you ever spoil your son? 7 Knights was shocked. She always thought Big Brother was just a bit naive, but it turned out he was truly stupid. The Holy Emperor was thoroughly twisted with anger, ordering 7 Knights, close the door quickly. Today I want to let the Crown Prince know who is the daddy. The Crown Prince turned pale with fright. Ah, no need, right, Father Emperor, your son understands this temper of yours. If you want to beat me, just say it. Why get so angry? The imperial palace instantly fell into chaos. Only the crown prince's screams were heard repeatedly. Dad, what are you doing? Let us talk things over nicely. Using a magic artifact to beat me is going too far. Dad, you are my biological dad. Ouch, your son knows his mistake. Stop hitting. 7 Knights, say something. On the other side, Lu Chongqing and his junior brother had arrived in the territory of Yuezhou. As always, Chongqing remained the focus on the road. Look quickly, what a beautiful man, this young master is too handsome. Who is this person? Why so extraordinarily handsome? Could it be a disciple of the yin-yang sacred land? Can immortals take a wife? What beautiful dreams are you dreaming? One look at this temperament and you know he is a sacred land disciple. Every gesture reveals immortal qi. He must be an immortal, Qingfeng said to Chongqing. Senior brother, 300 miles south out of Yuezhou City is the territory of the yin-yang sacred land. However, looking at the yin-yang sacred land's posture, I am afraid a fierce battle is unavoidable. Chongqing frowned. Fierce battle, Qingfeng answered. That is right, the main purpose of senior brother going down the mountain this time is the position of the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother. Since you want to be the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, naturally you must be versed in both civil and martial arts. Inner saint and outer king, only then can one convince the masses. Speaking in human language means if you want to get the recognition of this group of people, first reason with them. If reasoning does not work, use fists, beat them until they submit. Chongqing secretly worried. Why do we have to fight? Eating and drinking tea, is there nothing that cannot be discussed? If I accidentally get beaten to death by them, everyone will look bad. Why bother? He asked weakly. Can we not fight? Qingfeng answered. Not fighting will not work. After all, our goal is to be the eldest senior brother of the world's Taoist sects. Although senior brother is peerless, there are always many people in the world who do not believe in heresy and want to exchange a few moves with you. Surely we cannot always indulge them, Chongqing asked. Then what if I lose? Qingfeng shrugged. Oh my, impossible. Senior brother, you are good everywhere, except you are too humble. You are actually taking it seriously. What if? Qingfeng nodded and said, if we really lose, we'll turn around and run. The yin-yang sacred land cannot do anything to us, let alone commanding the Taoist sect. However, wanting not to fight is not impossible either. Chongqing was surprised. Let us hear it. Qingfeng said seriously, eldest senior brother, have you heard this saying? To subdue the enemy without fighting. I know senior brother does not want to act because you are afraid of exposing your powerful strength and attracting targeting. Since that is the case now, you do not need to suppress your anomalies and temperament. Just descend upon the yin-yang sacred land with your strongest posture. Be as arrogant as possible, just like back in the great Qian imperial capital. You hid your strength and suppressed your temperament, which was why Qian Kie dared to speak wildly in front of you. If you no longer hide and open full fire, then the yin-yang saint sun will have to tremble upon seeing you. At that time, who would still dare to challenge you? Unless they have a hole in their brain. The second method is more direct. Eldest senior brother can try it, Chongqing exclaimed in his heart. Good guy Qingfeng, I really underestimated you. This kid has something. The first method makes a lot of sense. Unexpectedly, there is a second one. He hurriedly asked what the second one was. The answer was simple. Arrive at the yin-yang sacred land and in front of all the disciples beat the yin-yang saint sun violently. I believe no one will dare to challenge senior brother again. Chongqing smiled on his face but wailed in his heart. Fine, cannot deny it. The second method is indeed direct and effective. The problem is your servant concubine cannot do it. I cannot do it. He is a sacred land saint son, a saint son invested as the strongest disciple in 500 years. With my 3 years of cultivation, I am not even qualified to send a head-feed die. And what is the cultivation of the yin-yang saint son? I heard he is already in the distraction realm. Distraction, the 8th major realm. Are we in the same dimension? For me to go beat him is truly a bit like wishing for farts, daydreaming, wanting to flee but cannot flee. Since things have come to this, I cannot care about that much anymore. Once at the yin-yang sacred land, I might as well play a big hand, let the special effects team work overtime to scare people. If I cannot scare them, I'll slide kneel on the spot. At least save a dog life. Inside the black palace of the yin-yang sacred land, the yin-yang saint son Li Yang was talking with his master. Master, I heard Lu Chongqing is arriving soon. Disciple asked once more, how much chance of winning do I have? The master answered. Disciple, as a teacher I often teach you, one must have confidence in being a person. Although even if you are the saint's son with your current strength, you absolutely cannot beat him. Cannot beat him by a single penny. It is the kind where you are pressed on the ground and rubbed, beaten until amnesia, mom and dad cry bitterly, doubting life. In front of him you are just a younger brother. Is master being too hurtful by saying this? Li Yang was a bit annoyed. Master, are you my biological master? Too heart-piercing. Have not fought yet, and you say I definitely cannot win. The master clicked his tongue. Then let me change the phrasing. You will be beaten like a ragged cloth. Li Yang smiled without humor. Many thanks, master. Now I feel even worse. Since I cannot win, why accept the challenge? The master said resolutely, if you do not fight, my yin-yang sacred land will be reduced to a laughingstock, but rest assured, losing to him is glory even in defeat. Li Yang was curious. Master, exactly what kind of person is he? Why is everyone certain he is very strong? The master only said, "You will know when you see him." How strong is he? Because others' strength is introverted, but he, even if he does nothing and just stands there, others will know he is a peerless powerhouse. Anyone standing beside him will be covered by his radiance. Disciple, as a teacher, I do not care how miserably you lose. I only hope you do not develop inner demons after losing. Although you are very strong, meeting him is the greatest luck amidst misfortune. Li Yong pondered secretly. Is he that strong? Not really, right? Outside the Yin-Yang sacred land, Chongqing descended on the wind, declaring war loudly. Lu Chongqing of Deluo's sacred land invites the Yin-Yang Saint Sun for a battle. Accompanied by the overtime work of the special effects team, the halo behind him was incomparably real. Li Yong began to chicken out. The pressure is too strong, cannot win. 10 of me could not win, but I am unwilling. A moment later, Chongqing turned back to ask, how was it scary? For the disguise I was fully armed. Qingfeng praised excitedly. Too absolute, truly imposing, too handsome as expected of eldest senior brother. Too shocking. If I were the Yin-Yang Saint Sun I would not dare to come either. After all, the gap is too big. Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives. Li Yong immediately appeared in front of the two. Kept you waiting. Yin-Yang Saint Sun. Li Yong accepts the challenge. Chongqing's face turned green. Finished. Ah, you are really coming? Li Yong suddenly raised his spear. Chongqing panicked to the point of wanting to cry. Launching a sneak attack unexpectedly, he bowed and saluted. This humble one. Li Yong pays respects to senior brother Lu. Chongqing was covering his face and seeing he had misunderstood immediately returned the salute. Paying respects to brother Li, praising secretly in his heart. Good, very natural. Li Yong opened his mouth. Although I know I will undoubtedly lose this battle and even trying my best I will not match 1/10,000th of senior brother. I hope senior brother will not let down expectations and absolutely do not hold back. This is also respect for me. Just as the voice fell, he launched an attack. Chongqing panicked. What is wrong with this kid? Why fight all of a sudden? Passive skill triggered. The heaven and earth Xuanwang pagoda behind Chongqing blocked Li Yang's attack. Chongqing was depressed in his heart. Why is this kid so rash? Fight when he says fight. Not chatting for a bit, leaving no psychological preparation for people. Li Yang's mouth corners rose. Xuanwang pagoda, senior brother Lu, this is my innate anomaly. Yin-Yang 8 trigrams map. Yin is death, transforming into the infernal hell. Yang is life, supreme Yang and supreme hardness. Chongqing was confused. What the hell is this? I am a staunch materialist warrior. Chongqing smiled without humor. You scared me. Satisfied now, as the saying goes, it is still very necessary to venture outside. This enemy wants to send me away. You are ruthless, pulling this kind of underworld stuff. A stream of black qi instantly wrapped around Lu Chongqing. Qingfeng behind him cried out, eldest senior brother in worry. Li Yang's master smiled as expected of my disciple, releasing the ultimate move right from the start, completely not losing out on the scene. Glory even in defeat, glory even in defeat. Other disciples exclaimed, the Saint Sun is too powerful, feels very strong, this move is too handsome, maybe he can win, nothing is absolute. Everyone says Deluo's senior brother Lu is powerful. I see it may not be so. Suddenly someone exclaimed, wrong. Everyone looked quickly. Strands of golden light revealed themselves from the pitch-black circle. With a loud boom, a giant golden elephant manifested. The whole audience was shocked. Ah, what is that? Is it an elephant? Could that be the divine elephant suppressing prison? Heavens, too extraordinary. Truly too extraordinary. The Saint Sun's Yin-Yang 8 trigrams map. Yang is supreme Yang, Yin is Senluo. He has not cultivated to the realm of supreme Yang yet, so he can only transform into the Senluo hell. Even so, the Saint Sun evolving hell ignores all defensive magic treasures. It is an uncrackable mental attack, yet unexpectedly it was broken by Chongqing's divine elephant suppressing prison. Truly one thing conquers another. The might of the divine elephant blasted Li Yong away, leaving the Yin-Yang disciples dumbstruck. The Saint Sun lost. This is also a helpless matter. The opponent is too strong. Qingfeng said calmly from the side, that is natural. I said senior brother is clearly so strong, yet he pretends to be weak every time. Too humble. Chongqing frowned. I pretend to be weak. I am truly weak. Pity that only I know the truth. Ah, where did this giant elephant pop out from? I have to ponder carefully. Looking at the current situation, although I do not have real capability, I win in anomalies. Anomalies do not distinguish boundaries. As long as the opponent displays an anomaly, they will basically lose to me. If the opponent does not open an anomaly, I can open one myself. This is stable. However, activating anomalies is not my initiative. It is more like a Goldfinger cheat developed specially for me by the game. Although it is very cool, being uncontrolled by me from beginning to end means my foundation is unstable after all. Sure enough, no matter how much others give, it is not as important as having strength oneself. Although this Yin-Yang Saint Sun's anomaly clashes with mine, his ability is real, indeed glory even in defeat. Chongqing cupped his hands and bowed. Hope fellow Taoist Li does not blame me. Friendship first, sparring second. This move was truly out of helplessness. Hope brother Li is magnanimous. Chongqing looked at him sincerely, and Li Yang hurriedly responded, not at all, not at all. It is junior brother whose skills are inferior. Senior brother Lu must not feel guilty. He was secretly grateful in his heart, his eyes full of unworthiness and sincerity. Although he almost beat me to death, he definitely did not do it on purpose. Clearly so strong yet so humble, and even asking me to forgive him. He is truly too polite. Qingfeng was speechless. Good guy Saint Sun Li Yang, did you forget to turn off the special effects? First time seeing someone get beaten and still speak up for the beater. Truly a Pua master. In the end, it is still our eldest senior brother who is capable. Changsheng stepped forward to support him up. Sorry, did I hurt you? Can you still stand up? Li Yang was moved and said, many thanks for senior brother's concern, I am fine. The hearts of the disciples sprang with affection. Is this the feeling of a heartbeat? The Saint Sun looks too handsome even in defeat. This damn atmosphere, I am going to suffocate. In everyone's eyes, Changsheng approached Li Yang gently. Come, let me see if the injury is serious, Li Yang said shyly. Senior brother need not waste effort on me. Junior brother only needs to take a pill and it will be no big problem. Qingfeng beside them was trembling with cold anger, squinty-eyed fox spirit. Wish what effort? These stinking fox eyes. Who are you calling senior brother? Are you very familiar with my senior brother pretending and shameless? Li Yang then said happily to Changsheng. Almost forgot the proper business. Senior brother, please follow me. The sacred master is waiting in the White Hall. Senior brother Lu, this way please. Qingfeng suddenly opened his mouth. Greetings Saint Sun, unhappy in his heart. I am still here. Do you have no one else in your eyes? Hearing this, Li Yang immediately bowed. Disrespect, presumably this is junior brother Qingfeng. I have long heard of your great name. Qingfeng was instantly happy. But what name? Am I very famous? Li Yang laughed dryly. I always heard there is a young talent in Dalua's sacred land with noble character and extraordinary strength at a young age. I thought it must be junior brother Qingfeng. Qingfeng's eyes shone with light. Right. That is me. And then, speaking, he leaned close to Li Yang. Changsheng sighed. You just made a polite remark. Why did this fool take it seriously? What are you doing? Forget it. Let us save him. He spoke up to relieve the siege. Let us go over quickly. Do not let the sacred master wait long. Li Yang responded as if granted amnesty. That makes sense. Let us go over first. Arriving in front of the White Hall, Li Yang instructed the two. This is the White Hall of my Yin-Yang sacred land. Please, senior brother Lu and junior brother Qingfeng, take off your shoes and follow me inside. Qingfeng suddenly blushed with shyness. Hateful, I have not taken a wife yet. How can I casually take off my shoes in front of outsiders? Li Yang had a face full of disgust. Senior brother Lu, let us go. The two went a step ahead with Qingfeng chasing behind. Hey, wait for me senior brother. The three walked on a bridge. Li Yang introduced senior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu, my Yin-Yang sacred land reveres the Tao of Yin-Yang life and death. This bridge is named the Nehi Bridge. You two must remember not to look back. Walk straight forward, implying being reborn. Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask. Saint Sun outside the White Hall is so holy. Why would a thing of demons and sentient beings like the Nehi Bridge appear? Why is it like this? Li Yang explained. There is naturally deep meaning in this. I wonder if senior brother Lu can guess it, Changsheng answered. The underworld hell, dark and terrifying, while the human hell is also holy and bright. This actually wants to tell us. Some things look beautiful but actually hide endless crises. Is that the meaning? Li Yang applauded in praise. Senior brother Lu is indeed of great talent, actually fully comprehending the deep meaning of my Yin-Yang sacred land in such a short time. The founding ancestor of my Yin-Yang sacred land went into seclusion for 3 years to penetrate Yin-Yang life and death. He constantly evolved the Senluo hell, hoping to let himself get lost in hell to comprehend life and death. Yet he could never truly immerse his mind and step into the Senluo hell. The founding ancestor realized that the reason he did not get lost was because the Senluo hell was too terrifying, making one always tremble with fear. So in the end, the founding ancestor created the human hell. Everything looks beautiful and holy, but behind it hides endless danger, making one get lost instantly. This is the origin of the White Hall. Senior brother comprehended so quickly. No wonder my master has an extremely high evaluation of senior brother Lu, always saying senior brother is a peerless prodigy. Qingfeng asked excitedly. What about me? What about me? Did master mention me? Li Yang laughed dryly. He said junior brother is bright and intelligent, young and promising. Let us go quickly. My master is still waiting for us. The three continued forward, and upon seeing the sacred master they bowed to pay respects. The Yin-Yang sacred master turned around with a dark face and walked angrily toward Changsheng. He was panicked in his heart. Finished. Why is he walking so fiercely? Could it be he came to condemn me because I injured the Saint Sun? The sacred master stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. Changsheng, you finally came, missed me to death. You did not get hurt in the great battle with Li Yang just now, right? Does your hand hurt? You must not blame martial uncle. It is not that martial uncle is cruel, mainly because you are revered by us as the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother. So we have to make those disciples convinced in heart and mouth. This is also a helpless matter. He then pushed him to walk. Come, Changsheng. Martial uncle personally brewed a cup of yin-yang ancient tea for you. Rest well. Qingfeng happily leaned close to the sacred master and asked, Sacred Master Zhang, do you still remember me? The sacred master asked coldly. Who are you? Qingfeng froze on the spot. Why is this scene so familiar? The sacred master offered tea to Changsheng. He took a sip and praised the good tea. The sacred master laughed loudly. Ha, these tea leaves were picked from the yin-yang ancient tea tree, one of the 10 great ancient teas of the cultivation world. This tea tree only produces 1 leaf every year. Drinking it allows one to comprehend yin-yang life and death. Qingfeng stared at him with wet puppy eyes. Lord Sacred Master, can I drink a cup? The sacred master stammered. Oh, of course. An hour later, Changsheng bowed. Many thanks, Sacred Master. The sacred master responded. Since the contest is over, I will stamp the customs clearance document acknowledging Changsheng as the eldest senior brother of my Taoist sect. However, Changsheng need not be in a rush to hit the road. Rest in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land for these 2 days. I'll let Li Yang accompany you and take you to visit the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. What do you think? Changxing cupped his hands and bowed. Then Changxing respectfully obeys. Li Yang took the two to visit, saying as they walked, Senior Brother Lu, Junior Brother Qingfeng, there is a big event today inviting many young talents. If they know Senior Brother Lu is here, they will definitely be very happy. Changxing responded, thanks for the deep love. Lu is honored. Li Yang smiled. Eldest Senior Brother is modest. Must drink a few more cups later. This way please. Suddenly, a call came from unknown where. Changxing, he stopped abruptly, thinking it seemed something was really summoning him. Ever since arriving here, this feeling became increasingly strong. Li Yang took them to a room. Senior Brother Changxing, we have arrived. 4 fellow Taoists were already waiting in the room. Greetings fellow Taoist Changxing, paying respects to fellow Taoist Changxing. Greetings to the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, paying respects to the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, he responded. Changxing greets everyone. The crowd exclaimed that they had always heard of Senior Brother Changxing's great name. Like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, seeing you today, indeed the reputation is well deserved. Senior Brother Changxing is so gentle to us, without any arrogance. To be able to drink and chat happily with Senior Brother Changxing today is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Fortune of 3 lifetimes. As expected of a true son of heaven, we are convinced in heart and mouth. We are willing to follow Senior Brother Changxing. Changxing responded according to etiquette. You flatter me, you flatter me. Everyone took their seats and raised their cups first. Let us toast eldest Senior Brother a cup first. Changxing thanked everyone and immediately raised his teacup. That mysterious calling sound rang out again. Changxing, making him freeze instantly. Li Yang asked strangely, Senior Brother, what's wrong? Changxing answered. Perhaps rushing on the road was too tiring, somewhat weary. I heard the Langya secret realm this time is different from the past. Does Brother Li know the reason? Li Yang frowned, not quite clear. Rumor has it that it is extremely likely to be the first formation set up by the Langya Immortal. Perhaps the opportunities this time will also be much more than in the past. Maybe one can even obtain the Langya Immortal Treasure. Changxing pondered. Langya Immortal Treasure? Heard Xian mention it before. It is a secret realm opened by the peerless figure, Langya Immortal, hundreds of thousands of years ago. No one knows how strong the Langya Immortal was. The only thing known is that he once slew immortals of the cultivation world. Just that no one knows why the Langya Immortal did not want to ascend, insisting on staying in the cultivation world for more than 100,000 years. Finally, he helplessly hid all his treasures in the Langya secret realm, and subsequently ascended to the immortal world. So there must be various treasures in the Langya secret realm. He asked Li Yang, Saint Sun, what amazing treasures do you think are hidden in the Langya Immortal Treasure? Li Yang answered. The Langya Immortal Treasure might hide many amazing immortal treasures. It might hide the 9-colored golden lotus, or maybe peerless treasures like the Chaos Spirit Fruit. But I once read an ancient book recording that the Langya Immortal's physical body was invincible because of a kind of golden immortal liquid. This golden immortal liquid is a peerless immortal liquid refined from the sun. Even a single drop can make one reborn, cleanse the marrow and cut the hair, purify the body, and enhance the root bone and constitution. I think perhaps there will be this kind of legendary golden immortal liquid in the Langya Immortal Treasure. Someone beside joined in. Just a pity that the Langya secret realm is incomparably dangerous. Not many people can come out alive each time, that is right. The Langya secret realm is too dangerous. I heard that even Tribulation Crossing powerhouses would die inside if they entered. The Langya secret realm this time seems to open in the Black Cloud mountain range of 70,000 li. Do not know if it is true or false. Too dangerous, Changxing thought to himself. Good guy, this is clearly going to send one's death. No matter who loves to go, let them go. I will not do this kind of thing of going to die when full, meaning doing something unnecessary and stupid. A fellow Taoist asked, then may I ask the Yin-Yang Saint Sun, who in the world today are called the current prodigies? He answered with a smile. The first among the current prodigies is naturally Senior Brother Changxing, whether in temperament or strength. Senior Brother Changxing is the well-deserved #1 prodigy in the world. Next are Wuchangza of the Green Cloud Sacred Land, Wang Xing of the Absolute Beginning Sacred Land, Jian Yuan of the Purple Azure Sacred Land, and Zhou Long of the Great Zhou Dynasty. All are viewed as the prodigy generation, right? There is also Yaoguang of the 7 Stars Ancient Sect, who is also very strong. I heard he comprehended the 7 Stars Ancient Scripture thoroughly and is extremely likely to lead the 7 Stars Ancient Sect to become a sacred land. Changxing was surprised. Oh, then what about Xian? Li Yang answered. People of the world say Xian is the world's 2nd female immortal. Presumably she should be very strong. Changxing was puzzled. World's 2nd female immortal. Who is the first? Li Yang answered. The first is Tian Yunru of the Linglong Sacred Land. Does Senior Brother Changxing not know? He looked blank, did not know much, reminding himself secretly, strong is strong, no distinction between male immortal and female immortal. But since Xian is so competitive, how could she be willing to settle for 2nd place? I absolutely must not mention the name Tian Yunru in front of her, so I absolutely must remember. I do not want to look for trouble myself, casting aside these headache-inducing questions. The table full of people happily drank and toasted again. The next day, Li Yang came early to greet them. Senior Brother Changxing is Junior Brother Qingfeng used to living here. he responded very relaxedly. Troubled junior brother Li Yang. Li Yang proposed, "Are the two of you interested in visiting our martial arts arena?" The two did not refuse either. "Sorry for the trouble." Li Yang then led the way. "My Yin-Yang Sacred Lands martial arts arena is very special. I think senior brother will definitely be very interested." Arriving at the place, he pointed. "Senior brother, please look, this is our martial arts arena." Changsheng looked ahead. On the yin-yang shaped martial arts arena stood two massive black and white stones side by side. Qingfeng was curious. "Senior brother Li, those two big stones are big and ugly. What are they placed there for?" Feeling they affect the aesthetics a bit, he answered. Junior brother Qingfeng does not know. These two stones have a great background. They are the supreme divine stones of my yin-yang sacred land, named yin-yang divine stones, priceless. Actually, the origin of these two stones is extremely great. Back then, the founding ancestor of my yin-yang sacred land saw these two stones at the extreme height of yin-yang. He determined that these two stones were supreme divine stones. So they have always been worshipped here, absorbing the sacred land's yin-yang qi. Looking forward to the day they can blossom with radiance, the ancestors firmly believe the divine stones contain great opportunities and are waiting for the destined person to appear. Qingfeng then stepped forward excitedly. "I feel I am destined with this stone," Changsheng said awkwardly to Li Yang. "Hope junior brother Li Yang forgives him." Qingfeng was ugly but his thoughts were beautiful, dreamed big. He placed his hand on the black stone unconvinced. "Really, I can feel it move a little." As soon as he touched it, a force swept through his whole body. Qingfeng trembled. "Spiritual, my spiritual power." He was pulled away by Li Yang. "What are you doing? It is very dangerous. Your spiritual power will be sucked dry. This divine stone can absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy. Even an immortal imparting power might be sucked dry by it." The founding ancestor once said, although these two yin-yang divine stones contain shocking immortal treasures, they need to wait for the destined person to open them, and they also need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If forcibly opened, the gains might not make up for the losses. The founding ancestor once tried to forcibly bombard these two divine stones, but in the end not even a trace was left. Qingfeng was surprised. Too dangerous. Lu Changsheng approached the black giant stone, a mysterious calling sound unprecedentedly clear. His hand touched the divine stone, the calling sound continuing. "Changsheng, Changsheng." Seeing this, Li Yang was secretly alarmed. "Senior brother Lu, is this? Could it be he is that destined person?" He sighed. "If it is really like this, then it is not too good." Qingfeng watched with a face full of excitement from the side. Oh, eldest senior brother, is it starting again?" A moment later, the space was still silent. Qingfeng did not understand. Why is there no reaction? Li Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How lucky. Changsheng retracted his hand, thinking to himself, why was there no reaction at all? It should not be. The feeling was so strong. Do I need to chant a spell? "Open sesame, as you wish, according to my will. Manifest quickly. Key that hides the powers of darkness. Show your true power before me." Release. The two behind him looked blank. "What's wrong with senior brother? Sounds like a spell." Li Yang was secretly puzzled. Does he really have a way? He stepped forward to call Changsheng. "Senior brother Lu, the Yin-Yang Academy is ahead. Let us go." Changsheng sighed. It seemed he had overthought it. "It seems apart from being handsome, I really have nothing." Subsequently, the three turned to leave. Suddenly, the divine stone began to vibrate. Qingfeng opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother Li, why is this divine stone moving on its own?" Li Yang looked dumbfounded. This?" The divine stone vibrated even more violently and cracks began to appear on the stone's body. Seeing this, Li Yang turned pale with fright. Dark clouds gathered over the sacred land, thunder booming. Inside the yin-yang sacred land, the sacred master was sitting with the disciples. Seeing the changes outside, one person said in panic, "Sect master, this is," he answered nervously. "That is right, it is going to rain." He suddenly felt something was wrong. "No, this aura is the divine stone's anomaly." Subsequently, he ordered everyone to speed to the martial arts arena. All disciples gathered at the martial arts arena. "The divine stone is moving. Are we lucky enough to see the immortal object hidden in the divine stone today?" "Very likely. But why did the divine stone suddenly move? Did not they say only a destined person could make the divine stone move? Could the destined person be senior brother Changsheng?" A moment later, the sect master and various elders arrived on clouds. They discussed animatedly. "The divine stone is moving. It seems the destined person has appeared. It is just that with the divine stone moving, an immortal object should emerge. But this, senior brothers, look. Dark clouds obscure the sky, thunder rolls. There is not a trace of auspicious signs. What is going on? That is right. Why do I feel it does not look like an immortal object emerging, but rather like a demonic weapon emerging? Black clouds pressing down on the city, lightning flashing and thunder rolling just like the end of the world. It does not look like an ancient object is being born." A junior brother asked, "Sect master, did the founding ancestor leave any last words?" The sacred master answered, "The founding ancestor's last words, buy a house in a good school district to win at the starting line." The crowd froze on the spot, crows flying overhead. The sacred master laughed dryly to salvage his image. "Cough, cough, just joking with you junior brothers, do not be so serious. Actually, the founding ancestor did say that these yin-yang divine stones, one yin and one yang, contain two peerless immortal objects. But later, when the founding ancestor was about to ascend, he sensed that one of them manifested an ominous omen." An elder spoke up. "Speaking of which, I have seen records in ancient books. These yin-yang divine stones might contain one immortal weapon and one peerless ominous weapon. In other words, this moving divine stone hides a peerless ominous weapon?" No wonder the heavens and earth changed color so violently. Since ancient times, ominous weapons drink blood. If allowed to appear in the world, will it invite a reign of terror? The sacred master then said. I do not know about others, but Chongqing might have a way to suppress this ominous weapon, the junior brother asked curiously. Why is senior brother so sure? The sacred master turned around and said with certainty. Because he is handsome. The cracks on the divine stone became more numerous. Chongqing muttered to himself, it is coming fast. The pressure coming from the divine stone is getting stronger. Chongqing worried about what exactly was inside. If I did not have the heaven and earth Xuanwang pagoda, I am afraid I would not even be able to look at it directly. Rumble, the divine stone suddenly split into two halves. Fresh blood flowed from the cracks, the world spinning. Madness, the crowd worried. The divine stone is flowing black blood. The world has changed suddenly. This is definitely a demonic object. Chongqing cast a formation, creating a circle of ancient texts surrounding the divine stone. Heaven's movement is ever vigorous. The superior man uses this to ceaselessly self-improve. The great Peng rises with the wind in one day, soaring up 90,000 li. Do not idle away time. When the young man's head turns white, he creates empty sorrow. The sharp edge of a sword comes from grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. He worried in his heart. The sky-filling ominous chi is too terrible. If I cannot suppress it, I might just perish here. No, I must ensure safety. Subsequently, he summoned the divine elephant suppressing prison. The crowd was sluggish. Is it suppressed? It looked like the sky was becoming redder, dark things gathering densely. Chongqing panicked even more. Ah, big brother, the ancients did not deceive me. The cultivation world is indeed full of danger everywhere. Opening a treasure chest can also encounter a monster, and it is death god level. The elders behind were worried. And Chongqing suppress it. Do we need to go over and help? Will Chongqing be in danger? But if we act rashly, we might make things worse. We'd better not add to the chaos, but it looks like Chongqing may not be able to hold on. It would be bad if he gets injured. The sacred master pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Having an idea, he summoned Li Yang. Li Yang stepped forward to pay respects to his master. He responded, No need for formalities. Are you all right? Li Yang bowed. Many thanks for master's concern. The disciple is unaffected, the sacred master then said. Then why do not you hurry and help your senior brother? Li Yang had a head full of question marks. So originally you weren't concerned about me. Whose master are you exactly? Qingfeng smiled and patted his shoulder. Just get used to it. Li Yang sighed and accepted the order. He cast a spell, wanting to approach Chongqing but was blocked. Li Yang looked at the sacred master in panic. Master, no good, I cannot get in. The sacred master had a dark face. Cannot get in? Why do not you try again? Suddenly realizing the disciples' gazes were all gathered here, the sacred master could only laugh dryly. Haha, tisk tisk, let us watch a bit longer. Watching those demonic objects swallowing Chongqing's formation, he sighed secretly. Alas, hope it does not come to that step. Inside, Chongqing gritted his teeth. No, continuing like this I will definitely be worn to death by it. The pressure is getting greater. Does it really want me to die? It seems I can only use that move. The sky was gloomy and stained with blood. Evil chi and demonic objects increased. The disciples began to fear. Evil chi soaring to the sky. Too ominous, too ominous. It really is an ominous weapon. Let us run quickly, idiot. Run where? Chongqing thought to himself, although drifting in the Jianghu. How can one not get stabbed? Getting stabbed is a matter of sooner or later. I also admit this stone is indeed powerful. Today I might really perish here. But as the saying goes, leave a line in everything. Brother Stone, looking like this, give me some face. That is about enough. Suddenly a voice came from the divine stone. Pa, you actually dare to do this? What are you looking at? You thing, get lost. The crowd was surprised. Did I have an auditory hallucination? It seems the divine stone is cursing people. I heard it too. Chongqing got angry. Why resort to personal attacks, bullying me because I cannot beat you, right? Even a clay figurine has 3 parts fire. You just wait for me. Chongqing immediately summoned the Deluo fist seal. A giant 2 times taller than the divine stone appeared. He walked aggressively toward the divine stone to condemn it. Are you bullying my big brother? The divine stone still had a confused look, asking, Who are you? When it was punched several times in succession. Ominous weapon, right? Very amazing. I'll stomp you to death. Chongqing's face was full of smiles. Although fighting with a stone I am probably the first, but the mood is indeed much more cheerful. The crowd exclaimed in admiration. Seen ruthless people, never seen a savage who even beats a stone. Gained knowledge. The divine stone was beaten until covered in bumps. Exploding with anger, a huge black bell appeared where the divine stone was. The crowd was terrified. The divine stone cracked. This sky-filling evil chi is even more terrible. That bell emitted crimson power pointing straight at the firmament, forming a black vortex in the sky. The sacred master shouted, Not good, the ominous weapon has emerged. Quickly activate my Sects immortal artifact. Chongqing worried he could not beat it. This is too terrible. My 12-grade golden lotus and heaven and earth Xuanwang pagoda. The light is gradually dimming, cannot bring it up. This time it is really over. Suddenly the white stone beside emitted light, then split into 2 halves. A bell appeared from the cracks. The crowd was surprised. Immortal weapon. The immortal weapon has also emerged. That bell ran eagerly from the white stone to the black bell, then grew larger and covered it like a pot lid. A moment later it swallowed the black bell and the surrounding evil chi, and the sky gradually returned to clarity. The crowd was sluggish. What happened just now? The black bell was swallowed. Is it over just like that? Chongqing exclaimed. Too magical. Is this the end? That bell then flew in front of Chongqing, subsequently shrinking gradually and affectionately drilled into his palm. The martial arts arena now lacked those 2 stones. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. Did you see that just now? That bell saw it. That green bell directly swallowed the black bell and even flew to senior brother Chongqing. That bell obviously showed affection for him. Chongqing looked dumbfounded. Is it over just like that? Qingfeng wanted to go over but was stopped by Li Yang. The green bell suddenly burst out with intense light. Chongqing closed his eyes to sense. Is this scene telling me the origin of these 2 bells? Images flashed through his mind one by one. Why did this group of people merge into a giant holding an axe? Is this going to fight? If I were born 500 years earlier, gods and demons of the 8 desolations would all bow. The final words are truly arrogant. It seems the bell wielder lost, so the bell split into 2. So that is it, I understand. The bell split into 2 halves. The black bell is formed from resentment while the green bell can suppress it, just as one thing conquers another. Before I only had passive skills. This time having the black bell is not bad. One can attack actively and use the green bell when retrieving. Truly great. In the future I can strike first to gain the upper hand. Chongqing was so happy he giggled foolishly to himself. Qingfeng muttered, is it okay now? Should be. The sacred master and various elders walked toward him. Chongqing, you weren't injured, right? That was truly worrying just now. Sect master, so many things happened. Presumably Chongqing must be very tired. That is right. That is right. The sacred master then said to Li Yang, disciple, quickly take your senior brother Chongqing to rest. Chongqing bowed tactfully to take his leave, thinking to himself, not even asking about the bell and letting me go. Clearly they want to hold an internal meeting. Li Yang took the 2 far away. One person then opened his mouth to call the sect master. He interrupted. Go to the main hall to discuss. Subsequently he ordered the disciples. Disciples, hear the order. This matter must not be spread outside. Must not mention it. The Yin-Yang sacred land is temporarily sealed. No outsiders are allowed to enter or exit, no matter who it is, Li Yang said while leading the way. Senior brother Chongqing is indeed extraordinary. These 2 divine stones of my Yin-Yang sacred land have existed for unknown ages. Did not expect them to be taken by senior brother in the end. Truly enviable, Chongqing said awkwardly. Perhaps it is fate, secretly thinking at a time like this. Absolutely must not be smug when getting a bargain. One must act innocent. No, must be humble, otherwise would not it invite trouble? Li Yang asked curiously. Then do these 2 immortal bells of senior brother have any might? Chongqing answered. Actually they do not have much might. Li Yang then leaned close to him with puppy eyes. Oh my senior brother Chongqing, do not you trust junior brother's character? You can rest assured, say it. I absolutely will not spread it randomly. I will keep my mouth shut tight. Qingfeng was unwilling to be outdone. Senior brother, I will also definitely keep my mouth shut tight. Do not hide it, tell us, Chongqing sighed. Seems they will ask until the pot breaks. Get to the bottom of it. Let me think how to make it up. Being so far away it should not spread to Deluo, right? He asked the 2 back. Really will not spread it, the 2 vowed solemnly. Absolutely will not speak randomly. I can swear. Me too, Chongqing smiled and began to hoodwink. Actually these 2 immortal bells are indeed extremely extraordinary. The black bell is the Hun soul, the green bell is the Po spirit. They were originally one body, named the Eastern Emperor Bell Dongwang Bell. Legend has it that ages ago, when heaven and earth were still a primordial chaos, there was a peerless powerhouse who awakened from the chaos, accompanied by the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, suppressing all enemies in the world. His name was Eastern Emperor Taiyi Dongwang Taiyi, the emperor of billions of the demon race. Therefore this bell is named the Eastern Emperor Bell. Once the bell rings, it can destroy heaven and earth, but because of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, it did not allow Eastern Emperor Taiyi to be too strong. So it forcibly suppressed him, causing him to turn into ashes. This bell also, because of that great tribulation, eventually split into 2. Qingfeng's eyes shone with light. Eastern Emperor Taiyi. This name sounds so domineering. Did not expect there to be such a strong person in the world, commanding billions of the demon race to become the demon emperor. Senior brother, did this person already become an immortal? He answered solemnly. Immortal? No, it is becoming a saint. The so-called saint. Beneath the saint, all are ants. Immortals in his eyes are just like ants in our eyes. A single thought of his can destroy the cultivation world and can also create countless such worlds in a single thought. Chongqing was grateful in his heart. Thanking the primeval novels I stayed up late reading before, thanking everyone for providing the material, grateful endlessly. Qingfeng pondered upon hearing this. If according to that primeval worldview, Eastern Emperor Taiyi blowing a breath would destroy unknown numbers of Shenxia worlds, is not that too exaggerated, senior brother? Li Yang said firmly. Not exaggerated at all. There are too many things in this world we cannot understand in the eyes of mortals. We are high and mighty immortals. With full effort we can slay 1,000,000 mighty troops, but in the eyes of immortals we are nothing. A casual wave of a hand can kill us unknown numbers of times. However, ascending to the immortal world, there are still many strong people, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Hard to guarantee there are not higher worlds above the immortal world, so I believe senior brother Chongqing. Chongqing took over the conversation. Eastern Emperor Taiyi established the ancient heavenly court, commanding billions of the demon race. Under his command were 10 great demon gods. Under the 10 great demon gods were 3,000 demon kings. Under the 3,000 demon kings were 7,200 great demons. Under the great demons were 9,900 sky demons. Merely a sky demon-level powerhouse is countless times stronger than an immortal. You say, how strong is Eastern Emperor Tai? Qingfeng became more shocked the more he listened. Incredibly strong to the point of disbelief. I was presumptuous. Li Yong bowed. Junior brother congratulates senior brother Chongqing on obtaining this supreme treasure. He responded, luck, just luck. Li Yong then bid farewell. Junior brother still has matters to attend to. I will take my leave first, he answered. Go ahead. Seeing him walk far away, Qingfeng leaned in and whispered, Senior brother, listen to me. Senior brother, you obtained the Yin-Yang Sacred Land's treasure, and it is such a treasure at that. Do you think the Yin-Yang Sacred Land will get greedy upon seeing such wealth? Chongqing hemmed and hawed. You are probably overthinking it. He calculated secretly in his heart. The Yin-Yang Sacred Land is one of the 10 great sacred lands of the Central State. Both their status and reputation are very good. How could they get greedy upon seeing wealth? Moreover, if they really got greedy and wanted to harm me, the Daluo Sacred Land would not agree to it. Qingfeng continued. Senior brother, think about it carefully. At first the origin wasn't explained. You told Li Yang, and he will definitely tell the elders of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall. This way, once they know the importance of this treasure, how could they not get greedy? After all, we are currently on someone else's turf. It is hard to guarantee that no accidents will happen. Chongqing instantly felt worried. That actually made a lot of sense. Holding on to a sliver of luck, he thought Li Yang probably would not speak carelessly. Qingfeng immediately refuted. That is hard to say. He is not me, tight-lipped. No matter what, we should be careful. I have a golden talisman. Do you want me to write a letter back to the sect to make preparations in advance, just in case? Chongqing patted his shoulder. Then you be careful, do not get discovered, otherwise if people find out we'll be laughed at. Qingfeng vowed solemnly. Senior brother, just rest assured. Meanwhile, in the Yin-Yang main hall, the sacred master and various elders were conferring. One person spoke up. Sect master, the divine stone moved, giving birth to a supreme immortal object. This is a good thing, but Chongqing is not a disciple of my Yin-Yang sacred land. How should this matter be handled? Other elders also discussed animatedly. Although treasures choose destined persons, this fertile water should not flow into an outsider's field. They were more or less reluctant to part with it. Sectmaster senior brother, how about we give Chongqing some benefits and let him leave the immortal bell for us to guard for generations? Nowadays these two divine stones have long become the symbol of my Yin-Yang sacred land. To have them taken away just like that, I am really unwilling. Li Yang suddenly rushed in from outside, shouting loudly. Absolutely not. Elder Sectmaster Master, Lu Chongqing is the Daluo eldest senior brother, practically no different from the Daluo saint son, and now he bears the heavenly destiny, traveling the central state, invested as the Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, leaving aside the person himself having unparalleled chi fortune. Lu Chongqing's strength alone is deep and immeasurable. We cannot act rashly. The Yin-Yang divine stones were left by this sect's founding ancestor, but the founding ancestor also said, wait for the destined person. Since senior brother Chongqing is the destined person, then that is fate. If we forcibly interfere, damaging our sacred land's chi fortune is a small matter, but being laughed at by the people of the world is the major matter. Hope seniors think thrice. The elders responded. The saint's son is right, but the problem is those two immortal bells are too extraordinary. If Lu Chongqing were a disciple of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall, giving them would be fine. After all, he is an outsider. Moreover, since ancient times, heaven and earth treasures automatically recognize a master. Unless the master dies, they cannot be transferred to others. Li Yang frowned. If that is truly the case, could we really dare to do anything? The sacred master suddenly spoke. I have my own decision on this matter. Saint son, go invite senior nephew Chongqing over. The elders and Li Yang then quietly accepted the order. One stick of incense later, Lu Chongqing arrived at the main hall, crashing into the murderous gazes of the elders. Stinky brat wants to hog our holy object, that is our family's stuff. Is it something you can take just because you want to? You sure have a beautiful dream. Regardless of whether we feel bad or not, there is no way for this. Good looking? Think you can have beautiful dreams too? Exactly, is being good looking so amazing? Chongqing walked in and bowed in greeting. Disciple Lu Chongqing pays respects to seniors, pays respects to the Yin-Yang sacred master. The seniors immediately made a 180-degree turn. What holy object? If you want to take it, take it. Take it, take it. Do not be polite. This child is truly polite. I also have magic artifacts here. Do you want them? The sacred master sighed secretly, even more handsome up close, and opened his mouth. Ah, Chongqing, looking for you this time is actually to discuss the matter of the divine stone's exotic treasure with you. Chongqing, the Yin-Yang divine stones were found by the founding ancestor of my Yin-Yang sacred land. Do you know this? Chongqing frowned. Is this wanting to go back on their word? On the surface he still lowered his head and answered, heard of it, but the junior nephew also heard that back then the founding ancestor of the Yin-Yang sacred land also said regarding the Yin-Yang divine stones, only the destined person gets them. I wonder if that counts? The sacred master answered, I know, so we plan to give this thing to you. Chongqing was thinking, I knew they wanted to renege. Where is their logic in giving things to others? Wait, what did he say? Give? Chongqing was confused and cupped his hands in response. Many thanks, sacred master. Suddenly he put his arm around his shoulder, smiling until his mouth could not close. Chongqing, we have also guarded this divine stone for a long time. Even if there is no merit, there is hard work. You understand my meaning, right? Other elders also laughed sinisterly. A small request, if you do not agree, it would be impolite. He. What are you hee-heeing about? Do not know, just hee-hee first. Deceiving people is not what a good child does. Chongqing's little heart began to tremble. This atmosphere. What do they want me to agree to? The anti-fraud center is right, pies do not fall from the sky. Boys must protect themselves when outside. Chongqing retreated 3 steps. Sacred Master, elders, if you have something to say, speak slowly. Everything is negotiable. The Sacred Master advanced 3 steps. Chongqing is indeed reasonable. Our request is very simple, as long as senior nephew, he grasped his hand, eyes shining, as long as senior nephew is willing to become the supreme elder guardian protecting my yin-yang sacred land, to flourish and prosper, those 2 immortal bells will count as a gift. Do you agree? The elders also chimed in, thinking to themselves that the supreme elder guardian is just a title. Main task is that when the yin-yang sacred land encounters danger, Lu Chongqing must help with all his strength. What's important is the resonance of qi fortune. The stronger Lu Chongqing is, the more prosperous the yin-yang sacred land's qi fortune will be. The Sacred Master's binding move is truly superb, not losing out at all. Truly keeping the fertile water within the family superb. Chongqing bowed. Junior nephew agrees, calculating secretly in his heart. I'll definitely agree to this, although I bear the heavy responsibility of Supreme Elder Guardian. Conversely, the yin-yang sacred land also becomes my protective umbrella. In the future, whoever wants to move against me has to weigh it carefully. Deluo Sacred Land, Western Buddhist sect plus the yin-yang sacred land. The power is a bit substantial. Aside from anything else, beating a dog depends on the owner. I, Lu Chongqing, have finally stood up. The Sacred Master was overjoyed upon hearing this. Oh, my great joyous event, announced to the world, prepare a banquet. The sacred land celebrates together. Chongqing, you do not know, back then if not for that cunning master of yours, maybe you would have been our saint son, yin-yang saint son. Sounds so good to listen to, much more domineering than Deluo eldest senior brother. Li Yang felt a little hurt in his heart listening to this. Chongqing waved his hand awkwardly. Cannot do that. The yin-yang sacred land already has a saint son, while stealing a glance at Li Yang's expression. Why pull this stunt again? This family member's eyes have lost all light. Li Yang suddenly blushed and said, if it is senior brother Li Yang is willing to step down, he cursed inwardly. Step down from what? You are stepping down just like that, no need to give so much face. You can, but I cannot. Chongqing opened his mouth and said, Master has great grace upon me. Everyone please do not mention it again, the crowd then praised. Senior nephew Chongqing honors the teacher and respects the Tao, truly a piece of peerless beautiful jade, the Sacred Master then ordered. Saint son, take elder Chongqing to rest, let us prepare the banquet. On the way, taking Chongqing back to rest, Li Yang said, Senior brother Chongqing, if you really want to come to the yin-yang sacred land, I really can step down, not forced but sincerely. After thinking, he turned and answered, Junior brother Li Yang, we righteous cultivators, since we have acknowledged a master, we cannot do such things. If I said let junior brother Li Yang enter my Deluo sacred land's gate and give you the position of saint son, would you agree? Li Yang was stunned. I understand. Coincidentally, Qingfeng ran out from unknown where shouting, eldest senior brother. You are back? Li Yang then bid farewell, then senior brother and junior brother Qingfeng rest. Li Yang retired. Qingfeng asked excitedly, Senior brother, you went for so long, what was said? Chongqing answered. Simply put it was. Subsequently he told the story at 2x speed. After finishing he sighed. That is how it is, I want to rest for a while, a bit tired. Qingfeng responded. The matter counts as resolved, let me write a letter back to report the situation. Returning to the room, Qingfeng wrote a letter to his father. Dad, the current situation is very safe. Dad, do not worry, however, there is a matter I must tell you. You absolutely must not spread it indiscriminately. In the yin-yang sacred land, senior brother obtained a supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, named the Eastern Emperor Bell Dongwang Bell. This bell has the power to destroy heaven and earth. A gentle shake makes the world change color. Rumor has it that it is the supreme treasure of the demon race of the immortal world. Inside it even seals the 10 great demon gods. If released, the future trouble will be endless. But senior brother's strength is transcendent. Suppressing this object, if he takes it to refine, he will be able to control the 10 great demon gods. Do not spread rumors. Signed, Lu Qingfeng. Subsequently, he released the spirit pigeon to transmit the letter back to the Deluo sacred land. At the sword washing pool, Qingfeng's father Lu Qing was teaching disciples sword practice. You guys remember, the way of the sword requires determination. Every sword strike is your sword heart, evil spirit. Every sword strike must use full effort. Suddenly a piece of paper slapped onto his face. He cursed angrily. Who is littering? Suddenly seeing clearly, he recognized it was Qingfeng's letter. Writing a letter for no reason? Oh, seems he went traveling with Chongqing. What trouble did he cause again? After reading, he shouted loudly, Great, something big happened. Lu Qing dashed toward the Deluo palace. Big matter. Sect Master Qingyun and various elders were chatting idly. Seeing him run over, they were very surprised. What's wrong, so flustered? Lu Qing hurriedly retold. Qingfeng sent a letter back saying Chongqing obtained the yin-yang sacred land's recognition, and even obtained the supreme immortal artifact hidden in the yin-yang divine stone, the Eastern Emperor divine bell, and inside the bell are sealed countless demon race powerhouses, everyone possessing the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Sect Master Qingyun worried. Then is Chongqing all right? Do not let anything happen. Lu Qing smiled. Rest assured, my son is not dead. Chongqing is definitely fine. Subsequently, he retold the story at 10x speed. The crowd nodded. Oh, so that is how it is, the sect master and elders conferred. However, the Yin-Yang Sacred Land is also smart, letting Chongqing be the Yin-Yang Sacred Land's supreme elder guardian. If I were the sacred master of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, I would even want Chongqing to be the saint's son. It is wanting to share Chongqing's qi fortune. Although a bit excessive, it still counts as not too excessive, understandable. Although resonating with Chongqing's qi fortune for Chongqing, it also counts as an extra layer of protection. Sect Master Qingyun asked Lu Qing. Junior brother Lu, who else knows about this matter? He answered. Just us few people, the sect master then answered. That is good, you must not speak carelessly, this matter is very big. After all, this thing is also related to the demon race. If it truly is a demon race supreme treasure, when the time comes, it might bring unnecessary trouble to Chongqing, do you know? Lu Qing said with certainty. Rest assured, senior brother. Do not you know what kind of person I, Lu Qing, am? Tight-lipped. The sect master nodded. All right, then you go handle affairs first, we still have other matters to handle. Lu Qing cupped his hands and retired. A moment later an elder asked, Sect master, then does our plan still need to wait? He answered. No, the plan remains unchanged. After a while, an elder ran into the sacred land in panic. Big matter, something big happened. The sect master asked him, what happened again at such an old age, still so flustered? It is bad for the heart, that person then answered nervously. Sect master, just now I learned a shocking secret. Chongqing obtained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering holy object in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. I heard it is a demon race supreme treasure. Inside seals a peerless demon race supreme called something like Eastern Emperor Tai. Chongqing might be in danger. The atmosphere was deadly silent. A moment later, the sect master opened his mouth to ask, Who did you hear this from? That person answered seriously, Senior brother, you know my character. Am I the kind of person who betrays friends? This matter has nothing to do with senior brother Lu Qing at all. Oh, sometimes the other party is too serious, making you have to suspect he did it on purpose. The sect master sighed. Alas, this Lu Qing. Another elder ran in hurriedly, shouting loudly, Big matter, sect master, senior brother, I just learned a shocking secret. Chongqing obtained a demon bell in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, sealing 10 great peerless demon race powerhouses inside. Although Chongqing can suppress it now, it is hard to guarantee no problems will arise. Sect master, senior brother, you must quickly remind Chongqing, do not let any mistakes happen. He glanced at the person beside him. Senior brother Shu is also here, Elder Shu said with disgust. Where did you hear that grapevine news? It is not sealing 10 great peerless experts, it is sealing a demon race supreme named Eastern Emperor Tai. That person then refuted. Yours is the rumor. Clearly it is 10 great peerless powerhouses. What demon race supreme? Do not speak carelessly if you do not know to avoid losing face here. The two then quarreled inextricably. What, I am losing face? I think you are losing face. You are the one losing face. Damn it, have not fought for over 1,000 years. Is your skin itching again? Believe it or not, I'll whip you, whip me. Come. You try. Another elder asked Qingyun. Sect master, do we want to lock Lu Qing up first? Sect master sighed, alas. Subsequently the order was given. Where is the law enforcement hall? Pass the order to arrest the hall master of the sword control hall, Lu Qing, and imprison him in the Delua heavenly prison. Suddenly the law enforcement hall master ran in panic. Sect master, it is bad, a big thing happened. Chongqing obtained a supreme treasure in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, sealing a demon race great emperor inside. He looked at the crowd with surprise. What a coincidence, everyone is here. This time it is 3 people arguing to the sky. One says it is the demon race supreme Eastern Emperor Tai. You two trash, shut up, where did you hear that rumor? It is clearly a demon race great emperor. Tisk, clearly it is the 10 great peerless demon race powerhouses. Sect master Qingyun trembled with anger, roaring in a thunderous rage. Where is the man? Arrest Lu Qing and throw him into the heavenly prison for me. Strike him with the extreme punishment lightning full 500 times. Lu Qing, standing aside, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and sneezed. In the demon race, 3 demons are arguing. Your news is not accurate at all. That sacred bell is my demon race's supreme holy object. Sealed inside is an ancient demon god. Where did you get that rumor? Speak clearly. It is clearly a demon race powerhouse from the immortal world. What ancient demon god? Stop arguing, what you said is wrong. The news here is the most accurate. Sealed inside the sacred bell is the hero in my demon race mythology, Eastern Emperor Tai. The 3 wrestled together. What do you know anyway? My news is absolutely the most accurate. Yours are rumors. Speaking it out will scare you to death. You know Lu Qing, the hall master of the sword control hall of the Delua Sacred Land, right? His grandson's father's brother's friend is my subordinate. The person who told me this news is the lover of the best friend of Lu Qing's wife, which is my lover. Ouch. Why does it all originate from him? This family is truly interesting. Suddenly the demon race sacred mother appeared and they quieted down temporarily. The gods paid respects to the sacred mother. She opened her mouth and said, It seems you all know about the divine stone matter. What thoughts do you have? They discussed animatedly. Sacred mother, what exactly is going on now? The stories vary. One moment it is an ancient demon god. The next it is the 10 great demon kings. What is the truth? We find it hard to distinguish, the sacred mother then said. I have investigated this matter many times. Actually, it is even more exaggerated than what you say. The Yin-Yang Sacred Land has 2 divine stones named Yin-Yang Divine Stones, obtained by the founding ancestor of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land in my demon race Sacred Land back then. These 2 stones hide a heaven-shocking secret, and it is not groundless. The immortal object in the divine stone is indeed a demon race holy object. Sealed inside is indeed a peerless demon god. This demon god has an extremely great origin coming from the immortal world. If we save him, we all have the merit of supporting the dragon. At that time my sacred race can flourish for an era, and ascending as a whole race is not out of the question, one person then said. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go directly and rob them, and it is done. The other 2 retorted, are you stupid? If we rob directly, will the yin-yang sacred land sit idly by? Will the Daluo sacred land sit idly by, and the Buddhist sect? If big trouble is really caused, then the Taoist sect will be furious and unite with the Buddhist sect, and the unlucky ones will definitely be us. The 3 fought into a ball again. Then if we do not rob, what to do? Let him obediently give it to us. Do you think that is possible? Is your brain sick? If you have a way, you think of one. The sacred mother sighed. Stop arguing. Actually, I have a plan. I wonder if everyone is willing to listen, they said in unison. Willing to hear the details. She then said, I have an adopted daughter who is of the human race, with beauty that topples kingdoms and cities and extraordinary temperament. I want to let her meet Lu Chongqing by chance. No matter how extraordinary a person is in this world, it is hard to pass the trial of a beauty. Wasn't my demon race's green emperor, strong as he was, also dissipated like smoke because of a woman? I will let her stay by Lu Chongqing's side to look for an opportunity to act. The atmosphere became quiet. A moment later someone hemmed and hawed, but sacred mother, I heard this Lu Chongqing has extraordinary temperament, like a banished immortal descending to earth. The plan is good, but what if the adopted daughter develops feelings? Would not the loss be even greater than becoming a joke? The sacred mother's mouth corners rose. Rest assured, impossible. A bird-beaked monster was puzzled. How are you so certain? She said dotingly. Because she has no emotions. They were dumbstruck. No emotions in the yin-yang sacred land. Chongqing was woken up by the sleep-talking of a few people, hung over for a night, waking up with a headache and feeling unwell. Suddenly a knock came from the door. Li Yang poked his head in and asked, Eldest senior brother, did I disturb your rest? He responded. Junior brother Li, do not be so polite, speak your mind. Li Yang walked in. Last night master asked me to ask you, which day do you plan to set off? Chongqing answered. I plan to set off today. Li Yang then carried out the sacred master and various elders who still wanted to continue drinking, not forgetting to say to Chongqing, good. By the way, at midnight today, senior brother has already announced to the world the matter of you becoming the supreme elder guardian of the yin-yang sacred land. Later, when master and the elders wake up, we will prepare a ceremony for your departure. Chongqing was at a loss. Hard work, need any help? He thought to himself. There are still 8 great sacred lands to go to, best to go early. After all, the longer one drifts in the Jianghu, the greater the danger coefficient. For the sake of safety, better to go back early. Qingfeng suddenly rushed into the room. A letter stuck to his face. Eldest senior brother, seems to be a letter from senior sister Xian for you. He opened the letter to read. Oh, Xian went to the Lanya secret realm. Seems quite dangerous. Senior sister is so formidable, she will definitely be fine. Chongqing sighed. Xian, whether in appearance or temperament, figure or looks, she is impeccable. Truly both beautiful and strong, to be liked by such an excellent girl. Ask which man in the world would not be moved. Chongqing's heartbeat accelerated, but a moment later became melancholy. Alas, forget me, I am not worthy. Sister Xian was deceived. The real bad person relies entirely on acting on the surface, having the heart of a thief, but not the guts of a thief. I only know a tiny bit of simple kung fu. If I follow you, you will be pointed at by others. Living in this world like me, unable to even protect myself, how dare I have delusions of romantic love? What wind, flowers, snow and moon, in this life, even if I am peerless in elegance, I am destined to be a loner. Chongqing turned to face the window, tears swirling in his eyes. Qingfeng asked worriedly, Eldest senior brother, are you all right? Chongqing answered sorrowfully, Fine, just drunk. Qingfeng and Li Yang screamed frantically, heartbeats accelerating. Stop exuding charm, this man's charm is exploding. Who can withstand this? I really can. Qingfeng suddenly turned to ask, Li Yang, where did you pop out from? He answered, just arrived, came from lying down drunk. Subsequently he said to Chongqing, reporting to eldest senior brother, the teleportation formation is ready, can set off on time. He turned and answered, good, and troubled junior brother to lead the way. At the Moonyang array platform, Chongqing and Qingfeng faced the sacred master. Chongqing paid respects to the master and various elders. The sacred master held his hands with 2 lines of clear tears, urging, Chongqing, the journey is far. You must take good care of yourself. Absolutely do not allow yourself to suffer hunger or cold. If someone troubles you, call the sect master to make decisions for you. Heard. Prepared some spirit stones and pills for you. Absolutely do not mistreat yourself. The sacred master's little bit of preparation was just a pile of sacks piled up as high as a person. Chongqing bowed in thanks. Reasonably speaking, as a newcomer, we should be the ones preparing gifts. How can we let you spend money? Chongqing feels ashamed to accept, the sacred master responded. Do not say that now. You are the supreme elder of our yin-yang sacred land. We are a family. A family does not speak 2 families' words. In the future, the yin-yang sacred land is your home. Chongqing was moved, lowering his head in thanks. Peach blossoms smiled on the altar. One type is the generous ambition to serve the country, showing talent to establish merit. One type is loyalty and righteousness, following in adversity without separation. This bow remains unchanged in life and death. Heaven and earth and the sun and moon strengthen my feelings. The sacred master had 2 lines of clear tears and Changqing's eyes were red. Qingfeng felt, this scene is a bit familiar. Did not it happen before? No comments here, unscientific. Fast forward, the sacred master opened his mouth. Qingfeng, I have a few words to urge you. You must also eat more. Look how thin you are. Take care of yourself and work hard in cultivation too. Do not be slack and lazy. Qingfeng was moved. The sacred master actually cares so much about me. Along this journey I have been looked down upon by all kinds of people. Everyone only cares about eldest senior brother. Even if I have talent I cannot compare to eldest senior brother, but to receive such care and attention my heart is very, very warm. I even want to call him Dad. Qingfeng was moved to the point of tears streaming down. The sacred master continued, after all, at the critical moment, hope you block the knife for Changqing. Changqing is too weak. I am afraid he will burden him. Oh, most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Most afraid of the sacred master's sudden concern. Most afraid of memories suddenly rolling, twisting, pain not subsiding. Qingfeng trembled with anger, cursing inwardly. The sacred master was indifferent. What are you looking at? Understood? Li Yong aside had to come to relieve the siege. It is getting late. They should set off, master. Say a few words less. Changqing was also helpless. Sacred master, if you cannot speak you can choose not to speak. Yes, it is late. We should set off too. The sacred master's eyes were watery. You too. People just like to nag a few more sentences. Go quickly, smooth sailing. Changqing bowed. Many thanks to the sacred master and seniors for the grand hospitality. Changqing bids farewell. The 2 stepped into the teleportation formation. Crowds saw them off respectfully. Respectfully sending off the Supreme Elder. Respectfully sending off the Supreme Elder. Suddenly dark clouds covered the sky. A purple-black vortex appeared and a giant monster palm reached out from it. The sacred master angrily took out the yin-yang ancient mirror, shining it at the giant palm, cursing loudly. Such bold guts! The entire yin-yang sacred land shook violently. The crowd was panicked. What happened? Lightning struck down continuously. The sacred master suddenly became terrified. Not good, bad. Something big happened. Something big is going to happen. Li Yang asked worriedly. Sacred master, what happened? He cursed angrily. Damn it, the void shattered. Void collapse is not a big problem, but if someone happens to be transmitting through the formation, if transmitting right now, then a big accident will happen. Once the teleportation space is interrupted, it is not a matter of stopping but falling into space. No one knows where they will fall to. Changqing is likely in grave danger. Meanwhile, at the Deluo's sacred land, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky. Sect Master Qingyun was startled, guessing Changqing had an accident. Sacred Master Zhang was furious. Demon race, you really deserve 10,000 deaths. Subsequently, he passed down the order. Pass my order. All disciples of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall above the Golden Core realm scattered to search for Changqing's traces. He worried secretly in his heart. If Lu Changqing really had an accident, Deluo will not let it go, and the Buddhist sect will definitely ask for an explanation, mainly if he has any mishaps. The Taoist sect's chi fortune will also be damaged. At that time, the Buddhist sect, demon sect, and monster sect will flourish, and my Yin-Yang Sacred Land will become the greatest sinner of the world's Taoist sects. At the Deluo Sacred Land, Sect Master, big trouble. The elder of the Changqing Pavilion ran in panic, stammering. Changqing's lamp. Changqing's lamp. Sect Master Qingyun frowned. The Changqing lamp was specially lit for him when Changqing left. Firstly to increase chi fortune and simultaneously to know the other's life and death. If the lamp wick is weak, the person is definitely in distress. If extinguished, the person is definitely dead, right? Could Changqing have had an accident? After thinking, he immediately opened the teleportation formation, walking over while crying. Changqing, boo-hoo, my son, do not scare me. Elder Yi tried hard to persuade him from the side, but it was useless. Listen to people finish their sentences. Sect Master Qingyun arrived at the Changqing Pavilion wailing loudly. Changqing, Master was wrong. If you did not die, Master will never let you go down the mountain to train again. Train for what? Changqing, you absolutely cannot die. If you die, what should I do? Changqing, if you die, Master promises not to do anything for the rest of this life except find all people related to this matter and make them be buried with you. The radiance made Sect Master Qingyun stop crying. He looked at Changqing's lamp burning like fireworks, 2 big question marks popping up in his mind. The elders also hurried over. Sect Master, what happened to Changqing? Sect Master, we heard. Each person said a sentence. Sect Master, I have already mobilized all disciples. No matter what happened to Changqing, you absolutely do not laugh. Boo-hoo, my poor Changqing, you died so miserably. Sect Master Senior Brother, you must restrain your grief. They looked at the dazzling light with fear, however. But Sect Master Senior Brother, the Changqing Pavilion is about to catch fire. Subsequently shouting to move those lamps out. Quick, 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 move them over here, put them here. The disciples looked at the burning flames with confusion. Master, why are the Sect Master and others setting off fireworks in the daytime? Is it holding some strange ceremony? What nonsense are you talking? That is your senior brother Changqing's Changqing lamp. The elders looked at the few lamps with joy. You guys look quickly here. Is not this Marshal Ant Shui Yun's Changqing lamp? She has already reached the twilight years, did not expect that borrowing the excessive vigor of Chongqing's lamp, she was forcibly given another 1,000 years of life, not only martial aunt Shui Yun but also martial uncle Wang Lin. He used the Chongqing lamp to extend his life and it was about to dissipate, but martial uncle Lin's Chongqing lamp is also incomparably flourishing. This is truly a great fortune. Of 36 Chongqing lamps, 35 have benefited, extending life by 3,000 years at most and 500 years at least. My Deluo will definitely be prosperous and flourishing. This is truly a good thing. An elder opened his mouth to ask. Sect Master Senior Brother, what exactly happened? Sect Master Qingyun stroked his beard. I am not too clear either, but it can be certain it is not a bad thing. Subsequently, he took out the communication device and pressed a few times. Looks like I have to exchange a few words with the Yin-Yang Sacred Master. Beep beep beep. Connecting to the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. In the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, the Yin-Yang mirror in Sacred Master Yang's hand vibrated. He cursed angrily. Who is looking for me? Truly insensible. I am busy looking for Chongqing, annoying me to death. The two sides connected and Sect Master Qingyun's face emerged. Hello, is it Sacred Master Zhang? I am Taoist Qingyun. Dare I ask what happened to Chongqing? The Sacred Master immediately answered. Sacred Master Qingyun, to tell you the truth, Chongqing was interfered with by demon race cultivators during teleportation, shattering 10,000 li of void. Now Chongqing's whereabouts are unknown, but Sacred Master Qingyun, rest assured. Chongqing is the supreme elder guardian of my Yin-Yang Sacred Land. My Yin-Yang Sacred Land will definitely resolve this matter. If I cannot find Chongqing back, I will not return to the Yin-Yang Sacred Land in this life. Sect Master Qingyun said calmly. No need. Sacred Master Zhang need not be too worried. The Sacred Master shook his head. How can I not worry? Chongqing met with disaster at my place. We cannot shirk the blame. Sect Master Qingyun sighed. Alas, I'll show you a VCR and you'll understand. The Sacred Master had a question mark face. What see? The Yin-Yang mirror immediately played the image of Chongqing's vigorously burning lamp. The Sacred Master was confused. Are you Deluo people having a collective barbecue? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this fire would burn anything to a crisp, Sect Master Qingyun responded. Look closely. That is Chongqing's life lamp. The life lamp is several times more vigorous than before he left. You say, what could happen to Chongqing? The two people on this side widened their eyes in exclamation. This is Chongqing's? It is too big. Wow, rather than calling it a lamp, it is better to say it is really huge, Sect Master Qingyun continued. Chongqing has robust chi fortune. Even if he encounters danger, he can turn bad luck into good. I think that someone making a move this time might not necessarily be a misfortune for Chongqing but an opportunity for good fortune. Sacred Master Zhang, we need not worry about Chongqing's affairs, but now I have an idea. I wonder if Sacred Master Zhang is willing to listen. Sect Master Qingyun darkened his face. Sacred Master Zhang, with such a thing happening, regardless of whether Chongqing is safe or not, since someone wanted to make a move on Chongqing, we must strike out. Sect Master Qingyun's face leaned close to the Yin-Yang mirror. Must strike out strongly. These few days, some people in the demonic sect and monster race are dishonest. Why not take this opportunity? It is just that right now a few words cannot explain it clearly. How about this, Sacred Master Zhang? I will contact the other Sacred Masters and we will communicate via Essence Spirit later? Sacred Master Zhang agreed. Good, I am willing to hear the details. At the Deluo Sacred Land, Sect Master Qingyun had already assembled the other Sacred Masters. Everyone, according to reliable news, the demonic sect and monster race have been secretive in their whereabouts recently. I think something must be happening. Summoning all Sacred Masters and leaders of major Sacred Lands this time is to discuss, rather than facing the enemy passively. Why do not we strike out actively? Moreover, with Chongqing encountering danger this time, why do not we seize this opportunity to attack the enemy side, to avoid the common people of the world suffering in the future? What do you all think? The various Sacred Masters spoke up. Excellent. The world has been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. This group of heretics probably forgot the pain once the scar healed. I agree. Fine, no problem. Sect Master Qingyun immediately announced, since that is the case, we will delay no longer. Gathering the Sacred Land's power today. I have already identified 15 strongholds of the demonic sect and monster race. Let us catch them off guard. Other Sacred Lands also began to cooperate. Gather the Deluo disciples, pass the Yin-Yang Sacred Master's order. All disciples gather, pass the Wanchu Sacred Master's order. All disciples gather, pass the Purple Azure Sacred Master's order. All disciples gather, Thunder Sound Temple. All disciples gather, pass the Sacred Master's order. All disciples array themselves, slay demons and eliminate devils, wash the hatred with blood, avenge my Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, follow me to kill. Sect Master Qingyun took the lead aggressively. Today, my Deluo Sacred Land's eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing was traveling outside and encountered the demonic sect colluding with the monster race to shatter the void, causing my Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing's life and death to be unknown. This hatred is irreconcilable. Pass the Sacred Master's order. All disciples array themselves, follow me to slay demons and eliminate devils, to wash this hatred with blood. Disciples shouted loudly, avenge my Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, slay demons and eliminate devils. We cultivators do not begrudge a fight, trample the monster race flat. At the gathering place of 100,000 monster race members in the eastern part of Central State, several sentries looked at the sky in astonishment. Hey, look quickly, what is that in the sky? From the sky, colorful powers bombarded the ground. The sentry was terrified. What happened? Do not know. Ah, the clouds dispersed and various sacred masters appeared aggressively with Taoist sect disciples. Both sides fell into a fight to the death. The gray sky was dyed with the smoke of war. Everything collapsed, shattered, turning into nothingness. All things are empty, just letting me down like this. Suddenly a pair of white pants was raised as a surrender flag. Pausing for a moment, a monster race member poked his head out and cried, "Lu Chongqing's matter has nothing to do with us. Do not injure the innocent by mistake." Ah, Sect Master Qingyun cursed. "You still dare to quibble? What evidence do you have to prove it wasn't you guys who did it?" The monster race member said with grievance. "Then what evidence do you have to prove it was us who did it?" Sect Master Qingyun was tongue-tied. It seemed to make sense. An elder stepped forward and whispered a strategy. Like this. Sect Master Qingyun restored his imposing manner and answered. The Yin-Yang Sacred Master said that day he chopped off a giant hand, which was the arm of a monster race powerhouse. What else do you have to say? That monster race member said angrily. It definitely wasn't done by my monster race. It is extremely likely the demonic sect did it to frame my monster race. The Qingyun elder shouted angrily. This old man has no time to listen to your sophistry here. Today I want your monster race to pay the blood debt with blood. Several monster race members immediately raised their hands to protest. Wait, you righteous path are truly shameless. Opening and closing your mouths about being famous righteous sects, yet engaging in sneak attacks, causing my monster race to flow rivers of blood, truly despicable and shameless. Where is there a bit of the righteous path's appearance? Sect Master Qingyun froze. What he said is also correct. Subsequently, he cleared his throat and answered with his head held high. We are righteous path cultivators. Slaying demons and eliminating devils is a common occurrence. I do not know why you do not want to be beaten up by justice. Beating people is just beating people. Do we still have to pick a day? Fine, then I am notifying you now. Is that okay? The monster race felt it was unreasonable, yet also made a little sense, but it was truly uncomfortable. Back to Chongqing's side, he opened his eyes and woke up, finding himself in a strange place. Chongqing opened his mouth to call Qingfeng, but no one answered. Suddenly, the shadow of a ferocious monster mouth was reflected on the wall behind him. Chongqing was scared into turning his head to look. In front of him was a wooden box with a talisman pasted on it. Chongqing looked closely out of curiosity and found written on the talisman, "The opener must die." He thought for a moment and then turned to leave. Listening to advice gives one a full meal. That box seemed to want to detain him. Playing for real, leaving just like that? The box flusteredly jumped down, hopping around Chongqing to attract attention. He ignored it, going to investigate the surroundings. Since things have come to this, let us find the exit first. This place is truly luxurious. Ah, the pillars are all made of spirit jade, even the ground and stone platforms are spirit jade. Did I transmigrate to the immortal world? Chongqing looked up, shockingly seeing a plaque written, Langya Immortal Palace. Chongqing pondered, this is the Langya Secret Realm. How did I suddenly enter the Langya Secret Realm? According to the experience of reading novels before, the dangers and opportunities of a secret realm coexist. I will not die here right at this moment. Chongqing noticed that box had been following him. Is it following me all the time? Could the key to going out be on it? The box looked at him with watery eyes. Chongqing sighed. Alas, fine, really cannot do anything with you. Mouth says no, but body is very honest. Chongqing tore off the talisman. Why is there no movement? Did I bet wrong? Heavens, this thing will not explode right. The box suddenly popped open, scaring Chongqing into exclaiming, Oh my mom, I am a good citizen, do not kill me. An essence spirit drilled out from the box and even set off fireworks. Congratulations, young man, you are very good. Chongqing was confused. The essence spirit asked him, Young man, are you currently very confused about who I am? He answered honestly, Not really. That person pretended not to hear the answer. You did not guess wrong. I am the Langya Immortal. This is my essence spirit afterimage. Chongqing was speechless. I did not think anything. Forget it as long as you are happy. The Langya Immortal smiled. Youngster, you are not bad. The Langya world I created is full of crises. Unexpectedly, you were able to walk to the last level alone. Chongqing was confused. Why did he suddenly change to a Hong Kong accent? Subsequently, he was suddenly startled. Wait, he asked that person. Senior just said this is the last level? The Langya Immortal answered. Correct. Presumably you fought alone, sweeping away everything and are heavily injured to have walked here, right? Chongqing was completely intact all over, with a face full of blankness. So I have directly cleared the Langya Secret Realm? Chongqing fell into deep thought. What the hell? Did not they say the Langya Secret Realm is full of danger? Where is the danger? Directly teleported into the Secret Realm's final level. Carded a bug glitched? The Langya Immortal spoke up. Alright, less nonsense for you to walk here. You must be a peerless prodigy, definitely handsome and elegant just like me. Now I will give the good fortune to you. There is a formation array on the main seat of the palace. You only need to sit on it to open the formation array. All my treasures are hidden there. Inside there is also a pool of immortal liquid, which is the Sun Saint liquid. It was refined by me using the Sun essence. You only need to soak in it to reshape a supreme physical body, enhance cultivation, strengthen the foundation, and cultivate the origin, heal injuries, and extend life. It is a must-have medicine for home and travel. Order hotline 00101, no handling fee. Chongqing lamented that this was truly something, even bringing advertisements. The Langya Immortal was still chattering endlessly. It is just a pity that your realm should already be above the deity transformation stage. This Sun Saint liquid is the #1 divine liquid for strengthening the foundation and cultivating the origin in the world. The lower the realm, the stronger the effect. Changsheng roared in his heart. I do not have, do not speak carelessly. The Langya immortal shadow continued to explain while floating, but do not think about taking it away. If the saint liquid is contaminated with the 5 elements aura, it will disappear. I used supreme magical powers to barely seal those saint liquids. As for the other rare treasures in the palace, you can take whatever you want. After speaking, he drilled back into the box. If there is fate, we will meet again. Changsheng was stunned. It ends just like that, reasonably speaking usually in this kind of situation. Should not a side quest be issued, like I have an enemy there? My final last wish is to kill him. Forget it, take one step and look one step. That main seat is at the palace there, right? Let me see, it should be here. Changsheng walked up the steps one by one. Arriving at the place, he saw a precious throne, thinking to himself, this should be it, and subsequently sat down. Suddenly a space teleportation gate appeared in front of him. At the same time, in the first level of the Langya secret realm, Taoist sect disciples were fighting bitterly. A female Taoist cultivator could not help crying. Senior brother, exactly how many levels does the Langya secret realm have? This is only the first level of the secret realm, and at least 90% of the cultivators have died. Do we still fight? The senior brother comforted. The Langya secret realm has a total of 9 levels. Everyone do not lose heart. As long as we can break into the 9th level, that heaven-shocking immortal secret treasure will be ours. Everyone rest assured, the sect elder let me bring a peerless Tao artifact guaranteeing us to pass the next few levels safely. This first level is the most dangerous, but as long as we pass it, waiting for us will be all of the Langya Immortals' treasures. At that time, every one of us will have a share. The remaining people responded one after another. Charge ah, charge ah, charge ah. Changsheng walked to the front of the gate. Why are my ears itchy? Is someone talking about me behind my back? Forget it, doing proper business is important. He passed through there. Opening his eyes, there was a pile of treasures piled up like a mountain emitting dazzling light. Changsheng's 2 eyes shone, it was too flashing. Are these all rare treasures? I recognize quite a few, but this is also quite a lot. He counted them one by one. This is top-grade psychic precious jade. Is this a longevity lock? And this is the Deluo treasure umbrella. Floating pagoda, 7-star array disc, 3 yuan demon slashing sword method, Sky Demon Ancient Sword, 5 Elements Heavenly Star Pill, Western Buddhist Sect Flawless Sarira, Tribulation Crossing Purple Pill, Tai Creation Pill. Changsheng pretended to be worried. These are all peerless secret treasures, now they are all piled here like garbage. How can one litter casually? What if it hits someone? Even if it does not hit a person, hitting flowers and plants is not good either. Since that is the case, then let us start organizing the garbage resources right. An hour later, Changsheng successfully packed the exotic treasures into various big bags. Sure enough, the great man was right. Labor is the most glorious. He suddenly noticed a box in front, so he stepped forward to open it. Why is such a monotonous box placed here? The box opened, and light enveloped Changsheng. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he was in a fairyland jungle. He strolled through it. Where have I arrived again? Although it is really beautiful here, why is not there any mission guidance? Also do not know how Qingfeng is doing, really not used to it without him nagging by my side. Speaking of which, with immortal qi curling here, according to plot development, I should meet a spiritual pet or a destined female lead, right? Why is there even a little expectation? That in front is a beautiful man. The person in front turned to look at him. To be able to break through my final level, the younger generation is to be regarded with awe. Changsheng froze. Is this the Langya Immortal's main body immortal consciousness? How is it? Indeed have the posture of an immortal. But is opening the box the final level? He spoke out to greet. Junior Lu Changsheng pays respects to the immortal. The Langya Immortal stared with wide eyes in surprise. Wait. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, this tone and demeanor, could it be it is coming? It is coming. According to the routine plot, he knows my origin or sees an old friend, or I look like someone. The Langya Immortal opened his mouth. Why are you even more handsome than me? Changsheng was confused. That person continued. Youngster, in terms of looks, I, the Langya Immortal, am willing to call myself the strongest. Changsheng responded. You flatter me. And then, the Immortal was annoyed. What and then, what? Do you still think I did not praise enough? The Immortal fell into deep thought. As expected, the waves behind drive on those before, worthy of being a chosen one. Seeing so many treasures, you were not bewildered but instead chose to open the stone box. Then you turned around acting very cool. You are not only young and handsome but also view treasures as dung just like me. I have taken a liking to you, young man. The Immortal then handed him a roll of paper and a key. You have passed my final test. This treasure map and this key are yours. Little friend Changsheng asked curiously. What is this? The Immortal answered. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Changsheng answered honestly. No, the Langya Immortal looked at him with a gaze of extreme disdain as if looking at a country bumpkin. You have not even heard the legend of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Changsheng replied with a faint smile. Reporting to the Immortal, this junior has indeed never heard of it. I hope the Immortal will inform me. The Immortal smiled faintly. All right, since you have asked sincerely, then I will show mercy and tell you. You know white tomorrows are waiting for us. That is how it is, the Miao Immortal explained. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury is a legendary item of a remnant immortal. Legend has it that this was created by the head of the immortal world. The Heavenly Emperor. The treasury contains countless precious treasures. Even the worst one can allow a person to be reborn, shed their mortal body, and become an overlord of a region in the immortal world. But no one knows where the Heavenly Emperor's treasury is. To enter the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, one must find the teleportation formation according to this map and then use this key to enter and retrieve the treasures. Student Lu Chongqing diligently took notes, then declared with certainty, "This junior understands." The immortal felt displeased. "What do you mean by that? I have been talking here for a long time and you have no expression at all." Chongqing answered, Forgive this junior for being rude, but this junior is in the cultivation world and has not yet ascended to the immortal world. This is truly of little use to this junior." The immortal froze, feeling that made a lot of sense, then smiled to smooth things over. "Good, worthy of the person I have set my eyes on, even facing the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Your mood did not fluctuate in the slightest, your mentality is very steady. Anyway, no matter what is said, I must praise myself." The immortal prepared to leave. "Since that is the case, hope to see you in the immortal world in the future. We shall meet again." Chongqing suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment, senior. I still have one matter unclear," that person responded. "Oh, what matter, senior? You said earlier that opening the stone box was the final test. What did that mean?" The immortal explained with a smile brilliant as a flower. "Ah, that. Many of the treasures displayed outside actually have ceiling formations. If someone puts those things into a storage magic artifact, a formation will activate directly before opening the stone box and then explode. Even a Mahayana powerhouse would be hard-pressed to escape death." Chongqing's face turned iron blue as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, saying something so cruel yet using this tone of a sunny, cheerful big boy. What is the meaning of this? Luckily I have OCD. Otherwise would not I be dead for sure?" The Langya immortal was still narcissistically rambling nonstop. "Moreover, those treasures are of no use, you must know actually. People as handsome as us simply do not need those external objects. No matter where we go, someone will invite us to eat delicacies from mountains and seas. No matter what trouble we encounter, someone will be willing to help us resolve it. No matter where we are the focus. So what use are magic artifacts? I think little friend is not that kind of person either. Of course, the value of the Sun Saint liquid is unknown times higher than those magic artifacts and pills. Little friend, do not waste it." The immortal prepared to leave. "All right, little friend. See you if fate allows." Chongqing stopped him again. "Wait, senior, this junior still has one matter unclear." The Langya immortal gradually lost patience, clenching his fist and smiling. "Can you finish asking your questions all at once? I really have to go." Chongqing looked innocent. "But senior, is not this just a strand of your essence spirit? Where are you going?" The immortal curled his lips. "But I also have other things to do. Speak quickly." He cupped his hands and asked, "It is like this, senior. Rumor has it that you became an immortal long ago. But why did you delay ascending for so long?" The immortal answered. Well, actually it is not any secret either. At that time I indeed had long become an immortal, but delaying ascension was because of the realm at that time. If I ascended to the immortal world, I would have to start over from scratch. In the cultivation world, we might be invincible existences, dominating a region and living carefree. But upon ascending to the immortal world, experts there are as common as clouds. In their eyes, I am nothing but an ant. So I delayed ascending, and in the end, I dissolved my body to cultivate as a remnant immortal, surviving 12 tribulations before finally ascending and leaving. Chongqing suddenly realized. So that is how it is. What does it matter if the realm is strong in the cultivation world? After ascending to the immortal world, one still has to start from zero. If one mixes poorly, maybe one even has to serve tea and pour water. Chongqing bowed. "This junior has been taught." The immortal waved his hand. "It does not matter, I am really leaving this time." Chongqing froze. If this junior says, "Please wait a moment." The Langya immortal was laughed into anger, rushing over to grab his collar. "Kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, right?" Chongqing hurriedly said. Actually, this junior just feels that I will not see someone with such graceful bearing as the immortal for a long time in the future. So I wanted to look a few more times to remember the immortal's elegant demeanor." The Langya immortal was praised into blooming with joy. "Ha, I knew no one could resist my appearance, ha ha ha. Should have said so earlier, really mischievous. No, next time, okay, alright, I forgive you, really leaving this time." Chongqing bowed. This junior respectfully sends off the immortal. The Langya immortal looked at him thinking, how could it be for that reason? Of course it is because you act too much like a robot, so I teased you, idiot. Chongqing opened his eyes, realizing he had already returned. The Langya immortal's illusion had disappeared. He was very happy looking at the treasures packed into bags. He struck it rich this time. Subsequently, he stored them all into the universe ring, thinking to himself that luckily he brought this thing. Presumably nothing was left behind. Chongqing walked over with high spirits. "Sun Saint liquid, I am coming." Arriving at the place in front was a pool of golden lake water. Chongqing was surprised. Is this the Sun Saint liquid? Meanwhile, in the second level of the Langya secret realm, streaks of sword chi crisscrossed vertically and horizontally. A streak of sword chi flew toward a disciple, and immediately a hero flew out to block the move. "Be careful. Many thanks, brother, for the help. A trivial matter, we must help each other, brothers. Pull yourselves together." However, there are simply too many cultivators who came to the Langya secret realm this time, and many sects have even sacrificed many magic artifacts to seize treasures. The casualties are also very heavy. Fellow Taoists, put in more effort to charge past this level. The Langya immortal treasure is right in front of us. This time, 70% of us survived, the voice rang out, and people's hearts were extremely invigorated, all becoming frenzied. Immortal artifacts are waiting for us. Immortal pills are waiting for us. Immortal arts are waiting for us. Kill our way in, seize the immortal treasure. Become a man above men, everyone has a share, the voice rang out, and people's hearts were extremely invigorated, all becoming frenzied. But at this time inside the Langya Immortal's palace, this sun saint liquid felt truly extraordinary. Soaking in the saint liquid, in an instant the golden yellow sun saint liquid surged into the body. Lu Chongqing had a substantial feeling, unable to describe it in words. If he had to say it, it was one word: satisfying. Lu Chongqing felt his whole body unfold. This sun divine liquid feels truly extraordinary, feels very comfortable all over the body. Taking a hot bath after a long journey is truly too comfortable. Lu Chongqing was relaxing when he suddenly remembered, wait, it is not time to rest yet. Start now. He soaked in the saint liquid and subsequently began to circulate his mental cultivation method to cultivate. An hour later, various immortal lights blossomed, anomalies appeared successively. Everything around emitted 10,000 feet of radiance. Terrifying immortal chi filled this place, subsequently diffusing layer by layer. At this time inside the second level of the Langya secret realm, when all cultivators were fighting a bloody battle, suddenly a terrifying anomaly appeared. Look quickly, golden light has enveloped everything, healing everyone's injuries. 10,000 streaks of fine light soar into the sky, looking extremely dazzling. Within that fine light there are phoenix phantoms, true dragon phantoms. Phantoms of various ancient divine beasts appear one after another, appearing extremely auspicious. There is even the sound of the great Tao chanting scriptures, shaking people's hearts. A peerless treasure has emerged. It is a peerless immortal pill. I saw an immortal pill. Eating one can make one an immortal. Heavens, I saw a celestial maiden. Everyone kill your way in quickly, charge. But at this time no one knew that the peerless treasures had all been taken by Lu Chongqing in one pot. That scene was not some peerless treasure or peerless immortal pill at all. It was merely Lu Chongqing leveling up, directly breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. That is right, it was Foundation Establishment realm, rising 3 levels in a row. Chi refining late stage, Chi refining consummation, Foundation Establishment initial stage. Even Lu Chongqing himself did not expect that taking a bath would actually break through to the Foundation Establishment initial stage. Truly perverted, he had cultivated for 3 years just to reach the Chi refining realm. This bathtub truly broke through a major realm. However, Lu Chongqing did not know that this holy sun saint liquid was only collected by the Langya immortal over 10,000 years. Later, discovering it was only suitable for low realm cultivators, he did not continue collecting. It could be said a single drop was of immeasurable value. A common chi refining cultivator absorbing a single drop would be enough to go from chi refining to nascent soul, but at least reaching the Foundation Establishment realm was more than enough, and it would be the great consummation. But Lu Chongqing absorbed at least 100 caddies of sun saint liquid, and the result was only Foundation Establishment initial stage. And what was funny was that Lu Chongqing was still very proud. However, the Langya immortal would never have thought a chi refining realm cultivator could actually enter the final level. But after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, terrifying 5-element spiritual energy surged into the spiritual sea within his body. A piece of 5-colored uncut jade appeared inside, followed by yin and yang chi curling around. This was the Tao Foundation, the 5 elements yin-yang Tao Foundation, representing the great Tao Foundation that can only be condensed when the foundation is robust and consummate. Since ancient times almost no cultivators could condense a Tao Foundation. It was even a Tao Foundation of 5 elements consummation and robust yin-yang. Although it was so terrifying, Lu Chongqing knew nothing about it. Forget it, not important, there is still a bathtub waiting for me. Hee, I am coming, baby. 1 day passed and Lu Chongqing smoothly reached Foundation Establishment middle stage. 5 days passed and Lu Chongqing smoothly reached Foundation Establishment late stage. 10 days, Lu Chongqing smoothly reached Foundation Establishment consummation. Half a month passed and finally a terrifying anomaly appeared again. The 5 elements yin-yang Tao Foundation was extremely huge, like a millstone. And at this moment a green lotus actually appeared. That is right, a green lotus appeared. Theoretically speaking, after Foundation Establishment comes the core formation realm, condensing a true core. But Lu Chongqing did not condense a true core, but instead condensed a green lotus. The green lotus swayed, wisps of great Tao Chi curling around, appearing extremely extraordinary within the spiritual sea. Behind Lu Chongqing, the anomaly of a green lotus covering the sky appeared even more. And in the Langya secret realm anomalies appeared again. Countless cultivators looked into the depths of the Langya secret realm, where the phantom of a great Tao green lotus appeared. Everyone's eyes turned red with killing intent. Absolutely no mistake, it is the great Tao green lotus. Heavens, there is actually the legendary great Tao green lotus in the Langya immortal treasure. If we swallow this stock of great Tao green lotus we can ascend together. Charge, brothers, kill, kill. 1 month later Lu Chongqing's speed of refining and absorbing also accelerated many times. and as the great Tao Green Lotus became clearer and clearer, Lu Chongqing's realm also took advantage of the momentum to reach core formation consummation. He was very curious. What would it be like when he reached the golden core realm? This Sun Saint liquid is indeed extraordinary, directly helping me rise 10 small realms in a row without blowing away dust effortlessly. At this time the entire pool of Sun Saint liquid had been licked clean by Lu Chongqing, leaving only the last drop. One drop left, cannot waste it. Finally Lu Chongqing absorbed the last tiny bit of Sun Saint liquid completely, not a single drop remaining. The great Tao Green Lotus on the dual Tao foundation blossomed with immeasurable golden light. This feeling was that he was going to continue breaking through. The light is so strong. Lu Chongqing slowly closed his eyes. But when he opened his eyes, his consciousness was already in his own spiritual sea, and 10 golden cores had actually formed atop the great Tao Green Lotus. That is right, 10 golden cores, each the size of a dragon eye. Have I already stepped into the golden core realm? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Does everyone condense this many golden cores when entering the golden core realm? But the terrifying thing was not this, but that within each golden core the phantom of a divine beast appeared, and the 10 golden cores shone in the spiritual sea like 10 great suns, incomparably dazzling. Behind Lu Chongqing a new anomaly appeared again. 10 suns burning the world, all the anomalies in the world gathered on one person. Philosophers of the 100 schools, star map of the heavens, divine elephant suppressing prison, great Tao Green Lotus, 10 suns in the sky. Merely at the golden core realm, yet possessing 5 great peerless anomalies. It was terrifying to the extreme. The entire Langya secret realm was filled with this kind of golden light. This trip of training went from Qi refining middle stage, directly advancing to golden core initial stage, rising 11 levels in a row, crossing 3 major realms, merely consuming 1 month of time. This Sun Saint liquid is truly good stuff. Felt just like going for a full-body spa. After scouring all the treasures in the Langya secret realm, Chongqing planned to pat his butt and leave. Just now I checked carefully, scoured clean, and found the teleportation formation too. Time to leave now. But is leaving just like this a bit not good? Lu Chongqing immediately walked to a stone wall in front of the treasury. Subsequently he began to carve characters. Lu Chongqing wrote down 14 characters with bold and vigorous strokes, then clapped his hands with a look of great satisfaction. He was very much looking forward to what thoughts future cultivators would have when they saw these 14 characters. Alright, let us withdraw. My version is also great. Meanwhile, in the 7th level of the Langya secret realm, the number of people had decreased significantly. But because of the previous anomalies, many people were forcefully saved, so there still seemed to be many cultivators. Senior brother, be careful. Are you alright, brother? Do not worry, I am fine, just a bit tired. Senior brother, everyone, we have already reached the 7th level. Keep going, just 2 more steps forward and we will definitely be able to obtain the treasures of the Langya secret realm. Everyone keep going, a beautiful tomorrow is waiting for us. That is right, well said. Forget it, that guy already croaked. What beautiful tomorrow. The scene shifted to the southern central state Qingzhou, where a group of people was walking and discussing. Senior brother, how much longer until we arrive? Probably a few more days, it is not far, eh? Senior brother, look, there seems to be someone ahead. Why would there be someone here? Everyone be careful. Soon these 4 instantly recognized Lu Chongqing, revealing a trace of vigilance. When the 4 gradually approached and saw Lu Chongqing clearly, they were all instantly stunned. 4 stopped not far away, revealing extremely shocked eyes, their whole beings seeming lost in a daze. Holy crap, so handsome. The 4 stood not far away, stopping their footsteps, revealing extremely shocked eyes, their whole beings seeming lost in a daze. Lu Chongqing smiled and opened his mouth to ask. After all, he was already a golden core cultivator, completely no need to sigh, simply asking was fine. Ahem, excuse me everyone, where is this place? How do I get to the Purple Azure Sacred Land? Instantly, the 4 came back to their senses, immediately revealing incomparably flustered expressions one by one while hurriedly bowing. Excuse our rudeness, this junior pays respects to senior, no need for formalities. May I ask you young friends, what is this place? Where is the Purple Azure Sacred Land? Answering senior, this is within the territory of Qingzhou, the southernmost tip of the central state. The Purple Azure Sacred Land senior speaks of is separated by tens of millions of li. We also do not know the specific location, only the general direction. What? I arrived in Qingzhou again. This is not just missing by a few tens of millions of li, but even several 100 million li. I definitely cannot rush to the Purple Azure Sacred Land on time. By the way, speaking of Qingzhou, there seems to be a sacred land here too. May I ask my friends, is there a sacred land in Qingzhou? Answering senior, there is indeed a sacred land in Qingzhou named Shuman Sacred Land, 3,000 li from here. That is good. Can senior travel with us? We happen to be on the way to the Shuman Sacred Land as well. We can lead the way for senior. Since the fellow Taoist says so, then I will trouble the fellow Taoist. I was just worrying about not knowing how to go. Sure enough, being handsome brings good luck. Senior, please. The other party spoke to invite Lu Chongqing to go first, but Lu Chongqing shook his head gently. Let us walk together. No need to be so polite. It was just that while moving forward, everyone was very silent and did not speak. Why is it so quiet? I am dying of awkwardness. So an hour later, Lu Chongqing broke the silence. He opened his mouth and said, I still do not know everyone's honorable names. May I ask where you all act as disciples? It was this junior's negligence. Junior Li Lingyun, disciple of the Green Mountain Sword Sect, planning to go to the Shumen Sacred City to participate in the Shumen Sacred Land's once-a-decade disciple recruitment ceremony. Junior Zhang Yun, disciple of the Green Mountain Sword Sect, following senior brother to the Shumen Sacred City to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony. Junior Chen Xinyan, disciple of the Green Mountain Sword Sect, also following senior brother to the Shumen Sacred Land, but not to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony, just going to join the fun. Junior Zhou Shaoyan, disciple of the Green Mountain Sword Sect, also going to join the fun. The four introduced themselves. They were from the same sword sect and were going to the Shumen Sacred City to participate in the Shumen Sacred Land's disciple recruitment ceremony. Lu Chongqing asked curiously, "Why are you two just going to join the fun?" Answering senior, "The two of us have dull aptitude. Even if we wanted to participate in the assessment, we absolutely could not pass. So we are just going to broaden our horizons and conveniently estimate if we have a chance to pass." Senior, "May I ask your honorable name? What are you going to the Shumen Sacred Land for?" Junior sister, "Do not be rude." He spoke out to reprimand her, simultaneously looking at Lu Chongqing hurriedly and respectfully saying, "Senior, do not blame her. My junior sister is still young and has never gone down the mountain. She offended you just now. Please forgive her, senior." Obviously, this Li Lingyun had experienced some things, which was why he was so cautious. Lu Chongqing waved his hand, laughing lightly. "No harm, it is no problem." After saying this, Lu Chongqing looked at Zhou Shaoyan and answered, "My name is Lu Muzzi from Lizhou. I like to travel the world, so I just want to go to the Shumen Sacred Land to take a look. Let us chat while walking. To go to the Shumen Sacred Land, one must first pass through the Shumen Sacred City. The 10 great sacred lands all have a sacred city belonging to them built outside the mountain gate. And in the Shumen Sacred Land, the Shumen Sacred Land mainly cultivates the sword Dao. It is the world's largest sword cultivation sect. Disciples must cultivate swordsmanship and enter the Dao with the sword. Moreover, for the vast majority of cultivators, everyone's realm is the foundation establishment realm. Core formation or golden core cultivators are rarely seen, and even if seen, they are not young people. Lu Chongqing was somewhat surprised. Such a wide main road, yet unexpectedly there was a sea of people. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands of young cultivators. Are these all here to participate in the Shumen Sacred Land's disciple recruitment ceremony? Unexpectedly, so many people came. Senior, this is not considered many. It is still 7 days until the disciple recruitment ceremony. At that time, I am afraid the sacred city will be even more crowded. In previous years, there were 10 million sword cultivators participating in the Shumen Sacred Land's disciple recruitment ceremony. But less than 1,000 people could enter. 10 million sword cultivators, less than 1,000 selected. Lu Chongqing sighed with emotion. So strict? What does this Shumen Sacred Land mainly assess? The assessment is mainly bone age and talent, as well as the comprehension of swordsmanship. Finally, one must obtain the Sword Mountain's recognition. What is Sword Mountain recognition? Lu Chongqing understood bone age and aptitude. The so-called bone age meant one could not exceed a certain age. After all, if too old, firstly the origin is unknown and secondly it affects the balance, and swordsmanship comprehension was also simple. If one had no special comprehension or special talent for the sword Dao, naturally the Shumen Sacred Land would not want them. But this Sword Mountain recognition Lu Chongqing still could not understand. Answering senior, the so-called Sword Mountain recognition is to obtain the recognition of the Shumen Sword Mountain. Inside Shumen there is a Sword Mountain. Hidden in the Sword Mountain are countless flying swords. I heard there are even peerless immortal swords inside. One only needs to make a vow under the Sword Mountain to express one's sword Dao heart. If one can attract the resonance of the spirit swords within the Sword Mountain, then one has obtained recognition and can bow into the Shumen Sword Mountain. But if one cannot obtain recognition, it counts as a failure. Usually the first level has a 50% pass rate, the second level has a 30% pass rate, and the third level is the cruelest, truly 1 in 10,000. This junior lost at the Sword Mountain recognition last time. If I still do not get recognition this second time, it counts as a failure. Lu Chongqing nodded lightly. Suddenly, Lu Chongqing thought of something. Although he obtained quite a few magic treasures, Lu Chongqing discovered that it seemed until now he had not obtained a suitable flying sword. Why not give it a try? Wonder if I can get the Sword Mountain's recognition. Since I am handsome and have good luck, I should be able to get a decent score, right? Fine. I'll go get the Shumen Sacred Land's peerless immortal sword right now. Senior, do you have any more questions? No, I was just thinking a bit. 3 days later, Lu Chongqing finally arrived at the Shumen Sacred City. Standing beneath the sacred city, Lu Chongqing also saw a sword mountain behind the sacred city. It seemed to gather the famous swords of the world. The entire sword mountain looked extremely terrifying, emitting terrifying sword chi even from 3,000 li away. Last time I entered a sacred land was with Qingfeng. Do not know how he is now, little brother, are you okay? Lu Chongqing shouted a sentence subconsciously. Qingfeng, however, there was no voice answering beside him. For a moment he forgot about Lu Qingfeng. And at this moment in the extreme north of the central state in the 10,000 Li glaciers, a youth was trembling as he walked in the glaciers. Huff, 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 so cold. Senior brother, where are you? What is this ghost place? Big brother took all the immortal secret treasures, leaving the little brother to struggle for survival bitterly. Suddenly Lu Chongqing felt a chill. Senior, are you alright? Haha. No problem, do not worry. Strange, why did I suddenly feel a chilling and incomparably resentful sensation just now? Shumen's sacred city was as prosperous as brocade here. People came and went on the streets, sweating like rain. Moreover, many fresh things appeared to show the myriad phenomena of the red dust. Does the high immortal want accommodation? My restaurant is decorated luxuriously with top-class delicacies and the price is cheap, cheating neither the old nor the young. Does the high immortal want to come to my place for accommodation? My restaurant also has fox demon performances, absolutely tense and stimulating. High immortal, come to my place, come to my place. My place not only has fox demon performances but also tense and stimulating projects. Zhang Yun could not help but reveal a trace of a strange expression. Fox demon performance, do not think too much. The so-called fox demon performance is really just a few demon foxes performing. Did not expect it to be this kind of performance. Alas, public morals are declining day by day. People will use any means to cheat money these days. But senior brother, how did you know that was a demon fox performance? Exposed. Li Lingyun instantly appeared slightly awkward, but he quickly diverted the topic. How about we find a place to stay first? As soon as these words came out, the soliciting servant boy heard it from the side and immediately leaned in. Your Excellency wants to find a place to stay? My place is economical and practical, and has even won the Grade B Restaurant Award issued by the Sacred City. A room only needs 500 caddies of spirit stones sufficient. What, 500 caddies of spirit stones? Everyone's expression changed slightly. Only Lu Chongqing counted as the calmest. Hey, may I ask if there are rooms for only 50 caddies of spirit stones? 50 caddies of spirit stones? Several high immortals, I am not boasting either. If it were ordinary days, perhaps you could still find one or two, but now is the disciple recruitment ceremony. All guest rooms are fully booked. 500 caddies of spirit stones a room is already considered the cheapest. Bullying children? How is your restaurant's room? This high immortal, do you want to book a room? Our restaurant is extremely extravagant, incomparably luxurious. You only need 3,000 caddies of spirit stones to enjoy top-level service. Wait a moment, you told me 3,000 caddies of spirit stones. Did not you say just 500? Heavens, changing face faster than a pyramid scheme. Do you take me for a fool? High immortal, looking at your temperament, it is extraordinary to tell the truth. I have stayed here for so long and seen all kinds of figures, but one like you is the first I have seen, simply like an immortal descending to the mortal world. So how could you stay in an ordinary inn? If staying, you must stay in a better one. Damn, you praise me like this, how can I refuse? Senior, how about we split up to find accommodation? He could not possibly let Lu Chongqing follow them to stay in some ordinary inn, so he spoke up in advance to save Lu Chongqing from embarrassment. His way of handling matters was still very smooth, only that Lu Chongqing waved his hand and said, meeting is fate. Being able to meet is precious enough. Lu Chongqing laughed lightly, then spoke, in the sacred city, which restaurant is the best? Everyone was slightly startled. Just took a pile of treasures. Definitely have to take them out to use. If speaking of the best restaurant, naturally it is the Shumen Book Pavilion. Mountain Delicacy Tower and Shishi Workshop, however. Shumen Book Pavilion is relatively strict. One must have good relations with Shumen's sacred land cultivators to check in. If wanting to taste some delicious delicacies, go to Mountain Delicacy Tower. But if one has leisure and elegance, one can go to Shishi Workshop. Every day there will be some peerless women performing, pleasing to the eye and mind. I personally recommend going to Shishi Workshop. Lu Chongqing nodded. Subsequently opened his mouth and said, then let us go to Shishi Workshop. Tisk, who among those present does not like looking at beauties? If I do not enter hell, who will? Just go to experience the myriad phenomena of the red dust. However, Li Lingyun's expression changed greatly, opening his mouth to say, Senior, no need for this. We really cannot afford to experience that kind of luxurious service. Please, Senior, do not be so polite. He had been to the sacred city once. Although he had not stayed at Shishi Workshop, he had heard rumors that Shishi Workshop was the Shumen sacred lands. Shishi Workshop was one of the 3 great restaurants. The interior was indeed incomparably luxurious, but also expensive to the extreme. Calculated by head, one person cost 5,000 caddies of spirit stones and could only stay for 5 days. 5,000 caddies of spirit stones. Their income at the sect for a year wasn't even 10,000 caddies. How could they possibly accept this price? Lu Chongqing waved his hand. Sai, how many times have you told me this on the way? This junior is truly sorry, Senior. This junior really cannot afford to follow Senior. This junior thanks Senior first. I have not even thanked you for the grace of guiding the way. No need to be so polite. What is a mere restaurant? High immortal, please follow me. Suddenly Lu Chongqing remembered, crap, the spirit stones are all with Qingfeng. Do not panic. I scoured so many natural treasures from the Langya secret realm, they should be able to sell for quite a bit of money, right? Right? Take me to a pawn shop first. Alright, no problem. The shop assistant did not say much and directly led Lu Chongqing into a resplendent pawn shop. Listen, no matter what you see, you must remain calm. If you are not calm, you cannot haggle. Understood? Understood, boss. For example, if they shout 50, you cut it to 25. If they shout 20, cut it to 10. No matter what, you have to let us earn, a voice came from outside. Shopkeeper, a noble guest has arrived. What kind of noble guest requires you to call me out to welcome them coming? This shop deceives neither the old nor the young. Prices are fair. Esteemed guest, your presence honors us. Truly apologies for not welcoming you from afar. I came to pawn some things. Can you let go of my hand? Haha, of course. Noble guest, please walk this way. Wait a moment, let me look. Lu Chongqing directly took out a few magic treasures and spirit jades. They were prepared for him by the Deluo's sacred land. After all, having obtained the Lanya immortal treasure, the treasures given by the Deluo's sacred land were not worth mentioning. Li Lingyun was also shocked endlessly. This is a top-grade magic treasure. Heavens, this is 9 mystic jade. That is a 5 elements gourd. Heavens, is not that a gold spirit pearl? Li Lingyun and the 4 others stood inside the pawn shop watching Lu Chongqing casually pull out a few items, unable to stop their hearts from shaking. Are these things just thrown away so casually? The shopkeeper said with a face full of smiles. High Immortal, these items calculate to 1 million caddies of spirit stones. This is a universal silver bill. High Immortal, please keep it safe. And this is our shop's VIP card. Holding this card allows you to enjoy a 20% discount. Many thanks, boss. Did not you say just now to calmly haggle, Xiao Ming? Can you not speak? Yes, noble guest, please visit often. We will definitely give you a good price. Very quickly, they arrived at Shishu Workshop. High Immortal, this is Shishu Workshop. Shishu Workshop was worthy of being one of the Shuman Sacred Land's 3 great restaurants. The buildings were brilliant interlocking brackets supporting each other, surrounded by cloud bridges, appearing extremely magnificent, bringing out the beauty of classical architecture. Moreover, these were not ordinary buildings but magic artifacts. Every single item was crafted by weapon refiners. And at the entrance of Shishu Workshop stood 2 rows of women in red, appearing extremely respectful, with smiles on their faces that made one feel like bathing in a spring breeze. Is this Shishu Workshop indeed luxurious? The reputation is well deserved. Lu Chongqing casually pulled out a silver bill worth 1,000 caddies of spirit stones. Many thanks for leading the way. The shop assistant was stunned. He did not expect Lu Chongqing to be so generous. Directly awarding a silver bill with a face value of 1,000 caddies, he bowed repeatedly. Many thanks, High Immortal. Many thanks, High Immortal. You are welcome. Why is this single bill 1,000 caddies of spirit stones? I only know now. My heart is bleeding. Immediately, a woman walked over. Welcome everyone to Shishu Workshop. This concubine is Li Yinru. Is it the young master's first time at Shishu Workshop? She was indeed very beautiful. In fact, there were basically no particularly ugly people in the cultivation world. As the saying goes, a white complexion hides 100 flaws. How many cultivators had poor skin? There was basically no need for rouge or powder to add anything. But what the cultivation world valued was not simple appearance. The key point was temperament. That is right, temperament. Some people looked ordinary, but if their temperament was good, they would have a special charm. Not to mention Lu Chongqing himself was born extremely handsome, as if personally carved by the heavenly Tao. Plus this unique temperament, he was even more extraordinary. Lu Chongqing answered, it is the first time, truly a woman with temperament. Li Yinru said with a face full of smiles, since that is the case, Yinru will introduce the projects to the young master. Young master, please follow me. May I ask the young master's honorable name? Lu Wansheng. Young master Lu, this place is the Shishu Workshop main building. Drinking and chatting happily can all be done here, and there will always be various performances. Upstairs are the private seats, totaling 7 floors. Currently, the 7th floor is not open to the public. It is the place where the workshop owner entertains guests. Currently, one can go up to the 6th floor at most, but the minimum consumption on the 6th floor is 10,000 caddies of spirit stones per person. Of course, if consumption reaches the target, can gift a superior room. 10,000 caddies of spirit stones. Well, Lu Chongqing just sold items for 1 million caddies of spirit stones. Soon everyone took their seats. Li Yinru took out the menu. This is too expensive. What tofu costs 5,000 caddies of spirit stones? That is right, we cannot even afford the cheapest dish here. Lu Chongqing said calmly, then alright, I'll order 2,000 caddies of spirit stones worth of dragon whisker meat, 4,000 caddies of yin-yang tofu, 500 caddies of thousand leaf stream, 1,500 caddies of spicy spirit rabbit, 4,300 caddies of fragrant pig offal. Lu Chongqing opened his mouth and reported the dish names one by one. Let alone the minimum consumption, it probably exceeded the standard long ago. Order these first, if not enough, order more. Haha, okay, please wait a moment. Truly inhumane, that is right, but this way of spending money is really so charming. Very quickly, delicious food was served. Lu Chongqing was not polite either, directly tasting these delicacies, it had to be said. It was indeed full of flavor. Zhou Shaoyan could not help but speak up. This piece of meat is probably our sect's income for a year, right? Haha, do not be polite, eat quickly. It is fine, eat whatever you want to eat. Okay, Lu Chongqing smiled. Although he liked gourmet food, he would not eat too much. Tasting a little of each dish was enough. And Li Lingyun suddenly had an epiphany. I understand, is this the current trend, an uninhibited style? Fluctuating yet very steady, orderly within the chaos. After a while, Lu Chongqing was stuffed, so full. This high-end restaurant is indeed extraordinary. Li Lingyun and the others admired him incomparably. Even when full, he is so elegant. Admiration level plus 100, and just at this moment, Li Yinru walked over hurriedly with a slightly apologetic look, looking at Lu Chongqing and said, "Sorry to disturb, young Master Lu. The Shuman Saint's son is teaching Sword Dao at the martial arts arena. I wonder if young Master Lu is interested in going to take a look." Lu Chongqing was actually quite calm, but Li Lingyun and the others revealed surprised expressions. He said with great surprise, "What did Miss Yinru say just now? The Shuman Saint's son went to the martial arts arena to discuss the Dao." Li Yinru was very understanding and said, "Yes, this disciple recruitment ceremony has even more people than the last time, so the Shuman Saint's son cares for the world and went to the martial arts arena to discuss the supreme sword Dao. I think the young masters are probably all here to participate in the Shuman disciple recruitment ceremony. If you can go and listen, perhaps it will be of some benefit to you all." Hearing these words, Li Lingyun and the others were even more incomparably excited. "Oh yeah, did not expect the luck to be so good this time going down the mountain." Right. But Lu Chongqing could not help his curiosity and said, "I am a newcomer and do not understand many things. Is this Shuman Saint's son of the Shuman sacred land very strong in sword Dao attainments?" Lu Chongqing asked tentatively. After all, he had to fight with the other party. Instantly everyone froze, not knowing how to answer. But Li Yinru still forcibly took over the conversation. "Young Master Lu may not know. The Shuman Saint's son himself is a sword Dao powerhouse rarely seen in 10,000 years. Moreover, I heard the Shuman Saint's son has an extremely good relationship with the Daluo Sacred Land's eldest senior brother. This is just a rumor, of course. This is just a rumor. Rumor has it that the Daluo eldest senior brother once taught a supreme sword method to the Shuman Saint's son. Therefore, the Shuman Saint's son's sword Dao attainment is extremely high, so it can only be called the world's second sword Dao." When Li Yinru said this, these words made Li Lingyun and the others involuntarily become even more reverent one by one. "Is the girl speaking of the Daluo Sacred Land's eldest senior brother?" "Chongqing, senior brother Lu," Li Yinru answered with a certain tone. "Correct, it is exactly so. The Daluo eldest senior brother is the strongest peerless prodigy in 3 million years, but the Shuman Saint's son, being a peerless prodigy himself, already has very strong sword Dao attainments. Moreover, having received pointers from the Daluo eldest senior brother, presumably his sword Dao has now entered the sage realm. We definitely have to go listen to this," Li Lingyun said incomparably excitedly. However, Lu Chongqing froze. He simply did not know the Shuman Saint's son at all, never even met him. "Teaching sword Dao? I know a feather of swordsmanship. You know, do I know you? Became good friends without even meeting. I also taught a sword method. I do not know a damn thing about sword methods to teach people of the 10 great sacred lands. Apart from the Daluo sacred land, Lu Chongqing only knew a yin-yang saint son Li Yang among the other 9 sacred lands. When did he know another Shuman saint son, and teaching sword Dao?" Originally Lu Chongqing did not really want to go see, but now he really wanted to go see exactly what kind of person this Shuman saint son was. Li Yinru hurriedly said, "Everyone please follow me quickly. Our Shishu workshop has already reserved seats. If we are any later, it will not be good." "Fine, I'll go right now. I really want to see what sword art I taught this Shuman saint's son." After all, the Shuman saint's son discussing the Dao naturally attracted countless people. Although Shishu Workshop had some power in the Shuman sacred city, if they were any later, it would indeed be a bit bad. Very quickly, the group followed Li Yinru out at this moment. The Shuman sacred land martial arts arena was already a sea of people. After all, countless people came to participate in the Shuman sacred land's disciple recruitment ceremony. If they could listen to the Shuman saint's son discuss sword Dao at such a time, would not it be wonderful? However, Shishu Workshop was worthy of being Shishu Workshop. Even with such a sea of people, Shishu Workshop still occupied the seats at the very front, and Lu Chongqing's appearance indeed attracted the attention of many people, especially women. Upon seeing Lu Chongqing one by one, they could not move their gazes away. The onlookers began to be curious about Lu Chongqing's background. "What is this person's background? This person has extraordinary temperament. I do not know, but I am certain he is not an ordinary person. Did not you see?" The girl leading the way is from Shishu Workshop, however. Just at this moment, terrifying sword chi permeated the air. Like a thunderclap exploding in the sky, the sword chi resounded for 10,000 li. The crowd was incomparably excited. Such strong sword chi, it must be the saint's son. Lu Chongqing also sighed with incomparable emotion. Although the person had not arrived yet, the sword chi had arrived, truly powerful. Immediately after, hundreds of sword chi streaks crisscrossed, accompanied by a figure slowly descending onto the martial arts arena. Sword chi crisscrossed. A man in green was seen slowly landing on the martial arts stage. Looking at his appearance, the man was about 20 or so, similar in age to Lu Chongqing, dressed in green, holding a green ancient sword. He looked at the crowd with an incomparably calm face, then slowly said, "Shuman saint's son pays respects to everyone." He was very humble and polite and also displayed the graceful bearing of a saint's son. Hundreds of streaks of sword chi circled around. Every single streak of sword chi could slay a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, he was very heroic. Every gesture and movement possessed a sharp and incomparable temperament. Like an unsheathed, peerless, immortal sword, this was the extraordinary nature of a saint's son, and just at this moment applause rang out from unknown where. In an instant the applause was like thunder, everyone applauded. For this entrance of the Shuman Saint Sun, I Lu Chongqing can give full marks. The Shuman Saint Sun nodded with a smile, then opened his mouth to say, many thanks to everyone for the deep love today under the orders of the Master's sect. I especially came to teach the Sword Dao method, to resolve doubts about Sword Dao cultivation for everyone. However, before that I will quote a sentence from my closest friend, Lu Chongqing. I will use this sentence as the opening remarks. Hearing these words, Lu Chongqing was incomparably baffled. No, big brother, big brother, what do you want to say? Why do not you mention yourself, big brother, but insist on mentioning me? I beg you, big brother. The road ahead is long and has no ending, yet high and low I'll search with my will unbending. The lineage of the Sword Dao is a lonely and desolate road, although it seems very confusing if we do not miss the opportunity to pursue it. The Shuman Saint Sun spoke solemnly. Li Lingyun and the others believed it deeply. If I wasn't Lu Chongqing myself, I would have almost believed it too. Damn it, this is simply nonsense. Did I ever say such things? It is truly too unexpected. Subsequently, the Shuman Saint Sun did not talk nonsense anymore, and directly started explaining the Sword Dao. An hour later, the discussion on Sword Dao concluded. There is still a little time. I can answer some of everyone's questions. He spoke very sincerely, and the crowd listened very sincerely, except for Lu Chongqing. It wasn't that he looked down on the other party, but simply that he could not understand. He simply had not cultivated the Sword Dao, so he did not understand many technical terms either. It is over just like that. What did I hear just now? It is simply like different trades are separated by mountains. I have not learned anything yet. You do not understand it, so it ignores you. I simply do not know what that is. Immediately, someone took the lead to ask, may I ask the Saint Sun exactly how can one make the spirit swords within the Sword Mountain resonate? Someone asked this, arousing everyone's curiosity. The Shuman Sacred Land Disciple Recruitment Ceremony is held once every 10 years. Countless sword cultivator disciples from the entire central state come to try. The first two stages are easy to talk about, but this final stage is extremely difficult to pass. Naturally, this became the inner demon of countless people. People like Li Lingyun were as numerous as ox hairs. After listening, the Shuman Saint Sun thought carefully, then opened his mouth to answer. Inside the Shuman Sword Mountain are hundreds of millions of flying swords. Every sword has its own story, its own personality. Wanting to make the spirit swords resonate is not about how strong you are, but about how firm your Sword Dao will is. Only the most sincere Sword Dao will can make the spirit swords resonate, someone continued to ask, and instantly the crowd's interest became even stronger. Then may I ask Lord Saint Sun, what sword did you obtain in the Shuman Sword Mountain back then? Unworthy talent, I only obtained one in the Sword Mountain back then. The Shuman Saint Sun spoke, although his mouth said unworthy talent. In an instant a green immortal sword appeared. He obtained a Tai green light sword. A peerless Dao artifact. This is a peerless Dao artifact, emitting monstrous sword might. In the cultivation world, magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, Dao artifacts and immortal artifacts are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade and top grade, also known as peerless. This Tai green light sword is a top grade Dao artifact. Sometimes a top grade Dao artifact is better than a low grade immortal artifact, because once a top grade Dao artifact transforms, it can evolve into a high grade immortal artifact. But for a low-grade immortal artifact to transform into a middle-grade immortal artifact is almost impossible. A top-grade Dao artifact, countless people revealed envious looks. Lu Chongqing too, pretending really well, learned this knowledge point. After displaying the top-grade Dao artifact, a Tai green light sword, the Shuman Saint Sun made countless people reveal envious looks. This kind of thing is indeed something that can be discovered but not sought. A top-grade Dao artifact, it really is the legendary top-grade Dao artifact. This is my first time seeing one in the cultivation world. Magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, Dao artifacts and immortal artifacts are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade and top grade, also known as peerless. The Tai green light sword is a top-grade Dao artifact. Sometimes a top-grade Dao artifact is better than a low-grade immortal artifact, because once a top-grade Dao artifact transforms, it can evolve into a high-grade immortal artifact. This kind of magic artifact is hard for cultivators worldwide to obtain. Actually, even if the vast majority of cultivators get the Sword Mountain's recognition, it is just a magic artifact. As for treasure artifacts, actually, in every disciple recruitment ceremony, being able to bring out one is already considered a very good thing. But if you really get the recognition of a treasure artifact, it is actually also a huge potential. Someone continued to ask, may I ask the Saint Sun, are there really peerless immortal swords inside the Sword Mountain? Why do you ask this? Do you think you can get it? Cannot I be curious? Will asking kill me? The Shuman Saint Sun frowned, then gave an affirmative answer. There are peerless immortal swords inside the Shuman Sword Mountain, and I heard there are 10 in total. More I cannot reveal, he answered like this, making countless people explode with excitement. Aha, there really are peerless immortal swords. I want to see. If I can take one look at a peerless immortal sword, I will die without regrets in this life. Just at this moment, someone asked again, Lord Saint Sun, you always mention the Deluo eldest senior brother. What extraordinary points does he actually have? Once this remark came out, the Shuman Saint Sun immediately became spirited. It is no exaggeration to say he is a person you simply cannot imagine. Although he is merely the Deluo eldest senior brother, nothing amazing. Sooner or later he will become the Deluo saint son, become the world's Taoist sect's eldest senior brother. Even the world's Taoist sect saint son. I met him once, just a one-time encounter, yet at the first meeting we were like old friends of many years, like-minded. Moreover, I even sparred with the senior brother on the Tao using swords once. But do you know what the result was? The Shumen saint's son recounted this matter in a very mysterious tone. At this moment, countless people had their appetites whetted by him. Even Lu Chongqing himself could not help but be filled with curiosity. Although he knew this guy was lying, he also wanted to listen. Make it up, continue making it up. Like old friends at first sight, and even sparred with swords, really good at making things up. Xu Jian spoke slowly. That day I sparred with Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing on the Tao using swords. Originally I always thought my swordsmanship was invincible, considering myself the number one of the younger generation. But since meeting Lu Chongqing I knew I was wrong that day. I displayed a peerless sword method. The carefree divine sword art. I did not expect senior brother Lu to gently pull out a wooden sword and directly suppress my sword method. Xu Jian spoke, accompanied by a sentimental tone, causing countless people to be stunned for a moment. Directly suppressed by a wooden sword. Oh my god, how strong is this? Everyone was stunned. No one could imagine it. The Shumen saint son held the Tai green light sword and displayed peerless swordsmanship. It ended up suppressed by Lu Chongqing with a wooden sword. At this moment, a cultivator shouted subconsciously, "Holy crap, is this true? A wooden sword suppressing a top-grade Tao artifact, this is too unbelievable." However, Shumen saint son Xu Jian nodded and said, "Actually, I did not believe it when I lost at the time, but the result was really that I lost, and I lost miserably, lost thoroughly. So I asked senior brother Lu, why could a wooden sword win against me? But do you know what senior brother Lu said to me?" The crowd was curious. Even Lu Chongqing himself was curious about what he said again. "Big brother, do not brag too outrageously, I cannot stand it." Xu Jian turned his back to the crowd, standing with his hands behind his back, then spoke slowly. Senior brother Lu said, "In this world there is no strongest sword, only the person using the sword. A true sword, Tao powerhouse, let alone a wooden sword, even a blade of grass can defeat all heroes in the world." Xu Jian spoke. These words simply made one's blood boil and also shocked countless cultivators endlessly. No strongest sword, a true powerhouse, can defeat all heroes in the world even with a blade of grass. What level of person could say such words? Too dope. Too strong. In the crowd Lu Chongqing was thoroughly bewildered. Here it comes again. It comes again. No brother, you are killing me with praise by doing this. I am not that strong. Lu Chongqing really did not know what to say. He had never met Xu Jian, nor had he said such words. Although he knew he should have many fans, he did not expect the Shumen saint son to also be his fan, and a die-hard fan at that. However, just at this moment someone opened their mouth. "Lord Saint Son, that's senior brother Lu. Exactly what kind of person is he?" At this time Xu Jian nodded, then scanned the crowd below the stage, finally locking his gaze on Lu Chongqing, then pointed at Lu Chongqing and said, "Everyone please look at this person, handsome and spirited, incomparably beautiful. Although a tiny bit worse than me, it is almost the same. But senior brother Lu Chongqing is 100 times more handsome than him." Instantly, the crowd's gazes gathered on Lu Chongqing. For a moment everyone seemed lost as they felt the crowd's gazes. Lu Chongqing was calm, he was long used to this kind of scene. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Lu Chongqing's mind, finally converging 1,000 words into one sentence. "Big brother, is there water in your brain? Also, although I thank Big Brother for looking up to me, I am actually 100 times handsomer than myself. What the hell? Does anyone understand? Senior brother is actually 100 times handsomer than this person. What kind of unimaginable handsomeness is that? I have already moved my heart for this beautiful man before my eyes, if he is 100 times more handsome. Heavens, I am going to faint. Is not this my Mr. Right? Heavens, I actually did not discover such a handsome person sitting here. Young master, it seems I found my intended one. Young master, may I ask if you have a spouse?" Wait a moment, why did you all suddenly shift the focus? I am the Shumen saint son. Although this person is handsome, he is a bit worse than me. You should not just look at appearance, right? And Chen Yinru stood beside Lu Chongqing, speaking slowly. "Everyone, this is the Shumen saint son's sword discussion conference. Hope everyone will be patient." Chen Yinru's voice rang out, and instantly the scene indeed quieted down a lot. And on the martial arts arena, Xu Jian could not help but rejoice in his heart. "Oh, is this a fan of mine? Anyway, it is quite good." In short, senior brother Lu Chongqing has been the most extraordinary person since birth. Just meeting once, we were like old friends. In a few days, senior brother Lu might come to the sacred land. At that time, if there is fate, you can meet this legendary figure. Xu Jian spoke, then his expression became very serious as he said, "Everyone, the Shumen Sacred Land disciple recruitment ceremony is about to be held. Hope everyone abides by the sacred city's rules and does not cause trouble. Xu Jian will take his leave first." After the Shumen saint son finished these words, hundreds of sword chi streaks circled around him, and then he disappeared directly. The conference ended and the crowd left one after another. "Mr. Lu should probably leave with everyone. I will arrange the rest." "Okay, thank you, Miss Yinru. We will go rest first." It was just that quite a few female cultivators still stood there staring at Lu Chongqing but were blocked by Chen Yinru. "Everyone do not rush, this young master is temporarily inconvenienced." Many female cultivators wanted to come up and strike up a conversation, but in the end they sighed and left the place. Lu Chongqing was still very eye-catching on the way back to the restaurant. Li Lingyun spoke, unable to help sighing with emotion, eyes full of longing. If I could see this senior brother Lu, death would be worth it in this life. That is right, Zhou Xiaoyan asked curiously. Senior Lu, that Lu Chongqing has the same surname as you. Do you happen to know him? Lu Chongqing shook his head, answering directly like this. I completely do not know him, never met Lu Chongqing this person. Meanwhile, Xu Jian was flying on his sword toward the Shumen's sacred land. The junior brother beside him also could not help being curious. Right, senior brother, why did not I hear you mention knowing the various Deluo eldest senior brothers before? Since we are fellow disciples, I will not hide it from you, but after telling you, do not tell others. Heavens, you praised him so ruthlessly. Could it be you accepted his bribe? Hearing these words, Xu Jian almost fell off. Tisk, what the hell? Xu Jian sighed and said, the main reason is still being annoyed by that group of challengers talking back and forth. It is still blaming the heavenly secret sect for bragging that I am a sword Dao wizard rarely seen in 1,000 years, with extraordinary sword Dao aptitude, invincible among peers. But these exaggerated words are not incorrect either after all. I am the saint son of the Shumen sacred land. If my sword Dao is not transcendent and refined, and who is stronger? But the problem is, the bigger the fame, the more the trouble. You know, right, every day people run to the Shumen sacred land shouting, this humble one is so-and-so from so-and-so place, specially come to ask the Shumen saint son for pointers on sword methods. Not just once or twice, but a hell of a lot. Beat this one comes that one. Xu Jian held his head angrily. In the end, I did not even have time to practice sword Dao. Cultivating the sword Dao requires focus, cannot be distracted. Every day people come to challenge me. How am I supposed to concentrate? But cannot you refuse? Will refusing kill you? You say it lightly. The problem is the people coming to challenge are either disciples of famous families or true disciples of some sword Dao senior. If you do not accept the challenge, people will say you are arrogant. If it spreads, the entire Shumen sacred land's reputation will be bad. The junior brother also sympathized with Xu Jian. Indeed, being a senior brother wasn't easy either. But what I said about Lu Chongqing is not nonsense either. I heard Master talk about Lu Chongqing with others, although somewhat exaggerated. A part of it must be true, but you are bragging after all. A lie is a lie in the end. One day it will be exposed. What if it gets discovered? Hearing this, Xu Jian said in a deep and serious voice, Humph, you underestimate your senior brother. Big deal, I'll just apologize to him then. How big of a matter is that? Hearing such a heroic answer, the junior brother could not help but sigh repeatedly. Woohoo is expected of senior brother. Able to pick up and let go. So keep your mouth tight when the time comes, understood? Oh okay, senior brother, I am famous for being tight-lipped. The matter came to an end, and Lu Chongqing returned to Shishu workshop. At this time the crowd was discussing something. Do you guys know? I heard someone discovered a divine beast in the central state. That is right, I heard it too. Do you guys know? I heard this divine beast is a descendant of a true dragon. Someone found dragon scales in the central state. True dragon, real or fake? I have never seen a dragon. I have seen flood dragons a few times, but never a true dragon. Suddenly someone refuted. Where did you hear the news? Who said it was a true dragon? A friend of a friend. My friend told me it wasn't a true dragon, but a Qilin. And it is the most precious jade Qilin of legend. The auspicious beast Qilin, real or fake? Just now you said true dragon, now it became a Qilin. What the hell? Qilin, where did you hear the news? My source is the most accurate. It is a three-legged golden crow, three-feathered golden crow. It is a black tortoise. It is clearly a white tiger, okay? White tiger. That kind of white tiger cannot be bothered to argue with you guys. My senior brother is the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Heart Sword sect. He told me it is a true phoenix. Various voices came from within Shishu workshop. Lu Chongqing could also hear these discussions while sitting on the 6th floor. Lu Chongqing was also somewhat surprised. He did not expect a divine beast to actually appear in the central state. Chen Xinyan spoke at this time, her eyes full of longing. A divine beast? What kind of existence is that? If one could subdue a divine beast and bring it along, I am afraid one would be a son of heaven. Zhou Xiaoyan mercilessly shattered the fantasy. Senior sister, stop daydreaming, okay? What kind of existence is a divine beast? Is it something we can come into contact with? However, Chen Yinru aside could not help but chuckle. Little sister, these words are a bit incorrect. Since ancient times, divine beasts are obtained by destined persons, not based on realm or strength. Divine beasts choose their masters. Divine beasts possess intelligence and will choose their masters themselves. Maybe with good luck one might obtain a divine beast recognition. But immediately Chen Yinru smiled bitterly. However, the incident happened in the west. This place is separated from the west of Central State by thousands of mountains and rivers. Zhou Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, then opened her mouth to say, but I am truly curious exactly what kind of person can subdue a divine beast. Do you guys say the Deluo eldest senior brother that Lu Chongqing can subdue the divine beast? Lu Chongqing took a sip of tea and answered faintly, cannot. Zhou Xiaoyan was curious. Why is senior so certain? Lu Chongqing thought to himself, I am that senior brother Lu. I am right in front of you. Where would I have the time to go to the west of Central State? However, Lu Chongqing still said very calmly on the surface, since ancient times divine beasts are incomparably rare. Even if one or two divine beasts appear, they are very difficult to subdue. Whether there is fate or not is one problem. The main thing is they are unwilling to acknowledge a master. At this time, Chen Yinru was also curious. Why unwilling? Lu Chongqing said very plainly. Actually, it is very simple. If you were a human race peerless prodigy destined to become an immortal in the future, and at this time you met a big demon who said he wanted to take you as a pet, would you be willing? When Lu Chongqing asked this, the crowd shook their heads almost without thinking. Unwilling, that is correct. Divine beasts already have intelligence like humans. Who would be willing to become someone else's mount or pet? Those sacred lands and Taoist sects, including the Buddhist sect and demonic sect, say they subdue monster beasts, but it is nothing more than martial suppression. Completely correct. What subdue or not subdue? It is nothing more than martial suppression, then using some special magic artifacts to drive into the monster beast's body. If it is disobedient, it will suffer various pains of the world. After all, who would like to find a master when they have nothing better to do? So this is a very simple principle, merely beautified by everyone. Zhou Shaoyan asked curiously, then how to let a divine beast choose a master automatically without using martial suppression? Not using martial suppression, let the divine beast choose a master? Lu Chongqing pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth to say, use love to influence them. Finished. Lu Chongqing's styling left Zhou Shaoyan and the others thoroughly speechless. Meanwhile, in the west of Central State, bolts of lightning struck down in the sky. A man was using thunder and lightning to bombard. He seemed to be chasing something, his speed extremely fast, and amidst it a cluster of golden light flashed extremely quickly, dodging the terrifying lightning strikes by a hair's breadth every time. The man surrounded by thunder spoke with a loud voice and extraordinary temperament. Divine beast, submit to me. Not as master and servant but as a friend relationship, become my battle pet. You and I joining hands will dominate the immortal domain in the future. In the mountains a milky voice rang out. Submit your grandma's leg, Birdman, you wait for me. Wait until I find my big brother, I will tear your wings off to make Orleans roasted wings. The next day in Shishu workshop, have you guys heard? Lei Tingxi encountered that divine beast in the west, fought 300 rounds and almost subdued that divine beast. Moreover, according to Lei Tingxi, that divine beast is a three-legged golden crow, extremely fast. Lei Tingxi, is it the Wang family? Wang Lei. Of course it is him. Besides him, who dares to call himself Lei Tingxi? Why is the news I obtained like this? Clearly it was the great Zhou dynasty's Zhou Long who encountered that divine beast. It was a golden dragon possessing true dragon bloodline. Zhou Long wanted to use the great Zhou dragon emperor art to subdue him, but was almost beaten, crippled by this golden dragon. Just at this moment a voice rang out. A Schumann disciple walked in. Wrong, big mistake. He walked into the restaurant, then said with a face full of sincerity, just ask the saint's son. He said it is a kunping. Currently, the Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing is fighting a great battle with it. If no accidents happen, it should be subdued by senior brother Lu. Inside the entire Shishu workshop, everyone was shocked. What the hell, is it a kunping? The yin-yang extreme speed kunping? Has that divine beast already been subdued by Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing? There were so many rumors before. No one knew true from false, but now that a Shumen's sacred land true disciple had appeared, and could say so definitively that it was a kunping, naturally the crowd believed it a bit more. On the 6th floor, Lu Chongqing was somewhat silent. He really wanted to go directly to the Shumen's sacred land now and ask Xu Jian exactly what the reason was for this. Why do this? He was clearly in the Shumen's sacred land, yet rumors spread that he subdued a kunping. He had not seen a kunping, only insects kun. Exactly what plane was this Shumen saint's son flying? What is he doing? Chen Yinru could not help but speak up, appearing very curious. The crowd downstairs discussed animatedly. Who is this Lu Chongqing? How could he subdue a kunping? Lu Chongqing also revealed a face full of curiosity. I am also quite curious. However, very quickly, by the afternoon, a rumor had spread thoroughly. Do you guys know? The divine beast that appeared this time is a kunping, and it was subdued by the Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing. What? Deluo eldest senior brother subdued a kunping? The kunping acknowledged Deluo eldest senior brother Lu Chongqing as master. Heard it yet? Latest news. Deluo eldest senior brother killed the kunping and stewed it into a pot of kunping meat soup. Heavens, did Deluo eldest senior brother think the kunping wasn't strong and ate the kunping directly? From morning till night, 10 versions of rumors appeared. At this moment, Lu Chongqing thoroughly understood what it meant by 3 men make a tiger. Rumors become truth and metals are melted by many mouths. Silence is not a breakthrough. Silence is not normal. It seems he has to go to the Shumen's sacred land. It is just how to do it, so it does not look like he is coming to challenge. At this moment, Lu Chongqing discovered the importance of Lu Qingfeng. Truly good. If Qingfeng were here, although this child's mouth is not tight, at least there would be a companion. Lu Chongqing sighed, thinking carefully. He had only visited 1 sacred land until now. Even adding the Shumen's sacred land, there were still 7 sacred lands in the future. This was truly a heavy responsibility and a long road. However, if the subsequent itinerary had no accidents, that would be good. Lu Chongqing's expression made the crowd puzzled. What is Mr. Lu doing? Do not know. Maybe handsome guys all like to lament spring and autumn. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye it was the day of the Shumen's sacred land's disciple recruitment. At this time the crowd was rushing hurriedly. Quick. The Shuman Sacred Land Disciple Recruitment Ceremony has started. It is already late now. Waiting in line later will be the death of us. Oh my, blame you for insisting on dragging me to play King of Glory till dawn last night. Now we are late, right? Chen Yinru walked toward Lu Chongqing. Good day, Miss Yinru. Good day, young Master Lu, Lu Chongqing asked curiously. By the way, I watched the two conversing just now, looking at their conversation and dressing. They do not look like cultivators wanting to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony. Answering young Master Lu, actually besides disciples bowing into Shuman, there are also some cultivators of other sects and rogue cultivators. Because they want to obtain the Spirit Sword Mountain's recognition. If young Master Lu is interested, you can go try. Can one obtain the Spirit Sword Mountain's recognition even without being a Shuman disciple? Correct. The Shuman Sacred Land founding ancestor once said, the Sword Mountain is a spirit mountain. As long as one is destined to obtain a spirit sword within, anyone can take it. If one takes away a spirit sword, one owes the Shuman Sacred Land a karmic opportunity. In the future, if the Shuman Sacred Land is in trouble, just take action to help. Lu Chongqing was somewhat curious. There was even such a rule. Then how many spirit swords could be left in the Sword Mountain? Chen Yinru laughed suddenly. Ha ha ha, young Master Lu, how could the spirit swords in the Spirit Mountain be so easy to take? Even if taken away, if the spirit sword owner dies and their Tao dissipates, the spirit sword will return to the Sword Mountain. Moreover, rumor has it that actually the Sword Mountain is a rare treasure that can attract famous swords of the world. Many ownerless swords will automatically fly into the Sword Mountain, so the matter of spirit sword depletion does not exist. And Yinru saying this, Lu Chongqing conceived a bold idea for unknown reasons. Since that is the case, then let us go take a look. A moment later, Lu Chongqing also arrived at the martial arts arena. And at this time, sounds rang out on the martial arts arena. Unqualified, unqualified, unqualified. Lu Chongqing looked with a face full of confusion. What is this? Chen Yinru then answered. This is the first round of assessment. Every assessment point has a jade sword. Putting a hand on it, the jade sword will automatically light up with sword light, lighting up 3 streaks. Counts as qualified. The maximum is 9 streaks. Young Master Lu, do you want to try? Maybe you can activate 9 sword beams. Lu Chongqing answered calmly. He did not plan to bow into the Shuman Sacred Land anyway, just wanted to join in the fun. He answered busily. No, I have a sect. Chen Yinru however shook her head and said, young Master Lu can test sword Dao talent even if having a sect. It does not mean one must bow into the Shuman Sacred Land if tested, but 99% of the cultivators coming here want to bow into the Shuman Sacred Land. Chen Yinru saying this, Lu Chongqing was somewhat surprised. Can it still be like this? Gain knowledge. Lu Chongqing pondered for a while. If I have good luck and the anomaly can activate 9 sword beams attracting the Shuman Sacred Land's attention, at that time I can find an opportunity to speak clearly with Xu Jian, right? Lu Chongqing subsequently turned his head and nodded. I feel Miss Yinru's words make sense, then I will try. This place was packed with people taking the exam, seeing those lost eyes, foolish smiles, and faces depressed due to failure. Occasionally a voice of qualified attracted the attention of countless people. This was a youth. The assessment result was 3 sword beams, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Succeeded. This time I must set up a running water banquet for 3 days and 3 nights at home. The Shuman Sacred Land's exam questions are indeed strict. Only one person qualified after so long. A moment later, it was finally Lu Chongqing's turn. Fellow Taoist, it is your turn, please come this way. Lu Chongqing's eyes were full of confidence. Okay baby, I am coming, when the person responsible for auditing disciples raised his head. He could not help but freeze, still charmed by Lu Chongqing's entrance temperament. Could not stand it at a single glance. Lu Chongqing's leisurely voice rang out. Can the test start now? Sorry, please place your hand on the jade sword. Subsequently, Lu Chongqing reached out and placed his hand on the jade sword, starting the test. Lu Chongqing also placed his hand directly on the prepared jade sword, mentally prepared. Alright, it is coming, light up. My big baby special effects team, get to work, I am ready. But 5 minutes later, the jade sword was incomparably calm without any change. Theoretically speaking, sword Dao talent could be tested in 3 breaths, but after a long time still nothing appeared. Lu Chongqing broke out in cold sweat. What situation? This is unreasonable. Did the anomaly abandon me too, or is some dog blood plot about to happen? The person in charge said his inner thoughts out loud in surprise. Your Excellency, wait a moment, I'll switch to another jade sword to test. Impossible to be this handsome and have no talent. How could there be not even a single sword beam? Lu Chongqing was dumbfounded. Did you do it on purpose, or was it careless? Brother, you put your inner monologue box on the wrong side. Meanwhile, the examining cultivator beside him looked at the unlit jade sword and could not help but ask, Hey, the senior brother, can you help me swap this jade sword? The person in charge glanced back at him, then slowly spoke with disdain. Are you worthy? The young cultivator immediately pointed at Lu Chongqing. Why can he swap but I cannot? What the hell? Hi, this little brother, I do not want to blow your confidence, but there are differences between people, you know. The young cultivator was red with anger. Such a big sect actually judges people by appearance. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not bully the young for being poor, understand? Why are you stealing my lines? Hi, there are too many people shouting this at the gate every year, but I kindly advise you, if you keep shouting and someone hears you, they'll sue you for disrespecting the sect. It will be hard for you to enter other sects too. Hearing this, the youth shrank his shoulders in fright. This big brother, I was wrong. I am leaving right now, getting lost right now. Fellow Taoist, it is swapped, you can start. Lu Chongqing cupped his hands in apology. Although sorry for this brother, fortunately he still had this face otherwise. Lu Chongqing took all this into his eyes, a trace of rejoicing birthing in his heart. Good, this time it will definitely work. Lu Chongqing placed his hand on the jade sword again. After a moment there was still no reaction. Could it be Your Excellency's sword Dao talent is too extraordinary? So this ordinary jade sword cannot detect it? How about I go swap for a better one? Lu Chongqing hurriedly stopped him. No need, I am just a bit handsome, that is all. Troubled you, fellow Taoist. It seems I indeed have no sword Dao talent whatsoever. Farewell. The person in charge pondered for a while, then shouted, Fellow Taoist, please stay. Having said this, he took out a sword token. This is the Shuman Sacred Lands clearance token. Even if the first level failed, it does not mean true failure. Every disciple responsible for assessment has such a quota. This is my quota given to Taoist brother. As soon as he said this in front of countless people, he directly handed the clearance token to the other party. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Holy crap, this works too. Does this count as passing? Can I swap for this with my sword Dao talent too? What about hidden rules, sect rules? Being handsome really can put food on the table. Lu Chongqing's worldview was completely shattered. Chen Yinru spoke up. Actually, she did not know what to say either. Congratulations, young Master Lu. Oh, many thanks, Miss Yinru. Then fellow Taoist, do not forget me. Oh, then many thanks, fellow Taoist, forget it. The result is the most important. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night the next day at this time in Shishu workshop. Senior Lu, sorry to disturb, we are back. Senior Lu, why did not we see you at the second level today? Ha ha ha, I did not really want to bow into the master's sect anyway, so I did not go. What about you guys? We came to thank Senior Lu. Thanks to Senior Lu's care and pointers these past few days. I passed, it had to be said. Although Li Lingyun and the others had slightly poorer aptitude and weren't that handsome, this innocent heart was indeed not bad. At least they knew to be grateful and seek to repay kindness, not forgetting their benefactor after achieving results. Such people, even if a bit clumsy or acting as poor followers, were 10,000 times better than ungrateful white-eyed wolves. The group bowed in thanks. Lu Chongqing also felt a bit embarrassed, so he took out a few pieces of spirit jade from the universe ring. They were all treasures of the Deluo's sacred land, intended to be given away as favors anyway. I have some psychic precious jade here. Take them as gifts for you. Keep these spirit jades with you. They are good for the body and can also increase cultivation speed. Although they are top-grade precious jade, they are of little use to me right now, so do not be polite. Li Lingyun then said, Senior, during this time we have already troubled Senior for care. How dare we accept such a heavy gift? Lu Chongqing laughed. Haha, just seeing you guys like this reminds me of that little junior brother of mine. I accidentally got separated from him. Hope someone can also treat him like I treat you. Li Lingyun did not want it, but Lu Chongqing insisted on giving. Instantly, the four could not help but freeze. However, it could be seen that Li Lingyun truly did not want it. After being slightly simple and honest, he quickly recovered his calm and said, Since Senior says so, this junior will never forget this grace for 10,000 generations. If one day Senior has a need, we will definitely not fail your expectations. Li Lingyun said seriously, his words categorical. Lu Chongqing nodded and did not say anything more. Truly a good child. Hope I did not invest wrong. The scene shifted to the next morning. Senior Lu, this is the world-famous Sword Mountain. Lu Chongqing was truly shocked by the Sword Mountain. A giant mountain like a sword stood upright between heaven and earth. Looking up, one did not know how high it was, thrusting straight into the clouds. And on the Sword Mountain, flying swords were inserted one by one. Every spirit sword diffused terrifying sword intent. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 times 10,000 flying swords, even if it was 100,000 times 10,000, or 1,000,000 times 10,000 there are. This Sword Mountain was too magnificent, shocking Lu Chongqing. Is this the Shuman Sword Mountain? Such pressure is indeed extraordinary. Although I could see its outline in the sacred city before standing here, the sense of impact is indeed stronger. Truly an eye-opener. Li Lingyun spoke slowly, his mood difficult to calm. Even though this junior has been here once, standing under the Sword Mountain again, I am still shocked, as expected of the legendary Shuman Sword Mountain, seeing it with one's own eyes. No regrets in this life. I really do not know if I can cause the Sword Mountain to resonate and obtain a spirit sword belonging to myself. What uncanny workmanship that would be, the crowd discussed animatedly. Standing beneath the Sword Mountain, there was also a feeling of being as small as dust, however, until the Mao hour. In an instant, streaks of sword light rushed to the sky. The sacred master's voice rang out. Instantly, a phantom in the sky landed above everyone, and subsequently hundreds of Shuman disciples stood around in high spirits. The crowd shouted in unison, We pay respects to the sacred master. The Shuman sacred master's voice was incomparably loud, transmitting into everyone's ears. The third level of this Shuman Sacred Land disciple recruitment ceremony is about to begin. If other cultivators are destined, they can also condense sword intent around the Sword Mountain. Those who attract the resonance of a spirit sword are all destined persons and can take the spirit sword themselves. The Shuman Sacred Land disciple recruitment ceremony was presided over by Shuman Saint Sun Shu Jian. In an instant, Shu Jian appeared, still surrounded by 100 streaks of sword light, powerful and invincible like a sword god descending, standing in the void, calmly gazing at the crowd until his gaze slowly landed on Lu Chongqing. But very quickly, Shu Jian withdrew his gaze. Chongqing broke out in cold sweat all over. Is it my illusion? Why do I always feel he is looking at me? Subsequently, Xu Jian slowly opened his mouth to say, "Everyone, the assessment officially begins. The time is 1 day. Within 1 day, if one can attract the resonance of a spirit sword in the Sword Mountain, it is considered passing. Other cultivators can also condense sword intent under the Sword Mountain. The time is 1 day," his voice rang out. In an instant, countless sword cultivators began to surge around the Sword Mountain, condensing sword intent. The tide of people was surging, yet Lu Chongqing appeared very calm, just silently looking at the Sword Mountain without speaking. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, half a day passed from daylight to dark night, yet absolutely no one caused the Sword Mountain to resonate or obtained a spirit sword. In the void, Xu Jian and other disciples were surprised. Someone spoke up. "The aptitude of the disciples this session seems no good. No one has activated a spirit sword even now." "That is right, at the last ceremony. Someone succeeded in 3 hours. It has been 7 hours this time, and still no cultivator has attracted spirit sword resonance. It seems there will be at most a few hundred people passing this time." "A few hundred? I think probably even fewer." The various disciples exchanged views while Xu Jian remained silent. A full 11 hours passed. Countless people were battered and exhausted, and many even seemed about to succumb to qi deviation. Why? I practiced sword methods bitterly for 15 years, cultivating sword methods starting from the womb. Eating bitterness ordinary people cannot eat. Suffering sins ordinary people cannot suffer. But why can I still not cause the Sword Mountain to resonate? Am I really this bad? His crying instantly caused many people to grieve. Some also sobbed along, some had unchanged expressions and remained steadfast, and even more chose to give up. This could not help but make countless cultivators despair. Chen Yinru spoke from the side, feeling strange. Truly strange. Although this session indeed has no stunning cultivators, it should not be that not a single disciple has attracted Sword Mountain resonance in 11 hours. Lu Chongqing took all this into his eyes. He remained silent, reflecting on himself. If I did not take advantage of this phase, cultivation would probably be even harder than for them. After all, the aptitude is right there. Alas, cultivation is truly bitter. The Shuman Sacred Land disciples were also extremely surprised. It is almost 12 hours, yet unexpectedly not a single spirit sword has resonated. Truly strange. Previous disciple recruitments have never had this kind of thing happen. Should have told the Sacred Master earlier to change once every 10 years to once every 20 years. Look at these disciples, most came last time. No good means no good. No, there is something strange. Go quickly to report to the Sacred Master. Xu Jian spoke. He also felt a trace of strangeness, but right now he could only ask the Sacred Master to come check the problem. However, very quickly the 12 hours were up. In an instant, as a bell chime rang out, it represented the end. Many people woke up but were unwilling to leave. Many people shed tears but did not want to give up just like this. Many people were unwilling but powerless. After all, they could not even pass the first level. How could they cause the Sword Mountain to resonate? However, just at this moment, Xu Jian's voice rang out again. "Sacred Master's grace, because the situation is unusual, all cultivators may try for another day," the voice rang out. In an instant, countless cultivators were surprised. Subsequently, this group of people did not say much, returning to their original spots again to continue communicating sword intent. "Great, many thanks to the Sacred Master. Good, everyone add oil." And Chen Yinru aside could not help but speak. "Young Master Lu, why do not you try listening to the voice?" Lu Chongqing shook his head and said, "Better forget it. I cannot even pass the first level, let alone this level." His words carried a bit of self-mockery. Yet Chen Yinru shook her head and said, "That was merely testing Sword Dao aptitude. I heard that whether one can pass the Sword Mountain assessment depends on Sword Dao will. Young Master Lu, try saying a few encouraging words, perhaps it can make the Sword Mountain sense it." Last time, Cultivator said encouraging words and obtained the Sword Mountain's resonance. Young Master Lu might as well try. Lu Chongqing was somewhat surprised. Can this Sword Mountain still understand human speech? Chen Yinru answered, "The Shuman Sword Mountain is a divine object. I heard it indeed possesses intelligence." Lu Chongqing considered it understood. So not only condensing sword intent but speaking good words is also useful. If it is like this, I can try. Let me think about what to say. Lu Chongqing thought for a moment, then came up with a sentence that could shock the people of the world. Subsequently, Lu Chongqing took a deep breath, then slowly walked into the Sword Mountain. In an instant in the void, Xu Jian noticed this scene immediately. Actually, he had been paying attention to Lu Chongqing the whole time. For 12 hours, realizing Lu Chongqing simply did not move a muscle, he felt it was somewhat strange. Now seeing Lu Chongqing move, he could not help but birth curiosity. Finally planning to make a move. 12 hours, this kid did not move at all. "I want to see what you plan to do." Lu Chongqing walked over step by step. In an instant, the gazes of countless people also turned to look at Lu Chongqing. From the very beginning, there were many people paying attention to Lu Chongqing. Even everyone thought Lu Chongqing might be able to obtain the Sword Mountain's recognition. But Lu Chongqing had not made a move the whole time. Many people were waiting, especially now. Everyone was waiting for a miracle. Now that Lu Chongqing appeared, in an instant, the gazes of almost all cultivators in the whole venue gathered on Lu Chongqing. Beneath the Sword Mountain, Lu Chongqing appeared very tranquil. He was calm and composed and even closed his eyes, sensing the sword intent. Meanwhile, inside the Shuman Sacred Land main hall, the Shuman Sacred Master and others gathered here. The Sword Mountain, revealing a strange phenomenon, also forced them to gather together to exchange views. This was a situation that had never appeared in previous sessions. They were conferring while observing the scene inside the Sword Mountain. and in a mirror the crowd could not help but look at Lu Chongqing. Suddenly a voice rang out, could this be? The Shumen sacred master asked curiously, what is it? Why so loud? In an instant an elder revealed a face of shock, pointing at Lu Chongqing in disbelief. Look at the person in the mirror. That is the Deluo eldest senior brother, Lu Chongqing. As soon as Lu Chongqing's name was mentioned, everyone in the Great Hall was shocked. It was actually Lu Chongqing. He is Lu Chongqing, the sacred master asked calmly. Wait, what is the basis? Is the news accurate? That day when the Buddhist sect debated the Deluo's sacred land, I also went to the Deluo's sacred land. So I have seen Lu Chongqing. Did not they say Lu Chongqing stepped into the void and went missing? Why has he appeared in my Shumen sacred land now? I understand. Understand what? You can understand this too? Instantly, the whole hall was in an uproar. Even the Shumen sacred master could not help but be shocked. Elder Chen, are you sure? Elder Chen said with incomparable firmness. I can be certain. He is Lu Chongqing. You cannot find a second person like him in this world. The sacred master clapped his hands in applause. Good, good, good. The Shumen sacred master took a deep breath. He stood up, his face full of smiles. Did not expect Lu Chongqing to actually come to my Shumen sacred land and even participate in the assessment. This is a heaven-sent grace, heaven-sent grace. The Shumen sacred master was incomparably excited. In today's Taoist world, who did not know that a peerless existence like Lu Chongqing was a disciple the entire Taoist sect wanted to possess? We thought this Lu Chongqing had already bowed into the Deluo's sacred land, so we had no way. But now Lu Chongqing actually delivered himself to our door. He, this is truly heaven has a road you do not take. Hell has no door you barge in. The sacred master opened his mouth and spoke with incomparable excitement. However, the next moment the crowd could not help but cast strange gazes at him. The latter froze. Thinking it over carefully, he indeed felt the wording was inappropriate, subsequently laughing dryly, stepping back and speaking no more. Cough, cough anyway. Let us first see what ability this kid has. Is he like the rumors say? The Shumen sacred master said excitedly. And the crowd also cast their gazes one after another toward the person in the mirror. At this moment, beneath the sword mountain as a breeze came naturally, the corners of Lu Chongqing's clothes were blown fluttering, white robes like snow, a peerless face. Beneath the sword mountain, all living beings were reduced to the background. Everyone appeared so eclipsed in front of Lu Chongqing. Everyone was waiting for Lu Chongqing. Just at this moment, abruptly, Lu Chongqing opened his eyes. Special effects team, get to work. Abruptly, the entire sword mountain vibrated. That is right, the sword mountain vibrated. Countless spirit swords emitted the sound of clanging, appearing extremely terrifying. The crowd was astonished. What's wrong? What happened to Sword Mountain is vibrating. A terrifying roar rang out. In an instant, Lu Chongqing retracted the heaven and earth Xuanwang Pagoda. At this moment, all anomalies manifested directly. The divine elephant suppressing prison manifested. A divine elephant appeared behind Lu Chongqing suppressing hell, extremely young and rigid. The map of heavens and stars. Stars floated behind Lu Chongqing, billions of stars evolving the heavens and universe, terrifying and monstrous. The great Tao green lotus spirit sea shrouded everything. A green lotus manifested, blotting out the sky and sun like an ancient divine tree, evolving the great Tao green lotus. Philosophers of the 100 schools, statues of philosophers appeared one by one, chanting scriptures that spread for 10,000 li. 10 suns in the sky, golden suns floated behind him, shining upon the ages. 10 suns in the sky, unmatchable and invincible. The crowd was shocked. Look quickly, it is the philosophers of the 100 schools star map. Heavens, is not that the great Tao green lotus? I did not see wrong, did I? That is 10 suns in the sky, right? 3 ancient phantom images appeared, directly setting off Lu Chongqing's temperament to the extreme. Buddha light surrounded him. A 12-grade green lotus stood beneath his feet, golden light. The heaven and earth Xuanwang Pagoda surrounded him on all sides. At this moment his radiance was enough to pierce through the ages. He was extraordinary, suppressing all enemies in the current world. Chen Yinru was stunned, even the Shumen Saint Sun was stunned. Lu Chongqing's anomalies were too extraordinary, standing beneath the sword mountain, dazzling and eye-catching, incomparably resplendent. Heaven and earth changed color, all living things were terrified. The Shumen sacred master, observing through the prism, could not help but be shaken. This person was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the sacred prefecture, a current great Confucian scholar sensed something, this feeling. That is right, it must be the saint's words about to emerge in the heavenly secret sect again. The Tianji old man has started wailing again, calculating it this time, it is him again. Truly a talent. And in the next moment Lu Chongqing pointed his right finger at the ground. Subsequently a voice resounded through the sacred land for 1,000,000 li. If heaven does not birth me, Lu Chongqing, the sword Tao of the ages is like a long night. As the voice rang out, the sword mountain completely erupted with immeasurable sword chi. The entire sword mountain seemed to transform into a reclusive immortal sword, its light blazing, illuminating the entire central state. Rumble Shumen's sacred land. The entire sword mountain vibrated crazily like an earthquake. At this moment flying swords burst forth from the sword mountain one after another, transmitting sounds of clanging. Look quickly, why are the swords inside the sword mountain all flying out? Countless spirit swords were alarmed, various sword lights circled, all swords flew toward him. Heavens, Lu Chongqing panicked. What is going on? Did I say something treasonous? What? Angered the sword mountain and about to be pierced by 10,000 swords? Wait, that is a peerless immortal sword rushing into the sky, transforming into a 10,000 jang sword beam, manifesting majestic purple chi. A green immortal sword also abruptly rose from the ground, transforming into a 10,000 jang sword beam, entangling with the purple immortal sword. Schumann disciples widened their eyes, looking at all this in disbelief. Purple and green twin swords, are these the purple azure twin swords? Legend has it that the purple azure twin swords are peerless immortal swords within the Sword Mountain, only that since ancient times for 100,000 years no one has ever seen them. Truly dying without regrets, did not expect to see these two peerless immortal swords emerge today. Wait, just now he called himself Lu Changxing. He is Lu Changxing. Lu Changxing has been in my Schumann sacred land all along. The Schumann disciples were shocked beyond measure one by one, and the most shocking thing was none other than that sentence, "If heaven does not birth me, Lu Changxing, the sword Tao of the ages is like a long night." How extraordinary is this? What kind of sword intent is this? What kind of elegant demeanor is this? Laughable that I previously thought although Lu Changxing was strong, his sword Tao heart was probably inferior to mine. He knew of Lu Changxing but had never met him. However, meeting today, the reputation was indeed well deserved. More importantly, these words of Lu Changxing were simply too domineering. However, meeting today, an unspeakable sense of defeat attacked. Xu Jian was completely convinced. Beneath the Sword Mountain, a million sword cultivators were also completely dumbfounded. No one knew this person was Lu Changxing, nor did anyone know Lu Changxing was actually so extraordinary. But everyone was immersed in that sentence Lu Changxing just said. "If heaven does not birth me, Lu Changxing, the sword Tao of the ages is like a long night." This sentence was simply too unparalleled. This is Lu Changxing's sword intent. This is Lu Changxing's sword Tao. This is the true sword Tao genius. The crowd was shocked to the point of being at a loss. Li Lingyun also etched this scene firmly into his mind, this sentence echoing in his mind constantly. Chen Yinru froze on the spot, her eyes filled with shock. She knew Lu Changxing was absolutely extraordinary, but really did not expect Lu Changxing to be extraordinary to this extent. And under the violent sword chi, Lu Changxing was set off like a peerless sword immortal. However, in the next moment, standing in the center of the sword chi, a voice rang out again. "Sword, come." Jian Lai. As these two words rang out, in an instant heaven and earth changed color, rumble. Within the Sword Mountain, all flying swords also flew up. Spirit swords rushed to the sky one after another, circling above Lu Changxing. Sword chi soared to the sky, shrouding the Schumann sacred land. Terrifying sword chi permeated 100,000 li, 1 million li, 10 million li, hundreds of millions of li. The entire central state was stirred by this terrifying sword intent. Millions upon millions of flying swords circled. The most dazzling were 10 sword beams. Purple and green were 2, followed by gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 elements immortal swords, as well as a black one, a white one, and a bronze immortal sword forming a yin-yang taiji. Are not these the 10 strongest immortal swords in the Sword Mountain? They were actually all summoned by him. Heavens, just at this moment Lu Changxing's whole body emitted light from all corners of the world. Almost all cultivators in the world could feel Lu Changxing's light. In an instant various voices rang out. "My sword, why did my sword fly away? What is going on? Mine too." Our swords all flew away. Not only them, Schumann sacred land cultivators were also the same. Streaks of sword light flew from the Schumann sacred land. All cultivators' swords broke away from their masters and flew toward the sky above the Sword Mountain. In the void, the Tai green light sword in Xu Jian's hand also vibrated endlessly, having an extremely strong impulse. Wanting to leave its master at this moment, Xu Jian sensed this supreme sword Tao. "I understand, you go quickly." He did not talk nonsense and released his hand directly. In an instant the Tai green light sword rushed to the sky, submerging into the Sword Mountain. Not only the Schumann sacred land, terrifying sword intent swept through the entire central state. "Look quickly there, is not that the sword of a certain immortal lord?" It also flew over. "That is right, and that lord's sword too. Next a reporter will report for you. Let us walk into the Sword Mountain together." The camera turns to the Sword Mountain. Flying toward us right now is this immortal sword with 10,000 rays of rosy light incomparably flashing. One look and it is the Linglong immortal sword. That is right, this is the Linglong sacred master's peerless immortal sword. This unsophisticated and atmospheric styling, this should be the Wanchu sacred master's sword. This one is the Wanchu sacred land sword array. Wow, this fierce sword light, imposing manner threatening. That is right, this is the purple azure sacred land sword array. Speaking of which, worthy of being the Deluo eldest senior brother, facing such a Sword Mountain wonder. He is still very calm, motionless, truly making one's heart birth admiration. Although Lu Changxing was calm on the surface, he was crying and shouting inside. Otherwise what, at this time, apart from pretending to be calm, what else can I do? I just said 2 sentences based on feeling. How would I know there are so many terrifying swords? Forget it. Take one step and look one step. At this time in the Linglong sacred land, reporting to the sacred master, all swords in the sacred land have, I know. Do not panic, this is a peerless sword immortal emerging. Sword chi possesses spirit. Go, congratulations, no need to worry. In the Wanchu sacred land, my Taoist sect adds another peerless sword immortal. Lu Changxing, Lu Changxing, looking forward to you coming to the Purple Azure sacred land. Haha, did not expect that after 50,000 years my Taoist sect actually birthed a peerless sword immortal. Even the Purple Azure twin swords chose a master automatically. Lu Changxing, do you have fate with my Purple Azure sacred land? In the Tai sacred land, heaven and earth changed greatly. Looks like a peerless sword immortal has emerged. Pass my order, no disciple is allowed to have bad blood with the Deluo sacred land. Lu Changxing is my Taoist sect's eldest senior brother. If he arrives in the future, no one is allowed to cause trouble, otherwise they will be expelled from the sect. In the Deluo sacred land, following the Deluo immortal sword's strange movement, what is going on? Why did my sword leave automatically? My sword also left. Could it be someone became an immortal through the sword? What happened? Why are our swords all gone? Did a sword Dao Senior become an immortal? In an instant, Taoist Qingyun pinched his fingers to calculate, subsequently unable to help opening his mouth to say, "Do not panic, I have already calculated. This is the anomaly drawn out by your eldest senior brother stepping into the peerless sword immortal level. Borrowing swords for a use, naturally there will be good fortune." As the voice rang out, instantly, there was an uproar. It is eldest senior brother's anomaly. Eldest senior brother actually proved the Tao as a peerless sword immortal. Eldest senior brother became a peerless sword immortal. Is eldest senior brother going to ascend? Daytime ascension. Eldest senior brother is opening the gate of heaven with the sword at the Shuman sacred land to ascend. Everyone quickly throw your flying swords out. At that time, eldest senior brother will return better quality flying swords quick. Taoist Qingyun's gaze was secluded, secretly thinking, Changsheng, the road ahead is not easy to walk. At this moment, all flying swords in the entire central state flew toward the Shuman sacred land. Above the vault of heaven, unknown numbers of flying swords had already condensed. Terrifying sword intent swept through the entire cultivation world. Above the high sky, millions of zhong of sword chi spewed. Lu Changxing stood beneath the sword chi, handsome and spirited like a sword immortal descending to the dust. Xu Jian witnessed this scene, pondering for unknown how long, while the Shuman sacred land sacred master flew over and said, "With a call of sword coming, the Tao becomes eternal. Who in the world does not know this gentleman?" Xu Jian cupped his hands, seeing the sacred master, respectfully welcoming the sacred master's arrival. "No need for formalities," suddenly Elder Chen shouted. "Sacred master, look quickly at the sky," the voice rang out. At this moment in the void a terrifying phantom appeared. Above the high sky a trillion sword lights flashed. Combined with Lu Changsheng's anomalies it was simply unknown how dazzling. Above the high sky an ancient gate appeared, emitting terrifying and peerless pressure. This is the immortal gate. Is this the gate to becoming an immortal? But how could the gate to becoming an immortal appear? Could it be that Lu Changsheng is about to prove the Tao and become an immortal through the sword? Sword Tao immortal ascension, sword Tao immortal ascension. How many years has it been since my central state has seen such a peerless sword immortal? He is currently proving the Tao of a peerless sword immortal, the voice rang out, causing everyone present to feel shocked. Everyone stared wide-eyed, fixing their gazes dead on Lu Changsheng. Of the 3,000 great Taos, every path can prove the Tao. But every path only allows one person to prove the Tao. In the lineage of the sword Tao, there are countless cultivators. But since ancient times, how many have truly been able to prove the sword Tao? From ancient times to the present, they can be counted on one's fingers. Now that Lu Changsheng is discussing the Tao with Supreme Sword Tao, proving the sword Tao of the 3,000 great Taos, I am afraid the entire central state already knows by now, and at this moment terrifying sword intent filled the central state. Countless sword Tao geniuses perceived this terrifying intent of proving the Tao in an instant. How could such a genius appear in the sword Tao lineage? I am unwilling. Since the heavens gave birth to me, why give birth to him? I might as well not cultivate this sword Tao, just half a step, just a mere half step away, and I could have condensed the 3,000 sword Taos into one. Why? Why would such a peerless sword immortal appear in this era? The heavenly Tao is unfair. The world does not allow two sword immortals to appear. All things have order. If there is one, there is a second. It is precisely because of this that the path of the sword Tao in this world has been severed by Lu Changsheng. A peerless sword immortal does not mean becoming an immortal, but rather a kind of supreme sword intent. A blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. A single sword can destroy heaven and earth. And above the vault of heaven, billions of sword lights circled Lu Changsheng as he rose into the air. He stood amidst the sword light. In an instant, countless sword lights surged into Lu Changsheng's body, layers of sword light submerging into his spiritual sea. At the same time, new anomalies appeared. Behind Lu Changsheng, phantom images of billions of sword lights condensed. Every streak of sword light possessed a different sword intent. There were peerless sword cultivators. Condensing 3,000 sword Taos allows one to dominate, yet Lu Changsheng condensed billions upon billions of sword intents, making all living beings despair. The Shuman sacred master exclaimed in admiration, "Endless sword diagram, peerless sword intent." Senior brother, what is the endless sword diagram, and what is peerless sword intent? Xu Jian explained to his junior brother. The endless sword diagram is the strongest anomaly of the sword Tao. Once the sword diagram appears, it can transform into billions of streaks of sword chi to slay enemies. Peerless sword intent means being able to control the chi of 10,000 swords under heaven, which implies that your sword is my sword. In a situation of the same realm, Lu Changsheng can control other people's swords. In the void, Lu Changsheng sensed all of this. Heavens, there are too many people. My trypophobia is acting up. I have it. Use skill, the eye-closing technique. Leave the rest to the special effects team. The special effects team did not disappoint him. The aura of the great Tao circled his body. Yin and Yang circled, stepping on a 12-grade green lotus. The heaven and earth Xuanwang pagoda flashing with golden light. Divine elephant suppressing prison. Extreme young and rigid philosophers of the 100 schools. Literary sages. Great Tao green lotus. Supreme foundation. Stars of the heavens. Evolving universe. 3 supreme phantoms. 3 pure ones supreme. 10 suns shining in the sky illuminating the world. Billions of sword chi. Peerless sword immortal. Any one of these anomalies could create a peerless genius, yet all gathered on Lu Changsheng alone. It is simply usurping the good fortune of heaven, and at this moment billions of spirit swords recognized a master. Terrifying sword Dao will appeared in Lu Chongqing's mind. Countless spirit swords all wanted to recognize him as master. You all want to recognize me as master? 10,000 swords of the world expressed their desire to recognize Lu Chongqing as master. Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat. No way, are you all crazy? Many spirit swords have owners. If I accept them all, who knows how many cultivator powerhouses I'll offend, but the 10 peerless immortal swords in this sword mountain happen to be ownerless. First, many thanks for everyone's deep love, but the sword sea has billions. I will only take 10 swords. You all go back. Hearing Lu Chongqing's words, those swords looked dejected, like they had been rejected by a crush. Alright, everyone line up this way please. In the outside world, clusters of sword light flew back. These swords, look quickly, the swords are coming back. Is it about to end? It was just that the heavenly gate in the void delayed dissipating. That was the heavenly gate. If one crossed it, one would ascend to the immortal world. Some suspected Lu Chongqing might be about to ascend. Ascending in 3 years was real. But as Lu Chongqing cast his gaze over, no brother, why have not you left yet? Do you not know what level 1 am? Ascending at the golden core stage. Once I get to the immortal world, my butt will be beaten until it blooms. Lu Chongqing revealed a look of begging for mercy. Let us go, big brother. The heavenly gate could not stand it either, and dissipated instantly. At this moment everything returned to calm. The heavenly gate on the Sword Mountain disappeared. The Sword Mountain also returned to calm, and the sky returned to tranquility. Good, finally over. Can I get off work now? Almost forgot about you guys. Circling around Lu Chongqing were 10 peerless immortal swords. Purple Azure Twin Swords, Gold Emperor Immortal Sword, Wood Emperor Immortal Sword, Water Lord Immortal Sword, Fire King Immortal Sword, Earth Saint Immortal Sword, Black Gold Immortal Sword, White Spirit Immortal Sword, Bronze Immortal Sword. Currently these 10 swords are low to middle grade immortal artifacts. Just right to let 10 golden cores. Use 10 golden cores to warm and nourish 10 immortal swords. One day, if I really ascend, the 10 immortal swords will definitely become peerless immortal swords. I can even think of this. Am I really a genius? After everything calmed down, Xu Jian was the first to come back to his senses. He appeared directly in front of Lu Chongqing, subsequently bowing his head respectfully. Shuman Saint's son Xu Jian pays respects to senior brother Lu, pays respects to brother Xu. Brother Xu need not be so polite. Lu Chongqing also behaved very humbly. He sighed with a smile, while Xu Jian could not help but laugh awkwardly, saying, Brother Lu, please do not blame Xu for the nonsense spoken a few days ago. But Lu Chongqing shook his head, not minding it. Sigh, a trivial matter. Moreover, brother Xu did not say anything disadvantageous to me. No harm done. Senior brother Lu is indeed magnanimous. Later the sacred land will host a banquet. Xu will definitely punish himself with 3 cups. Xu Jian spoke like this and subsequently invited Lu Chongqing to head to the Shuman sacred land. Just at this moment a voice rang out slowly. Senior Lu, the voice rang out. It was Li Lingyun's voice. He shouted once, causing Lu Chongqing to involuntarily turn his head to look. Li Lingyun gazed at Lu Chongqing, then cupped his hands and asked, Previously, I did not know Senior Lu's true identity. If there was any offense, hope you will be magnanimous. Today, witnessing you prove the Tao of the Sword immortal, I still want to ask one question. Does the lineage of the Sword Tao still have a road to walk? Li Lingyun spoke up. This question of his was also what everyone wanted to ask very much. Lu Chongqing had already proved the Supreme Sword Tao, which counted as cutting off the road for the world's sword cultivators. But Li Lingyun possessed a sword heart. His asking was also a questioning of will. In reality, since this Sword Tao already had a peerless sword immortal, it was almost impossible for anyone else to prove the Supreme Sword Tao. This was something everyone in the world knew. The chief fortune of heaven and earth is limited. Sometimes it is not a question of whether you can do it, but whether the heavenly Tao allows it. This question of Li Lingyun, actually everyone knew the answer to, but the crowd's gazes still gathered on Lu Chongqing, hoping to get an answer. Lu Chongqing looked at Li Lingyun, his eyes revealing extreme tranquility. Since that is the case, I will give you a sentence. Where there is a will, there is a way. He did not tell Li Lingyun whether this road could continue to the end, but he said, Sword cultivators under heaven all know that in this world there is no such thing as can or cannot. For those with will, things will eventually be achieved. That is all. In an instant, countless sword cultivators were stunned, including Xu Jian, who was also shocked. These words of Lu Chongqing were like a grand bell ringing in everyone's hearts, especially Xu Jian. When Lu Chongqing proved the Sword Tao, even I wanted to give up this path. I did not expect him to actually say these words. Good, what a good. Where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. Li Lingyun muttered to himself, then bowed deeply toward Lu Chongqing and said, Many thanks to Senior for the pointers. This junior vows here. If I do not prove the Sword Tao in this life, I will prove it in the next life, life after life, endless and infinite. I am Li Lingyun, willing to undergo 1,000 years of reincarnation for the Sword Tao. Li Lingyun spoke, making a grand vow. It was just a pity there was no anomaly blessing him. But the Sword Mountain, which had been motionless all along, abruptly emitted a sound. In an instant, an ancient sword flew out from the Sword Mountain, subsequently landing in Li Lingyun's hands. This was a low-grade magic artifact, very ordinary, just as ordinary as Li Lingyun, but this flying sword recognized Li Lingyun's Sword Tao heart. Xu Jian revealed a trace of surprise. to trigger spirit sword resonance in front of the peerless sword immortal Lu Chongqing, even if it was just a low-grade magic artifact flying sword, was very amazing. Xu Jian could not help but take an extra look at Li Lingyun, then slowly opened his mouth to say, "This fellow Taoist, since you have already obtained the recognition of a sword mountain flying sword, it counts as passing. You are a disciple of my Shuman. I welcome you on behalf of Shuman." In an instant, Li Lingyun could not help but be overjoyed. "Then I passed. Great, many thanks to the Saint's son. Great, congratulations, senior brother." That is right, did not come in vain this time, must celebrate today." Lu Chongqing looked at Li Lingyun thinking, not bad, counts as a happy ending. Xu Jian then took Lu Chongqing to the Shuman sacred land, leaving behind countless sword cultivator disciples and a woman. Chen Yinru gazed quietly at Lu Chongqing, a trace of sadness appearing in her eyes, but very quickly she revealed a look of determination. She did not speak, just quietly watching Lu Chongqing. "The difference between him and me is truly too far," but he said, "where there is a will, there is a way. Perhaps one day I can also catch up to Lu Chongqing's footsteps." Meanwhile, a gentle voice rang out, spreading through a million li of the central state. "I am the Linglong Sacred Master. 1 month later I will hold my 5,000th birthday banquet. I specially come to invite senior nephew Lu Chongqing to come attend the banquet." The gentle voice transmitted from a distant place to the Shuman sacred land. This was a woman's extremely pleasant voice, yet when the voice rang out it caused an uproar. "What? It is the Linglong Sacred Master?" The Linglong Sacred Master was once the world's #1 female cultivator. That is right, back then she was even ranked first among the immortal world's 10 great beauties. I heard many sacred masters of sacred lands were formerly admirers of the Linglong Sacred Master, but did not they say the Linglong Sacred Land basically does not receive outsiders? Especially some grand celebrations, they close the doors to celebrate themselves. This time the Linglong Sacred Master actually took the initiative to invite him. That is right, this is a strange tale of the world. Hearing these words, Lu Chongqing was stunned. "Auntie inviting me to a banquet for her 5,000th birthday. Which goddess ancestor granny is this again?" Lu Chongqing could not help but instantly think of the words the Langya immortal said to him. "Pa, Lu Chongqing went to the Linglong Sacred Land to peek at the saintess bathing. But do not know when I can see that scene. The author only releases 1 chapter a month, boohoo." Xu Jian aside did not notice Lu Chongqing's strangeness, instead revealing a face full of envy, saying, "I heard the Linglong Sacred Master is a peerless beauty in the world. Many people have never seen this fairy. Did not expect senior brother Lu to actually have such fate to see the Linglong Sacred Master. Senior brother Lu may not know, as the saying goes, a female 3 years older gifts an immortal pill. A female 3,000 years older puts you in the immortal class. I do not have this chance. If I had this moment." Lu Chongqing was stunned. Did not expect. "Good on you, Xu Jian. This kid has delicate features, but actually has this kind of thought. Soft rice tastes better, right? Truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Young people like to fly 1,000-year airplanes." A red invitation card flew from a million li away, landing in Lu Chongqing's hand. "This is the Linglong Sacred Master's 5,000th birthday invitation. Let us go over first. Master and the others are still waiting for us." "True enough, let us go." Transition to the Shuman main hall. "Senior brother Lu, this is." Just at this moment a group of elders walked out from within the Shuman main hall. These were the Shuman Sacred Land's high-level members. They walked out with faces full of smiles, glowing with health. Those who did not know would think their own disciples had returned. "Haha, senior nephew Lu, long time no see. Meeting again. Senior nephew Lu is still handsome and dashing. Hearing the name is not as good as meeting the person. Truly extraordinary temperament." Lu Chongqing broke out in cold sweat. This familiar excessive enthusiasm. "I took away the Sword Mountain's 10 peerless immortal sword embryos. These elders are actually not angry in the slightest and even welcome me with smiles. This is very strange. If someone took away 10 peerless immortal sword embryos at the Deluo Sacred Land, regardless of whether they were items of an ownerless sword immortal, as long as it was at the Deluo Sacred Land, Master would definitely not let the other party take them away so easily. Pays respects to various senior uncles, pays respects to the Sacred Master. Although crows under heaven are equally black, I always feel these few definitely do not have good intentions, right? Speaking of which, why did senior nephew Chongqing suddenly visit my Shuman? This junior also does not know what is going on, just that during teleportation I suddenly arrived near the Shuman Sacred Land. That Yin-Yang Sacred Land's teleportation formation is truly too poor. If only it were a high-quality genuine product. Senior nephew Chongqing has worked hard during this time. By the way, was your stay in the sacred city comfortable? Was there any blind person who made you unhappy? Did any bastard offend you? I'll chop up his entire family. If there is, you must tell me." "No, there is not. This junior also spent a few days carefree in the sacred city, only that this junior was addicted to pleasure and did not come to pay respects first. Indeed somewhat inappropriate." Martial nephew Lu Chongqing apologizes to various senior uncles. "Oh, why be so polite? It is fine, it is fine, it is good that you came. A banquet has already been prepared for martial nephew Lu today. Many thanks, Sacred Master." Xu Jian, hurry and take martial nephew Lu to rest. Xu Jian suddenly felt this treatment was exactly the same as the youthful Sacred Master of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. "Senior brother Lu, please come this way. Sorry for the trouble." Meanwhile, in the Langya Immortal Treasure, at the final 8th level, several thousand cultivators were bathed in blood. They forcefully held on until the 8th level. Next, they only need to wait for the Langya Immortal Gate to appear to harvest the Langya Immortal Treasure. Countless people waited with incomparable excitement. This humble one is Zhao Chen, a nascent soul realm cultivator. Although looking like having the wind of an immortal and the bones of the Tao, in reality, I am not a disciple of any great sect, barely counting as an elder of a small sect. This time in the Langya secret realm, he purely came to play yet did not expect to actually walk to the last level. At this moment, the Langya Immortal Treasure is about to open. Inside the Immortal Treasure are countless treasures. Any random one is a priceless treasure in the outside world. The key is that by chance, Zhao Chen obtained a strange book recording some matters regarding the Langya secret realm involving this final level. As long as the Immortal Gate opens, whoever steps into the Immortal Palace first can obtain the treasures. I even know where the true inheritance is. I am going to take off, but knowing is one thing. This place is full of big shots, everyone staring at the Immortal Gate, so it is hard for me to make a move for the sake of the treasures. Ali Zhao Chen cannot help but give it a gamble. Suddenly the old man attracted attention. Various seniors, it is unknown what dangers lie in the Langya secret realm. I think this final level might still have dangers. Everyone absolutely must not be blinded by the treasure. We should continue to join hands to create the future. Later, when entering the Immortal Gate, let a person of low realm like me scout the path for various seniors. If there are treasures, let the various seniors pick first. This lowly one will only take the things various seniors do not want. Please rest assured, seniors, I, Zhao Chen, mean what I say. Absolutely not greedy. Of the 3,000 waters of the weak river, I only take one scoop. Reasonable words. Who knows if there is danger in the level behind? What if we encounter a monster beast after passing through the Immortal Gate? Woohoo, it worked. Immediately after, the old man strode and jumped into the 8th level. Various seniors, this junior's rotten life was lucky enough to walk to the 8th level. Dying would be without regrets. Today I am willing to hold the 3-foot green blade to explore the reality for various seniors, Zhao Chen shouted, appearing extremely generous, subsequently submerging directly into the Immortal Gate. While the crowd simply did not care about Zhao Chen's life or death, they only cared about whether there was danger inside. However, following Zhao Chen's entry in an instant, the Immortal Gate began to close. Holy crap, it is over. Heavens, we were played by that bastard. He is playing tricks. This is the final level. We were too careful. Everyone worked together to force open the Immortal Gate, otherwise we might be trapped to death here. This nascent soul stage kid actually dares to treat us distraction and body integration big shots as monkeys? And behind the Immortal Gate, Zhao Chen looked at the Immortal Palace before him with extreme shock. He was incomparably excited. After coming back to his senses, he immediately walked toward the interior of the Immortal Palace. Hey, no need to activate, directly appearing as a teleportation formation. Is the Langya Immortal this good? Hee big babies, I am coming. In an instant, Zhao Chen appeared inside the Langya Immortal Treasure. I do what I say. Of the 3,000 waters of the weak river, I only take one scoop. Zhao Chen took out a gigantic scoop. He looked around incomparably excitedly. Let me see where the long-lost scriptures are, where the ancient divine artifacts and treasures are. However, the next moment, Zhao Chen was stunned. Nothing here, nothing there. Where are the treasures? Nothing at all, reasonably speaking. Inside this lake should be the Sun Saint liquid. So where is the Saint liquid? Not even a single drop remains. No, how can this secret realm be so clean? Clean as if a professional cleaner had swept through. An hour later, at this moment, Zhao Chen's heart went cold. Truly, not even a grain of dust. Let alone taking one scoop, I cannot even get a single hair. And just at this moment, abruptly, chaotic sounds rang out. Inside the entire cave, hundreds of figures instantly appeared. Everyone was a powerhouse, everyone emitting a terrifying aura. This guy is indeed here. Truly treacherous. Knew early on this was the Immortal Treasure's final level. Dog thief, you actually wanted to swallow the treasures alone. Truly shameless. Kid, this cave abode was scoured clean by you, right? Insatiably greedy. Are you a professional cleaner? Treasures are all gone. Everyone block the retreat, make him hand over the treasures. This time, Zhao Chen was scared witless. Everyone listen to my explanation, although you all might not believe it. When I came here, it was already empty. Believe you my ass, brothers, beat him to death. The crowd of powerhouses immediately released their ultimate moves. Mantis Fist, Scorpion Palm, Mount Tai, Crushing Top, Black Tiger, Stealing Heart figures rushed up one after another. Without any nonsense, they started fighting directly. Suddenly someone shouted, "Various elders, do not fight. There are words on the stone wall. Fellow Taoist, please. Let us go look first, then fight later. Spare me." But very quickly, as everyone walked to the front of the stone wall, in an instant the crowd was shocked. On the stone wall, 14 big characters were carved with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. The calligraphy was vigorous, possessing a terrifying intent, sharp edges revealed, and even more full of immortal chi. At the end of the Immortal Road, who is the peak, at first sight of Chongqing, the Tao becomes empty. And at this time, upon hearing the name Chongqing, Taoist Xian recognized who this Chongqing was. Besides Lu Chongqing, who else could it be? The Deluo Sacred Land's eldest senior brother. And at this moment the crowd was stunned, standing before the stone wall not knowing what to say. Could it be that Chongqing, Lu Chongqing, that eldest senior brother of Deluo? The Taoist sect's eldest senior brother, the Buddha Sun's teacher. 10 million years ago, the Langya Immortal had already calculated that this Lu Chongqing is a peerless prodigy of the cultivation world. Extraordinary. Truly too extraordinary. The story ends here. Thank you everyone for watching. Please like and subscribe to watch the channel's new works.